Chapter 1. Where am I, Ding? Successful transmigration. The protagonist, Su Chun, is utterly bewildered. He had just been bathing when a blinding light compelled him to shut his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Where exactly am I? Su Chun meticulously surveyed his surroundings, realizing he appeared to be in a remarkably beautiful cave. This place. Wasn't I just bathing? How did I end up here? At that moment, Su Chun was clad in nothing but a towel. Replying to the host, I bring you good news. You have transcended. Su Chun, perplexed, responded, Huh? Why is there a voice in my head? Replying to the host, I am the system, specifically the villain system. The system? Indeed. So. You are the one responsible for this? You whisked me away from my bath to this cave? Precisely. What purpose do you serve? Replying to the host, I am here to assist you in gaining extraordinary powers. Can you not simply return me to my previous location? That is not possible. What use are you then? I was enjoying a pleasant bath when you dragged me to this unfamiliar place. Host, I am also in a predicament. What does that have to do with me? It is of great significance. You are my mission to accomplish. Are you implying that I am merely your task? Indeed, so. I was brought here without cause simply to fulfill your mission. Astute. What must I do to return? I regret to inform you, host, that returning is not an option. What? Are you attempting to make me experience survival in the wild? Others at least have a camera. I am left with nothing but a towel. Please return me. Refusal. That if you brought me here, could you at least have informed me? I am utterly exposed, and this is quite embarrassing. You are the only one feeling awkward. I am not. Su Chin wore an incredulous expression. Fine. Just tell me what I must do to return. Replying to the host, I am the villain system. You should comprehend this. So, I must become a villain? That is unacceptable. I am a good person. Then you shall not return. What kind of system are you? You call me host, yet I feel as though you are the true host. If you perceive it that way, it matters not. Ugh. Just tell me where I currently am. That should be manageable. Replying to the host, you are presently in the Douluo forest. Douluo forest? Huh. Su Chun was confused. He had heard of this place before. He had come across a video on short clips that mentioned the Douluo forest, but had dismissed it as childish. Are you suggesting that I am now in Douluo? Astute. Yet there is no reward. Su Chin's frustration mounted. Could you not have transported me to the human realm? Replying to the host, it was not my intention. It was deliberate. Deliberate? What do you mean? Additionally, host, I have some good news for you. Wait. Do not speak of good news. I'm not in the mood for it right now. You now find yourself deep within the starry forest. Su Chin exclaimed, What? Why did you only mention this now? Because you never inquired, came the reply. Cough, cough, cough. This is unacceptable. That I have a heart condition. Perhaps I should just succumb now. You ought to find another host. Fear not. I can heal you. Don't. All I desire is to inherit my family's vast fortune. I have no intention of inexplicably wandering in this forest, playing the role of a caveman. Host, you are currently in Guyuna's chamber. Su Chan furrowed his brow in confusion. And who might Guyuna be? He is a dragon, not a mere wretch. Does that concern me? Wait, are you saying I am in his room? Indeed. Then why can't I see this dragon you speak of? Because he is right behind you. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Su Chan felt a tightening in his chest as he turned around, scanning the area behind him. He had never heard of a dragon in Douluo and had no knowledge of who Guyuna was or whether he was dangerous. Upon seeing the figure behind him, Su Chan appeared utterly bewildered. System, are you deceiving me? This is just a little girl, and you told me she was a dragon? Host, do you not believe me? You can provoke her to find out. With uncertainty, Su Chan lowered his head and looked at Guyuna. Are you Guyuna? Guyuna, with her striking blue eyes, regarded the peculiar Su Chan before her. Who are you? Why are you in my room? I am Su Chan. And by the way, you're a dragon? Upon hearing Su Chan claim she was a dragon, Guyuna immediately became alert. Who exactly are you? Who am I? I am simply a human. Impossible. How could a human know of my existence? You are sent by the divine realm. Aren't you? Divine? What is that? Humph. Pretending to be ignorant. Guyuna unleashed a luminous projectile towards Su Chan. He instinctively crouched down to evade it. Boom. As he witnessed the explosion behind him, Su Chan gaped in disbelief. The innocent-looking white-haired girl before him was capable of conjuring nuclear blasts. Hey, what is the meaning of this? I don't know any lunatics, and you hurling explosives at me for no reason is quite excessive. Guyuna ignored his protests and hurled another projectile. Su Chan was left speechless. Hey, boom, boom, boom. After several explosions, Su Chan was left panting heavily. A madwoman, truly a madwoman. Host, is this entertaining? Entertaining? What the hell? And what is this Guyuna? What do you mean by divine? I don't know anything about it. It's Guyuna. She harbors a grudge against the divine realm. which is why she mistakenly believes you are sent by them to harm her. So, you brought me here without reason, and now am attacked without provocation, and am just supposed to accept this? Of course. Then what use are you to me? Just to watch this farce? Su Chan trembled as he gazed at Gu Na, who looked back at him with confusion, sensing no divine power emanating from him. You are not from the divine realm? Upon hearing Gu Na speak normally, Su Chan felt a sense of relief. I am certainly not. I do not know any lunatics, he retorted. Then how did you end up in my room? How should I know? You ask me, should I consult Baidu? And who is Baidu? Enough about Baidu. I am quite vexed at the moment. Quickly tell me, who exactly are you? I am simply a person. My name is Su Chan. You are still deceiving me. Su Chan exclaimed. How on earth am I deceiving you? I speak the truth, yet you refuse to believe me. If I were to lie, you would still doubt my words. What am I to say? Su Mo, feeling increasingly annoyed, thought this entire situation was utterly absurd. Then who are you truly? Gu Na asked, looking at Su Chan with confusion. Do not question me. I wish to be left alone from you. Foolish dragon. Left alone? Who is left alone? Left alone is my esteemed elder. Is that sufficient? Irritated, Su Chan searched for a place to sit, but suddenly, discomfort overwhelmed him, prompting him to spring up. Oh, wow, damn it, it's all stones. Ouch, I've hit a sore spot. Su Chan grumbled to the system. System, do you have any clothing or anything? None. Then what purpose do you serve? Enlighten me. I am here to cheer you on. Su Chan retorted. Oh, indeed, this is how we play, is it? Certainly. I feel splendid right now. You feel splendid, do you? In that moment, Su Chan resolved to take a bold step. He approached Gu Na, completely unclothed. Gu Na stared at him, perplexed. Why have you come over? Did you not claim to despise my presence? Just Emmy, if you could launch another of those attacks, I would not evade. Gu Na looked at Su Chan with bewilderment. Are you out of your mind? I'm not. Come on, Emmy. My nerves are trembling within my head. Su Chan sighed. Realizing that engaging with the system was futile, he had no choice but to compel it into action. System, since you enjoy watching a spectacle, I shall provide you one. Once I am finished, let us see how you fulfill your duties. The system remained silent. Su Chan closed his eyes, awaiting his demise. Gu Na, at a loss for words, also stood up. Since this human desired death, why not assist him? As she launched an attack, the light orb was about to strike Su Chen's face when suddenly a barrier intercepted her assault. Gu Na widened her eyes in disbelief and, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of light orbs. But each one was thwarted by an invisible shield. That a smirk tugged at Su Chen's lips. He knew he had wagered correctly. This system would certainly not allow him to perish. System, it seems you are quite afraid of my demise. System, I have read a few novels and grasped certain principles regarding systems. Pray, tell me, what is your true purpose? To assist the host, you must become the antagonist, confronting the world's fated child. Are you referring to that individual with the surname Tang? That is one interpretation. Then how do I confront him? Others possess twin martial souls. Do you not have me? And then? Then there is nothing further? Su Chan had grown weary of losing his temper. His heart was heavy. System, do you not have a novice gift package? Indeed, we do. Then why haven't you given it to me? You never inquired. Fine. Now bestow it upon me. Beg me. Su Chan began to suspect the system was sentient. How rather cheeky it was. All right. I beg you, I implore you. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the right to choose a martial spirit X2. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 100,000-year soul ring card. Congratulations, host. You have received an external soul bone, the spirit skull, which can alter appearance and conceal power. Congratulations, host. You have innate 30-level soul power. Su Chan was momentarily taken aback. Is this your novice gift package? Indeed. Cough, cough, cough. System, what exactly is this 100,000-year soul ring card? To answer the host, this card contains a 100,000-year soul ring. You merely need to crush it, and it will automatically absorb into your being. Of course, you may also allow others to absorb it. Well, my martial spirit, what are those two screens before me? To answer the host, simply activate the screen and make your selection, and you shall possess the martial spirit of your choosing. Curious, Su Chan opened one of the screens, revealing a plethora of options. Only to widen his eyes in astonishment, he even spotted sanitary pads. Hey, system, what is this? Why are there items like toilet paper and sanitary pads? To answer the host, these are products from your world. Then why not conjure a nuclear bomb martial spirit? Because it would disrupt the rules of this world. I fear it could not bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Su Chan fell silent, only to discover that he could select anything from Earth, including anime and games. Intrigued, he clicked into an anime. Emperor of the Abyss. What is this? Is it formidable? Su Chan examined the character's backstory and, in an instant, rubbed his eyes. How tragic. In the end, he was all alone, ruling over eternity. How pitiful. System. To answer the host, do you wish to select this martial spirit? Is this character powerful? To answer the host, one might say he is extraordinarily powerful, but should you strike, it would mean the conclusion of Douluo. Chunk. System, what do you mean by that? Why would Douluo come to an immediate conclusion? Because the planet was destroyed, do you not perceive that as a conclusion? What? Is this being truly that formidable? Indeed, others traverse the rivers of time, able to annihilate thousands of universes with a mere hand, suppressing all existence. Su Chun stroked his chin. System, are you truly capable of producing a martial spirit of such caliber? Cough, cough, cough. You overestimate me. This only possesses 30% of its true power. How could it possibly be a real person? What? 30% of its power can casually obliterate Douluo Star? Su Chun nearly fainted. He had not anticipated the Emperor of the Abyss to be so formidable, though he had yet to make a choice. To answer the host, you may consider it thus. If you select him, you shall be invincible. I choose him. What use are these soul rings to me? Are they his soul abilities? What soul abilities? You have chosen him. These soul rings are merely for show. What attacks does he possess? Is it just the basic attack? Rest assured, by selecting him, all his methods of attack will be ingrained in your mind. System, why do I feel like you secretly wish for me to choose this Emperor of the Wild Heavens? Caught red-handed. I simply find it tedious to assign you tasks. All right, they'll consider it. Su Chun initially intended to select the Emperor of the Wild Heavens spirit, but the system's recent antics left him with a lingering sense of defiance. Guyana looked at Su Chun curiously as he spoke to the air. You're Su Chun, right? Should I continue my attacks? Su Chun waved his hand dismissively. For now, no need to attack. Little girl, go play. I have no interest in Lolis. Guyana felt a tinge of annoyance at his words, but still found a spot to sit and daydream. Chapter 2. I am the Emperor, suppressing all. Host, please make your choice promptly. Ugh, how bothersome. What if I don't want to choose? I think this sanitary napkin is quite nice. So, what do you truly desire? I want to return home and inherit a vast fortune. Apologies, host, that is not feasible. Then how did you bring me here? Because I only have enough energy for one instance of crossing over, and it has already been expended. You need to complete tasks to regain energy. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's forehead twitched in frustration. Why didn't you mention that? You never asked. I'm losing my mind. I am truly on the brink of collapse. Fear not. Host life will pass swiftly. Just hold on a little longer. Heh, you really know how to offer comfort. Su Chun was at a loss for words. No wonder this system had been so reluctant to let him return home. Might lacked energy. Wait, you keep insisting I choose this Emperor of the Wild Heavens while claiming it's too much trouble to give me tasks. This confuses me. I will still assign you tasks, rest assured. I will inform you when the time comes. Su Chun, perplexed, glanced at the screen and decisively tapped it. In an instant, a beam of golden light enveloped him. Upon my return, I shall show you the brilliance of the world. In that moment, Su Chun stood tall, snowflakes cascading upon his hair, transforming it to a pristine white. His previously frail physique now revealed well-defined muscles. Su Chun felt an inexhaustible power coursing through him, boundless and truly limitless. Congratulations, host. You have acquired your first martial soul, the Emperor of the Wild Heavens. In an instant, a wave of unfamiliar knowledge surged into his mind. What is all this? This is astonishing. Host, those represent all the attack methods of the Emperor of the Wild Heavens. I know, I just want to exclaim, wow. I quite enjoy your naivete, host. Do I need to choose another? Indeed, Su Chun meticulously examined the second screen and suddenly noticed something appealing. System, if I choose these women, can I summon them? I no longer desire this martial soul. Is that possible? That is not permissible, host. What use are you then? The system remained silent. Su Chun continued to scrutinize the images, his gaze unwavering. Wow, this one is quite good. This one is also appealing. This physique is splendid. This serpent is intriguing, but it'll pass on a little girl, not to my taste. Host, could you please make your selection more swiftly? I am indeed making my choice. Are you participating in a beauty contest? Who says so? I'm a person of virtue. I cannot engage in such sordid affairs. Just look at the drool you've let slip. Su Chun replied. That merely indicates I have an abundance of saliva. Enough already. Please do not disturb me. You may take your leave. The system sighed in exasperation. Su Chun resumed his examination of the beauties displayed on the screen. 3 hours later. Host, it has been 3 hours. Could you hasten your selection? Leave me be. This is my martial soul. I must choose with utmost care. One only lives once. However, the selection you made is rather outdated, isn't it? System, This is where you went awry. One must possess patience in life, just as a system must embody patience as well. Suchin quickly glimpsed an image on the screen. System, why is there another picture of a planet? That was merely something I inserted out of boredom. Could you please make your selection more swiftly? System, what do these four swords look like? Su Chan observed an image titled The Four Swords of Zhu Xian, but it was nothing of significance, merely a pirated version. Upon hearing this, Su Chan did not ponder further and continued with his selection. Yi Tiandi? He gazed at the image before him, pondering its striking yet aloof appearance, though not as handsome as himself. System, is this Yi Tiandi formidable? Goodness, host, this is someone from your world. Do you truly know nothing about him? I do know. So why do you ask me? I am aware that he is a male. Spare me the trivialities and hasten to introduce him. The system replied impatiently. He is indeed a figure as powerful as the Emperor of the Wasteland. Oh, please provide a more detailed introduction. Host, do not push your luck. I must inform you that selecting a martial soul is no simple task. If you wish to deliberate indefinitely, then so be it. Then what purpose do you serve? Begone. If you do not want me, I certainly do not desire you either. If it were not for my performance metrics, I would scarcely bother with you, this indecisive host. Suchin shook his head as he exited the image of Yi Tiandi. He continued his search until he suddenly stumbled upon an anime he recognized, Douluo. He recalled that he had once intended to sign a contract with the Douluo production team. Upon glancing at the online reviews, he found them to be quite favorable. Intrigued, he clicked to explore further and discovered that it was indeed impressive, particularly in terms of its visual effects. Suchin made a decisive choice without hesitation, opting for the supporting character, Haibudong from Douluo. Do not inquire further, it is simply a refreshing decision for him. Suchin holds a deep affection for this character, especially in the theatrical version, where the 5 dragons truly captivated him. Host, are you out of your mind? Why not choose the Flame Emperor? I shall select as I please. What business is it of yours? Oh dear, host, you are leading me astray. Why do you look so despondent? I already possess the title of the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, which signifies my invincibility. Am I not entitled to choose a character who exudes flair? All right, you have a point. Let us hasten and equip the novice gift pack. Understood. I am in the process of equipping it. This bone goes on my head, correct? System, have you not seen Douluo? How can you be unaware of this? I have watched it, albeit a mere short clip for a second. At home, my parents constantly urged me to memorize details about various companies, leaving me no room to recall the plot. Then why do you remember Douluo? Because this particular scene remains etched in my mind. It featured a character unleashing 5 dragons. Goodness. Very well, I shall assist you with the equipment. Do not move. Oh, the system mused that if it were aware of the host's nature, it would never choose someone like Suchin, deeming him a complete fool. Ugh, there's a slight itch on my back. Did I not instruct you to remain still? I'm just scratching. Is that so wrong? Quite acceptable. Having endured numerous trials, the system finally adorned Su Chun with the skull. Gu Yuna approached curiously. Is that a soul bone? Where did you acquire it? I did not observe you possessing any soul-guiding devices. Nothing much, it merely fell from the sky. Suchin kept his distance from Gu Yuna, fearing that the dragon might be a formidable one. Oh, it seems the system has uncovered something. A mischievous grin suddenly spread across his face. Suchin took out a card representing a 100,000-year soul ring and, in an instant, crushed it. The fragments of the card transformed into radiant light, gradually enveloping his feet. Before long, a crimson soul ring materialized beneath him. Suchin conversed with the system within his mind. System, I have completed everything. Is it time to address the matter concerning the tank surname? Host. There is no need to rush. We must proceed step by step. Allow me to present you with a novice task. Oh, what task? Speak. And I assure you I will accomplish it. Ding. Please encounter Gu Yuna. Reward, a pack of spicy strips. Failure, a reduction of 5 centimeters in length. Suchin doubted that he had misheard. Wait, what did you say? I said you must sleep with Gu Yuna, or else, haha. You understand that your dignity as a man will be lost. What the hell? System, what kind of absurd task have you assigned me? I could accept the notion of sleeping with a mature woman, but you want me to sleep with a dragon, and to make matters worse, a little girl. I see. Host, you have chosen poorly, haven't you? Very well, I shall reduce your height by 5 centimeters. What on earth? Do you possess no humanity? I possess no humanity. I am merely a system. System, are you doing this on purpose? Suchin harbored profound suspicions that the system was intentionally targeting him. The reward for completing the task was utterly absurd, merely a packet of spicy snacks. Why not offer a packet of Wei Long instead? What made matters worse was that this was his first experience. He had intended to present it to the person he would cherish most in the future. The system responded, "I did it on purpose, but what can you possibly do about it?" Upon hearing this response, Su Chun erupted in frustration. "Are you out of your mind? If you're ill, seek treatment. I'm not a veterinarian. Can you not behave normally? Look at how other systems treat their hosts with kindness, while you persistently oppose me. Am I not acting in your best interest? Gu Yuna is renowned as a beauty in Douluo, the dream of countless men. I am merely considering your well-being." With a sardonic tone, he continued, "Thank you very much, but this little girl does not harbor any affection for me. I am a civilized individual. I cannot engage in such unlawful acts." The system retorted, "I can resolve all your issues. Just put in the effort." "Resolve my issues? Are you suggesting that you would resort to drugging her? What a joke. Others possess the prowess of a dragon, while your remedies are utterly useless. Host, look behind you." Su Chun turned his head in confusion, and suddenly his breath caught in his throat. He discovered that the little girl before him was completely undressed. Her face flushed as she gazed at him. It was utterly bewildering. "System, what on earth have you done? Why has this dragon suddenly become like this?" Responding to the host, the system replied, "I administered a special potion. Rest assured, if she does not engage in a union of yin and yang with you, she will perish." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. "What on earth, system? How could you commit such an act? Do you possess no sense of morality? That individual is but an innocent little girl. What relevance does this hold for me?" "Indeed, it has nothing to do with you," the system retorted. "However, I am merely assisting the host, which is why I administered the special effects drug. Therefore, it is undoubtedly pertinent to you." Su Chun could hardly restrain his frustration, wishing he could slap himself. Ding! All host powers have been sealed. In an instant, all of Su Chen's strength vanished. "System, what on earth are you doing?" "Oh, it's nothing. I simply fear you might escape." Su Chun swallowed hard, retreating incessantly. He glanced at the ancient Yuna in front of him, who was extending her 2 claws towards him, her eyes sparkling with a golden gleam. "Ahem, dragon sister, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Su Chun immediately dashed towards the cave entrance, only to be abruptly halted by a barrier that appeared before him. Su Chun was taken aback. "Is this the work of the system? Please let me out swiftly. System malfunction in progress." "What?" At this moment, Su Chun felt as if a myriad of ants were crawling within his heart. He turned his gaze towards Gu Yuna and said, "Dragon sister, allow me to express that emotionless substances are akin to scattered sand. Thus, to impose forcefully is utterly incorrect." However, Gu Yuna seemed entirely oblivious to his words. In an instant, she appeared before Su Chun and lunged towards him. Su Chun was taken aback. "Sister Long, please don't." 2 hours later, Gu Yuna stirred from his slumber, only to find himself in a bewildering scene. He glanced at himself, then turned to look at Su Chun, who lay beside him. In an instant, fury ignited within him. "Scoundrel!" he exclaimed, followed by a sharp clap. Su Chun lay upon the stone, appearing as if he were on the brink of death. Do you comprehend the tribulations he has endured? With his mortal frame, he has engaged in over 20 fierce battles against a dragon, coming perilously close to demise. He sensed that Gu Yuna had awakened, yet he remained still, consumed by a desire for oblivion. The irony lies in the fact that it was Gu Yuna who had empowered him, leaving the impression that he had somehow bested her. Su Chun increasingly felt aggrieved. "Host, are you enjoying yourself?" With a mischievous smile, upon hearing that voice, Su Chun abruptly sat up, pointing at the sky and cursing vehemently, "System, damn you. Let me tell you, from this day forth, I hold a grudge against you." What a load of nonsense. "Oh, very well, your powers have been restored." Gu Yuna, seated beside Su Chun, now gazed at him with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, exclaiming, "Human, what on earth have you done?" Su Chun turned his head in shock to gaze at Gu Yuna, exclaiming, "What have I done? How dare you? Clearly, it was you who acted upon me. Yet you audaciously accuse me, am I right?" Gu Yuna, taken aback by his words, responded with confusion, "What have I done to you?" Su Chun was on the verge of spitting blood upon hearing these words. Su Chun recounted every detail of the process to Gu Yuna, including the movements and postures. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna's face flushed a deep crimson. "How could I possibly do such a thing? You cannot expect that from me. Could it be me who is to undertake this? I must inform you that this is my first experience as well. Well, I shall not be involved any further. I am taking my leave. You may handle it as you wish, but for this instance, I grant you my forgiveness." Upon finishing his words, Su Chun, bare-skinned, soared into the sky utilizing the wild Emperor Martial soul. "Halt. Mortal, you must take responsibility for your actions towards me. Upon hearing this, Suchin expressed his disdain, showing little interest in Gu Yuna's words. Ding. The host's powers have been completely sealed. Su Chan was taken aback. He lowered his head to glance below and, in an instant, plummeted downwards. System. Damn it. Gu Yuna looked at Su Chin with a puzzled expression. Just moments ago, this human had soared into the air. Why had he suddenly fallen? Nevertheless, she swiftly darted forward and caught Su Chin. Su Chin glanced around, feeling himself for any injuries, and, upon realizing he was unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. He discovered that it was Gu Yuna who had caught him. The position was utterly bewildering. Was this truly a Princess Carrie? Gu Yuna looked at Su Chin with a cheerful smile. You are Su Chin, aren't you? Rest assured, I mean you no harm. At this point, Su Chin was far too preoccupied with his own thoughts to contemplate her words. He had already cursed the system 1,000 times over. It's all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. What splendid weather we have today. Do not change the subject, she retorted. Let me make it clear. After what you did to me, starting today, you are my husband. What? No. I absolutely refuse. I am only 21. This notion of marriage is far too premature. Just look at you. You are so young. It would be a disadvantage for you to be with me, wouldn't it? I don't even have a single piece of clothing. I am utterly impoverished. I am over 10,000 years old. Oh, you see, you are merely over 10,000 years old? What? You are over 10,000 years old? Have you consumed a ginseng fruit or something? How have you lived so long? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna became displeased. With a flick of her wrist, she returned to her own home. Chapter 3. You must take responsibility for me. Su Chin now desires to run, yet the dog system has shackled his abilities. Alas, it is truly unfortunate. Nevertheless, he resolves to take each step as it comes. Su Chin returned to Gu Yuna's residence. He glanced around and noticed that Gu Yuna was lost in thought. Curiosity piqued, he approached her and inquired, "What occupies your mind?" Upon seeing Su Chin approach, Gu Yuna rolled her eyes and replied, "It's nothing, just contemplating some matters." He pressed further, "What matters are you pondering? Feel free to share them with me." Gu Yuna looked at Su Chin with intrigue and asked, "Can you assist me in dealing with those individuals?" Su Chin wore a bewildered expression. "Whom do you wish for me to confront?" "God. Are those deities truly formidable?" "Indeed, they are quite powerful. The injuries I bear are a testament to their might. But your wounds, why have I not seen them?" Su Chin glanced at Gu Yuna, noticing the prominent veins on her forehead. It was no surprise she couldn't see. After all, I am now her husband, and she cannot leave me. What? This is rather hasty, isn't it? There is nothing hasty about it. I don't mind at all. What do you care? Very well, very well. Su Chin found himself in a rather helpless situation, unexpectedly becoming the husband of a dragon. System. Regarding the gods that Gu Yuna speaks of, can I contend with them? To answer the host, a mere finger can suffice. Indeed, a mere glance could suffice as well. How impressive. Of course, Gu Yuna, I shall assist you in dealing with those deities. Do you not cast a sidelong glance at Su Chin? You are merely a human. True, I may appear to be a human, and indeed I am one. However, I am no ordinary human. To me, the gods you refer to can be vanquished with just a glance. With a piercing gaze, Gu Yuna looked at Su Chin. Do you believe me? Can you not put on some clothing? Your current state makes me uncomfortable. Gu Yuna, blushing, lowered her head as she spoke. Su Chin suddenly realized that he was devoid of any clothing. Dog system, do you have any garments? Surely, you can't be devoid of even a single piece of clothing? Indeed, I do. Then hurry up and provide me with some. I implore you. Fine, I beg you, grant me some attire. Ding. The system wardrobe has been opened. Please make your selection, host. Su Chin glanced around and noticed an array of garments. Oh, system, this ancient costume is quite impressive. It exudes an aura of magnificence. Host. You possess a discerning eye. This is the eternal battle garb of the Emperor of Desolation. It's battle attire. No wonder it appears so formidable. And what about this white garment? Host. This piece is the casual wear of the Emperor of Desolation from the upper realm. In that case, I shall select both. The battle armor for combat, and the white attire for leisure. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped Su Chin, and the white garment materialized upon him. His hair was tied in a ponytail, adorned with a golden hairpiece at the back of his head. Clothed in white, he donned gold and white shoulder armor and white boots. His striking features, sharp brows and bright eyes, emanated an aura of dominance, while his hands were wrapped in crimson cloth. Gu Yuna, observing from the side, was left utterly astonished, her mouth agape. This outfit is rather pleasant. It feels quite comfortable to wear. Suchin observed his new attire. How did you conjure these clothes? Douluo inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. Of course, I have my own methods. Do not ask so many questions. Oh, but they do appear rather appealing. Naturally, your husband is renowned for his striking looks. Pfft, such vanity. All right, let us depart. Take me to the divine realm you mentioned. I shall address them immediately. Is it not too soon? My wounds have yet to heal. I cannot protect you. Who said anything about you protecting me? I shall handle it myself. Su-chun, communicate with the system. Restore my strength. And I shall assist Gu Yuna in dealing with those deities. The system replied, I do not recommend you engage with them. Why not? I am now Gu Yuna's husband. She is my wife. Is it not natural for me to help her? The system responded, if you confront them now, what will happen to the subsequent narrative? The narrative is of no concern to me. Hurry, restore my powers so I can resolve this swiftly. Very well, I can grant you that. But if you wish to return home afterward, you must undertake fewer tasks. Should you fail to return, do not hold me accountable. What do you mean by that? Suchin was baffled, for there would be tasks concerning the deities later on. Then why not assign me the task in advance? The system replied, this is beyond my control. Although I am the system, tasks are assigned by my superiors. My role is merely to assist you. How useless you are. Host, do you still desire to engage in another union of yin and yang? I am indifferent to the matter. Please, no. My back still aches. If we go through that again, I truly might break. Suchin recalled the scenes from earlier, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Once or twice. It might have been manageable, but 20 times nearly cost him his life. Well, for now, there is no task assigned to you. You may take a moment to rest. When a task arises, I shall remind you. Ah, very well. Suchin returned to sit beside Douluo, saying, let us discuss it once you have recovered. It would not be appropriate for me to intervene at this moment. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Suchin suddenly realized that despite the passage of time, he had yet to consume any sustenance. Although his stomach was not grumbling with hunger, he felt the need to partake in a morsel. System, where are my spicy strips? Host, they are located within the system's repository. You may retrieve them yourself. How remarkably advanced. Suchin opened the system warehouse and gazed at the spicy snack before him. His expression darkening instantly. System, come out this instant. Do you wish to face my wrath? What troubles you, host? Is this truly the extent of the spicy strips? Such a minuscule package? I have heard of the brand, Spicy Prince, yet you have bestowed upon me the smallest variant. What does this signify? I sacrificed my first experience for this. Apologies, dear host, but I am, alas, impoverished. Begone. Oh, forget it. It is still better than nothing. Who would have thought that my inaugural sacrifice would yield but a mere packet of spicy strips? If my mother were to discover this, she would surely be exasperated. Su-chun recalled the moment when his father wielded a 7-card wolf against him, causing him to tremble with fear. Su-chun, why are you shivering? Oh, it's nothing. Just that the weather is quite chilly. Is that so? Yes. Then is it still cold? Douluo embraced Su-chun. And he turned to her with a bewildered expression. Why do you trust me so much? We have only known each other for a short while. Well, I don't know, but you are my husband now, and I believe I should have faith in you. Su-chun was momentarily touched. He embraced Gu Yuna and exclaimed, what a delightful little girl. Gu Yuna, taken aback, inquired, what does little girl mean? Su-chun elucidated, it refers to someone very petite. Yuna pondered, is that why you think I am too small? Su-chun quickly reassured her, no, not at all. I am quite delighted, after all. 9 out of 10 petite girls are wealthy, and the 10th resides in a villa. Yuna gazed at Su-chun with a look of bewilderment, feeling that she could not quite grasp his words. All right, you must be tired. Would you like to take a moment to rest? Su-chun gently patted Gu Yuna's back and said, well, I shall take my leave to rest now, but you mustn't wander off. Rest assured, I shall not stray far. I merely wish to take a brief stroll. Very well. Su-chun regained his strength and soared into the sky. He contemplated the need for money to procure some sustenance. That packet of spicy strips was something he was reluctant to consume. Who could say how long he would remain in this place? Once eaten, it would be gone. In truth, the system had not informed Su-chun that these items were indeed redeemable. Su-chun surveyed the terrain, glancing around to find an assortment of peculiar creatures, each more bizarre than the last, none of which he recognized. There appears to be a rabbit over there. Excellent. Today, it shall be you. The delicate-boned rabbit was blissfully nibbling on the azure silver grass, wholly oblivious to the impending danger. Suchin descended from the sky like a superhero, landing on the ground, which instantly cracked several meters upon impact. Suchin was equally startled. He hadn't exerted much force, merely a gentle touch, yet he inadvertently disrupted the earth beneath him. A wave of regret washed over him. "Stay still, rabbit." The delicate rabbit, startled by the commotion caused by Suchin's descent, had already made a swift escape, hopping away in a flurry. "Don't run, rabbit." With a swift step, Suchin unleashed the true dragon treasure technique, a skill he had unearthed from the memories of the ancient heavenly emperor during the awakening of his martial soul. Eager to test its formidable power, an intricate formation materialized behind him, revealing an immense golden dragon that soared forth to strike at the delicate-boned rabbit. Suchin extended his hand forward and exclaimed, "Go forth, Pikachu." But no, it was truly the dragon treasure technique. Upon hearing Suchin's words, the dragon behind him lunged towards the soft-boned rabbit with fierce intent. The rabbit, caught off guard, stood frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. However, Suchin's precious technique failed to strike true and veered off course, causing the rabbit to roll its eyes and collapse to the ground, motionless. Suchin gaped at the true dragon treasure technique, observing the point of impact. In an instant, as the golden dragon descended, an explosion erupted, obliterating everything within a radius of several kilometers. He sighed, realizing that adjustments were necessary. This technique resembled a nuclear bomb. Even with the minimal power he had employed, the devastation was overwhelming. As Suchin landed, he beheld a fallen rabbit on the ground. His expression one of perplexity as he picked it up for inspection. How peculiar it appeared. Was it fit for consumption? What if it were toxic? Yet, it seemed that the rabbit had succumbed to fright. Never mind, for his grandmother had always imparted the wisdom that one must not waste. Suchin flew directly back to the entrance of Guyuna's cave, casting the rabbit aside. He then set out to gather some dry firewood. "System, do you have any seasonings or such items?" he inquired. "Host, given your capabilities, why not simply venture to the human realm for sustenance? Why go through all this trouble? I am a good person. Isn't that enough? Enough with the chatter. Bring them to me quickly. I know you must have them." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired all seasonings from Earth, now stored in your inventory." "Exactly, that's it." Suchin retrieved the spices from the warehouse, surveying the ample assortment available. "System, where is the lighter?" he inquired. "There isn't one. Given your capabilities, how dare you ask me for a lighter? Leave. What purpose do you serve?" Suchin shook his head, disregarding the system. With a snap of his fingers, the dry firewood on the ground ignited in an instant. "System, how can I cook without a pot? Hurry, bring me a pot." "What do you mean, what?" "Move quickly, stop dawdling." Alas, just like that, Suchin managed to gather all the necessary cooking utensils, even retrieving an electric rice cooker. He found it rather peculiar. Was the system foolish? How could one utilize an electric rice cooker without electricity? Suchin skillfully attended to the rabbit's carcass, deftly skinning it with remarkable efficiency. In an instant, the task was completed, revealing that it was not particularly challenging. My mother often remarks on how troublesome it is to prepare chickens and fish, yet this rabbit, being an animal as well, posed no significant difficulty. Suchin placed the rabbit upon the grill, then sprinkled it generously with cumin and spices. The most exquisite ingredients are often prepared in the simplest manner, resulting in perfection. Isn't this quite easy? I shall also prepare a delightful rabbit soup. Before long, Suchin had everything ready. He settled into a spot, patting his backside before taking a seat, knowing he needed to wait a moment longer. In an instant, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, reaching Guyuna in her cave. Curiosity piqued, she ventured out to inquire, "What are you up to?" "I am cooking," Suchin replied. "You have arrived just in time. This is my first attempt at culinary artistry, and you are in for a treat." "Cooking? Is it for eating?" she asked. Indeed. Come, sit here and wait." "Very well." At that moment, a cold sweat trickled down Tion as he returned to his lair. The image of Suchin attacking the rabbit was still vivid in his mind. Initially, upon seeing a human intrude into his territory, he had intended to drive them away. However, witnessing Suchin's prowess left him dumbfounded, prompting a hasty retreat. Damn it! Why is that human so formidable? Could they be from the divine realm? No. I must inform the big sister, otherwise, she may be in danger. Suchin was reclining on Guyuna's lap. "My dear wife, aren't you feeling rather bored here?" "Not at all," she replied. "I find it quite pleasant. This place is rather suitable for my recovery." "Where are you injured? And why would a deity wish to harm you?" Suchin was equally perplexed. prompting Gu Yuna to recount to him all the events that had transpired in the divine realm. Upon hearing this, Su Chen also felt a surge of displeasure. How hypocritical! Have you been here all alone? Not at all. Within this forest, there exist other spirit beasts, including my subordinate, the divine beast Emperor Tian, who is tasked with overseeing this region. Why haven't I seen him? Because I have sent him out to investigate the situation among humans. Rest assured, you are my wife. I shall safeguard you, and no one can harm you. At that moment, Emperor Tian, assuming a human form, appeared tall and robust. Clad in black attire, his muscles prominently displayed. Boss, something is amiss. The divine is here. As Emperor Tian prepared to convey this to Gu Yuna, he suddenly spotted a familiar face and began to stutter while pointing at Su Chen. Gu Yuna, wearing an unhappy expression, glared at Emperor Tian and demanded, "What do you mean something is wrong? Boss, you must quickly distance yourself from that deity. He has been sent by the divine realm to confront us," Emperor Tian said, anxiously glancing at Su Chen. Su Chen and Gu Yuna were both utterly bewildered. Tian, what nonsense are you spouting? He is my husband. How could he possibly be sent by the divine realm? Hey, old man, what are you talking about? I've been with my wife the entire time. How could he be from the divine realm? Chapter 4. Stirring everyone's curiosity once the rabbit was roasted. Su Chen tore off a leg and handed it to Gu Yuna. System, I inquire about my current strength. I am rather uncertain. You neither allow me to confront the child of destiny nor permit me to venture into the divine realm. Responding to the host, the system has already diminished your power. Presently, your strength is at the level of a god king, though should you encounter a being of greater power, the system will automatically lift the suppression. I see. That makes sense. It's quite the task to manage such power. When I caught the rabbit, that was my absolute minimum strength. Su Chen, what is this? It tastes rather peculiar yet quite palatable. This is roasted rabbit. It is exceedingly delicious. Rabbit? Is it a soft-boned rabbit? Indeed. Tian, observing from the side, was salivating. For Su Chen's roasted rabbit was irresistibly fragrant. Big brother, could you possibly spare me a taste? Su Chen cast a sidelong glance at Tian, then turned his attention to the rabbit, realizing there were scarcely any left. He resolutely declined, pondering why he would feast upon such an adorable creature. Tian, bewildered, inquired, "Then what is it that you hold in your hand?" After a moment of contemplation, he sighed in resignation. Feeling a sense of injustice, Tian departed, pondering why he could not simply distance himself to avoid the enticing aroma. "Darling, I cannot remain in the forest indefinitely. I have other matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna was momentarily taken aback. "Are you suggesting that you intend to leave? Where are you headed? Is it towards the realm of humans?" "Indeed. As I have certain tasks to accomplish." "I understand. I shall await your return faithfully." "Yes, my dear." Su Chen believed that since the system had designated him as the antagonist, it was inevitable that he would seek trouble with someone surnamed Tang. Thus, he realized he must depart from the forest. After finishing his meal, Su Chen tidied up the pot and casually tossed it into the system space, allowing the system to clean it thoroughly. "Darling," he said, "I'm going to take a short nap. I'm feeling a bit drowsy." Su Chen took Gu Yuna's hand and returned to the cave, lying down on a stone slab as Gu Yuna prepared to remove her garments. Upon turning his head, Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise as he immediately intervened. "Ahem, my dear wife, we are merely resting. Your presence is not necessary." Gu Yuna gazed at Su Chen in confusion, and he relinquished his hold, lying down beside him. Gu Yuna continued to observe Su Chen, who had already succumbed to slumber, utterly unperturbed by any potential dangers. After all, with the protection of the canine system, what was there to fear? 3 hours later, the sky had darkened. Su Chen stretched languidly as he rose from his slumber. Glancing at the side, he noticed Gu Yuna and approached to touzle her hair gently. "Why are you not sleeping?" he inquired. "I seldom require sleep," she replied. "Ah, I seem to have forgotten that you are a dragon." Su Chen rose from his slumber and peered out of the cave entrance, only to find that the sky had turned to darkness. "Goodness, have I really slept for so long? Ah, it is already evening." Su Chen felt a certain discomfort. He was accustomed to sleeping on a plush, soft bed back on earth, and suddenly resting upon a stone felt rather unfamiliar. Su Chen lifted his gaze toward the sky, squinting slightly. Are there shooting stars in Douluo as well? My dear, hurry over. Look, there's a meteor. Make a wish." Gu Yuna, perplexed, walked towards Su Chen. "Su Chen, what is a shooting star?" She glanced up at the sky and immediately became alert, grasping Su Chen's hand and swiftly fleeing. Su Chen appeared utterly bewildered. My dear wife, why are you fleeing at such a late hour? Su-chin, they have already discovered my whereabouts. Who? Su-chin was momentarily taken aback. It was from the realm of the divine. I am uncertain how they managed to track me down. Su-chin, we must flee. Gu Yuna is still recovering and is not fit for battle. How many of them are there? A multitude. How many is that? 3. What? Only 3? What is it? Su-chin wore an expression of utter disbelief. To his astonishment, he had anticipated a formidable army, only to be confronted by a mere trio of lunatics. Su-chin halted his footsteps, and Gu Yuna followed suit. With a puzzled expression, Gu Yuna turned to look at Su-chin. Why have you stopped running? Su-chin, we must hurry. I cannot protect you on my own. Su-chin smiled warmly as he gently ruffled Gu Yuna's hair. Fear not, your husband is invincible. What nonsense are you talking about, Su-chin? We must hurry and flee. How could you, a mere human who cannot even take flight, possibly contend with a deity? Upon hearing these words, Su-chin clutched his chest, expressing that it was all the fault of that wretched system. Had it not been for the system, he would not have plummeted from the sky mid-flight, resulting in a rather unexpected princess carried by Gu Yuna. Su-chin gently rubbed Gu Yuna's cheek, reassuring her. Do not worry, I assure you, your husband is invincible. Gu Yuna, observing the serious expression on Su-chin's face, stood resolutely before him, declaring, Very well. Let us confront them head-on. Su-chin released Gu Yuna's hand and lifted his gaze towards the visibly approaching meteor. As the meteor drew nearer, 3 divine beings emerged. Gu Yuna prepared to take flight, but suddenly, a force restrained her, none other than Su-chin. My dear wife, simply enjoy your popcorn and watch the spectacle. I shall return shortly. Gu Yuna, bewildered, exclaimed, Su-chin, what nonsense are you speaking? Hurry and leave. I will hold them off. Su-chin disregarded their words, soaring into the void with explosive speed towards the 3 deities. The trio gazed at Su-chin in bewilderment, questioning, is he a terrestrial soul master? Why is he approaching us? Enough of this idle chatter, one of them urged. He is undoubtedly trying to buy time. We must act swiftly. Lord Azura has commanded us to eliminate the Silver Dragon King post-haste. Su-chin glanced at the 3 deities before him and disdainfully remarked, how utterly grotesque. Human soul master. You would do well to depart swiftly, lest you face my indifference. Su-chin disregarded Shin's words and unleashed a speed invisible to the naked eye, declaring, What right do you, who have lived in comfort and privilege, have to threaten me? Su-chin struck with a divine fist, landing a blow that instantly impacted the deity's abdomen. The divine being was sent flying, colliding with the mountain, utterly obliterated. The other 2 deities had yet to react. Su-chin effortlessly dispatched them with a single punch for each adversary, expressing that it was all done with ease and without exerting any effort. Gu Yuna, witnessing this spectacle from below, was utterly astounded. As Su-chin touched down, he glanced at Gu Yuna and said, So, my dear wife, what do you think? I told you I am quite formidable. However, she responded, Wait, I was merely tired. Yes, that's right, I was tired. Gu Yuna looked at Su-chin with a puzzled expression, wanting to articulate her thoughts, yet for some inexplicable reason, words failed her. But enough of the buts, he interjected. All right. My dear, let us return home. Very well, she conceded. What Su-chin was unaware of was that his recent assault had stirred all forces across the continent. In the hall of worship of the Spirit Hall, a golden-haired man opened his eyes, glancing towards the direction of the Douluo forest. How peculiar. This surge of power. Could it be that individual has emerged? Tang Hao also noticed the commotion in the direction of the Douluo forest. He pondered. Why is there such a formidable energy fluctuation over there? Could it be that esteemed figure from the Spirit Hall? Jian Dao Qinshin of the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School, also cast his gaze towards the forest, frowning but remaining silent. Su-chin, are you truly formidable? Do you not still wish to inquire further? Her curiosity piqued. Su-chin replied courteously, Of course I am impressive. I am your husband. If I am not remarkable, then who is? Gu Yuna squinted at Su-chin. Why do I feel there is something peculiar about your words? No, there is nothing strange about it, he insisted. Su-chin surveyed his surroundings and, finding no one in sight, effortlessly carried Gu Yuna in a princess embrace back to the cave. The Shura of the divine realm gazed at the mirror before him, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Who could this individual be? That even I perceive a hint of peril emanating from them? Yet, they are merely human. How could they possibly contend with a deity? Su-chin returned to the cave, reclining on the stone as he sipped water. Su-chin, let us have a baby, she proposed with a playful tone. Su-chin gazed at Gu Yuna in utter astonishment. Ahem, isn't it a bit premature? We have only known each other for less than 8 hours. Is it customary to become so intimate so quickly? Are you unwilling to have children? I have heard that in your human culture, once a girl marries a boy, she is expected to bear offspring. That is sheer nonsense. Who told you such things? It is what your kind says. Is it not true? Very well. Suchin felt helpless. Well, let us have a baby, he said. Wait. Wait. You are a dragon, and I am a human. How could we possibly have a child? If we did, it would result in a little dragon-human hybrid. And if it were a girl, it would be a little dragon maiden. No, no, no. I refuse. I refuse. Suchan expressed that the thought of allowing Long to conceive and bear children was utterly unfathomable to him. Nevertheless, curiosity began to stir within him. Could it be true that dragons can indeed reproduce with humans? System, do you have a moment? Host, what is your inquiry? I was merely pondering. If I were to be with Guyuna, could we have children? Why do you ask such a question? I'm simply asking out of curiosity. Of course. You could have children, and the lineage you both produce would be exceedingly powerful. Then, system, if Guyuna and I were to have children, might we end up with little dragonfolk adorned with ears and tails? Host, has your mind taken a leave of absence? In this world, the fated children are born from the union of humans and blue silvergrass. Others appear quite normal. Do you truly believe that your offspring with Guyuna would be any different? Is that so? Very well, I understand now. You may take your leave, system. Suchan pondered carefully, and he concluded that it was still too early for him to be born. Ah, indeed. I almost forgot to mention, dear host. Conversing with Guyuna may pose certain challenges. Why is that? Because in this realm, you do not quite belong to it. And coupled with a trace of the bloodline of the wild emperor, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the inhabitants of this world, including soul beasts and others, to give rise to new offspring. Upon hearing these words, Suchin appeared utterly bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend. System, what are you referring to? I am a bit confused. Ah, the meaning is quite simple. Your prowess is exceptionally formidable, and Guyuna's strength is also considerable in this realm. Therefore, the more powerful one becomes, the more challenging it is to conceive. Do you understand? Is that so? Furthermore, regarding your earlier statement about possessing a trace of the bloodline of the Emperor of Desolation, it strikes me as rather peculiar, almost as if I were his offspring. Host, you greatly overestimate yourself. What you possess is merely a minuscule fraction, while 99.99 is inherently yours, and a mere 0.00001 is from the Emperor. Nonsense, no desire to elaborate. What? Just a tiny bit, yet it is so potent? Of course. Now, regarding your earlier inquiry about having children, what is your intention? You do not intend to procreate with Guyuna, do you? How could that be? I could simply seek companionship elsewhere. Why would I need to pursue a dragon? Ah, suit yourself. After bidding farewell to the system, Suchin turned his head and regarded Guyuna with a complex expression. According to reason, he could never abandon her. However, the paths of humans and beasts diverged, and he felt it inappropriate to lay blame. What is the matter? Guyuna asked, her eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at Suchin. Oh, it's nothing, just lost in thought, he replied. Guyuna, do you truly believe it is right for us to be together? Upon hearing his words, Guyuna paused momentarily but quickly responded, I cannot say that I harbor feelings of affection for you. Yet after what transpired today, you have become my husband. Suchin gazed speechlessly at Guyuna, pondering the naivete of this dragon, who so easily aligned herself with another. I believe that our union is ill-fated. Why? Because you are a dragon, and I am but a mere human. Is that so? I bear no grievance regarding this. What do you find objectionable? It transcends mere preference. Allow me to elucidate. The prospect of us procreating is fraught with difficulty, and as a human, it is imperative for me to have children with my wife. Do you comprehend my predicament? Ding. The host's powers have been sealed. Huh? What mischief are you up to now, system? Suchin was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the system's inexplicable antics in the dead of night. Meanwhile, Guyuna, beside him, felt a sudden rush of warmth envelop her, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Suchin's silhouette. Hey, system, come out and explain yourself. What on earth are you up to? Suchin was entirely oblivious to the presence of Guyuna behind him. At this moment, Guyuna was devoid of any clothing, her icy cold hands grazing the back of Suchin. Suchin felt a chill creeping along his back, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Stop it, Guyuna. I am quite occupied at the moment. However, Guyuna remained silent, extending her tongue to incessantly caress the skin along Suchin's back. Suddenly, Suchin felt a shiver run down his spine. Guyuna? What are you doing? Guyuna? My dear wife? Suchin called out several times, only to realize that Guyuna was unresponsive. With a look of curiosity, he turned his head to glance over, only to be taken aback. What the hell? Is this another trick of yours, system? Host, how could I possibly be that kind of person? Damn it, quickly resolve the effects of the drug in Guyuna's system. If it can't be undone, the only way to counteract it is through a more extreme method. What? No, no, no. My body can't take it. I can already feel a deep ache in my lower back. If it happens again, I might just collapse. Suchin recalled the scenes from the day. It was his first experience. What began as a sense of comfort gradually morphed into an overwhelming fear, leaving him apprehensive even at the thought of it. It's nothing to worry about, host. The system believes in you. Why do I feel that this entire situation is orchestrated by you, this wretched system? Host. I have finally witnessed your brilliance. Suchin. Very well, system. I must inform you that your end is nigh. You are truly finished. Do you Na? Sister Na, please, save me. Guyuna revealed her two sharp canine teeth and lunged directly towards Suchin below. Chapter 6. The Encounter Between the Rabbit and the Grass. Host, the matter concerning Yu Xiaojing cannot yet be resolved. Suchin wore a bewildered expression. Why? He was not even surnamed Tang. Suchin was rendered speechless. He could not comprehend the peculiarities of this system. It responded to the host, asserting that he was the child of destiny, a pivotal figure, and thus could not be eliminated for the time being. All right, I understand, he replied. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed from behind him, prompting Suchun to swiftly sidestep and evade the attack. Suchun turned his icy gaze towards Tang Shan, realizing that this fellow had audaciously launched a surprise attack on him. Why did you resort to such treachery? He inquired. Tang Shan retracted his silent dart and replied solemnly. Those who betray their master have already sealed their own fate. Suchun did not dwell on trivial matters, although he could not eliminate the loathsome Tangshan at this moment. He knew that the day would inevitably come. If not for the desire to return home, Suchin lowered his head to glance at the half-conscious Yu Xiaojing, giving him a firm kick before entering the academy. Suchun entered the academy and inquired with someone before seeking out the principal. The principal was attending to his duties, observing the treatment of a student, when suddenly a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? It's me. I have come to register. Come in, the principal replied, lowering his gaze to the young girl before him. Where is your Wuhu and Hall certificate? Suchin was taken aback. Is this really necessary? I don't have it. Then you may leave, the principal replied dismissively. I could simply provide the tuition fee directly. Very well, the principal retorted, it will be 100 gold soul coins. Suchin reached into his pocket, only to realize that he seemed to be devoid of any funds. System, come forth. What is the matter? Hurry and provide me with some money. Otherwise, how am I to register? I assure you, if you do not comply, I shall obliterate Tangshan this very moment. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have received 100 million gold soul coins, which have been deposited into the system's repository and can be claimed automatically. Suchan directly reached into the system's repository and retrieved 100 golden soul coins, tossing them before the principal. Is this sufficient? The principal, upon seeing the money, instantly adopted a courteous demeanor. Certainly, certainly. So, does this mean my enrollment is successful? Yes, indeed. May I inquire about your esteemed surname? Su. You may address me as Miss Su. Ah, splendid. Allow me to register your enrollment certificate at once. If I may ask, Miss Su, how old are you? I am 26 years old. Suchin almost let it slip. May I inquire, Miss Su, what is your soul power? Level 10. Suchin believed that merely mentioning this matter sufficed, as it was merely a task to be completed. What? You are referring to level 10? What is the matter? Is it too few? The principal, upon hearing Suchin's response, almost spat blood in disbelief. Do you have any idea how many 6-year-olds achieve level 10? Do you think they are as common as cabbages? No. Miss Su is truly an extraordinary talent. A rarity in a century. Stop flattering. Let us resolve this promptly. Very well. Suchin swiftly succeeded in his enrollment, and the principal assigned him a luxurious single dormitory. Suchin sat on the bed, addressing the system. Have I completed this task? Hurry up, present the next one, so I can return home. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received 100,000-year soul ring card, along with a successful energy replenishment of 0. 01. Suchin doubted his ears. What was this about a system? From 0. 01? Indeed, that seemed excessive. How many tasks must I undertake? Let me be clear. I refuse to comply. There is no trust among people. I am not even human. Fine. Why did you not inform me sooner? In this predicament, I might as well spend time with my foolish wife rather than waste it here. You didn't even inquire. All right, all right. How unfortunate must your previous host have been to end up with a repugnant system like you? Responding to the host, my previous host was invincible. Who are you trying to deceive with that nonsense? Invincible, indeed. Go away, go away. I'm off to do some shopping. Do not approach me. Your presence is irritating. Suchin believed that having already arrived in the realm of humanity, he should indulge in some leisure activities. As for the tasks assigned by the system, he could hardly muster the motivation to concern himself with them. As Suchin stepped out of the school gates, he noticed that Yu Xiaojiang had vanished from sight. He thought little of it. After all, he was merely a charlatan. However, as Suchin continued on his way, a young girl approached him, skipping with delight. Hello there. Suchin was taken aback, gazing at the resplendent pink dress before him, adorned with 2 pink ears that would strike terror even in the hearts of the bravest men. Is there something you need? He inquired. Could you please direct me to Notting College? Suchin, speechless, pointed behind him. However, he soon realized that the little girl before him was extraordinary. System, reveal yourself. Is there something you wish to convey? Why does this girl exude an aura reminiscent of Emperor Tian from the Stardow Forest? Ah, now it becomes clear. She is indeed a spirit beast. Oh, how intriguing. Since she is a spirit beast, she must be associated with Gu Yuna's group. Perhaps it is best to let her be. To respond to the host. She is the wife of the Child of Fortune. Upon hearing this, Suchin nearly stumbled. What? Although I was compelled. This is a soul beast of 100,000 years. Who could possibly take it down in Tongshan? Allow me to recount the storyline of the two for you. Here is how the matter unfolds. Upon hearing this, Suchin felt an overwhelming wave of emotion. It turns out that the bond between them was fraught with difficulties. Host, please refrain from putting on an act here. With your temperament, you would readily eliminate anyone at a moment's notice. All right, you've caught me. However, I must say that this Tongshan truly exhibits a remarkable double standard. Fine, I am not here for idle chatter. I will notify you when the time comes for annihilation. Very well, you may leave now. After bidding farewell to the civilization system, Suchin glanced at the little girl who was approximately his age. What is your name? He inquired. Upon hearing Suchin's question, Xiao Wu immediately spun around in place and exclaimed, I am called Xiao Wu, the dancer. Suchin couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon seeing it. Goodness, a 10,000-year-old rabbit, still pretending to be cute, having birthed who knows how many offspring. Suchin suddenly felt that it was better to have a pet than a wife, as pets were obedient. Oh, it turns out to be Xiao Wu. Hello. Welcome to the academy. Thank you. May I ask your name? I'm surnamed Su. Oh, so you're sister Su. Well, Xiao Wu, I have other matters to attend to. You may go and register now. Thank you. With that, Xiao Wu skipped away. Suchin gazed at Xiao Wu's retreating figure and sighed, reflecting on how exceedingly polite this rabbit was. The spicy rabbit head dish would surely be most delectable. As Suchin turned around, preparing to make a purchase, he suddenly sensed the presence of an individual nearby, one whom he could dispatch with merely a finger. A wave of vigilance washed over him. How could such a formidable character exist, capable of prompting such a trivial response from him? This was no ordinary encounter. Humph. At last, I've found you. Suchin ventured to a secluded spot, commanding the system to revert his petite form. In an instant, he transformed back into a boy with strikingly sharp brows and starry eyes. With a flicker, he vanished from sight. At that moment, Tang Ritian was concealed amidst the grass, keenly observing. Meow meow. Upon hearing the sound, Tang Ritian swiftly turned, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Who are you? Wuhuan Hall, Su Feiyu, hardly worth mentioning. Came the reply. Upon realizing that Suchin belonged to the Wuhuan Hall, Tang Ritian immediately summoned his meow meow hammer. Since you have discovered me, prepare to meet your demise. With that, he raised the meow meow hammer and hurled it towards Suchin. Suchin exclaimed in astonishment, what a colossal hammer! Then, extending a finger, Suchin caught the attention of Tang Ritian, who responded with a dismissive chuckle. Ha ha ha, it seems you have surrendered, young one. If you must lay blame, let it be upon your very existence in this world. As the hammer collided with Suchin's finger, a formidable shockwave erupted, accompanied by a resounding crack. In an instant, Tang Ritian's martial spirit shattered, propelling him backward and creating a massive crater. He gazed at Suchin in sheer terror. Suchin found himself in a state of helplessness. Though his aura was formidable, it lacked just a hint of strength. Who exactly are you? The Spirit Hall? I have never heard of such a figure as yourself. Of course, I am from the Spirit Hall. What of it? Otherwise, why would I seek you out? Enough of this. I intend to take you back and secure a rise in status and wealth. Suchen immediately assumed a posture as if he were about to apprehend Tang Ritian. Sensing the impending danger, Tang Ritian swiftly rose to his feet. Enduring excruciating pain as he took flight, Suchen immediately reverted to his original demeanor. System, this person cannot be killed, correct? Indeed. Very well then, you may leave. Suchen pondered. Since killing was not an option, why not stir up a bit of trouble? System, what gives? You just let me go, and now you call me back. Are you a bit unhinged? Who is this hammer-wielding individual? He is the father of the child of destiny. All right. Enough of that. Is there anything else? Impatiently. Can you enlighten me on his narrative circumstances? Very well, this is his story. Soon, after hearing the system's narration, Suchen exclaimed in astonishment, what a peculiar family. One is a rabbit, the other is grass. Do they have a vendetta against beasts? That's about the gist of it. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? No? Then you may take your leave. Suchen stroked his chin, glancing in the direction where Tang Ritian had fled. In this world of Douluo, none were virtuous. The spirit hall was no exception. The so-called children of destiny were merely oppressors of the common folk. Do you not harbor grievances against one another? Allow me to stoke the flames of conflict. In an instant, Suchen's figure flickered, soaring directly toward the spirit hall. The map had been provided by the system, otherwise, he would have truly struggled to locate it. Spirit hall. Come forth, all of you. You are now encircled by my solitary presence. Upon hearing Suchen's voice, the inhabitants of the spirit hall immediately cast wary glances skyward. Soon, a flamboyant man from within the Pope's palace ascended into the air, exclaiming, Bold one, how dare you defy the dignity of the Pope's palace? Suchen beheld before him an androgynous figure, a being of ambiguous gender. System, who is this entity? He inquired. Answering the host, this is Zhu Huaguan, an elder of the spirit hall. Can he be eliminated? I have always held a deep-seated disdain for such beings. No, why not? Surely, he is not an adversary of Tang Shan. If I were to assist him, would that not be acceptable? Because of the mission and the energy involved. All right, I understand. Suchen gazed at the chrysanthemum pass before him and spoke directly. You, demon, step aside. I cannot slay you. Summon one who can. The expression on chrysanthemum pass darkened. Trembling as he looked at Suchen, Go die, he exclaimed, invoking his fifth soul skill, golden petals radiating twilight. In an instant, a large blade-shaped chrysanthemum formed, launching several flying daggers towards Suchen. Suchen gazed at the chrysanthemum door in silence. Suchen remained motionless, for he did not believe that these diminutive flying daggers could inflict any harm upon him. The sound of steel clashing echoed through the air. Suchen emerged unscathed. With a mischievous grin, you have struck. Now it is my turn. Suchen swiftly darted forward, exerting a mere 0.01 of his strength, and delivered a resounding slap. The moment Zhu Huaguan perceived Suchen's disappearance, a wave of terror washed over him as he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, Suchen materialized before him. And with a single strike, he slapped Zhu Huaguan's face, sending him hurtling to the ground. He landed heavily, his eyes rolling back in his head, rendering him unconscious. Alas, who dares to claim invincibility when the opponents are so feeble? At that moment, two figures emerged from the Pope's chamber, a woman wielding a scepter and a gaunt man. Suchen glanced at the system and inquired, System, who are these two? Although the woman was quite attractive, she appeared somewhat older. Answering the host, the woman is the current Pontiff Bibi Dong, and the other is the partner of the one you just dispatched. The Pontiff? Huh? TSK, she really is quite striking. Bibi Dong coldly regarded Suchen. Who might you be? Shrek, Su Feiyu, hardly worth mentioning, replied Suchen, who had earlier sought the system's insights regarding the storyline and the lineup of Tangsan. Our spirit hall seems to bear no grudge against you, does it? Indeed, there is no grudge. Well then, I must take my leave. I mistook you for someone else. My apologies. You have offended the spirit hall, and I fear you may not depart so easily today. Suchen cast a disdainful glance at Bibi Dong and smirked, thinking to himself, who could possibly hinder his departure? With a swift motion, Suchen delivered a playful slap to Bibi Dong's rear, the sound echoing, smack. Ha ha, farewell? High Priestess, your backside is indeed quite soft. Upon noticing Suchen's movement, Bibi Dong's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Suddenly, a fiery sting coursed through her. Igniting her indignation, gritting her teeth, she glared at Suchen, vowing, do not even think about escaping. Whoosh! Suchen had vanished without a trace. Bibi Dong immediately summoned her soul power, her fury igniting as she bellowed, members of the spirit hall, heed my command. Spare no effort in locating a place called Shrek. and annihilate it without hesitation. Any disobedience will be met with death. The members of the spirit hall trembled in fear, all kneeling before her. Bibi Dong had never been subjected to such humiliation, especially in front of so many witnesses, as a stranger had audaciously slapped her backside. Upon returning to her chamber, she glanced behind and noticed a large handprint on her rear, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. "You scoundrel, should I ever find you, I, Bibi Dong, shall ensure your torment is relentless." Suchen, after feeling the texture, discovered it to be soft. Host, Bibi Dong has already been favored by the former pope. Upon hearing this, Suchun was taken aback, bewildered by the revelation. Is it truly so? Well, the matter unfolds as follows. Upon hearing this, Suchen suddenly realized that Bibi Dong was indeed a pitiable woman. He contemplated whether he should take good care of her. However, she was already involved with someone else. Presently, she was in the forest, and should they be discovered, conflict might ensue. Chapter 7. Mandala Serpent, Solitary Bamboo. Upon his return to Nottingham Academy, Suchun transformed back into a little girl. She tidied her bed and arranged the quilt. Oh, today has truly been most intriguing. Bibi Dong must be searching everywhere for someone named Shrek. Once she finds Shrek, Tang Ritien. Bibi Dong would never suspect that within the spirit hall, there is no one by the name of Su Feiyu. Host, you truly are a cunning one. What is the matter? You want to let me eliminate them, nor permit me to engage in other pursuits? Well then, isn't that just fine? Ding. Host, please destroy the Tongshen to absorb the Mandala Snake's spirit ring. Reward, National Protector Divine Halberd X1. Reward, Earth Doll X1. Failure, punishment none. Suchen immediately leaped out of bed. System, I am indeed aware of this national treasure weapon. I encountered it in my memories when absorbing my martial soul. However, what on earth is this earthling? Surely it cannot be one of those inflatable dolls. Responding to the host, the system is not merely to observe your solitary existence, but to provide a means for you to vent your frustrations. Go away, go away. Fine, I shall take my leave. After careful contemplation, Suchen realized that the reward from the system was indeed within his grasp. At present, he was in need of weaponry. Although the Hebadong martial soul could transform into an ice spear, it hardly constituted a genuine weapon. Could he perhaps shatter the Tongshen and absorb the Mandala Snake? Suchun pondered for a moment and realized there were no stipulations regarding the number of years to absorb. Thus, why not? Suchun inexplicably chuckled, emitting a series of cackles. In Tongshen, for reasons unknown, he had witnessed Yu Xiaojiang's incompetence yet still wished to apprentice under him. Once a teacher, forever a father. Knock. Knock, knock. Good child, rise quickly. The master and disciple gazed at each other with deep affection. Yu Xiaojiang was quite pleased. He had a new subject for his experiments. And now he must thoroughly validate his theories. Master, why did that little girl attack you today? Cough, cough, cough. That was to test her, my dear disciple. Remember, the next time you encounter such individuals, do not place your trust in them, understood? Yes, master. Well then, you may return home now. Once Tongshen departed, Yu Xiaojiang immediately revealed his true feelings, lamenting while clutching his sore backside. Goodness, that little girl struck with such force. Yu Xiaojiang, shall not let you escape. When my student matures, I shall have you kneel before me, licking my feet. Ah, who dares to insult me? System, are you aware of this? Responding to the host, it is Yu Xiaojiang who is berating you. Goodness, you know this? Of course, do you not realize who I am? I am the omniscient, invincible system. With pride, then why don't you let me return to Earth? The system has logged off. So invincible, indeed. Why is that crew-cut fellow cursing me for no reason? Could it be because I just gave him a thrashing and he feels displeased? Or perhaps I should give him another beating. Host, do not act recklessly. This character will play a significant role in the main quest later. I truly fail to comprehend. There are so many stronger characters. Why is this useless one so crucial? Why not inquire with the author? Why ask me? Fine, fine, fine. Tomorrow, they will go to absorb soul rings, so it seems I cannot sleep just yet. Suchen intends to eliminate all the Mandala snakes within the Starry Forest, as well as other soul beasts. Naturally, he will spare a few of the less valuable soul beasts. From what Suchun learned from the system, Master Yu Xiaojiang is utterly ignorant, having previously guided his students based on his flawed theories, which led to their downfall. Such a person cannot be dealt with now. But I will address him in due time. Although I, Suchen, may not be a virtuous individual, I cannot tolerate such repugnant beings. What kind of good person would take advantage of their own cousin? Host, the task merely requires that you do not absorb the mandala snake. Other soul beasts are of no consequence. There is no stipulated time limit, is there? I plan to have Tang Shan absorb a soul beast that has languished for 10 years. Well, I suppose it is up to you. I feel that I should not need to make a grand fuss about this, right? Don't you agree, system? I am uncertain. Please refrain from questioning me. I ought to compel Tang Shan to absorb a worthless soul beast when acquiring a soul ring. Wouldn't that classify me as a true antagonist? Ah, yes, indeed. You are correct, host. Su Chan immediately broke into a wicked grin. Tang Shan, you cannot blame me. It is the system that has targeted you. In order to accomplish my mission, the system requires energy, without which I cannot return home. Thus, dear Tang Shan, you are sacrificing yourself to save me. In doing so, I am performing a noble deed, preventing the outbreak of future wars. Su Chan pondered carefully and realized that he had indeed done a good deed. Thus it was imperative to continue, ha ha ha. At this moment, Tang Shan had just met Xiao Wu, and he suddenly felt a chill enveloping him. Uncertain of the reason, he questioned, Tang Shan, what is the matter? Why are you trembling? Ah, it's nothing, Xiao Wu. Let us take a break. All right. Su Chan pondered for a moment before producing a card representing 100,000 years of soul rings. With a firm grip, he squeezed it tightly, and with a crisp sound, it shattered. A crimson soul ring materialized beneath Su Chen's feet. System, according to my current true strength, what is my rank in this world? Host, in this realm, you are invincible. Alas, I truly cannot comprehend. I am already invincible, yet I cannot even return home? With such power. Wouldn't it be a chance to show off upon returning to Earth? Host, there will be an opportunity. Very well, I shall await it. And I hope you are not deceiving me, system. Rest assured. After conversing with the system, Su Chan lay on his bed, closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. As dawn broke, Yu Xiaojiang took Tang Shan to the Star Do Great Forest to procure soul rings. At this moment, Su Chan remained asleep, unperturbed by the unfolding events. Viewing it merely as a matter of time, Yu Xiaojiang had rendered a carriage, and as he and Tang Shan settled in, they engaged in conversation. Observing Tang Shan's unusual demeanor, Yu Xiaojiang inquired about his discomfort. Perhaps I did not rest well last night, Tang Shan replied. No worries, teacher. Please continue sharing your knowledge about soul beasts. Yu Xiaojiang resumed his discourse, stating, we typically classify soul beasts into 5 tiers: 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year soul beasts. Each corresponds to a distinct color of soul ring: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. The longer a soul beast cultivates, the more potent it becomes, resulting in superior effects of the soul rings produced. The soul hunting forest in Nodding City is a region where the Empire raises soul beasts, predominantly hosting 10-year and 100-year varieties, with few exceeding a millennium. However, given your current circumstances, 10-year and 100-year soul rings should suffice. Tang Shan attentively absorbed the information and curiously asked, Teacher, in what ways does the strength of a soul ring manifest? That is an excellent question, Yu Xiaojiang responded. A soul ring can enhance a soul master's attributes and bestow special skills with unique effects. For instance, if you acquire a 10-year soul ring of the same attribute, your control over blue silvergrass will increase by 10. Conversely, a 100-year soul ring will amplify it by 100. The skills associated with a 100-year soul ring typically far exceed those of a 10-year ring. Tang Shan bowed his head, contemplating. Couldn't powerful nobles use their family influence to hunt formidable soul beasts? Pleased with Tang Shan's insight, Yu Xiaojiang nodded. Indeed. Nobles do possess certain advantages when hunting soul beasts. However, the requirements for acquiring soul rings are exceedingly stringent. Meanwhile, Su Chan had completed his morning routine. System. Has Tang Shan reached the Star Do Great Forest yet? Response to the host, not yet. Not yet? How much longer will it take? Response to the host, Tang Shan and the others will not be going to the Star Do Great Forest. What? Where are they headed then? To the soul hunting forest. Is there such a forest? I've never heard of it. Response to the host, because Yu Xiaojiang is unable to handle 100-year soul beasts, and the soul beasts in the soul hunting forest are raised by the Empire, they tend to be more docile. So he is utterly useless. Afraid even of a 100-year soul beast. Wait a moment, I distinctly saw Yu Xiaojiang with 2 yellow soul rings yesterday. How did he acquire those? Through family connections. Is his family particularly powerful? Should I eliminate them? According to the narrative, the host is indestructible. However, should the host desire to bring destruction, it is indeed possible. Albeit the host must first assume the role of the underdog. Upon hearing the system's response, Su Chan immediately retorted, Do you even know how to speak? What nonsense! That was an opportunity for Tang Shan to strengthen his physique. He will surely comprehend my benevolent intentions. Indeed, host, you are correct. All right. Activate the navigation for the soul-hunting forest. I am about to embark on a significant endeavor. Ding. The navigation has been activated. Su Chen donned his attire, seamlessly transforming into a male guise. With a disdainful smile, he vanished in an instant. At that very moment, Tang Shan and his master were traversing the soul-hunting forest. Yu Xiaojiang had just slain a decade-old soul beast, explaining the nuances of its disappearance and effects. Suddenly, Tang Shan glanced warily at Yu Xiaojiang's back. Teacher, be cautious. What is it? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, perplexed as he raised his gaze towards Tang Shan. Tang Shan pointed towards his master's back. Confused, Yu Xiaojiang turned around and immediately beheld a boy clad in white. It was none other than Su Chen. If he were to employ the Heibadong martial spirit, it might take a moment, but with the archaic Heavenly Emperor martial spirit, it was a matter of mere strides. Su Chen disdainfully approached the bewildered Yu Xiaojiang and, with a swift motion, struck him, sending him flying. Yu Xiaojiang fell unconscious, foaming at the mouth. Teacher, Tang Shan immediately shouted, drawing forth his concealed weapon to launch an attack at Su Chen. Su Chen could hardly be bothered to evade these trivial matters. He was fully aware of the concealed weapons employed by Tang Shan. Tang Shan, he declared, I have come this time to offer you a rare opportunity. Tang Shan gazed sharply at Su Chen, harboring doubts about his words. Su Chen shook his head in resignation, drawing closer to Yu Xiaojiang. With a swift motion, he aimed a foot at Yu Xiaojiang's head and declared, Go and eliminate that solitary bamboo. That soul beast is well suited for you. Why should I heed your commands? Because I have a hostage in my grasp. If you wish to spare your teacher's life, you will comply with my instructions. What is it that you require of me? Quite simple. Did your teacher not mention that I need you to absorb that 10-year-old solitary bamboo? Is that all? Tang Shan believed that a 10-year-old soul beast would not pose much of a challenge, especially since he possessed 2 martial souls. Fine, I shall acquiesce. Then hasten. For my patience is limited. Understood. Tang Shan turned to face the solitary bamboo and, with a silent flick of his sleeve, released a dart that pierced through the solitary bamboo. In an instant, a 10-year white soul ring materialized upon the corpse of the solitary bamboo. I trust you know how to absorb it without further instruction? Su Chen lowered his head to gaze at Tang Shan, declaring, No need. Tang Shan seated himself, guiding the soul ring to descend upon his head. He then closed his eyes as the soul ring gradually settled upon his chest, gently hovering in the air. Su Chen gazed at Tang Shan, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. He then directed his attention to the unsuspecting Yu Xiaojiang beneath his feet, applying a firm stamp with his foot. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing in his chamber. Tang Shan, it is not my intention to target you. Rather, it is the system that has set its sights upon you. He addressed the system. System, my task has been accomplished, has it not? Swiftly bestow upon me my reward. For I am yet without a weapon. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have acquired the National Protector's Divine Spear and received an Earth Doll. Su Chen immediately manifested an ancient, bronze-hued halberd, reminiscent of the Feng Tian painted halberd. Oh, not bad, he mused. But why not a sword or spear? A sword is the dream of every man. Host, the system interjected, do not express disdain if you wish to return it. Who said I wanted to return it? I have diligently completed my task. This is what I deserve. You may leave. Diligently? Of course. I woke up early. How could it not be arduous? System. Has Tang Shan completed his absorption? Response to the host. Absorption is complete. Very well, yet I am curious about the nature of his soul skill. Response to the host. His soul skill is the blue-silver bamboo blade. Is it formidable? Response to the host. This soul skill is not as impressive as Yu Xiaojiang's. It seems I have succeeded, haha. Tang Shan had already completed the absorption of his soul ring, and he persistently shook Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher, how do you fare? Yu Xiaojiang groggily opened his eyes and saw Tang Shan's concerned expression. Phew, I am fine. Just a slight headache and some discomfort in my chest. Teacher. I have absorbed the soul ring. What? How did you absorb it, and what soul ring did you acquire? Yu Xiaojiang immediately became alert. Tang Shan shyly pointed to the solitary bamboo nearby. Teacher, it is this 10-year-old solitary bamboo. Upon seeing the solitary bamboo, Yu Xiaojiang began to contemplate. Xiao Shan. According to my theory, the solitary bamboo is a plant type, very suitable for your blue-silver grass martial soul, as they both belong to the plant category. Though its age is somewhat lower, it should not pose significant issues. Is that true, teacher? Yes, help me up. I will examine your soul skill tomorrow. Yes, teacher. But who exactly is that person? Tang Shan remarked that the individual had already embraced the path of death. However, he was unaware that his first soul skill had already been rendered useless. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang was supported by Tang Shan, trembling as they made their way back. Chapter 8. The Great Battle Teacher. Do you think I can absorb 2 soul rings at once, attaching one to the hammer? Be quiet. Xiao Shan, you must remember. You absolutely cannot do that. If you attempt such a thing, all your efforts will be in vain. Do you understand? I understand, teacher. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tang Shan lay on his bed, feeling despondent. Xiao Wu, noticing Tang Shan's demeanor, inquired curiously, Tang Shan, why do you wear such an expression? It's nothing. I am just curious as to why teacher does not allow me to. Tang Shan felt that, apart from his teacher and father, he could trust no one else. Oh. Xiao Wu, finding it dull, went out to play. Su Chen found himself deep in contemplation, pondering what to do at such an early hour. Should he attend class? He dismissed the thought, reflecting on the futility of his situation, akin to a consistent 0 on Earth, let alone here, where he couldn't even recognize a single letter. System. He exclaimed, why, amidst the countless individuals on Earth, have you chosen me, this handsome lad? The system replied, host. It is because there exists an inherent arrangement in the cosmos. Well, that certainly makes sense. He retorted. Indeed. Su Chen found this situation rather tedious. Shall we venture out for a stroll? Su Chen made up his mind, rising from his seat and departing the dormitory. He glanced around and observed that the academy seemed quite similar to what it had been when he first arrived. Initially, he found it intriguing. But ever since he acquired unparalleled strength, he had grown somewhat disenchanted. Wow, what a stunning beauty! Exclaimed a few boys, their eyes lighting up as they noticed Su Chen lost in thought. They quickly approached him, with one of them saying, hello there, beautiful. I am Xiao Qingyu. May I ask for your name? Su Chen frowned and cast a glance at Xiao Qingyu. I am your father. No. I am not the father of such a dismal son. Xiao Qingyu was utterly bewildered. How could this young girl speak so harshly? Ahem, miss. Would you be interested in joining me for a meal? I shall treat you. Get lost. You immature brat, only good at chasing girls. I am the master here. You should just go away. Su Chen waved his hand in irritation, dismissing the matter as trivial. Xiao Qingyu exchanged knowing glances with his companions, instantly grasping the unspoken understanding. Hey there, how about this? Let us compete, and if I emerge victorious, you shall be my girlfriend. Conversely, should you triumph, I will become your boyfriend. What do you say? Indeed, being our leader's girlfriend would be a privilege you should consider. Su Chen's forehead was marred by prominent veins, and he truly wished to disregard these little brats. It is all the fault of the system. Why could it not transform him into a man? Instead, he was suddenly turned into an adorable little girl. This was quite amusing, especially for someone as domineering as you, who uses wealth to bully the common folk. Hence, I am willing to wager with you. Indeed, this is splendid. However, if you win, I shall become your girlfriend. If I win, I shall take your life. Su Chen discerned that individuals of such nature, even in their childhood, exhibited these traits. One could only imagine how they would evolve into adulthood. Today, they dared to bully him, perhaps because he was unafraid. Had it been another child, they would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. In his previous life on Earth, he might have restrained himself, refraining from harboring murderous thoughts. However, this realm was not Earth. It lacked the constraints of law. Such loathsome commoners were inferior, while the nobility indulged in lavish excesses, oppressing the populace. He had long found this intolerable. Xiao Qingyu believed he could never be bested by a mere girl. The girl before him was at most only slightly younger. How could she possibly hope to defeat him? Su Chen glanced curiously at Xiao Qingyu, pondering how this foolish child truly believed that I would hesitate to take his life. At that moment, Xiao Wu noticed a large crowd gathering on the playground and, driven by curiosity, approached them. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted Su Chen. Sister Su, he exclaimed. It turns out you are also a student at the academy. Upon hearing the sound of the clip, Su Chen curiously turned her head to look. The moment she spotted Xiao Wu, her eyes sparkled with delight. Hello there. Spicy little one. Sister Su, what are you all doing? Nothing much, just dealing with a couple of dogs that are trying to bite me. Oh, is that so? Then Sister Su, chase them away. Sigh, is there something you need by coming over? Not really. I just saw you here and became curious, so I came over. Sister Su, let's go eat something delicious. Let me finish handling this first. If you're hungry, you can go ahead. Xiao Wu, with her pink pupils, glanced at Su Chen and then at the group of boys nearby. With her hands on her hips, she exclaimed, "Humph! You rascals! Sister Su, let me help you teach them a lesson." As Xiao prepared to take action, Su Chen intervened. Although the behavior of these boys was quite outrageous, their transgressions were not grave enough to warrant severe punishment. Therefore, Su Chen planned to give them a light reprimand. Su Chen's lips curled into a smile as he appeared before Xiao Chenyu, delivering a swift slap. In an instant, Xiao Chenyu was sent soaring through the air like a cannonball. Unfazed, Su Chen dusted off his hands, satisfied that he had finally dealt with the trash. This was not his world. After all, why adhere to so many rules? In this vast universe, one should simply pursue their own happiness. Xiao gaped in astonishment at the sky, exclaiming, "Sister Su, you are truly remarkable, capable of sending someone flying such a distance. How impressive." "Oh, it was nothing," Su Chen replied casually. "By the way, why are you looking for me instead of Tang Shan?" "Tang Shan? He said he was busy, so I came out alone." All right. How about this? You head to the cafeteria first. I have a few matters to attend to." Su Chen pondered for a moment. As a modern individual traversing this unfamiliar realm, he felt an invincible sense of fearlessness. Yet, in his heart, he yearned to return home, for there resided his beloved parents. "System, if I were to return home, is there any possibility of bringing Gu Yuna along?" "What? Are you reluctant to part with your wife? How could that be? Ultimately, this world is not a true reality. Although I sense the possibility of returning, the thought of abandoning my spouse is something I cannot bear." "Ah." The host has truly grown. "Su Chen, system, it is rare for me to converse with you normally. Could you refrain from disrupting the current atmosphere?" "All right." "Ahem. Theoretically speaking, that is not feasible." "Why?" "Because your world cannot accommodate a character such as Gu Yuna, who does not exist." "Are you implying that if she were to enter my world, she would be obliterated?" "Indeed." "Are you not omnipotent?" "I am indeed omnipotent. However, your world is the true embodiment of omnipotence." "What do you mean?" "It refers to the hierarchy of worlds." "Are you suggesting that worlds possess different tiers?" "Then please enlighten me. What tier does my world belong to?" "An exceptional world." "Oh? And what tiers exist within the Douluo realm?" "It is classified as a lower-tier world. Moreover, it is the lowest of its kind." "Su Chen, let me illustrate with an analogy. Much like the Supreme Emperor of Desolation, should he manifest in this realm, it would inevitably collapse, for this world cannot accommodate a being of his magnitude." "Are you suggesting that if Gu Yuna were to enter my world, regardless of the circumstances, she would also be unable to endure, and her mere presence would lead to her demise?" "Indeed." Su Chen pondered for a moment. Finding himself in a dilemma, he yearned to return home, yet his principles forbade him from abandoning his wife. However, there were still alternatives at his disposal. Su Chen immediately regained his composure upon hearing the news. "Quickly, tell me, what is the solution?" "You must seize the copyright and then alter it." Upon hearing this news, Su Chen's expression darkened. "What? You are aware of the intricacies surrounding copyright issues. If it were a more commonplace matter, it would be manageable. However, the novels in this world are owned by Penguin, and do you comprehend the immense power of Penguin Corporation? This has nothing to do with me." "Damn. Is there no other alternative?" "There is one more." "Truly? Speak swiftly." "That would be to eliminate her. Then I could extract her soul and transport it to your realm." "Su Chen, your words are as good as silence. What you mean is to terminate her and allow her to reincarnate as a human. Am I correct?" "Well, that's about right." "Haha. You are truly remarkable, system." "Indeed. Congratulations to you." "Congratulations to me?" "Yes. You have successfully offended me." "What does that have to do with me?" "I am indifferent. If you do not devise a solution, you have indeed crossed me. What do you intend to do?" "Let me tell you. I am your host, and you ought to heed my commands. I assure you, I will fulfill the mission. However, you must resolve matters concerning my wife." All right. Is it fun to bully the host?" "You are correct." After politely bidding farewell to the system, Su Chen glanced around, realizing there was little of interest, and subsequently retreated to his room to slumber. Su Chen halted his steps, scratching his head in contemplation. "It seems I have forgotten something." "Never mind, Xiao. How peculiar. Why has T's sister Su arrived yet? Has she not resolved her matters?" "Achio, who is thinking of me?" "Forget it. I shall continue to sleep." Su Chen asserted that even if the world were to perish, it would not disturb his rest. A task was issued. "Please, host, choose to join a faction. Joining the Spirit Hall grants an energy of 5, while joining Shrek bestows a mere 0.01 energy." Su Chen sat up in bewilderment, his expression one of confusion. "System? What on earth are you up to?" he inquired. "Please select your lineup. Is it possible for me to abstain from making a choice?" Would it suffice if I opted to join my wife's team? He pondered aloud. What do you think? I find it quite agreeable. 3, 2. Stop, stop, stop. You must provide me with a rationale. There is no particular reason. I simply wish for you to forego rest. Su-chin. After careful contemplation, Su-chun concluded that joining the spirit hall was a straightforward decision, largely influenced by the villain system. Indeed, it appears that I am now aligned with the antagonists. How delightful. The host seems to have had an epiphany. With such a tantalizing prospect, should I make my way to the spirit hall at once? Not so fast. I shall wait until after graduation before taking that step. In that case, why are you assigning me tasks? Very well, let me rest. Son, I am your father. System, are you out of your mind? What are you playing? I'm not ill. Go ahead, strike me if you wish. Su-chin donned his shoes with a frown, activated his crystalline wings, and soared toward the Douluo forest. What is your intention, host? I need to vent my frustrations, all right? If you want tea, let me sleep. Can I engage in other activities? I see. Host, you certainly have an extravagant taste, even to the extent of not sparing soul beasts. Shut it. I'm off to find my wife. Deep within the Douluo forest, Guyuna was bathing in a spring, delicately wiping her fair, tender skin with her slender fingers. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Guyuna, bewildered, glanced toward the entrance. Wife. Upon hearing this voice, Guyuna furrowed her brows, questioning why there was a child's voice present. Su-chin swiftly surged towards the cave entrance, retracting his wings. In that fleeting moment, he beheld Guyuna, who was bathing. Who are you? Guyuna exclaimed, as an energy orb began to coalesce in her hand, gazing at the young girl before her. Su-chin observed Guyuna playing with someone, and upon glancing at himself, he realized that this misled young wife had misunderstood the situation. Wife, it is I. I am Su-chin, he exclaimed. How have you changed so? Guyuna gazed at the Su-chin before her in disbelief. Instantly, she rose, unadorned by clothing, and approached Su-chin to scrutinize him closely. Su-chin stared in astonishment at Guyuna, recalling her as a petite girl. How had she transformed into a striking mature woman? Once standing at a mere 1.50 meters, she now towered at 1.70 meters. System. Revert me to my original form. Just contemplate it. I am too lazy to make the change myself. It's too cumbersome. How am I to contemplate? Well, just utter the word transform, and I shall assist you in the alteration. Oh, transform. In an instant. Su-chin regained the appearance of a dashing young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Upon witnessing his transformation, Guyuna gazed at him in bewilderment. How did you do that? Could it possibly be a soul skill? Su-chin paid no heed to Guyuna, but instead embraced her. Guyuna trembled as if electrified by Su-chin's actions. While this reaction was noteworthy, what truly captured Su-chin's attention was her unexpected transformation. He observed her from a B cup to a D cup, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Are you referring to my previous appearance? I have grown accustomed to that form. Today, since I had no particular engagements, I reverted to my original self. This is my true visage. Is there something amiss? Do you disapprove? Guyuna gazed at Su-chin with an innocent expression. Oh, dislike? How could that be? I adore your original form. You are truly the epitome of a good partner, he chuckled. How annoying. Under the moonlight, as they discussed more serious matters, Guyuna suddenly inquired. What prompted your unexpected return? Is it that things are not well among the humans? Not at all. I simply felt you were too solitary. I thought it might be delightful for you to have a little one, so you wouldn't feel lonely. Pah, you shameless creature. Ah, a little one, you say? Very well then. Guyuna lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Su-chin effortlessly lifted Guyuna in a princess carry and strode towards the stone bed. My dear wife, he declared, I have resolved that should I ever depart, I shall take you with me. Otherwise, I shall never return. All right, she replied. Under the moonlight, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 9. Su-chin, the Outsider. After a night passed, Su-chin donned his attire and cast a gentle glance at Guyuna. With a soft smile, he departed quietly. At that moment, Guyuna opened her eyes. Gazing in the direction of Su-chin's exit, she sighed and returned to her slumber. Meanwhile, Su-chin soared through the sky toward Noting Academy, observing a gathering of individuals below. What was happening? What were they engaged in? Su-chin initially had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. However, his curiosity compelled him to descend quietly. Upon his arrival, he was utterly astonished to witness a group of men violently tearing at a girl's clothing. Hey there, beautiful. How about joining us for a little fun? Come on, let me have the first turn. Get lost. I saw her first. No need to rush, you can go ahead. As for me, I simply wish to have a taste. Upon hearing the words of these individuals, Su Chun furrowed his brows. The girl was wailing in agony, incessantly crying for help and pleading for them to cease their actions. Unable to endure any longer, Su Chun, who considered himself no paragon of virtue, having played with capital during his time on Blue Star, found the scene before him utterly repugnant, no better than the behavior of beasts. Everyone around looked bewildered, turning to gaze at Su Chun. "Who the hell are you?" One of them sneered. "I'm in a good mood today, if you kneel and apologize. I might just let you off the hook." Laughter erupted from the crowd at the sight of Su Chun, an apparent weakling devoid of any combat prowess. "Who are you all? I have no desire to engage in further pleasantries." Su Chun's expression had grown icy, regarding them as if they were mere corpses. From the throng emerged a towering figure, wearing a disdainful expression. "Humph. Do you recognize this emblem? I am affiliated with the Spirit Hall. You'd best kneel and admit your wrongdoing, and perhaps I might consider sparing you." Su Chun squinted as she gazed at the towering figure before her. "You may all perish." In an instant, an overwhelming force was unleashed, and all the men were reduced to mere puddles of mud. The girl sat on the ground, paralyzed with terror, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Su Chun gazed at the girl, his heart heavy with unspoken emotions. He stepped forward, extending a hand. "Stop. Don't come any closer. Please. It's all right. Those evildoers have been dealt with. You are safe now." His gentle voice resonated. The girl lifted her gaze to meet Su Chun's eyes, and in an instant, tears welled up in her eyes as she sobbed. "Douluo, the bad people. They're all bad people. My mommy and daddy were killed by these wicked individuals. Douluo." Su Chun was at a loss for what to do. "System? What has happened? Can I save them?" "I'm sorry, but it is not possible. Her parents have already departed this world. Shouldn't they descend to the underworld? How can they have completely lost their souls?" "Because in this realm, there is no underworld." "Very well, I understand." Su Chun gently lifted the girl, who immediately clung to him and began to weep once more. With arms outstretched, he found himself at a loss, feeling helpless. He now had a wife and could not take advantage of another girl's vulnerability. "Big brother, I miss my mommy and daddy," she lamented. Su Chun, unable to endure the sound of weeping, gently patted the girl's back in a comforting gesture. "Do not be troubled. Your parents wish for nothing more than your happiness. The villains have been driven away. You wouldn't want your parents to feel sorrow, would you?" "I understand now. Thank you, big brother. It's nothing. I too despise those who bully the weak." Su Chun patted his pocket, only to discover the absence of tissues, which left him feeling rather awkward. "Ahem, young lady. How old are you?" Upon uttering this question, he wished he could slap himself. How could he have sounded so inappropriate? The girl glanced at Su Chun and perceived that this older brother before her seemed to be a kind-hearted individual. "I am 13 years old." Su Chun gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that the people from the Spirit Hall would stoop so low as to target such a young girl. "Well, it's all right now. You may return home." Su Chun prepared to take flight. As he soared into the sky, he noticed the girl still standing motionless on the ground, a look of confusion etched upon his face. He descended once more to the earth and inquired, "Why do you not return home?" Upon hearing Su Chun's words, the girl cast her gaze downward, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I have no home left. Those individuals have reduced my house to ashes." Su Chun felt a surge of disbelief. While acts of oppression existed in every nation, the destruction of her home was truly egregious. "What shall we do now?" He sighed. "Here, take all the money I have," he offered, extending his entire collection of gold soul coins to her. The girl shook her head, refusing to accept his generosity. Su Chun pondered carefully and felt that it made sense. A girl, seemingly delicate and defenseless, carrying a significant sum of money could easily attract the attention of unsavory individuals. "Why don't you accompany me to school?" he suggested. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. "You want me to go to school with you? That sounds great. But do you have a martial spirit?" Upon his inquiry, the girl's expression fell as she shook her head in disappointment. "No martial spirit?" He mused. "That complicates things regarding school. I could help you get in, but if we were discovered, it would be troublesome." Frustrated, he scratched his head. "Damn it. I overdid it yesterday. My mind is a bit muddled." "Big brother, why don't you help me find a job?" she proposed. "A job? You're so young." "Never mind. I'll find you a place to stay." Su Chun found himself at a loss and decided to find a place for the little girl to reside. "Very well, what is your name?" he inquired. "I am Su Ching," she replied. "Su Ching, you share my surname." "I am Su Chun. Like you, I too am alone, devoid of family. Would you consider me your brother? I could become your family, if that pleases you." Su Ching raised her gaze to look at Su Chun. All right. May I call you brother Su?" "Suit yourself. Suchin replied. With one hand grasping Su Qing's arm, he soared into the sky. Wow, Brother Su. Are you a soul master? Soul master? What is that? I have no idea. All I know is that I am currently at level 150. So what? Brother Su is truly impressive, level 150? Su Qing gazed at the sky in bewilderment, watching the flying figure of Su Qing. She thought to herself that her elder brother must be boasting. How could there possibly be someone who stands at a height of 150? Su Qing glanced at Su Qing, whose face was etched with confusion. What? Do you not believe me? It matters not if you doubt. From this day forth, you are my sister. Anyone who dares to bully you shall face my wrath. Indeed, Brother Su is truly formidable, she replied. But isn't this pace rather slow? Perhaps we should hasten a bit? As Su Qin looked up at the sky, he noticed that the sun had already risen. Su Qin wielded the martial spirit of Hai Ba Dong, as a pair of frigid wings unfurled behind him, unleashing a sonic burst of speed. Subsequently, a protective shield enveloped Su Qing, safeguarding her. Su Qing gazed around, her eyes darting about swiftly. Brother Su, everything is moving so fast. Su Qin, there are even swifter options, but I fear you might not be able to handle them. Swift options? Su Qing gazed at Su Qin with a look of bewilderment. Ahem, it's nothing. We shall arrive shortly. Su Qin too sensed the oddity of his own words. After arriving at Nottingham Academy, he rented a modest abode nearby, spending merely 2 golden soul coins. Sister, here is your pocket money. Should it prove insufficient, do not hesitate to ask for more. Understood? Su Qin handed Su Qing 2,000 golden soul coins, which he had requested from the system. No, Brother Su Qin. You are giving too much. I only need 2. Is that too much? Not at all. Take it and rest assured, I have plenty to spare. Su Qin was equally perplexed, as he had merely requested a little from the system, believing it would not be a substantial amount. Well, if you insist, I shall accept it. Su Qing lowered her head, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she accepted the money. Well, let's leave it at that. You should rest for a while. I will take you to buy some clothes later. I still have a few matters to attend to. I have also packed some food for you. It's on the table. Remember to eat it while it's still warm. Yes, I understand, Brother Su Qin. After Su Qin departed, Su Qing lifted her gaze to observe his retreating figure. She then lowered her head and produced a blue necklace, astonished that she, Su Qing, could encounter such a kind-hearted individual. Su Qin glanced at the sky as he departed. It was already afternoon. He soared into the heavens, heading towards the direction of the spirit hall. Host. Su Qin halted, a puzzled expression adorning his face. What is it? I sense something amiss with that young girl. Su Qing. What? She's merely a delicate little girl. How could anything be wrong with her? Don't tell me she is a soul beast. No, it's not that. I cannot quite articulate it, but I feel no aura emanating from her, as if she does not belong to this realm. System? What's the matter? I have noticed you are becoming increasingly adorable. What do you mean by that? You said Su Qing is not of this world. Am I not also an outsider here? Why did she not attempt to save herself in the circumstances she just faced? Should not beings from other worlds possess a system? Who decreed that individuals from other realms must possess a system? And what about me? You? You are merely bound to me by an arrangement from above. As for that young girl, her soul's essence is utterly distinct from her own. Are you implying that, like the Tang family, she has undergone a soul displacement? Indeed. That is the implication. Do you think I would believe you? While I may not be well-versed in anime, I am aware that the protagonist of this world bears the surname Tang, and there are no others. My arrival in this world makes me the second outsider. Could there possibly be a third? Do you jest? Are traversers as common as cabbages? Could it be that I misjudged my observations? That seems implausible. Even if she were a traverser, should I fear her? She is my sister. If she were to betray me, I would not hesitate to confront her. With my strength? Is that not feasible? Yes, it is possible. However, proceed with caution, for a prudent sailor navigates the seas for 1,000 years. Enough. I must make my way to the spirit hall. I shall observe further and ascertain the truth of your claims. Su Qin found it rather peculiar that a girl had inexplicably appeared in this desolate place. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was not a spirit beast. Had she been one, he would have undoubtedly dealt with her effortlessly. Su Qin did not ponder further and headed directly towards the spirit hall. System? Are you saying that Brother Su Qin is not from this world? Indeed. Su Qin gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. From the very beginning, she sensed something was amiss with Su Qin. This was the 18th world she had entered, yet every time she ventured into another realm, she encountered an individual devoid of any strength. Indeed, there was not a trace of combat capability. Host, if you were to possess power, this world would undoubtedly collapse. for the worldview is fundamentally different. Su Qing furrowed her brows, pondering the fragility of this world. What is my purpose here? To accomplish my mission and become the strongest. The powers you acquire will gradually return to you. Once you traverse 50 realms, your task will be complete, your world will be saved, and your family will be resurrected. Very well, but I must admit, I find this perplexing. I have just arrived in this world, and after your introduction, I realize I possess no martial spirit. How am I to grow stronger? There exists a system that can resolve all your dilemmas, but first, you must distance yourself from Su Qin. Why? He is such a handsome individual and possesses a kind nature. Why should I leave? As I mentioned, he is not of this world. Neither am I. What if Su Qin turns out to be a villain? What you truly require is to be close to the child of destiny in this realm. The child of destiny? Where might I find this individual? They are located within the academy beside you. The academy next to me? I understand. I shall observe first and assess the character of this child of destiny. If they have commendable qualities, I shall align myself with them. If not, what purpose would it serve? Dear host, it suffices to grow stronger. Why concern yourself with character? That is unacceptable. I am, after all, the empress of a realm. The immortal emperor of the Xianzhou continent, a savior of countless souls, striving for a harmonious existence for the common people. How can I disregard character? If necessary, you may return me to my world. I shall forego the powers of this realm. Dear host, what does it mean to be powerful? Strength is not merely attained through hardship. Luck plays a significant role as well. My luck has always been favorable. I shall observe further to discern the nature of this child of destiny. As you wish, I am weary. What shall become of my martial spirit? You need to remain close to the child of destiny, and it will automatically unlock your martial spirit. Is that so? Very well, you may take your leave. I wish to retire now. Why do you speak so oddly? Is my speech peculiar? Is it not customary for me to refer to myself as this esteemed one? After all, I am a revered celestial being from a higher realm. Is it not normal? Very well, I understand. Su Qing stretched lazily and glanced at the meal that Su Qin had prepared for her. She walked over, picked up a drumstick, and began to eat it. The cuisine in this world is quite delightful, she mused, savoring the flavors. I wonder if my brother Su Qin feeds me like this every day, will I become plump? Su Qin glanced at her abdomen and shook her head. How could someone as exquisite and ethereal as she, resembling a flawless fairy, possibly gain weight? It was one thing to maintain her pristine and immaculate appearance, but today she had been accosted by those wretched mortals. Once she becomes powerful, she shall ensure that all mortals in this world meet their demise, except for the virtuous, for even among mortals, there exist both the good and the wicked. Su Chan altered his appearance, for he had previously stirred trouble with the spirit hall and had even playfully patted Bibi Dong's backside. The atmosphere at the table was laden with a sense of oppression. With one hand resting on the chair, Su Chan gazed at the woman across from him. She was indeed quite attractive. However, it was laughable that she was now governed by the regulations of this nation. Who are you, exactly? Do you comprehend the consequences of intruding upon the spirit hall? Chapter 10. The Empress, I do not grasp the meaning of your words. I have come here to cause trouble today. You are the current pope, and I wish to inquire about your understanding of the current power dynamics. What is your perspective on the spirit hall, the Douluo Empire, and the Heaven Do Empire? What do you nobles think of the common folk? Su Qin gazed at Bibi Dong with a face devoid of expression, pondering the true nature of the current pope of the spirit hall. Bibi Dong, her icy eyes fixed upon this unfamiliar man, demanded, who exactly are you? Are you daring to challenge the authority of the spirit hall? You are merely a passing commoner. Although you allow the common folk to awaken their spirits for free and receive subsidies for spirit masters, what does it mean when your spirit hall engages in indiscriminate slaughter? I cannot comprehend your words. Such individuals cannot possibly exist within the spirit hall. Is that so? Su Qin replied. Today I encountered a young girl, a mere 13 years of age, who was assaulted by over a dozen soldiers of the spirit hall. They not only humiliated her, but also murdered her parents and set her home ablaze. I wish to inquire of your holiness, is this what you claim does not exist? Su Qin's eyes were filled with a fierce determination. He genuinely wished to eliminate the pope of the spirit hall before him. If necessary, he would take charge and unify all nations into a singular entity, fostering harmony across the realm. However, his desire to return home lingered. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. Even if you assert such things, we of the spirit hall possess numerous individuals who are beyond control. Yet, it is not your place to dictate our affairs. Damn it, if you were not a woman, I would truly consider delivering a resounding blow to you. You are the current pope, and this nation is under your governance, yet you cannot disregard the well-being of the common folk. Without the people, what foundation remains for a nation? I am aware of these truths, but what do they concern you? Bibi Dong gazed at Su Chen, bewildered. Why was this man so agitated when even she, the Pope, remained unfazed? Why am I in such a rush? Regardless, should you continue to neglect your duties and permit the senseless slaughter of innocents, I will not hesitate to eradicate your spirit hall. Insolence! How dare you insult the spirit hall in such a manner? You seek death. At that moment, a man clad in resplendent golden armor entered the scene. Su Chen wore a perplexed expression, remarking on the peculiar nature of the individuals from the spirit hall, who even accepted those of ambiguous gender. Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong glanced at Zhu Huaguan, contemplating the situation. She realized that she had scarcely paid attention to Zhu Huaguan's appearance when he joined the spirit hall, only recognizing his utility. Now, observing him more closely, she noted that this robust man adorned himself with makeup more flamboyant than that of a woman, which was indeed rather unsettling. Foolish boy, you seek your own demise. Zhu Huaguan loathed any discussion regarding his appearance. In an instant, he materialized before Su Chen and launched a powerful punch aimed squarely at his face. Su Chen's lips curled upwards as he deftly sidestepped, then flicked his finger towards the fist of Chrysanthemum Gate. With a sharp crack, in an instant, Chrysanthemum Gate was sent crashing into the wall, his arm fracturing in the process. Su Chen shook his head in resignation. You say, am I mistaken in calling you a half-man, half-woman? A gentleman engages in words, not in violence. Do you comprehend? After all, you are a titled Douluo. To strike down an unfamiliar person without cause is quite absurd. Bibi Dong, regaining her composure, gazed at Su Chen in astonishment. The events had transpired so swiftly that she could scarcely perceive how Su Chen had moved. All she observed was that, upon his turning, the flower behind him had inexplicably been sent flying. Su Chen gazed at Bibi Dong with a bewildered expression. Why do you look at me like that? While I am aware of my own allure, I am already married, and such a gaze is rather inappropriate. Ahem, who exactly are you? I find myself unable to discern your capabilities. Just you? You have a long way to go. Now, regarding the current policies of your spirit hall, is there any possibility for change? Perhaps you could engage in negotiations with other nations for collaboration. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Bibi Dong shook her head. Isn't our spirit hall already collaborating with the Tiando and Shilu empires? We are providing personnel to assist the common folk in awakening their martial spirits free of charge, with subsidies coming from other empires. However, this is merely a drop in the bucket. The Tiando Empire has not provided us with funds for quite some time. The subsidies we currently receive are being covered by our spirit hall. As for the financial state of the spirit hall, it is not particularly robust. I assure you, I will thoroughly investigate the claims regarding spirit hall soldiers engaging in acts of pillage and violence. Su Chen's expression turned serious. Will your spirit hall ask other empires for subsidies? We have made requests, yet each time our emissaries return empty-handed, as the other empires continually decline. It seems my suspicions were correct. War is imminent. How can you be so certain that war will ensue? Bibi Dong asked, her gaze fixed mockingly upon Su Chen. If you disregard the plight of the common people, the subsidy policy is indeed a decision made by your spirit hall. Given your current financial strain, it is untenable for the spirit hall to persist in this manner. I suspect either you will instigate a war, or perhaps I am correct in my assumptions. Every ruler is inherently greedy. Bibi Dong scrutinized Su Chen keenly. I am uncertain how you have come to know these matters. But indeed, I plan to take action against other empires. The Heaven Do Empire is my primary target. Otherwise, the situation will only worsen for the populace, and those lands will inevitably become the territory of the Spirit Hall. Very well, I understand, Su Chen said, rising to depart. You have yet to answer my question. Who are you? Does that answer truly hold such significance? Su Chen replied, exasperated, as he regarded Bibi Dong. Indeed. I wish to know. I am Su Chen, a commoner. Now, I must attend my class. He dismissed her with a casual remark. Class, you are still a student? Which academy do you attend? Bibi Dong, taken aback, had not anticipated that the man before her was merely a student. Why do you care so much? Are you trying to meddle in my affairs? Su Chen regarded her with disdain. How do you perceive it? How about this? Join my ranks, and I can offer you boundless wealth and glory. Once you join, you will become an elder of the Spirit Hall. Is that true? Su Chen feigned surprise. Yes. Do you intend to join? I might consider joining, but I have conditions. Pray tell. You shall be my wife. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Just kidding. Farewell. Suchin winked mischievously and vanished in an instant. Bibi Dong's face darkened. It was the first time someone had toyed with her in such a manner. Humph. We shall see. Suchin returned to Su Qing's place. He opened the door and glanced at Su Qing on the bed, his expression utterly bewildered. What on earth? Suchin shouted and immediately turned around to leave. To his astonishment, he discovered Su Qing sleeping on the bed, completely unclothed, with a drumstick in her hand and drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. Suchin felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. The seemingly graceful and refined young lady he had encountered today had suddenly transformed into this disarrayed state. Suchin's sudden shout awakened Su Qing, and a wave of panic washed over her. Oh no! Hurry! Hurry! How could he return so soon? Damn it! I had just finished a hearty meal. I never anticipated the heat of this world would be so intense, coupled with my habit of sleeping in the nude. I had instinctively stripped myself bare, believing that Suchin would not be back until later in the evening. Little did I know that in just a quarter of an hour, my flawless body would be laid bare before his gaze. Su Qing felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. She stood dazed as she dressed. Her cheeks flushed as she opened the door. Glancing at Suchin by the window, her heart raced with a mixture of embarrassment and irritation. Ah, what a coincidence! I was just about to call for you, and here you are, awake, Suchin remarked, awkwardly turning his head to whistle. Is that so? How very fortunate indeed. Of course, by the way, I intend to take you shopping for clothes. Your current attire is somewhat worn. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Suchin. Once I have some money, I shall repay you handsomely, she thought, plotting revenge for his audacity and gazing upon her form. Cough, cough, cough. Are you serious about this repayment? She teased, unable to contain her laughter. Su Qing was about to sip her tea when she was unexpectedly choked by Suchin's words. Serious? What does that mean? Just wait, you little rascal. Once I gain strength, you'll know what it truly means to be serious. No, it doesn't mean anything. By the way, let me take you shopping for clothes. Suchin, too lazy to explain further, promptly shifted the topic. All right then. As Suchin was preparing to leave, a prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. Host, I have confirmed that the girl, Su Qing, is not a local. What? Are you absolutely certain? Indeed, 100% certain. It seems she possesses a system of her own, though it lacks the reliability of mine. I have rewards, while hers merely allows for traversal. Huh? What purpose does her traversal serve? Unclear, yet her system is quite formidable, albeit slightly inferior compared to mine. Let me ascertain further. With a serious demeanor, Su Chun turned to face Su Qing and spoke directly. The king covers the tiger. Huh. Su Qing looked at Su Chun in utter confusion. Ahem, Wenzhou Zhejiang. Wenzhou. Zhejiang? Huh? Su Qing glanced at Su Qing, whose expression was one of utter confusion. He was perplexed. Could it be that he was mistaken? Host, are you truly oblivious? Su Qing could very well be a being from another realm. But which realm is she from? I have no idea. You don't know either? What use are you? Unfortunately, I genuinely cannot ascertain more. Her soul is extraordinarily powerful, and I can only glimpse a fragment of it. Her soul is extraordinarily powerful? How does she compare to the Emperor of Desolation? Of course, it is the Emperor of Desolation, he replied, his voice betraying a hint of insecurity. You are visibly flustered. Is she truly that formidable? Absolutely. I perceive 3,000 laws encircling her. However, I can't help but wonder, if she is so powerful, why has she come to this inferior world, where the combat prowess is rather meager? Wait. You claim there are 3,000 laws surrounding her? Are you exaggerating? That would make her more impressive than Pangu himself. Even the heavenly Tao would bow down and sing its submission. Indeed, I can only see her silhouette. Beyond that, I cannot discern more. Host, I believe it would be prudent to take preemptive action. Perhaps we should eliminate her? Such an innocent girl. And you would suggest such a ruthless course of action? Just say whether we should proceed or not. She currently possesses little strength, but if she gains it, she could pose a significant nuisance for your future endeavors. Are you implying that Su Qing is her true form? I am uncertain. If I were to eliminate her, what if she is merely a small projection and her true self arrives? Wouldn't that spell my doom? Such an extraordinary figure, the Douluo star has met its end. I would not perish, but I certainly cannot contend with her. That seems to be the logic. Then, do you have any other strategies? Let me ponder for a moment. Ah, I have it. Why not simply, take her out? That way, you would have a formidable ally accompanying you, making future tasks much easier. What? I have yet to resolve the matter in the forest, and now you want me to deal with this newly acquired sister? Do you think I am of the Tang lineage? I assure you, system, that is utterly impossible. Then what do you propose? She likely harbors intentions of harming you now. Why would she? I have not wronged her. You've seen her completely exposed. She is a powerful figure. Do you think she will simply overlook that? I am her brother. Just not by blood. Blood ties are strong, but she wouldn't repay kindness with malice, would she? Ordinary individuals might not react this way, but those of her caliber tend to be rather vindictive. Su-chin, what should we do then? Let's bring about destruction. I am weary. You refuse to sleep with her. And do not inquire about solutions, for I am equally at a loss. Is there only this one way, to prepare a simple dish of scrambled eggs? What other options exist? Do not be deceived by her possessing a system, were it not for her voluntary arrival in this world. To have the system assist her in preserving her power, that very system would be brought to its knees. Isn't it merely about making the system submit? I could do that too. System, bow before me, or I shall take my own life. Do you still have any shame? I am conversing with you. And you dare to demand my submission? Fine, fine, I shall take her to buy clothes. Su-chin, indifferent to the matter, thought it best to let it be. Since we certainly cannot provoke her. Su-chin, observing from the side, looked at Su-chun with a puzzled expression. No. I was merely lost in thought for a moment, he chuckled. Su-chin promptly took Su-chin shopping for clothes. Brother Su-chin, this dress is so beautiful. Let's buy it. Brother Su-chin, look at this skirt. It's splendid as well. Let us purchase it. Brother Su-chin, take a look at this ring. Let us buy it. Brother Su-chun, let us buy it. Brother Su-chun, look at that child. He made a purchase. Brother Su-chun. I meant the child. Can a child really buy something? Su-chin gazed at the perpetually irritable Su-chin beside her, utterly bewildered. Cough, cough, cough. No. How could a child possibly make a purchase? I am a good person. Have you finished your shopping? Yes, I have. Well then, where are the items you bought? Why have I not seen them? Brother Su-chin, that pile over there is. Su-chin hesitated, pointing shyly at a heap nearby. Su-chin's eyes widened and her mouth fell agape. This is simply too much. Chapter 11, Dai Mubai. After purchasing daily necessities, Su-chin returned home with Su-chin. Greeted briefly, and then headed back to the academy. Alas, why do girls have such an affinity for peculiar trinkets? Who are you? The gatekeeper inquired, blocking Su-chin's way. Su-chin, with a dark expression, replied, Do you not recognize me? I am a student at this academy. The two gatekeepers, bewildered by Su-chin's towering stature, exchanged confused glances and said, There is no student of your size at our academy. Be on your way. Su-chin, damn, I forgot to transform into a little girl. Su-chin is utterly speechless. Su-chin, in a fit of anger, sought out a secluded and desolate spot to transform back into a little girl. Su-chin strode confidently into the academy. Sister Su, where have you been? As soon as Xiao Wu spotted Su-chin, she immediately bounded over with excitement. Little bunny? Su-chin remarked directly. Xiao Wu's expression turned to one of alarm as she gazed at Su-chin, her heart racing with apprehension. Oh no! How does Sister Su know my true form? Su-chin realized she had misspoken and immediately began to clarify. Ha. Xiao Wu is truly adorable. Bouncing around like a little rabbit. Upon hearing Su-chin's response, Xiao Wu let out a sigh of relief. Sister Su, where have you been? I've been looking for you for quite some time. I had some matters to attend to. I was looking for my family. What is the matter? Nothing much. Sister Su, shall we go to the cafeteria for a meal? All right, I happen to be a bit hungry. Su-chin rubbed his stomach, feeling a slight pang of hunger. Although it was feigned, the sensation was unfamiliar to him. Xiao Wu took Su-chin's hand and led him to the cafeteria, where they fortuitously encountered Tang Shan and his companions. Xiao Wu, you're here too. Tang Shan greeted her immediately. Xiao Wu gazed at Tang Shan with an adorably dazed expression. Yes, I'm here as well. I'm accompanying Sister Su to the cafeteria for a meal. Then let us join together, he suggested. Certainly, Sister Su, let us go together. Xiao Wu replied enthusiastically. Su-chin cast a disapproving glance at Xiao Wu and Tang Shan. She merely wished to savor her meal in solitude, devoid of the company of these youthful exuberances, which held no allure for her. Consequently, the group finished their meal in its entirety. Xiao Wu expressed a desire to share a bed with Su-chin, yet Su-chin declined, citing her preference for solitary slumber and her discomfort with sharing a bed with girls. Thus, Xiao Wu was left with no choice but to share a bed with Tang Shan. Su-chin returned to the dormitory, lying on the bed and gazing at the ceiling. Oh, host, why do you reject what has been presented to you? Su-chin was taken aback upon hearing the system's words. What on earth a system? How could you utter such inhumane remarks? She is still an innocent child. How could I possibly act upon that? As for Guyana, at least others like you and Luo possess some redeeming qualities. This rabbit is nothing more than a mere lowly. It is utterly intolerable. How disappointing. Suchin, enough, enough. Let us rest. However, has Tang Shan's first soul ring been rendered useless? Will the second one require him to absorb 10 years as well? No need to rush. Even if he absorbs normally, he cannot defeat you, can he? How will I acquire energy? I still need to return home. There is no urgency. Our faction is not in a hurry, so why are you? Oh, a night of silence in the blink of an eye. 7 years have passed. A man and a woman stroll along the road, their figures a contrast of blue and pink. Brother, let us stay here. Xiaowu, I'll follow your lead. A golden-haired man, with a woman on each arm, walks into a hotel. Boss. Same room as before. The boss, upon hearing this, appeared troubled. He glanced at Tang Shan and Xiaowu, then back at the golden-haired man. Well, guest, your room has already been booked. What? Boss, do you know who I am? How dare you give my room to someone else? Tang Shan, sensing the situation escalating, quickly intervened. Sir, it seems we arrived first. And what of it? The man replied rudely. Xiaowu, seeing the situation, angrily placed her hands on her hips and declared, what of it? Get lost. The man chuckled at her words. Very well. You dare to speak to me like that. You must be soul masters, right? Come on, let us see what you can do. I'm giving you a chance to make me leave, or perhaps you can demonstrate how to leave. The atmosphere grew tense and icy. Xiaowu immediately tried to step forward, but Tang Shan held her back. At that moment, the boss sensed the rising tension and rushed over. Dai Xiao. Let us talk this over. Let us talk this over. Dai Xiao sneered. Humph. Wong boss, your business acumen is truly remarkable. Dai Xiao, please don't say that. Today, it is I who failed to understand the rules. I apologize. I apologize. The boss turned to Tang Shan and Xiaowu, bowing in apology. I'm sorry, esteemed guests. That room was reserved by Dai Xiao. I kindly ask you to choose another establishment. We refuse to leave. What then? Xiaowu retorted defiantly. The atmosphere remained charged and confrontational. Boss, this room belongs to me. A youthful voice interjected as a young man clad in a jade-green sword-fighting outfit, holding a flute, entered, followed by a girl. The boss cursed internally, as if the situation wasn't already complicated. Now this. The young man recognized Tang Shan, but was curious about the golden-haired individual. System? Who is this golden-haired Lion King? He is Dai Mubai, the prince of Luo. Oh, a prince. Yet he still needs to book a room in a hotel? Does a prince lack for women? The host, due to the peculiarities of his martial soul, possesses the sinister-eyed white tiger, which necessitates a form of release. TSK, is there truly such a martial soul? The young man clicked his tongue and glanced at Dai Mubai, while the girl beside him tugged at his sleeve, saying, Brother Su. It seems there are no vacant rooms here. Perhaps we should consider seeking accommodations elsewhere? Su Qing glanced at Su Qing. After leaving school, he had completely distanced himself from Tongshin Xiaowu. He had thought that, after several years, they would never cross paths again. To his astonishment, he unexpectedly encountered her at a hotel, one that Su Qing had chosen for its melodious name, the Rose Hotel. It is only natural for a girl to be fond of flowers. At that moment, Dai Mubai approached with a frown. Friend, this room is already mine. You should look for another. Who do you think you are? Who's your friend? You. Very well, no one has ever spoken to me in such a manner. Enough of your nonsense. It seems I must teach you a lesson, young man. Su Chun and Su Qing were both taken aback, with a playful glimmer in her eyes. Su Qing turned to Su Qin and said, Brother Su Qin, is this blonde so bold? Pht, blonde? Ha, blonde. I apologize. It reminds me of some past heartaches. Su Qin chuckled, covering his mouth as his shoulders trembled with laughter. Su Qing gazed at Su Chun with a perplexed expression, finding no humor in the situation. Dai Mubai's face darkened with a palpable aura of menace as he directed his gaze at both Su Chun and Su Qing. He had certainly heard the words that had just escaped Su Chin's lips. Do not compel me to eliminate you wretched pair. As Dai Mubai's words echoed through the air, an instant chill enveloped the surroundings. The ground visibly froze beneath them. Those nearby trembled in fear and hastily retreated. The smile had vanished from Su Chin's face, as he regarded Dai Mubai with an expression akin to that reserved for the deceased. He took a step forward when a delicate hand suddenly intervened, halting his advance. Bewildered, Su Qin lowered his gaze to discover it was Su Qing. What is it? He inquired. It's nothing. This insolent boy dares to speak to me in such a manner. I would not mind rendering him mute, Su Qing replied icily, her gaze fixed on Dai Mubai. Unperturbed by the gravity of the situation, Dai Mubai scoffed. So, you're nothing but a waste. Hiding behind a woman, are you? I offered you a chance to take your own life as an apology. Otherwise, I shall tear you apart. Su Qing's eyes blazed with murderous intent as she glared at Dai Mubai. Ha ha ha, how amusing. I have yet to encounter such a fierce woman. If you wish to tear me apart, it remains to be seen whether you possess the ability to do so. With that, a dazzling display of yellow and purple light enveloped Dai Mubai's feet. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, Level 37 Soul Master. I welcome your guidance. Tang San gazed at Dai Mubai in astonishment, never having anticipated that he possessed a Millennium Soul Ring and was indeed a Level 37 Soul Master. Su Qing cast a disdainful glance at Dai Mubai, directly unleashing her martial soul, an exquisite blend of violet, crimson, and obsidian hues embodying the Chaos Blue Lotus. As a Soul Emperor of the 69th rank, she proclaimed, please, guide me. In an instant, Dai Mubai's gaze fell upon the soul rings at Su Qing's feet, causing him to break into a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. 100,000 your soul rings. Su Qing glanced at the soul ring on the ground, then turned her gaze to Su Qin behind her. The 100,000-year soul ring was bestowed upon her by Su Qin. She pondered the methods he might have employed to achieve such a feat as Su Qing gazed at Dai Mubai, drenched in sweat. She gracefully approached him, teasingly asking, so, how is it? Did you not claim you wished to possess me? Do you truly have the capability? With that, she unleashed her first soul skill, Lotus Blade Blossom. In an instant, a multitude of lotus flowers emerged around Dai Mubai, their petals falling away to transform into sharp, black blades that surged towards him. Dai Mubai, taken aback, swiftly activated his third soul skill, White Tiger King Kong Transformation, followed by his first soul skill, White Tiger Guardian Shield. However, with a piercing sound, the blade struck. In a fleeting moment, both of Dai Mubai's hands were severed, blood and flesh parting, while several blades hovered ominously before his eyes. He collapsed to the ground, terror reflected in his gaze as he regarded the lethal blades. Why can't I kill him? How utterly disappointing, Su Qing mused, waving her hand dismissively as the blades vanished. The system had just informed her that the yellow-haired boy could not be slain, as it would disrupt her progress in this world. Su Qin had already discerned that Su Qing was an outsider. Initially, he contemplated taking action to eliminate her. However, he found himself utterly unable to proceed. The moment he attempted to act, an inexplicable pressure enveloped him, rendering him immobile. The system informed him that it was the work of Su Qing's system, rendering any notion of assassination futile. Upon awakening, Su Qing glanced at Su Qin, who lay on the ground. Initially, she intended to confront him, but she soon noticed a series of transparent shields surrounding him, which she found utterly impenetrable. Consequently, she decided to abandon her efforts. At first, the two exchanged icy glares, but as time passed and they shared a meal, their animosity dissipated. Now, they sit shoulder to shoulder, enjoying chicken legs together as if they were brothers. Su Qing looked at Su Qin with a sense of grievance, rushing over to embrace his waist, exclaiming, Brother Su Qin, you frightened me to death. Su Qin wore a grim expression. He truly could not afford to provoke her. He chuckled softly, perhaps it would be better to bury the matter while it was still fresh. As Su Qing observed, Dai Mubai was taken aback by Su Qin's words. His trembling finger pointed accusingly at him. You. What do you mean by you? When adults are speaking, children should not interrupt. Su Qin, unperturbed, retorted sharply at Dai Mubai. In a moment of overwhelming shock, Dai Mubai fainted. At this juncture, Xiaowu, intrigued, approached, only to be restrained by Tang Shan, who shook his head disapprovingly, leading Xiaowu to relent. Brother Su Qin, I am still quite frightened. What should I do? Do not be afraid. I am scared too. How about you comfort me? Before Su Qin could finish, he glanced at his waist, noticing Su Qing was massaging it. Brother Su Qin, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Su Qing wore a mischievous grin as she gazed at Su Qin. No. I said do not be afraid. I will comfort you. Ouch, that hurts. Is that so? Brother Su Qin is so annoying. It's utterly exasperating. Su Qin expressed regret, stating that had he known, he would not have taken this woman in. Su Qin glanced at Tang San, then with a slight smile, approached the front desk. Boss, may we have the room now? The boss wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Su Qin led Su Qing upstairs, while Tang Shan detained Xiaowu, preventing her from leaving the hotel. Brother, why did you just hold me back? Xiaowu inquired. I believe that man is extraordinary. For now, we should not make an enemy of him. he replied. But brother, that girl just called him Su Chen, which is exactly the same name as Sister Su. Xiao Wu exclaimed. It could merely be a coincidence, he responded. Is that so? She questioned. In the hotel room, Su Chen and Su Qing gazed in astonishment at the roses adorning the bed, accompanied by a decorative double happiness symbol. Is this the wedding room you desired? Su Qing asked. Su Qing blushed, her neck thickening as she cast a defiant glance at the bed. She glared at Su Chen, declaring, You sleep outside. How could you say that? I'm your brother, he protested, incredulous. Do you truly have the heart to do this to me? Besides, the funds for this hotel room were all mine. I don't care. I simply refuse to share a bed. What if you're a scoundrel? She retorted. Me? A scoundrel? Rest assured, even if I were to fancy a pig, it would never be you. What? Furious, Su Qing leaped towards Su Chen, executing a swift lock maneuver. The two fell to the ground, with Su Qing firmly gripping Su Chen's arm, rendering her immobile. It hurts, it hurts. You're going to break it. Let go of me now. Not a chance. How dare you say I'm inferior to a pig? Wait, I still have something to say. All right, I shall grant you the opportunity to rephrase your words. Cough, cough. At least a pig can be consumed. You truly fall short of even a pig. Su Chen stated with utmost seriousness. Very well, splendid. Brother Su Chen, allow me to assist you in relaxing your body. With that, she invoked her 10th soul skill. The bone dislocation technique. Crack. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Sister, Andy, I was wrong. I was wrong. Do you now understand your mistake? Su Qing glared at Su Chen. Exasperated. Su Chen wiped away non-existent tears and nodded, acknowledging, Yes, I realize my error. Pray tell, where have I gone astray? Ah. The mistake lies in comparing you to a pig, he replied. Indeed, one ought to compare you to a human-faced spider. On a whim, Su Chen remarked, Boom, boom, boom. Well done, you have successfully captured my attention, Su Qing said with a bright smile as she regarded Su Chen. Chapter 12. Tianshui Academy. Wait. Ah. Beneath the starry night sky, within a hotel room, a man quietly leaned against the wall, covering his face with his hand. Humph. This is what you get for provoking my anger. Continue, and I shall render you powerless. Su Qing clapped her hands and, in high spirits, returned to her room to rest. As Su Chen endured the pain, his veins bulging, he gritted his teeth and addressed the system. Am I not invincible? Why then do I still suffer injuries? Is this not a trivial matter? That is the most vulnerable area for a man, with another being the waist. The issue lies in the fact that Su Qing is merely a soul emperor. She shouldn't be able to breach my defenses, right? Have you considered the nature of others' martial souls? They are all of a chaotic level. What relevance does this have in terms of her ability to penetrate my defenses? I am not entirely certain. Ordinarily, even a titled Douluo in this world should not be able to breach your defenses. Perhaps Su Qing is an exception. Very well. A woman of such ingratitude is destined to remain unmarried for life. Su Qing. Achio. Su Chen was perplexed. He distinctly remembered that when he first met Su Qing, she possessed no martial soul. Why, then, did she suddenly have one now? System, why did Su Qing lack a martial soul initially, and why does she possess one now? I'm not entirely certain. However, her arrival in this world must be linked to the Child of Destiny. It is possible that her awakening of the martial soul is related to Tang Shan. Otherwise, such an awakening would be inexplicable. Is she an ally or an adversary? From what I observed today, she did not seem particularly cordial towards Tang Shan. I'm not sure about that either. Nevertheless, you should focus on your own issues first. I dare not provoke this formidable lady. Understood. Very well, let us end our conversation here. I shall take my leave to rest. Su Chen reclined on the sofa, closed his eyes, and gradually drifted into slumber. At that moment, Su Qing emerged clad in her pajamas, clutching a blanket, and promptly draped it over Su Chen. This mischievous boy, without a blanket, didn't he even bother to utter a word. Host, do you think he fears the cold? What? Are you opposed to my decision? No way. Su Qing helped Su Chen tuck in the quilt, gently clapping her hands before returning to her room to rest. System. I wonder if my subjects are faring well? Rest assured, your domain is now secure. Aside from some minor disturbances caused by low-level monsters, all is well otherwise. Then I can be at ease. If it becomes unbearable, I shall return, for this place is ultimately not the world I am accustomed to. A night of silence ensued. The early hours of dawn approached. Su Chen opened his eyes and glanced at the quilt draped over him, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. System? What on earth is this quilt doing here? Could it possibly be that cruel woman who covered me with it? Of course not. No way. System, you must be dreaming. Su Qing emerged from her room, observing Su Chen shaking his head in a daze. With a look of disdain, she exclaimed, "You insufferable Su Chen. Why are you still lying there? Are we not supposed to register at another academy today?" "Oh, I see now." Su Chen also recalled that he was supposed to visit another college today. "Which college do you think we should go to?" Su Qing inquired of Su Chen. "I am uncertain as well." "Su Qing, so what brings you all the way here?" "To join the academy, I assume. However, there are so many academies to choose from. You must have a preference. We need to find a reliable one. So what are your requirements?" "It depends on your thoughts. I am indifferent. Otherwise, shall we part ways? Is this how we sever our ties?" Su Chen gazed at Su Qing with fervor. Su Qing gazed sharply at Su Chen. "What is it, Su Chen? Are you intending to abandon me? I have heard the elders say that casually discarding one's own may lead to a severance of lineage." Su Qing smiled as she extended a foot, aiming it towards Su Chen below. Su Chen wore a bitter smile and remarked, "No, you are not my biological sister. Why do you insist on following me? Moreover, did you not once express your desire for the freedom to love unencumbered? I am granting you that freedom now. And I am even offering you financial support. Is 80 million gold soul coins sufficient? If not, I can certainly provide more. Go ahead, give it a try." Su Chen swallowed hard, cursing inwardly. Being bullied by the system was one thing, but now he found himself tormented by a seemingly inexpensive younger sister. The only one who did not torment him was Gu Yuna. Indeed, his beloved wife was the best. "Alas, I shall not attempt further, for I cannot afford the cost." "Humph, you are wise to recognize this. Now, tell me, to which academy shall we ultimately pledge our allegiance? I mean, the last option I selected was deemed too crowded for your liking, and when I chose another, you complained about the abundance of males. Subsequently, I opted for yet another, only for you to criticize its remoteness. How am I to make a selection under such circumstances? Host, you may join Shrek Academy." In Su Chen's mind, the system's voice resonated, leaving him perplexed. Is the Shrek Academy truly credible? Is it the kind of institution characterized by towering edifices? No, it appears rather dilapidated. Well, I suppose I shall forego it. Su Qing, that woman, would undoubtedly turn her nose up at such a place. I simply dislike being disturbed by other males. Su Qing hesitated to articulate her thoughts. So, what am I? Am I not a male? You? Aside from possessing an extra leg in my eyes, you are merely a sister. Fine, fine, fine. You claim to dislike institutions rife with males. However, I happen to know of an all-female academy. Would you be interested? Pray tell, what is it called? Of course, it cannot be a rundown location. I believe it is called the Heavenly Water Academy, where the majority are females. And men are quite scarce, I presume. Very well, lead the way. Let us explore this Heavenly Water Academy you speak of. Meanwhile, Tang San encountered Dean Flinder in this region and learned of the existence of Shrek Academy. He and Xiao Wu were also preparing to enroll. Su Chen has already arrived at Tianshui Academy. I mentioned that you have been urging me incessantly. Look, I have already said there's no need to rush. The map is quite limited, and the academy has yet to open its doors. Su Chen glanced at Su Qing, who immediately retorted. How was I to know it would be like this? If you ask me, whom should I inquire? When will this academy open? How would I know? This is my first visit as well. The two of them stood at the entrance, bickering, when the guard on duty emerged, rubbing his temples. Hey, what are you two doing making such a racket at this hour? Upon seeing someone emerge from the academy, Su Chen chose to disregard the fierce woman beside him. Sawasti Ka, we are here to enroll at the academy. The gatekeeper gazed at Su Chen in utter bewilderment, muttering, What is this Sawasti Ka? What on earth? No. My sister and I have come to join Tianshui Academy. I see. Then please wait a moment while I notify someone. Thank you for your assistance. Su Chen's courteous demeanor left Su Qing feeling quite displeased. Despite accompanying Su Chen for so long, she had never been treated with such politeness since their departure from Nottingham Academy. Why the sulky face? You're not a toad spirit, she exclaimed. As the gates of the academy swung open, a figure emerged, clad in a cerulean dress and adorned with matching high heels. Her cascading waves of ocean blue hair framed a delicate, rosy visage, radiating an enchanting beauty. Greetings. You two are here to join our Tianshui Academy, are you not? A gentle voice resonated, prompting a captivated smile to grace Su Chen's face. Su Qing shot a disapproving glance at Su Chen and struck him once more. Indeed. My brother and I wish to enroll in your esteemed Tianshui Academy. What is the required registration fee? Shui Bingo observed the playful banter between the two, a gentle smile gracing her lips. As for the registration fee, there's no rush. May I inquire about your soul power levels and the nature of your martial souls? Would it be convenient for you to showcase them to me? Su Chun boldly stepped forward to introduce himself. My name is Su Chun. In this world, I have no family. The girl beside me is my adopted sister whom I found on the streets. Now that she has grown up, I no longer need to take care of her. Today, I am here with her, without any reservations. Su Chun turned his head and glanced down, noticing a small hand clutching his waist. He looked up to find Su Qing gazing at him with a polite, innocent smile. Su Qin swallowed hard. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Su Qin and began to introduce herself. We had a quarrel for a while, but we are siblings nonetheless. My martial spirit is of the ice attribute, and I currently possess a soul power of level 69. As for my brother, I shall let him introduce himself. Su Chun felt a profound sense of grievance. He truly wished to distance himself from this woman. Everything required her oversight. And though he was unable to engage in a physical confrontation, it was not merely a matter of strength. He could not even lay a finger upon her. My martial spirit, like my sister's, possesses the ice attribute, and as for my current soul power, wait, let me ponder. System, how much should I disclose? Should I possibly claim 150? Just provide any number, it's fine. With the system, there is no need to worry about exposure. Ah, with your reassurance, I feel at ease. Returning to reality, Su Chun spoke up directly. My soul power, like my sister S, is also at level 69. Shui Bing regarded the two with a puzzled expression, harboring a hint of skepticism. She then produced a crystal, stating, "Let us test your soul power to ascertain if you qualify for admission into our academy." Su Qing casually placed her hand upon the crystal, and in an instant, it radiated brilliance, displaying the number 69. Shui Bingo, astonished, covered her mouth as she gazed at Su Qing, unable to believe that the girl before her was indeed speaking the truth. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Su Qing was significantly younger than herself. When it was Su Qin's turn to test, he approached with an air of indifference, placing his hand directly on the crystal. Bang! Huh? What on earth? Why did it explode? Shui Binger stared in confusion at the now invisible crystal on her hand, distinctly remembering that her crystal was supposed to test for a soul power of level 70. System, what on earth is going on? Why did it explode? Such unexpectedness. Such surprises. Now, everything was in disarray. Su Qin was rendered speechless upon hearing the system's response. He promptly apologized to Shui Binger, saying, "I apologize. Perhaps this crystal is defective." Shui Bingo found it difficult to respond, and she directly urged Su Qin, "Please unleash your martial soul." Upon hearing this, Su Qin immediately resumed communication with the system. System, is everything all right? It seems that I currently possess only a few soul rings. Could you perhaps assist me in altering this? Of course, not a problem at all. Do not worry, I assure you. Upon hearing a satisfactory response, Su Qin triumphantly stamped his foot, causing a soul ring to gradually materialize beneath him. However, the hue of the first soul ring left everyone utterly astonished. Su Qin gaped in astonishment at the soul ring beneath his feet, recognizing its familiar crimson hue. Shui Binger, taken aback, covered her mouth in shock, stammering, T10, 10, 100,000-year soul ring. All the passers-by around him trembled in fear, their eyes fixated on Su Qin. Gradually, several soul rings began to materialize beneath his feet, each one a deep red, until the seventh soul ring emerged, at which point its color shifted. Su Qin let out a sigh of relief upon noticing that the seventh soul ring was white. Suddenly, he regained his composure and remarked to Shui Bingo that he was only at level 69, and now possessing a seventh soul ring seemed rather deceptive. Su Qing approached with a look of bewilderment, gazing at the soul ring beneath Su Qin's feet. Su Qin, why does your soul ring change color? She exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth? It can change color? Su Qin, unable to comprehend, glanced down in disbelief. He was utterly confounded as he beheld the vibrant colors of his soul ring shifting before him. Suddenly, additional soul rings began to manifest at his feet. And in an instant, an overwhelming aura of power surged forth, compelling everyone in the vicinity, including Shui Binger, to prostrate themselves on the ground. Su Qin halted his steps upon the emergence of the 10th five-colored soul ring beneath his feet. Su Qin cursed the system 1,000 times in his heart. He merely wished to remain inconspicuous, yet this wretched system showed no regard for his desires. System, come forth and explain yourself, he exclaimed. Perhaps I have exerted too much control. In any case, what does it matter? It is merely 10 soul rings. If they are exposed, so be it. But why do the last 3 soul rings change color? What on earth is this? Those are divine-level soul rings, the highest tier of 5-colored soul rings. I distinctly limited your power to 10%, yet I remain bewildered by this sudden transformation. Su Qing gazed at Su Chun in silence, questioning. Aren't you fond of leading a low-profile life? Is this how one remains discreet? Su Chun, wearing a wry smile, replied, I have no idea. I am as puzzled as you are. So, what should we do now? Should we eliminate these individuals? Su Qing responded, Oh, surely not. They are innocent, after all. There is no need for such drastic measures. Su Qing cast a glance at Su Chen, who was filled with a maternal aura. She communicated with the system within her mind, requesting, System, grant me a modicum of strength, so that these individuals may forget all that has transpired moments ago. Understood? This will restore the host's minuscule power of 0.000000000001%. Feeling a surge of power, Su Qing clasped her hands together in a mystical gesture, murmuring incantations. In an instant, everyone within a 2-kilometer radius fell into a deep slumber. What are you doing? Are you descending from the mountain like a Taoist? Su Chen looked at Su Qing with a perplexed expression. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Su Chun and said, All right, release your oppressive aura. They will forget everything upon waking, and I have altered their memories. Once they regain consciousness, we shall successfully infiltrate the academy. Wow, that's incredible. Sister, would you mind teaching me that little trick of yours? I wish to learn, Su Chun inquired eagerly. With your aptitude, it's impossible. There is no spiritual energy here. Su Qing replied dismissively. Is that so? Naturally, I can manage it. Just refrain from asking too many questions, Su Chen retorted. Spiritual energy? What is that? Su Chen continued to probe, observing Su Qing intently. Chapter 13. Qian Rinxue. Half an hour later, everyone gradually regained consciousness. Shui Bing arose, massaging her temples. Upon noticing Su Chen and Su Qing, she immediately approached them and led the two inside. In this manner, Su Chen inexplicably became a member of Tianshui Academy. After Shui Bingo introduced Su Chen and Su Qing to the individuals within the academy, she departed alone, sensing an inexplicable feeling of forgetting something important. All she knew was that upon rising, her entire body ached, and beyond that, her memory eluded her. Su Chen sat on the sofa with a dark expression, gazing at Su Qing, who stood before him. Isn't it enough that we've been assigned to separate dormitories? Must you still sleep here? He huffed. Am I not allowed to be afraid of the dark? Besides, you are my sister, not my blood relative. Even if you were, it would still be unacceptable. What if things went awry? Do you dare? Su Qing fixed her cold gaze on Su Chen, her eyes glinting with intensity. Su Chen immediately covered himself with both hands, gazing at Su Qing in terror. You. How can a girl be so violent? Be careful, or no one will want you in the future. Humph. In this world, no one is worthy of me. Enough. I shall take my rest now. You will sleep on the sofa while I occupy the bed. Remember, if you leave, you must report to me. What audacity. You are not my wife. What I choose to do is none of your concern. Report? I shall report nothing. Su Qing disregarded Su Chun and went directly to her room. Su Chun was engulfed in sorrow. He yearned for solitude, preferring to be alone. Oh, host, he lamented. It is not merely the system speaking, but you as well. Back then, when the opportunity arose to embrace her, you hesitated. Now, look at the predicament you found yourself in, regretful, unable to fight, nor to part ways. Upon reflecting on the system, Su Chen found himself in a state of despair. Initially, when he sought to eliminate Su Qing, he met with failure. He attempted to flee, only to inadvertently arrive at the Douluo Empire, an unforgiving distance away. Ultimately, Su Qing managed to track him down once more, leading to yet another confrontation. It became evident that he was utterly incapable of breaching her defenses. Su Qing, with deliberate malice, targeted his vulnerable areas, leaving him with no choice but to evade her onslaught. Perhaps I should seek some solitude, he mused. Yet, how did she manage to locate me? Perhaps you left some mark on her. She could be tracking you at any moment. You, a system, cannot discern it? Regrettably, I am unable to detect any issues with your physical form. It is possible she has tampered with your soul, but I dare not meddle with that. What if I were to unintentionally cause damage? Never mind, I shall take a stroll outside. Su Chen rose and approached the door, rapping gently upon it. Knock, knock, knock. Is there something amiss? I need to step out briefly to speak with you. Oh, wait for me. I shall accompany you. Is that truly necessary? I merely wish to wander. Is it not permissible? Absolutely not. I have encountered a bit of trouble. What sort of trouble? Do share. Perhaps I can assist you in resolving it. Su Chen gazed at Su Qing with a mischievous smile, stroking his chin as if pondering something. His eyes suddenly lit up with an idea. Are you feeling unwell? Unwell? Do you require my assistance in alleviating your discomfort? No, no, no. I'm in a different kind of unwell. What kind of unwell? Su Qin slowly approached Su Qing and whispered a few words in her ear. Su Qing's cheeks visibly flushed, her face radiating warmth as she glanced at Su Qin with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. What was that for? Why did you slap my face? She exclaimed. Humph. I'm not talking to you anymore. You scoundrel. How dare you say such inappropriate things? Which one are you referring to? Just say it. You know exactly what I mean. Su Qin, with a mischievous grin, observed Su Qing's crimson face. Forget it. I shan't say another word. Su Qin, I misjudged you. I never expected you to be of such low character, wanting to visit such establishments. Come on, please. I'm a man, for goodness sake. I have my own needs to express. Am I supposed to vent my frustrations on you? You are my sister. How could I possibly engage in such matters? He retorted. Am I not right? Su Qing, filled with indignation and embarrassment, turned away and retreated directly to her room. Upon witnessing Su Qing's return, Su Qin could no longer contain himself. Humph, he thought. How could you willingly follow me to such a place? Su Qin strutted out triumphantly, an air of smug satisfaction adorning his face. At long last, he had emerged victorious. Meanwhile, Su Qing sat on the bed, cursing and muttering to herself, lamenting the nature of men. Indeed, it seemed all men in the world were of this ilk. Those who reveled in their flirtations. Su Qin soared into the sky and surveyed his surroundings. He sought a suitable place to descend, then swept his hand across his face, instantly transforming his countenance into that of a refined gentleman. Where's this place? Never mind, I shall inquire with someone. Su Qin inquired of a passerby and, having gathered the necessary information, learned that he was currently situated within the territory of the Tiando Empire. Su Qin held a folding fan in his hand, gracefully waving it before his face to create a gentle breeze. A boy approached him, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange. Su Qin smiled at the boy, who responded with a courteous bow before departing. Su Qin gazed at the boy's retreating figure and smiled. How intriguing. He even dressed as a girl. He was rather handsome. Yet unfortunately, he could not rival my wife's beauty. Oh well, it's none of my concern. Su Qin was preparing to depart when the annoying system immediately chimed in. Host. That is Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue? Who is she? Have you forgotten? She is the daughter of Bibi Dong. Oh, quite impressive. No wonder she is so beautiful. I never expected her to be Bibi Dong's daughter. Go for it. You are the villain now. Give it your all. Indeed, I am the villain, but the issue is that she is also the daughter of Bibi Dong. Isn't she a villain too? Why should I oppose her? Are you a fool? I want you to conquer her, but I already have a wife. Besides, I have no desire for a harem. What would I do with so many wives? It's absurd. Listen, in the world of Douluo, having multiple wives is quite acceptable. You must adapt to the customs. You speak of multiple wives, yet I am not interested. One Guyuna is already overwhelming for me. However, those experiences are truly addictive, yet once indulged too much, they lose their allure. I see you're incapable. How dare you suggest I am incapable? Let me tell you. Reverse psychology will not work on me. Regardless, sleeping with Qian Rinxue would be beneficial for you. How would that benefit me? Should I be thankful to her? Though I am male, I am not that desperate, you know. There is no point in discussing this further. Allow me to show you a vision. Half an hour later, Su Qin gradually transformed from a mere onlooker to one filled with existential doubt. A system? Could it be that Qian Rinxue is unwell? Why? When Tang has become her enemy, does she still show leniency? In truth, she has not been excessively lenient. Yet I am perplexed as to why she is so drawn to the child of fate. Are you suggesting that I should conquer her and then deal with Tang Shan, who will not show mercy and will pursue total annihilation? Truly, a teachable soul. Apologies, but I must decline. Why should her preferences concern me? While I intend to join the Spirit Hall, my only priority is to ensure its victory. Her fondness for the Tang surname bears no relevance to my affairs. However, it may prove beneficial for future tasks. Halt. Every time you mention tasks, have you actually assigned me any? So much time has passed, and I have scarcely made 10 progress. Even if I return to my hometown, my family's assets have been bequeathed to my sister. Even if they were not, my parents could easily start anew, leaving me with nothing. I have come to a resolution during this time. Whether you assign tasks or not, whether I wish to partake, is of no consequence. I have seen through the facade of life. My interest in joining the Spirit Hall is merely that an interest. I shall forge my own path, and no one can coerce me into actions I do not wish to pursue. The real question is, why are you willing to heed Su Qing's commands? It's obvious. I cannot defeat her. What other choice do I have? You boast of invincibility, yet you cannot even best a single woman. What can I do? Su Qing's existence was an unforeseen complication. Had she not appeared, would you not be invincible? Your reasoning is compelling, leaving me at a loss for words. Indeed, it is true. Your parents have indeed given you a brother. Su Chun has come to terms with reality. He understands the nature of his parents. Thus, he has no intention of making a fuss. Instead, he chooses to live peacefully, realizing that engaging in daily conflict serves no purpose. He is not lacking in resources. After a while, he plans to bring Gu Yuna to reside with him. As for the divine realm, he would simply eradicate it, allowing his family to live joyfully together. Host, shouldn't you conquer the world? In this realm, no one can rival you. You ought not to be so complacent, my host. Conquer the world? I lack the inclination for such pursuits, with a plethora of matters to attend to. Why should I not continue to idly drift through life? It's far more comfortable this way. Despairing. After finishing her conversation, Su Chen found a bar, entered, and ordered a drink. She leisurely swirled the contents of her wine glass. A young man observed Su Chen's silhouette and politely addressed her. May I take a seat opposite you? Su Chen observed the boy beside her. His expression one of helplessness as he mused on the curious presence of Qian Rinxue in such an establishment. Shouldn't a young woman like her frequent more refined venues? Nevertheless, Su Chen courteously replied that it was only polite to allow others to take their seats. Qian Rinxue expressed her gratitude. Ordering a glass of red wine and mimicking Su Chen's movements as she swirled it gracefully. Was this fellow a denizen of the heavenly Dou Empire? Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's response, Su Chen shook his head. Is that the Spirit Hall? No. Could it be the Douluo Empire? No. But are we even acquainted well enough? Su Chen showed no regard for Qian Rinxue, primarily because Qian Rinxue currently bore the visage of a man, thus he felt no obligation to be courteous. Had she retained her original appearance, he might have shown her some semblance of respect. Beside Qian Rinxue stood an unattractive man, clad in armor resembling a hedgehog, with golden plating and fiery red hair, who immediately stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Chen and declared, "You audacious fool. How dare you be disrespectful to the prince?" Su Chen cast a disdainful glance at the man, who immediately turned his head and rubbed his eyes. Is she really a prince? How laughable, with such an unremarkable appearance. Ugh, what a filthy thing. The man's expression darkened instantly, and he prepared to teach Su Chen a lesson. However, he was promptly stopped by Qian Rinxue. Uncle Cuttlefish, Qian Rinxue's words were clear, and Cuttlefish immediately understood her intent and retreated. Qian Rinxue fixed her gaze upon Su Chen, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. You, my brother, are a spirit master, are you not? Whether I am or not has no bearing on you. Do not presume that your status as a prince grants you the right to bully us commoners. My brother has misunderstood. It is my failure to manage my subordinates properly. May I inquire what brings you to Tiandou? As a prince of the Tiandou Empire, I believe I am entitled to know. I merely sought to alleviate my boredom with a stroll. Is it forbidden for commoners to wander about in Tiandou? Qian Rinxue narrowed her eyes as she regarded Su Chen. Naturally, you may. However, as a commoner entering such an upscale establishment, may I suspect you of being a spy? Su Chen looked at Qian Rinxue with a frown, questioning her sanity. Is there something amiss with your mind? Can I not come to such a place simply because I possess wealth? Does the entirety of Douluo belong solely to the Tiandou? Qian Rinxue's expression soured. She had never encountered anyone so audacious as to speak to her in such a manner. Had it not been for her recent attempt to gauge Su Chen's soul power, which proved elusive, she might have suspected him as a spy sent by that woman. Naturally, she could not acquiesce, thus she decided to take her leave. Enjoy your drink, my friend. Who knows when you shall have the opportunity to savor this wine again? As Qian Rinxue stepped outside, Sita frowned and addressed her. Young mistress, why do you not allow me to teach that insolent boy a lesson? Uncle Sita, did you discern any soul power from him? Subordinate could not perceive any. Is he not an ordinary person? Uncle Situ, remember this. Such individuals are either friends or foes. First, we must ascertain whether he is an ally or an adversary. If he is an enemy, we must eliminate him immediately. If he is a friend, perhaps we can utilize him. Your wisdom is unparalleled, young mistress. I shall promptly investigate his background. With a flash, Sita vanished from sight. Qian Rinxue turned to the man beside her, who spoke. Uncle Shimao, please keep a close watch on this individual. I sense there is more to him than meets the eye. He may very well be a pawn of that woman. But, young mistress, your safety. There are no buts. Do you not heed my words? Subordinate obeys. Qian Rinxue made her way to a secluded area, transforming instantly into a girl. Her skin was as white as snow, with a high nose and elongated phoenix-like eyes. Her facial features bore a hint of sharpness, and on her brow rested a small six-winged angel mark. Her golden eyes sparkled like spring water, seemingly unassuming yet distinctly formidable. After achieving godhood at level 100, Qian Rinxue appeared even more youthful, resembling an 18-year-old, with a more voluptuous figure. Her large eyes glimmered like black pearls, her lips slightly upturned, and her nose delicate yet straight. She wore an elegant golden palace-style long gown, seamlessly woven with golden threads, devoid of excessive embellishments, exuding a sense of ancient nobility. The golden collar embraced her slender, snow-white neck, while her long golden hair cascaded casually down her back, unkempt yet captivating. How intriguing. I hope you can surprise me. Qian Rinxue mused as she cast a final glance at the bar before gracefully departing. Su Chen smiled faintly, fully aware of the words just spoken by Qian Rinxue. He handed some money to the bar owner, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight, leaving the spear-wielding onlooker in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 14. The yin and yang dispersed. Qian Rinxue walked alone down the road when suddenly, a lewd man with protruding teeth, clad in a purple jacket, leered at her as he approached. Qian Rinxue noticed everything, confident in her appearance, knowing it would inevitably attract some attention. Hey there, little sister, where are you headed? As the unsavory man placed a hand on her shoulder, Qian Rinxue's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at him. Remove your hand at once. Su Chan observed the scene with keen interest, believing that Qian Rinxue would undoubtedly eliminate the lecherous man, for the existence of such individuals is merely a waste of resources. Undeterred, the unsavory man persisted, running his finger along Qian Rinxue's shoulder. Little sister, how about I take you to a fun place? Qian Rinxue was poised to retaliate when suddenly, the serpent spear surged forward, seizing the lecherous man's throat and lifting him high. Young master, how shall we deal with this individual? Uncle Serpent Spear, let it be. I have other matters to attend to. Without hesitation, the serpent spear cast the man aside, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. Su Chan observed the unfolding events, finding the girl, Qian Rinxue, rather intriguing. Typically, in such scenarios, a lecherous man would at least receive a thrashing, if not be outright eliminated. Yet, Qian Rinxue chose to let him go. Frowning at Shimiao, she inquired, Did I not instruct you to follow that individual? Why have you come here? Shimiao, drenched in cold sweat, immediately began to explain, My lord, your subordinate has failed in his duties and lost track of him. With your prowess, how could you lose him? Qian Rinxue rebuked. Uncle Shimiao, if I recall correctly, you are a 93rd level title Douluo. Well, my lord, that man was extraordinarily swift. I was completely unaware of how he vanished, Shimiao replied. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's lips curled into a smile. How fascinating. Could it be due to his martial soul? If this person were to become one of my subordinates, it would undoubtedly aid my endeavors. A martial soul of such remarkable speed is quite suitable for investigations. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord, Shimiao praised. Suddenly, the sound of clapping reached Qian Rinxue's ears, instantly raising her alertness. She glanced around and demanded, Who was there? To her astonishment, she discovered that the voice belonged to the strikingly handsome stranger she had encountered in the bar. Ah, it is you. I presume you overheard my earlier remarks. What do you think? Would you consider joining the Spirit Hall? However, you must obey my commands. Should you agree to join, wealth and splendor will certainly follow you. Su Chen glanced at the serpent spear beside him, and Qian Rinxue immediately understood. She gave the serpent spear a meaningful look. Although the serpent spear intended to refuse, Qian Rinxue's expression had already shifted, compelling him to reluctantly move to protect her. Why did you not eliminate that lecherous man just now? He took advantage of you, she inquired. Such a trivial character does not warrant my intervention. I fear my hands may become sullied. By the way, have you given any thought to my proposal? What proposal? He retorted. I am willing to join you. However, my sister would never consent. If you can resolve matters with her, I would naturally align myself with you. Why does your sister refuse? He asked. How should I know? I must warn you, my sister is quite formidable. On several occasions, I narrowly escaped severe injury at her hands. It was only through my fondness for lychees that I managed to forgive her. In the sky, a furious Su Qing observed the entire exchange, her veins bulging with anger. Fine, fine. You claim to favor beautiful girls. I believe this one suits you perfectly. I shall let you call me fierce. With a delicate flick of her finger, Su Qing sent a wisp of pink essence towards Qian Rinxue. Humph, this yin yang powder. If a woman refrains from engaging in intimate affairs, she shall perish in an explosive demise. Su Chen, I find myself curious about your next move. Here I am, a grand celestial being before you, yet you remain utterly unmoved, wandering the streets in search of such base company. Host, is this not excessive? What you have unleashed is rather formidable. What if silence? I require no reprimand from you. I am well aware of my actions. I merely observe that my dear brother has an affinity for women, and I thought to provide him with a bit of excitement. Enough. I am weary. I shall return to rest. As the pink essence enveloped Qian Rinxue, her golden pupils gradually transformed into a rosy hue. Shaking her head, she gazed at Su Qin's figure. Slowly succumbing to a haze. Breathing heavily, she incessantly struck her head against the wall. Su Qin was taken aback, immediately retreating. Could it be that you were truly a fool? Who would have thought that Bibi Dong's daughter would turn out to be so unhinged? Host, have you ever encountered a lunatic that still possesses the capacity for delicate whimpering? Su Qin, damn it, it must be you behind this system's antics again. Have you drugged me once more? I assure you, even if Qian Rinxue were to perish before my eyes, I would remain indifferent. It was not my doing. Do you truly believe your words hold any credibility? Have you not deceived me enough already? I swear on my very life that this system is not responsible. Is that so? Then, for heaven's sake, stop flattering. Su Chun had yet to finish speaking, his gaze fixed upon Qian Rinxue as she playfully licked her tongue at him. System, are you simply going to stand by and watch? He lamented. I wish I could intervene. But it seems Qian Rinxue has fallen victim to the yin-yang powder from the infinite box world. This substance is exceedingly toxic, available solely in realms of cultivation, and utterly incurable except through the act of yin-yang mating, which is the only method to quell the raging fire within her. You imply that Su Qing is behind this mischief, yet my consciousness does not perceive her presence. I saw her. Why did you not mention this sooner? I feared you would scold me. Then what shall we do? Qian Rinxue is also an innocent party in this predicament. Must I truly take such a drastic step with her? What other option remains? Surely not. I could summon that fellow named Miao to fulfill the act instead. And it would yield the same result, wouldn't it? Host, are you truly so foolish? If Xi Miao were to engage in such actions, Qian Rinxue's grandfather would surely put an end to him. What do you propose, then? Perhaps the system should take charge? Do not fall silent on me. Goodness. Do not tear at my clothing. Qian Rinxue gasped, her breath quickening as she anxiously tugged at Su Qin's garments. Su Qin, akin to a clandestine affair, glanced furtively around, ascertaining the absence of others. In an instant, he executed a princess carry, transporting himself to an unoccupied room. Without a hint of hesitation, he unceremoniously deposited Qian Rinxue onto the bed. Turning swiftly, he closed the door behind him. Who are you? Why are you in my room? A corpulent man stammered, trembling as he pointed a quivering finger at Su Qin. In a flash, Su Qin teleported before the man, delivering a resounding slap that sent the man spiraling into unconsciousness. His vision filled with stars. It's so hot. I'm so hot. Qian Rinxue continued to writhe helplessly on the bed. Su Qin felt a profound sense of despair. He was indeed fond of women, yet he was not a cad. The crux of the matter was that this situation was intertwined with his own feelings. After all, Su Qing was acknowledged as his dear sister, though they shared no blood ties. A bond had nonetheless formed over the years they had spent together. Could it be that this girl was feeling jealous? Soon, Su Qin dismissed that thought. Qian Rinxue was incessantly screaming in agony within the confines of her room. Su Qin felt a sense of urgency creeping in. System, how much time does Qian Rinxue have left? I just scanned her. She has approximately 5 minutes remaining. What? Given her extraordinary talents in this world, how is she unable to endure any longer? That's obvious. From the very beginning, I suppressed her. Unlike other systems, if I bind you to this world, I cannot exceed the power from the previous realm by too much, as I must surrender a portion of my strength to the higher authorities. Your martial soul, including that of the desolate heavenly emperor, is merely what I acquired in the last world, including the martial soul you selected. It cannot surpass this universe by a significant margin. Making you the strongest is effortless. Yet the issue lies in my unawareness of the existence of that old woman. Su Qing, what use are you then? If I had my full power, back in the Great Desolation, I could easily suppress such forces. However, I currently possess only 5 of my strength. What am I to do? Is there truly no way out? There is. So hurry and tell me. Simply put her to sleep, and that should suffice. The medicine that old woman Su Qing employs is far too domineering. For someone like Qian Rinxue, a character from a world of mere tiles, to have lasted this long without succumbing is already remarkable. Su Qin glanced awkwardly at the door, contemplating the predicament he faced. What a troublesome situation. If it weren't for my limitations, I would rush in without hesitation. Damn it. My dear wife, I am merely attempting to save someone. Please do not be upset with me. As Suchin finished speaking, he dashed into the room, which was soon filled with indescribable sounds. From 5 in the afternoon until 4 in the morning, the tumult continued. Qian Rushue, tears streaming down her face, succumbed to slumber. Emerging once more. Suchin bore the weight of dark circles under his eyes, supporting himself with a hand on his waist, nearly collapsing to his knees. The efficacy of Suchin's medicine was truly remarkable. I genuinely felt as though I was at my limit. What on earth does that woman mean? Is it such a crime for me to converse with Qian Rushue? Must it come to this? How utterly dramatic. This is even more potent than the medicine I previously administered to Guyuna. Surely, you must have exceeded 80 times this evening. Blast it. This thought incites my ire. Here I am, a mere system, unable to match others in strength, and yet I find myself eclipsed even by aphrodisiacs. What purpose do I serve? This very medicine was something I had stashed away in secret, used only out of spite. Yet, look at you now, happily with Guyuna, are you not? Well, what of Qian Rushue? Do you wish for me to be branded a heartless traitor? She has not even developed feelings for you. You are unworthy of such a title. Your argument is indeed compelling. I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Naturally, you. Hush, resume your slumber. Snap. Suchin was engaged in conversation with the system when the portly man on the ground groggily awakened. He looked at Suchin with terror. Uttering the word you 3 times, only to be rendered unconscious once more by a swift slap from Suchin. Meanwhile, Qian Rushue, dazed and disoriented upon awakening, felt a profound ache throughout her body. Rubbing her temples, she prepared to rise, only to suddenly realize that she was entirely unclothed. A wave of panic engulfed her as she hesitated, then lifted the blanket to confirm her fears, which were met with the same disheartening reality. This revelation struck her like a thunderbolt, and she could only exclaim in horror, "Ah!" Suchin hurriedly covered his ears, innocently entering the room. Qian Rushue immediately shielded her chest with the blanket, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Suchin. What have you done to me? You have seen everything. All that should not have been done has been done. I shall kill you. With that, Qian Rushue drew her angelic holy sword, bringing it to rest against Suchin's throat. Suchin wore an expression of helplessness, his face adorned with a sense of injustice. To be honest, Qian Rushue was equally wronged. Ultimately, the matter bore a connection to him. If it were related, it would mean that Suchin was indeed his sister. Yet if it were unrelated, it implied she was not his blood relative, a fact he wholly repudiated. The crux of the matter lay in the obstinacy of that woman, who refused to part ways with him, leaving him with no choice but to acknowledge her. What do you wish to convey? I grant you the opportunity to utter your final words. Your sword cannot harm me. Relinquish this endeavor. When I attempt to elucidate, you likely will not believe me. Speak. I am listening, but should you dare to utter nonsense, I shall immediately sever your throat. Suchin looked at Qian Rushue with a bitter smile. This is all my sister's doing. What kind of poison did she administer to you? If I hadn't acted in that manner, you would have perished. I truly had no choice. I never intended to save you. Yet, you were unexpectedly drawn into this incident, and the thought of your demise weighs heavily on my conscience. Have you finished? Then go die. Qian Rushue coldly declared, mercilessly slashing at Suchin's neck. However, the outcome she envisioned did not materialize. I told you. You cannot harm me. Surrender. It is best for you to focus on healing. The sword in Qian Runshue's hand trembled and fell to the ground. Tears streamed down her face as she sat on the bed, utterly broken. She felt a deep despair, contemplating her own demise. She was at a loss as to how to explain this to her grandfather, who had immense expectations of her. Her purity was lost, and she feared it might affect the evaluation by the angel god. Hey, do not wear that expression. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for you. I promise I will treat you fairly, and I will clarify everything to my wife. A thunderclap of shock reverberated in Qian Runshue's mind. She could hardly believe that this man, whom she had known for less than an hour, was already married. She had thought that she could endure this situation, but it turned out she was still but a child. Instantly, Qian Runsue picked up the angel sword from the ground, determined to end her own life. Suchin was swifter than Qian Runsue, and he was acutely aware of her intentions. He promptly moved ahead of her to retrieve the item. Hey, what do you think you're doing? While this matter is undeniably heart-wrenching, have you considered what would happen to your grandfather if you were to perish? Wouldn't he be devastated? Your lineage, the angel clan, relies on you to thrive. Yet here you are, contemplating leaving it all behind without a second thought for your grandfather. My affairs are none of your concern. That is my sword. Return it to me. No, you can bite me. You. Fine. Just watch as I make you regret it. You beast. A sudden crack echoed in the room as Qian Rinxue, feeling aggrieved, sat back down on the bed. Chapter 15. Brown sugar water. Rest assured, I, Suchin, am not the kind of irresponsible man you might think. Ultimately, this is my fault. If you were truly able to kill me, I would undoubtedly allow you to do so. The issue is, you cannot. Get out. What did you say? I said, leave this room at once. Very well, then. You take a moment to calm down. Suchin immediately retreated from the room, leaving Qian Rinxue with red-rimmed eyes. She bitterly pressed her lips together, pondering how she would explain this to her grandfather. Suchin stood outside, gazing through the window, and sighed deeply, reflecting on his past. I was once a person who approached relationships with utmost sincerity. During my time on Blue Star, I rarely interacted with any girls, only encountering some executives when signing contracts. Little did I expect that upon arriving in this world, I would undergo such a profound transformation that I scarcely recognized myself. People naturally evolve, some become fickle, while others possess kind hearts. Yet, this world is ultimately skewed. There are more villains than heroes. Human nature is inherently flawed. Host. While you may wish for the common folk not to suffer persecution, the harsh truth is that a considerable number of them are selfish and self-serving. And I believe they are not worth saving. Indeed, system, you speak with wisdom. However, my father once advised me to conduct business with integrity and to steer clear of unlawful activities. He taught me that, although one may belong to the city, one must not forget their roots. Rural dwellers are the lifeblood of urbanites. Without them, there would be no sustenance for city dwellers. The ancestors who defended our homeland were also from the countryside, as were our forebears. My father instilled in me from a young age the importance of respecting the common people, for we thrive under their toil. Yet, this world is vastly different from my own. There is no need for you to force a change. Your nation is entirely distinct from this realm. I understand. But it pains me to witness the plight of the common folk in this world. Although I have occasionally contemplated remaining indifferent, cherishing my own freedom, I have come to realize that I cannot turn a blind eye. I foresee a grim fate for this world, filled with suffering and war. Given my current capabilities, why should I not endeavor to effect change? I wish to prevent the Spirit Hall and Tang San from igniting conflict. If they remain obstinate, I shall stand with the Spirit Hall, for regardless of my alignment, I have already taken Thousand Rinxue as my wife, and Bai Bai Dong as my mother-in-law. I cannot stand idly by while war rages, allowing her kin to perish before my eyes, shattering the very essence of our spirit. Host, I comprehend your sentiments. We have all faced trials. Yet, it is your doing that has led to this chaos. I had intended to live freely, unencumbered by such turmoil. Now, I find myself in disarray. Tang San is still a novice, and I would prefer to eliminate him directly, but you thwart my intentions. I am not returning to Blue Star. Your system continues to impede me. What is your true intention? If Tang San were dealt with, all would be well. Oh, host. I share your frustration. It is not my desire to interfere. This is a directive from above. If you were to eliminate Tang San now, the leaders would reshape this world and might even strip you of your powers. For now, we must wait until Tang San ascends to divinity. And then you may strike him down. Surely your leaders must be gravely misguided. Now is not the time to address it. Why resolve it later when it becomes troublesome? I am at a loss. How could I possibly know? I have been exceedingly kind to you, my host. I have endowed you with strength. You now stand at the pinnacle of this world. I have provided you with wealth. I have granted you everything you desire. What more can I do for you? The emergence of Suchin Dong is beyond my control. This woman is not subject to the influence of fate. Even my superiors would not dare to provoke her. I find it perplexing that in a world of floor tiles, such a formidable woman has appeared. I could even accept a traveler from Blue Star, yet here you are. Your name is Suchun, is it not? A voice, reminiscent of a regal goddess, resonated from behind Suchun. Suchun felt a tightening in his breath. He stiffly turned his neck to gaze at Qian Rinxue. When did you position yourself behind me? What was it you just said about resolving something for Tang? And then I appeared behind you? Oh, I see. That's a relief. Are you feeling better now? Much improved. Later, you shall accompany me to the Spirit Hall. What? Must I go? Why ever not? You have taken possession of my body today, so it is only proper that I inform my grandfather. Whether he chooses to punish you is of no concern to me, for this is merely your retribution. Cough, cough, cough. What did you just say? Your grandfather would kill me? You startled me. I thought you were seeking your mother. If it were your mother, I truly would find it difficult to explain. However, if it is your grandfather, I shall certainly clarify matters. Since I have engaged in those actions towards you, I shall naturally take responsibility. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, Qian Rinxue regarded him with newfound respect. Can you elucidate the situation regarding your sister? Why has she treated me in such a manner? We are hardly acquainted. Su Chen awkwardly explained step by step, merely omitting the revelation of his identity as a traverser. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue regarded Su Chen with a peculiar expression. Please don't look at me like that. I don't wish for this either. I'm not the type of fickle man. So, you mean to say that your sister is one you picked up? And ever since she awakened her martial soul, she has been bullying you? Today, for some reason. She drugged me? Yes, that's precisely the case. Could it be that your sister has feelings for you? If not, why would she target me without reason? How could that be? I could never have feelings for her. That woman is so fierce that I want to sever all ties with her. Then go ahead and cut ties. And what about your wife? Wouldn't it be better to bring her to the spirit hall? No, let's forget that. She prefers solitude. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Su Chen immediately waved his hand anxiously, urging Gu Yuna to head to the spirit hall. Was she out of her mind? Do as you wish. By the way, why can't I see through your strength? Of course, you cannot perceive it. My martial spirit is rather peculiar. It can conceal my true power. In reality, I am merely a soul saint. You wouldn't look down on me, would you? Qian Rinxue, upon hearing Su Chen's response, displayed an expression of disdain. You are merely a soul saint? I truly look down upon you. After all, I am the young master of the spirit hall. You have tarnished my reputation today, and my grandfather will not let you off easily. Prepare yourself for the consequences. Ah, is your grandfather that terrifying? Then I shall not go. You must go regardless. Remember, if you refuse, you will be considered an enemy of the spirit hall. Prepare to be hunted down. Let us see how a mere soul saint like you can evade them. Goodness, I didn't expect such a young girl to be so ruthless. It sounds as if I am the one taking advantage of you. Hurry, we must go to the spirit hall at once. Right now? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Why are you wasting words? We must go immediately. Can you even walk? Your gait seems rather peculiar. Qian Rinxue limped towards Su Chen, and upon reaching him, she delivered a sharp slap. A handprint marked Su Chen's face, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Why did you strike me? I don't believe I have provoked you, he protested. I merely noticed that you appeared unwell. Qian Rinxue cast a disdainful glance at Su Chen before tremblingly retreating to her room, where she sat on the bed. Su Chen pondered momentarily before sweeping his hand across his face, transforming back into his original appearance. He opened the door and stepped out, raising his hand. Qian Rinxue turned her head in confusion and glanced at Su Chen. After taking a good look, she was momentarily stunned. Who are you? Humph. You don't even recognize your own husband? Are you Su Chen? You can change your appearance? Is that a power of your soul bone? Of course. Impressive, isn't it? Humph. I can do the same. However, Schwer, I am curious about one thing. Shut up. Do not call me Schwer. What is it? When I first met you, you were a man. I am curious about how you managed to become a male again. Which one? The one for, the bathroom. Bathroom? What do you mean? Su Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment as he leaned close to Qian Rinxue, whispering softly in her ear. Qian Rinxue's face gradually flushed a shade of crimson, and she shot him a glare. Naturally, she was contemplating the perspective of a girl. Could it be that one's transformation in appearance is dictated by gender? What are you talking about? As a man, why would I wish to become a woman? I'm certainly not a deviant. Su Chen retorted. Given that you've posed such questions, it seems rather akin to being deviant, doesn't it? Su Chen, this is your true appearance. Isn't it? Quite charming, indeed. Your earlier look resembled that of a playboy. What do you think? Have I captivated you with my charm? Come. Allow me to reward you with a warm embrace. Su Chen immediately spread his arms and slowly lunged towards Qian Rinxue. Like a nimble kitten, she swiftly stood up and dodged. You scoundrel. You are nothing but a rogue. Let me tell you, Su Chen, only those stronger than me are worthy of my embrace. You, quite frankly, do not deserve it. I am indeed stronger than you. Look at me. I am now a soul sage. Have you attained that status yet? Not yet, but it will come soon. Surpassing you is merely a matter of time. Indeed, you may not possess my prowess at present. So it seems I am free to embrace you without consequence. After all, just moments ago, you nearly drove me to despair. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue was filled with indignation and embarrassment. She stamped her foot, inadvertently aggravating her wound, and gasped in pain. I refuse to associate with a lecher. Once my injury heals, I shall return to the spirit hall, and my grandfather will not let you off easily. This was Qian Rinxue's first encounter with such a situation. Her body ached all over, and all she desired was to lie down. It was astonishing that, despite his youth, Su Chen showed no tenderness towards women, and she lamented that her first experience had been with such a scoundrel. Su Chen, engulfed in boredom, glanced outside the window where a bustling crowd meandered along the street. A small child, exuberantly hopping about, clutched an unknown toy in hand. As he ventured into the middle of the road, a swiftly approaching horse-drawn carriage charged forward, seemingly on the verge of colliding with the young boy. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Chen leaped from the shattered window of the 6th floor. Time seemed to freeze around him as he swiftly scooped up the small child and moved aside. In that fleeting moment of 0.01 seconds, a carriage passed by. The child, still in a state of bewilderment, was on the verge of tears, yet found himself inexplicably transported to this new location. Su Chen knelt down and gently tousled the little boy's hair. "Dear child, the road is quite perilous. You should seek your parents and refrain from wandering aimlessly. Do you understand?" The little boy swallowed hard, tears streaming down his face, and he immediately ran away, sobbing. Su Chen wore a grim expression, feeling exasperated that the little brat didn't even utter a word of thanks. Qian Rinxue, having witnessed the entire scene, was puzzled by how the young boy had been so swiftly extricated by Su Chen. She was certain that Su Chen's speed was astonishing, surpassing even some titled Douluos. Yet, seeing Su Chen's flustered demeanor, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Ah, this fellow is rather amusing, indeed." Su Chen appeared utterly despondent as he instantly teleported to the 6th floor. There, he caught sight of Qian Rinxue stifling a laugh. "What is so amusing? I find this rather unhumorous." "Pfft. Hee, I find you quite interesting. I never imagined you would bicker with a child over trivial matters. This is not a matter of pettiness. It concerns one's character. Here in the Tiando Empire, I witnessed the oppression of the aristocracy and the abhorrent practice of human trafficking. People are auctioned off, and some individuals of different races are reduced to mere instruments for others' indulgence. It perplexes me. The exteriors of the houses may appear splendid, yet the inhabitants within are devils, demons that exploit the common folk. It seems you too abhor such scenes. Would you assist me? What do you wish for me to do? Let me make it clear. I am no fighter. I am merely a soul master who excels in speed, lacking any offensive capabilities. Who said anything about fighting? I merely wish for your assistance in investigating Avalanche. I suspect he is deliberately masquerading as a dandy." "I will not assist you," Su Chen replied, shaking his head in refusal. "This matter pertains to the affairs of nations. Regardless of the outcome, as long as the spirit hall remains intact, that is all that matters." "What? You dare to refuse me? You, who just occupied my space, now have the audacity to reject me? You scoundrel." Su Chen found a seat and settled down. Gazing at Qian Rinxue, "I will take responsibility for you, but that does not imply that I am your subordinate. I can protect you. Yet that does not entitle you to assign me to engage in matters of national warfare at your whim. I am fully aware of your pretense as the crown prince. However, have you considered the toll it takes on you to unify the continent under the spirit hall? I must accomplish this task. Does that woman not look down upon me? I must prove myself. You proved nothing. She is your mother, and that fact cannot be altered. She is not my mother. I do not have such a mother. She is merely my sister. Then how were you born? Your blood flows from her body. This reality, past, present, and future, cannot be changed. Stop talking. I do not want to hear it. I do not want to listen. Please, do not say anything more." Qian Rinxue covered her ears, shaking her head frantically, her expression one of confusion and despair. All right, I shall say no more. Do you still feel pain? If it hurts." "I no longer feel pain. We can set off now." Qian Rinxue promptly concealed herself, wiped her eyes, and stood up, only to feel the wound tear once more. Did you not say it did not hurt? You're gasping now. Enough. You are not going anywhere today. I shall take care of you." Su Chen approached directly, effortlessly lifting Qian Rinxue in a princess carry and gently placing her upon the bed. Su Chen stood up, preparing to leave the room. Although he was not well versed in the physical conditions of girls, he was aware that they typically required a sweetened beverage during certain times. System? Chapter 16, The Destruction of Douluo. "What are you doing? Conjure me a cup of hot brown sugar water, quickly. You insist on having me do everything. I'm not your maid. If you fail to complete your tasks, you wander aimlessly every day. What is the matter with you? Hurry up. Stop wasting time. If I knew how to make brown sugar water, I wouldn't need you at all. I was perfectly fine in my own world. Why should I have to spend extra effort pondering something as trivial as brown sugar water?" Sigh. The system, in a fit of irritation, simply fell silent. No longer wishing to engage with its host, Suchin gazed at the crimson brown sugar water in his hand, curiosity piquing his interest. He brought it to his lips and took a small sip. The flavor was surprisingly delightful. Suchun, still yearning for another sip, suddenly recalled that he had someone to attend to. Qianrenxue. Here, I made you some brown sugar water, he said, though uncertain of its efficacy. He believed it was worth a try, especially for its beauty-enhancing properties. Qianrenxue gazed at the brown sugar water he offered and her curiosity piqued. What exactly is this? You're not trying to poison me with some peculiar concoction, are you? The color looks rather strange. Upon hearing Qianrenxue's words, Suchin glanced at the brown sugar water. Indeed, in my region, neglecting to prepare brown sugar water for one's girlfriend or wife would likely result in a scolding or reprimand. However, it seems that such peculiar customs are not observed here. What about your place? Are you not from the Tindo region? Certainly not. Do not concern yourself with my origins. Hurry and taste it. I have exerted considerable effort to brew it. Does this even make sense? What effort? Not even a second was spent. Suchin, silence. I implore you, allow me to communicate with the system. If you wish to express discontent, either grant me permission to return or obediently comply. System. Qianrenxue sipped the brown sugar water, smacking her lips and tenderly rubbing her abdomen, only to discover that the discomfort had significantly diminished. This brown sugar concoction truly is a remarkable elixir. Is there more? However, one must not indulge excessively. By the way, what are your future plans? Suchin inquired casually. I need to remain undercover within the Heavendo Empire for a while to coordinate with the Spirit Hall. Suchin, would you consider staying to assist me? Qianrenxue gazed intently at Suchin, unable to fathom why he, having occupied her body, would refuse to lend her aid. I apologize, but at present, I am merely a student, and I have other matters to attend to. Suchin truly wished to assist Qianrenxue, after all. Occupying another's body meant that one had claimed them as their own. It would be unreasonable not to offer aid. However, the issue lay with that old hag, Suqing. If he refrained from intervening, she would undoubtedly come seeking trouble later on. I once believed you to be an upstanding gentleman. But it appears you are merely a heartless scoundrel. You may leave now, as if we have never crossed paths. Really? Naturally, I, Qianrenxue, am a woman of my word. Weren't you intent on killing me? You, if I were truly capable of ending your life, would you still be standing here conversing with me? Enough. Rest assured, I, Suchun, do not claim to be without flaws, yet I shall not abandon you. After their exchange, Qianrenxue took a moment to rest before departing. Suchun then returned to Tianshui Academy, where he found Suqing sitting on the sofa, her expression one of displeasure. Suchun did not show any leniency towards Suqing this time. He furrowed his brow and spoke. Suqing, what do you mean by this? Do not presume that I am unaware. Do you not think that your recent actions are excessively inappropriate? Suqing merely smiled, saying, What is the matter? Don't you men all enjoy pursuing fleeting romances? As your sister, Suqin, isn't it only natural for me to assist you? You. How unreasonable. Enough. I wish to rest now. I hope this is the last time. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Oh. What do you mean by a lack of courtesy? I'm so frightened. Do come at me. Suqing extended a finger, playfully beckoning Suqin. Her gaze imbued with intrigue. Suqin gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, and his eyes glistened with fury as he gazed at Suqing. Why must you act this way? Are you not aware that I am married? Your actions will only tarnish my reputation as a decent man. What benefit do you derive from this? Nothing much. I am merely bored. The words of Yaoqi ring true. Men are indeed fickle-hearted. Yaoqi, I can't believe you would invoke the name of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Am I the one who is fickle? Please, are you not the one who has concocted this turmoil? Is it not you who is unfaithful? You could easily choose not to rescue that girl, at the end of the day. It is simply your desires that you cannot restrain. Very well. I find myself utterly speechless. Well then, it ends here. I am tired and shall rest now. With a fierce cry, Xianbing Longxiang. 10 colossal ice dragons surged forth, colliding violently as they lunged towards Suqing, shattering the surrounding space. Suqing turned her back to Suchin's attack, yawning as she waved her hand. In an instant, the ice dragon dissolved into nothingness. With eyes ablaze with murderous intent, she glared at Suchun. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Then come at me. I have had enough. I can roam freely on my own. Why must I heed your commands? We are both well aware of each other's secrets, both outsiders in this realm. Why should I become a servant while you assume the role of a master? I, Suchun, have reached my limit. My strength surpasses yours. Power prevails. You, an utterly useless wretch, should consider it a privilege that I would even entertain the notion of having you as my subordinate. Ha. Very well, today we part ways. You shall tread your own path while I navigate mine, a path to certain doom. In that moment, Su Qing's hair turned an unmistakable white, her ethereal blue gown billowing around her. A cosmic aura enveloped her, and the surrounding laws caused tremors throughout the Douluo world, sending ripples of fear into distant realms. Su Chun felt an immense pressure weighing down upon him, rendering him breathless. He immediately sank to one knee. Remarkably, you are able to withstand my formidable aura. It seems you two have concealed your true strength. A trickle of crimson flowed from Su Chen's lips. Since you have made your move, let us engage in battle. Today, it shall be either your demise or mine. Su Chun transformed into a spear of formidable length, enveloped in crackling lightning, as he swept towards Su Qing. In an instant, the surrounding buildings spanning several kilometers were cleaved in two, resulting in catastrophic casualties. Su Qing, with a serene expression, extended a single finger, effortlessly deflecting Su Chen's assault. Su Chen instantaneously teleported behind Su Qing and struck with a swift motion. A wave of aura emanated from Su Qing, thwarting Su Chen's attempt at a devastating strike. Su Chun was taken aback, immediately leaping back a few steps. He gazed at Su Qing with a serious expression. Upon witnessing Su Chen's retreat, Su Qing cast a disdainful glance and taunted, "Is this all there is? It is far from over." Su Chun cast his weapon into the void, conjuring forth a crimson feather. The vermilion bird's 4 strikes commenced. First strike. Binding. In an instant, Su Qing felt a force constricting her, momentarily taken aback. One must understand. With such binding techniques, I cannot be easily subdued. The vermilion bird's 4 strikes continued. The second strike. Raging fire. In a flash, a streak of fiery meteors surged towards Su Qing at an explosive speed. Su Qing broke free from her confinement, swiftly turning to evade, yet inadvertently brushed against the corner of her garment. She glanced at the fabric, where flames danced, refusing to be extinguished. How intriguing. Could it be the fire of the vermilion bird? Alas, it is not the purest of flames, but its ability to ignite my attire is still commendable. Is that all you have to say? There's more. Vermilion bird's 4th strike, the 3rd blow. As Su Chun sprang to his feet, a colossal phantom of the vermilion bird materialized behind him, emitting a piercing roar that echoed through the air. Flames that could rend the very fabric of space erupted from its maw. How intriguing, he mused. Since you were so courteous to me, I must reciprocate. Primordial golden dipper. Unleash. In an instant, a flurry of purple petals blossomed beneath Su Qing's feet, swirling gracefully around her. Undeterred by Su Chen's flames, she boldly consumed them in an instant. Su Chun gaped in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Are you cheating? You possess such a miraculous artifact? Do you think you are a celestial being? Su Chun pointed at the sky, cursing at Su Qing. Su Qing stared in astonishment at Su Chun, her fingers gently stroking her chin as she pondered. Do you know Yu Xiao? She and I are close friends, yet I have never heard her mention you. Close friends, you say? I am also the brother of Enhua. He replied, Oh, you even know the esteemed Taoist Enhua? It seems your identity is rather extraordinary. Su Chen wore an impassive expression, inwardly cursing his misfortune. He had not anticipated that Su Qing wielded such influence. Wasn't Enhua a figure from the primordial era? He fervently hoped she was not a character from mythology, for that would spell disaster. Well, now that you have uncovered my secret, I shall no longer deceive you. In truth, Enhua is my sister, for reasons unknown. I suddenly traversed into this unfamiliar world, and it was only today that I realized we are, in fact, kin. Ha ha ha, it was all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. Su Chen expressed that he could not defeat her, so he decided to let this unpleasant woman have her way for the time being. Su Qing revealed a gentle smile. Su Chen, oh Su Chen, you possess but a mere trace of the law. How can I place my trust in you? Ah, that is due to my grievous injuries, which have rendered me diminished. Then why are you so feeble? You cannot even breach my defenses. By heavens, how insulting you are. Come, if you possess any ability, descend and witness what it truly means to breach defenses. See for yourself if I falter. Su Chen could no longer endure it. Was this not an affront to his dignity? After all, he was once a paragon in the world of Douluo, and though he may no longer hold that status, he was still a formidable second. How could they treat him with such disdain? Scoundrel, may you perish. With a dark expression, Su Qing struck a palm towards Su Chun, and in an instant, the surface of Douluo star visibly caved in by half. Su Chun was taken aback. This woman seemed intent on wreaking havoc here. Hey, you are going too far. While fighting is one thing, must you resort to obliterating everything at the slightest provocation? Although it was never my intention to annihilate this realm. If I cannot withstand even a single blow, perhaps its destruction is inevitable. Su Qing had naturally come to this world to fulfill a system task. However, upon arrival, she was taken aback to discover that there was not even the slightest trace of the laws of the universe, nor a hint of spiritual energy. In such a feeble world, the power acquired upon completing her task seemed trivial and inconsequential. Exasperated, she exclaimed, "Damn it! I will fight you to the end. If I have come, then I shall face whatever awaits." Su Chen immediately activated the system, commanding, "System, unleash all of my capabilities." Acknowledged. Su Chen stepped into the void. And in an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, shattering the stillness like a tempest. Countless stars detonated, and the Douluo world, unable to withstand the force, burst apart like a fragile balloon. Su Chen, my goodness. My dear wife. Su Qing gazed at Su Chen in utter disbelief. Although she had exerted a portion of her power, it was within her control. She never anticipated that this fool, in a mere instant, would bring about his own demise. This is entirely your own doing. I have never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. Come, let us converse. The two of them unleashed their energies, causing countless stars in the cosmos to shatter around them as they engaged in a fierce exchange, executing the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Su Chen enveloped his fist with the power of reincarnation and struck directly towards Su Qing's face. Su Qing was equally astonished, never having anticipated that Su Chen's aura could change so dramatically in an instant, elevating his strength to innumerable levels. The 5-colored divine light. Activate. Su Qing conjured a resplendent, multicolored stone to deflect Su Chen's punch. Su Chen, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "You cheating scoundrel. How could you possess the celestial repair stone? This is utterly outrageous." Su Qing retrieved the 5-colored stone, her expression impassive as she gazed at Su Chen. "I possess numerous magical artifacts. What can you do about it? Although I find your techniques intriguing, your recent punch bore a trace of the cycle of reincarnation, yet upon reflection, it proves of little significance to me. What exactly do you intend to do? Did you not initiate the confrontation? You inquire about my desires? Look at you now, rendered speechless. Here is the deal. You will apologize to me. I do not require compensation for the artifacts, as they hold no value for me. I shall restore everything to its original state, but from this moment forth, you must heed my commands. Why must I comply? Because I possess the ability to resurrect everyone, including your beloved companion. Humph. Is it merely a matter of bringing the dead back to life? I can do that as well." Su Chen was engaged in communication with the system. "System, how are you? Is there any possibility of revival?" The system replied, "Host, you hold me in too high regard. I possess no energy. The remaining energy I have must be conserved for crucial moments, yet you refuse to fulfill your tasks. What can I do?" Su Chen. Su Chen awkwardly glanced at Su Qing and chuckled. "Well, I suppose I can indulge you just this once." Su Qing gazed at Su Chen, and thus it was settled. Snap. With a snap of her fingers, Su Qing caused the surrounding space and time to reverse, restoring tranquility in an instant. Su Chen swallowed hard, expressing his desire for such abilities as well, to restore everything to its original state. Shui Binger and the others, groggy and terrified, opened their eyes to find everything quiet. Just moments ago, she distinctly remembered, please don't kill me. Shui Yuer's scream drew everyone's attention. With tearful eyes, she rushed to embrace Shui Binger, weeping loudly. Upon seeing that everyone was safe and sound, Shui Binger sighed in relief. Perhaps it was merely a nightmare. Qin Dao stood in the void, observing all that had transpired, when suddenly an irresistible force yanked him back to the spirit hall. He opened his eyes in shock, looking around to discover he was indeed in the spirit hall, his face a mask of confusion. Could it be? Has this old man succumbed to inner demons during his cultivation? Inside the room, Su Chun and Su Qing exchanged glances. "What are you staring at?" Su Chun said with a serious expression. "And what about you?" Su Qing retorted, exasperated. "What shall we do next?" "How should I know? Let us rest. It's the middle of the night." "A new chapter is officially beginning. How long can this system possibly endure?" Chapter 17. The Grand Soul Arena of Soto City, early morning. Su Chun, feeling displeased, gazed at Su Qing, who was sipping her tea. Su Qing crossed her legs, revealing her delicate calves. "What is it? Why do you gaze at me with such animosity? Is this not mere nonsense? Why awaken me so early in the morning? Do tell me, what is it that you desire?" Nothing at all. I merely noticed you were sleeping peacefully and wished to rouse you for another slumber. Suchin, have you lost your mind? Are you just full and bored? Indeed, I am not hungry at the moment. Knock, knock, knock. Suchun, Suqing, are you awake? Shui Binger, having heard the commotion from outside, rapped on the door. Ahem, we are awake, please come in. Shui Binger, adorned in a stunning ice blue dress, with a visage that was exquisitely charming and a figure that was flawless, announced. Today we shall venture to the Soto Grand Spirit Arena. Would you both like to join? Of course we want to go. This is an exhilarating opportunity. Su Qing. Why are you pinching my ear? Su Qing cast a disdainful glance at Su Chun. Based on her observations over the past few days, she had come to a certain conclusion. This individual was perpetually enamored with his own appearance. Ha! Well, my brother and I naturally have to study, for we are also students of the academy. Students? Were you not applying for teaching positions yesterday? Ah, teachers. Su Qing and Su Chen spoke in unison. And Su Chen felt a peculiar sensation. He tugged at Su Qing and turned around, whispering, Hey, what's going on? Didn't you recover and alter their memories? Of course I did. I implanted the memory of our successful admission into their minds. Who would have thought it would suddenly change to becoming a teacher? You, Sai. As foolish as a pig. What did you say? Dare to repeat that. Cough, cough, cough. Let's address the immediate issue. Can you alter their memories again? Why should I listen to you? What a joke. Get lost. Shui Bingo looked at the two with a puzzled expression. The dean has already approved your interview request. From today onwards, you two will be part of our academy. Wait a moment, teacher. Is there a problem? Indeed, there is. We are here to interview students, not to be teachers. Slap. Suchin internally chastised herself. How could a student be subjected to an interview? Such words uttered by a contemporary individual are quite astonishing. Ahem, in truth, we are still quite young and perhaps not suited for the role of a teacher. Dear sister, do you not agree? Suchin cast a glance at Su Qing, who was idly doing nothing beside him. Indeed, I am still young, merely several trillion years old. Suchin immediately pulled Su Qing aside to share a whisper. Sister, what on earth are you doing? You've lived for eons, surpassing even King Gigi. Let us just brush it off for now, shall we? However, I find merit in what this girl is saying. I believe that given our capabilities, is it not entirely reasonable for us to consider becoming teachers? Become teachers? I still require guidance myself. Do you comprehend? Teach others the art of cultivation? Do you expect to elevate them to the status of primordial sages? There seems to be some truth in that notion, as this world lacks even a trace of spiritual energy, rendering me incapable of imparting knowledge. After their underestimation, they reached a consensus to enroll as students of the academy. Su Chan turned his head handsomely and, looking directly at Shui Binger, spoke. We have come to the academy to register. Yesterday, you left too swiftly. Here, take this as the registration fee. Su Chen directly handed a burlap bag filled with golden soul coins to Shui Binger, who appeared utterly bewildered. She intended to offer an explanation, but before she could articulate her thoughts, Su Chen placed the bag firmly in her hands and swiftly pulled Su Qing out of the room. The amount was excessive, in reality. Only 3 silver soul coins would suffice. With a sigh, Shui Binger gazed at the burlap bag on the floor, feeling a twinge of confusion. How much wealth could this possibly represent? Are today's students truly so affluent? Su Qing and Su Chen held hands, with Su Qing's gaze fixed upon their intertwined fingers. A smile graced her lips as she remained silent. Host, how do you fare? I believe you should maintain a distance from Su Chen. Why? You still have a mission to complete. Upon arriving in this world, I have discerned that no one here poses a challenge to me. I see no issue in eliminating the vessel of fate in this realm. Moreover, you mentioned at the outset that by vanquishing the strongest being in this world, I would be rewarded. Su Chen, like myself, is an outsider, thus he does not belong to the category you speak of. Why must you urge me to distance myself from him? The secrets of destiny must not be revealed. Very well, I am invincible now. I believe it unnecessary to overthink. Allowing things to unfold naturally is the wisest course. What are you pondering? Lost in thought? Su Chen, stroking his chin, gazed at the dazed Su Qing with a perplexed expression. No, it's nothing. Where shall we go now? What on earth have you been doing all this time? After such a long journey, you still have no idea? Su Chen, with an expression of disbelief, pointed towards the group from Tianshui Academy behind him. I do not understand. Why not simply tell me now? He sighed, feeling somewhat helpless, yet he maintained his patience to elucidate further. Are you implying that we are to journey to that place called Soto City, to the Great Spirit Arena, in order to hone our combat skills. Indeed, what of it? Is that peculiar? Not at all. But will we not expose ourselves in the process? Ah, it seems so. You are truly astute. Upon hearing Su Qing's remarks after the meeting, Su Qin fell into deep contemplation. He pondered how to maintain his faade while simultaneously striving for victory, all while pretending to be embroiled in a fierce struggle. Alas, what a nuisance. Why are these people so inept? Su Chun was scratching his head incessantly, causing his hair to resemble a bird's nest in an instant. Su Qing opened her mouth slightly, only to fall silent once more, tacitly acknowledging Su Qin's words. She was uncertain how to maintain her facade any longer. Summoning her strength, she surmised that the pressure from her presence would overwhelm that individual, leading to their demise. I've thought of something. What have you conceived? Naturally, a solution. Please, share it with me. Su Qin glanced around and noticed that no one was present, however. He failed to check behind him. Leaning closer to Su Qing, he whispered excitedly, we could pretend to be defeated, or continuously evade each other's skills. And then do it this way, and that way, and also this way. Su Qing stared in disbelief at Su Chun, who was spouting nonsense with a serious demeanor. Like this? And then like that? What else? What about your brain? We have already revealed our strength during registration. We are all at level 60. You just mentioned that the highest level of participants in the competition is only 40. You lose? And find yourself in a fierce battle? Unless others are fools. They will all think this is a fixed match. Indeed, perhaps we could pretend to be support-type soul masters? You want me to assist others? How dare you suggest that? Then how do you propose we resolve this? Forget it. We can just eliminate them instantly. I feel that we will be exposed eventually. It would be better to reveal ourselves sooner rather than later. Right. What was I even worried about? Why should I be concerned at all? I am not being hunted. And if someone were to pursue me, I would be eliminated just as quickly. Is it truly necessary to act in such a manner? In an instant, Su Qin's mind became clear and untroubled. He lifted his head high, exuding an air of pride. Su Chun, the dean has stated that he believes you are unsuitable to join our academy as we only accept girls. The inclusion of a boy like you feels rather peculiar. Su Qin's smile gradually faded as he turned his head mechanically to gaze at the young girl from the academy. Why? I possess a soul power of level 60 at this age. With such strength, why am I not allowed to join? The response came simply, because you are male. Su Qing casually added, roar. Su Qin's heart felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. You all, are you guilty of gender discrimination? Just because I am a male. You refuse to allow me to join? The dean approached, his expression awkward. Ahem, it is not gender discrimination. It's merely that our academy consists solely of female students. And having you as the only male would disrupt the environment for them. Well, I find myself at a loss for words in response to that. So, may I leave with my sister? What I meant was, your sister may stay, but you must depart. Su Chun. All right, I shall take my leave. Su Qing. Will you accompany me? Su Qing sat beside, enjoying a watermelon of unknown origin. She spat out the seeds, and I naturally responded, I will follow you. A loyal servant like you should not be easily dismissed. Upon hearing your reply, I felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Next time, refrain from saying such things. Oh. By the way, is there any watermelon left? May I have a piece to taste? No, I won't share. This is a rare spiritual fruit, and I have very little to spare. How stingy. Su Qin and Su Qing leisurely departed from the gathering at Tianshui Academy. Shui Binger furrowed her brow and stepped forward. Director, is what we are doing truly appropriate? Oh, why would it not be? You wouldn't want a male presence to suddenly appear in our academy, would you? You are well aware of their intentions towards you. But what? There is no but. It is simply impossible for Tianshui Academy to admit males. We have already accepted their payment. Would it not be inappropriate to drive them away? What? When did this happen? Why was I not informed? About an hour ago, Director. Su Qin, what shall we do next? Well, the world is vast, and there are countless places for us to explore. Did you not say that true perfection lies in following one's desires? The issue is, we must also have a clear objective. Su Qin came to a halt, contemplating for a moment as he surveyed Su Qing from head to toe. A mischievous smile crept across his face. Upon perceiving the perilous gaze of Su Qin, Su Qing immediately became alert. What are you intending to do? I am your sister. Enough with the melodrama. You're merely my half-sibling. Blood does not bind us. I have conceived an amusing idea. Shall we give it a try? Do not approach, simply remain where you are and speak. All right, hee. We could engage in role-playing and then participate in a competition. Role-playing? How does that differ from mere pretense? You fail to understand. Pretense implies being compelled to endure beatings. Whereas a role player, he, can strike at will. We can strike at will even without role-playing. Could you refrain from undermining my narrative? I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Oh, then you tell me. Let me narrate a tale titled The Little Dragon Girl and the Calabash Brothers. Yes. I am listening. Herein lies 1,000 words omitted. What do you think? I shall portray a Calabash brother, and you shall embody the little dragon girl. Can I not play Guru instead? I find him quite formidable. No, only the Calabash brothers and the little dragon girl. Very well. Then I shall be the little dragon girl. Upon finishing her words, Su Qing twirled gracefully, transforming before our eyes. She donned an ethereal white dress that exuded an aura of celestial elegance, her complexion a delicate blush, and her skin as pure and fair as porcelain. Su Chun was utterly astonished. As he gazed upward, he was momentarily petrified upon seeing the crown of her head. She bore a pair of horns. Given that she was referred to as the Little Dragon Maiden, was this not peculiar? The real issue was that the Little Dragon Maiden was human. Quickly, those horns must disappear. Otherwise, one might mistakenly believe she was a transformed spirit beast. Ah, it is my turn now. I shall transform. In an instant, Su Chen transformed into a striking young man clad in a white ancient costume, with starry eyes and elegantly arched eyebrows. As if he could pluck the stars from the sky, Su Qing, in disbelief, rubbed her eyes. Is this truly the 1-meter-tall Calabash boy from your story? I can't shake the feeling that you are pulling my leg. Ah, the Calabash boy was called that when he was young. Now that he has grown up, he must be addressed as Brother Calabash. Well, shall we proceed to the Soto City Great Spirit Arena? All right, let us go. In an instant, the two figures vanished, leaving the multitude on the street in utter bewilderment. A minute later, they came to a halt. Su Qing, with a furrowed brow, glared at Su Chun. Did you not say we were heading to the Soto City Great Spirit Arena? Why have you brought me to the sea? What is your intention? Especially when we encountered a fish that seemed oblivious to its fate. This cannot be blamed on me. I am equally lost. So what shall we do next? Never mind. Let us simply catch someone and inquire. Su Chen instantaneously materialized onto the bustling street. He glanced around, and his eyes lit up as he recognized a familiar figure. Wasn't this the lecherous man whom Qian Ruxua had previously spared? What was he scheming in such a furtive manner? Before him stood the man in a garish purple suit, his two prominent front teeth protruding as he extended his hands towards a small girl. The child, trembling and clutching her chest, appeared frightened. Where are you going, little girl? Allow your brother to take you along. The little girl paused upon hearing his voice, her large eyes filled with confusion. Are you a woman? Upon hearing this, the man halted his movements, tears of bitterness welling in his eyes as he touched the emptiness below. Do not speak such words, little sister. Though I have lost that part of myself, I shall not forsake my true essence. Relieved by his words, the girl stood up and nodded. All right, then I shall accompany you. The man, comforted by her response, reached out to take the girl's hand. Release the girl at once. Let go of her. Spit. Spit. Do not mind the aftermath of my crossing over. Enough is enough. Release her. Su Chun descended gracefully before the two individuals, his feet hovering above the ground like a delicate cup, slowly settling down. Upon witnessing this, the man in the suit attempted to flee, but Su Chen effortlessly drew him closer with a single hand, ensnaring the lecherous figure before him. Su Chen cast a disdainful glance at the lecherous man, then immediately turned her gaze gently towards the little girl. Dear sister, you are safe now. Upon witnessing Su Chen's expression reminiscent of a mischievous rogue, the little girl turned pale, took several steps back, and then ran away in tears, exclaiming, Wah, there's a pervert. Chapter 18. The Fractured Unhappiness. Su Chun observed a little girl running away in tears, scratching his head in confusion. He glanced at the lecherous man he was holding, exclaiming, Look at what you've done. You frightened that innocent child away. You ought to be ashamed. The lecherous man appeared bewildered, yet dared not utter a word in defiance. Merely nodding in agreement, Yes, you are absolutely right, sir. What is your name? Sir, I am called Douluo, the man replied. Well, you may feel content now, but I shall ensure that you experience no joy for the rest of your life. Otherwise, your name would be a mockery. Su Chun was poised to extend a foot towards Buli's lower region. Upon witnessing this, Douluo immediately began to fluster in his explanation. Sir, I assure you, that part of me has long since vanished. Did not Qian Rinxue state that she would only disable your martial soul? How is it that she has rendered you utterly incapacitated? Su Chen gazed incredulously at the pitiable Douluo. My lord, I was originally just a discarded martial soul. Yet one of those young ladies had my martial soul rendered useless, only to subsequently ruin my precious little one as well. I am truly unfortunate, Douluo remarked, wiping away the tears from his face. Suchin sighed, expressing his exasperation. This Qianren Shui is truly excessive. Indeed, my lord, you also find it excessive, do you not? Yes, it would be better to end it swiftly, he replied. Please spare me, my lord. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. What use do I have for you? By the way, do you know the way to the Grand Soul Arena in Douluo City? Noticing an opportunity, he immediately seized it. My lord, I can guide you there. Even a man as lecherous as you is aware of this place. Yet I, a handsome and normal individual, am not? How perplexing. My lord, everyone in Douluo continent, apart from newborns, is familiar with this location. Even those who have never been there have heard of it. Suchin glanced at Douluo, shaking his head. Alas, he sighed, you speak with reason. In such a small vicinity, why not utilize my divine sense to search? Yet, I find myself running about with that madwoman. Indeed, your excellency speaks truthfully. If you can locate it, then there is no matter too small for me. Might I be permitted to take my leave? Certainly. That is entirely feasible. Really. Buli's spirits lifted in an instant, preparing to express his gratitude. But in a heartbeat, Douluo transformed into a statue of ice, shattering into countless fragments. I am a good person, he lamented. I am merely ridding society of its evils. You, of all people, have no idea how many girls you have harmed. Being an ordinary person is a boon for you. Upon finishing her words, Suchin swiftly appeared beside Su Qing. Upon seeing Suchin approach, Su Qing noticed that he had returned alone, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Did you inquire? She asked. Yes, I did. Ultimately, it seems your foolishness prevails. As my sister, how could you fail to remind your brother to utilize his spiritual sense? Alas, I find myself profoundly disappointed in you. Let us part ways and pursue our own paths. Suchin wore an expression of utter disappointment. At the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena in Douluo City, a bruised man stood alongside an ethereal girl whose beauty was unmatched. Is this the place? Indeed. As my sister has rightly pointed out, TSK, Suchin, remember this. From now on, you shall address me as your younger sister, understood? It is already a privilege for you to call me sister. With a sibling as stunning as I, you should indeed feel honored. Upon hearing these words, Suchin cast a skeptical gaze at Su Qing, questioning, should I express my gratitude for being reduced to this state? Oh dear, you ought to thank me for this. She replied playfully. The two entered the Soul Arena of Douluo City, and upon reaching the front desk, they were greeted with enthusiasm. Hello. Welcome to the Douluo City Soul Arena. How may we assist you today? We're here to register. What is the fee? Registration, you say? Very well. Here is your competition certificate. Please fill it out, and shortly, we will assess your soul power to determine if you meet the competition requirements. As the two examined the densely packed text on the certificate, a sense of unease washed over them. Su Qing, feeling embarrassed, was presented with the certificate before Suchin. As Suchin felt overwhelmed, he caught sight of Su Qing's actions, a frown etched across his face. What mischief are you up to now? I cannot write the characters here. Assist me, please. What purpose do you serve in this world if you cannot even write a single letter? Who decreed that one must understand the characters of this world to exist within it? If necessary, we could simply alter the characters of this realm. Can you bring about such change? Perhaps annihilating everyone would suffice. That would indeed transform everything. Never mind, it is better if you remain silent. For I fear I might have nightmares. Suchin had previously attended classes at the Nottingham Academy for a while. However, during that time, he found it difficult to absorb what the academy was imparting. Despite possessing formidable strength, he dismissed the instructor's teachings, which revolved around soul beasts and soul masters, and succumbed to slumber instead. System? What is the matter? Can you comprehend these characters? What is this all about? Speak up. I apologize. I, too, cannot decipher it. Suchin wore a puzzled expression, akin to that of a panda. You brought me into this world, and now you claim to be unfamiliar with its characters? This just is far from amusing. What do you comprehend? I happen to know a few characters, yet regrettably, they are indecipherable in this realm. Enough of this chatter. What shall we do? Why not simply enlist another help in composing it? Someone else to assist me? Wait a moment. I just recalled that the letter I left for Guyu Na in the Starry Forest was also penned with your assistance, was it not? How can you now profess ignorance? Humph. I never anticipated you to be so indolent, system. Well, that was not my own writing. Then whose was it? It was transcribed by me at an accelerated pace within this world. Goodness, you truly are formidable. That is only natural. However, I realize I have yet to encounter your true form, which piques my curiosity. What is there to behold in my true form? It is merely a drop of blood. Haha, do you truly expect me to believe that? Regardless, viewing it would serve little purpose. After bidding farewell to the Su-Chin system, he surveyed his surroundings. Upon catching sight of a stunning figure of a killer, his eyes sparkled with illumination. It is you. Su-Chin, noticing Su-Chin's bewildered expression, rose gracefully and approached the figure with a gentlemanly demeanor. Hello, beautiful. Might I trouble you for a small favor? The waitress, still in a daze, had yet to regain her composure. Su-Chin furrowed his brow as he gazed at the waitress, gently delivering a light slap to her face. Slap. Hee. Are you awake now? Oh, I'm awake. How may I assist you? Here, this is what we need. Please write it for us. The waitress accepted the paper with one hand, glancing at its contents. Narrowing her eyes, she regarded Su-Chin. Isn't this a registration form? Are you two here to compete? Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Here, this is your reward. Su-Chin retrieved a large bag of gold soul coins from his space and offered it to the female attendant. Upon seeing such a substantial sum of money, the attendant hesitated to accept, her hands trembling slightly. Will you require any additional services? I am, after all, a married woman. Su-Chin, enough with the idle chatter. Could you please expedite the process for us? Oh, certainly. May I inquire your name? Su-Chin. I apologize. I meant to ask this lady. Could you articulate your words more clearly? Her name is Su-Chin. You can ask me directly. Ah. Then may I inquire about her measurements? What? Are you serious? We are here to register, and you require our measurements? What is next? Our zodiac signs. I am unaware. As it is required by the system. The waitress appeared anxious and on the verge of tears. You don't know? You work here, and you're oblivious? I am currently still in my probationary period. I just started yesterday. Oh dear, poor thing. Allow me to handle this. All right, this is the information. 100-100-100. Is that acceptable? No more nonsense. Just write it down. We are here for the competition, not a beauty contest. Very well. What level do you both currently hold? I am level 30, and my sister is also level 30. Now, what is the name of your team? We shall call ourselves the Gourd Brothers versus the Dragon Warriors. That name seems rather. What? Is it not suitable? No, it is perfectly fine. The waitress promptly completed the form, bowed, and handed it to Su-Chin. Su-Chin took it, stroking his chin as he examined it. Can you comprehend this? Su-Chin cast an unapologetic glance at Su-Chin. Su-Chin awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head in confusion. All right, let us proceed to the front desk. Upon seeing Su-Chin approach, the attendant stood up and politely bowed. Hello, may I inquire if you have completed the necessary paperwork? Yes, it is done. Excellent. Now, I must inform you of the rules we have in place here. Go ahead. You are quite the understanding gentleman. Many do not allow me to finish my statements. Enough. Spare me the pleasantries and get to the point. All right. We are located in the Soto City Great Soul Arena, which I presume you have heard of. Isn't that a given? How else would I have arrived here? Are you aware of the ranking system within our Great Soul Arena? I am becoming increasingly impatient. Can you please continue without pausing? Su-Chin's forehead throbbed with prominent veins as he resolutely clenched his fists. Su-Chin cast a discontented glance at Su-Chin and lightly conveyed a thought into his ear, suggesting, what if we were to eliminate him? Upon hearing Su-Chin's words, Su-Chin turned his head to gaze at her, his expression a portrait of confusion. Su-Chin waved her hand, and the receptionist, noticing Su's impatience, hastened to explain. Here. The badges are classified into 8 distinct levels. From lowest to highest, they are iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. You earn 1 point for each victory. There are no penalties for losses. I have reviewed your registration forms, and you are both at level 30. We will proceed to arrange a Soul Master duel for you two within this level. Su-Chin, feeling a tinge of boredom, absent-mindedly fiddled with his ear, flicking his fingers. All right, now please make the arrangements for us. Very well, let us proceed to assess the soul power. As occasionally there are discrepancies in the reported levels at the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. Su-Chin thought to himself, oh no, I'm at 150. What on earth is this test for? As for Su-Chin, I have no knowledge of her abilities, but she is certainly more formidable than I am. Thus she will undoubtedly excel. The receptionist presented a testing crystal. Mr. Su-Chin, please place your hand upon it. This is a level 40 soul power testing crystal. All right then. As Su-Chin felt a pang of guilt, He hesitantly placed a hand upon the crystal, and with a sharp crack, it shattered. The receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced from the broken crystal in her hand to the seemingly indifferent Su Chen. "Mr. Su, have you perhaps exaggerated your level?" she inquired incredulously. "Impossible. This crystal must be expired." "Is that so?" "Enough, enough. All your crystals are defective, and you seem to have none left. Please proceed with the arrangements for us." Apologetically, the receptionist regarded the uneasy Su Chen with skepticism. She returned to the drawer at the front desk and retrieved a level 90 crystal, the only one available in the Sachuo City Great Soul Arena. Initially, she had deemed it unnecessary, but now she suspected that Su Chen must have inflated his level, as the crystal he had just presented was indeed a new one. "Hello, Mr. Su. Would you kindly present it once more?" she exclaimed, exasperated. "What a bother." Impatiently, Su Chen placed his hand on the crystal, and in an instant, it shattered once more. The receptionist stared blankly at the fragments in her hand, glancing at Su Chen's youthful visage before shaking her head in disbelief. It was inconceivable. How could such a young individual, seemingly no older than 20, be a titled Douluo? Was it truly the crystal that was defective? No, what on earth is happening? Are we allowed to participate in the Soul Arena or not? Of course, that is permissible, but, well then, let us proceed with the arrangements. Your company truly lacks awareness. Even allowing the crystal to expire. This deserves a poor review. My sincerest apologies, it was our oversight. Please, this way. Thus, due to the issue with the expired crystal, Su Chen was unable to undergo any testing and directly entered the Soul Arena. On the stage, an excited host, microphone in hand, exclaimed, "Next up, let us welcome our sibling duo. Their team name is, Gourd Brother versus Tyrannosaurus Warrior?" The audience erupted in confusion, their faces adorned with question marks. It was their first encounter with such a juvenile name, and laughter cascaded through the crowd. "Ahem, let us proceed. The opponents for the Tyrannosaurus Warrior are the Rhino Brothers." The atmosphere shifted dramatically as two muscular men stepped onto the stage. Upon seeing the diminutive figures of Su Chen and Su Qing, they could not contain their laughter, clutching their stomachs. "Ha! Little ones, this is not a place for you. Brother, don't tease them, they might start crying. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing these words, Su Chen felt indifferent. However, Su Qing could no longer contain herself. She lifted her gaze towards the host, the one shouting with a megaphone, and inquired, "Can we begin?" The host glanced at the microphone in his hand, and, upon hearing Su Qing refer to it as a megaphone, felt utterly insulted. "This is no mere megaphone. This is my sole weapon. Enough of this banter. Let the competition commence. Brothers of the Rhino, rally forth. I am rooting for your victory." The Rhino brothers, upon observing the diminutive figures of Su Chen and Su Qing, expressed their disdain. Su Chen sensed the murderous aura emanating from Su Qing. After a moment of contemplation, he chose silence and swiftly teleported before the Rhino brothers. With a single slap for each, he sent them flying slap, slap, bang. The two brothers were forcefully slammed against the wall, leaving an imprint behind. Su Qing, with a puffed-up face, glared at Su Chen. "Why did you take action?" "Oh, don't worry about that. Just look at how we emerged victorious." "Ah, indeed. Such insignificant creatures do not warrant my intervention." Upon hearing the commotion, the host dropped his Wuhuan microphone to the ground, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Su Chen wore an expression of bewilderment as he glanced at the host, pondering why the announcement had yet to be made. "Is it possible that we haven't won?" "Of course we have." Cough, cough, cough. "Well then, Douluo and the Tyrannosaurus Warrior have emerged victorious in this contest." Chapter 19, Blood in the World. Xiao San, Teacher Zhao Wujing, is a formidable soul sage. His martial soul being the immensely powerful Great Strength Diamond Bear, a beast martial soul of great prowess. It possesses no discernible flaws and boasts terrifying defensive capabilities. Even soul masters of the same rank find it exceedingly difficult to inflict damage upon him. Tang San adopted a serious demeanor, as did the others. Dai Mubai proceeded to elaborate on the examination circumstances. Originally, speed was Teacher Zhao's weakness. However, due to the vast disparity in your soul power, that weakness has become utterly inconsequential. Within the academy, Teacher Zhao is nicknamed the Immovable King. A girl clad in a blue dress gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Huh? He is the Immovable King?" Dai Mubai regarded her with curiosity. "What? Have you heard of Teacher Zhao's reputation?" The girl began to recount a tale. Many years ago, the Immovable King offended the Spirit Hall and was besieged by 16 titled Douluo level bishops. Yet, he single-handedly withstood the assault of 16 opponents, breaking through their encirclement and vanishing from the Soul Master realm. Who would have thought he would be here teaching? Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, was equally incredulous. So powerful? Back then, Teacher Zhao was merely a Soul Emperor. At least, I have never witnessed him unleash his full power, so you should all count your blessings. It's best to get to know each other quickly and see how long you can endure under Teacher Zhao's tutelage. Filled with confidence, Tang San stepped forward. I am Tang San. My martial soul is Blue Silvergrass, and I am a level 28 control-type battle soul master. Xiao Wu introduced herself next. I am Xiao Wu, a beast martial soul user with a rabbit martial soul, level 29, specializing in strong attack and absorption. Zhu Shiqing chimed in. I am Zhu Shiqing, with a beast martial soul of the nether cat, level 27. Ning Rongrong added. I am Ning Rongrong, of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, with a weapon martial soul, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, level 26, an auxiliary soul master. Are you from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Tang San inquired curiously. Isn't that the one renowned for possessing the strongest auxiliary weapon martial soul, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda? Xiao Wu asked with wide eyes. Ning Rongrong modestly replied. Do not be misled. I am no different from ordinary people. I snuck away from home. Let us first overcome the trials before discussing further. My 2 soul rings can enhance everyone's speed and strength by approximately 30% for the duration of a single incense stick without issue. Upon hearing this, the group huddled together to deliberate on their strategy. Tap, tap, tap. A girl clad in a golden gown opened the grand door, exuding a sacred aura. Grandfather. Xiao Shui, why are you back? Weren't you in Tiando? Qian Rinxue gazed at her gentle grandfather, Qian Douluo, momentarily at a loss for words. Grandfather, it's just. Xiao Shui, feel free to share your concerns. It is about my lost virtue. What do you mean by that? Qian Douluo listened in bewilderment. I mean I have lost my purity with a man. Oh, so that is what you were referring to? This is quite significant. What? Are you no longer a maiden? Qian Douluo felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, his face flushed with indignation as he pointed at Qian Rinxue. Xiao Shui, do you understand what you represent? You embody the future of our angel clan, and yet you have. Grandfather, I am so sorry. Do not call me grandfather. Can you address me as Grandaunt instead? Now at a loss, he pondered the implications for the angelic legacy. Grandfather, this isn't like you, Qian Rinxue remarked, gazing at Qian Douluo with a puzzled expression. Sensing a stark contrast in his demeanor. That was due to your provocation. You need not go to the Tiando Empire for now. Let the twin serpents keep watch. However, you must inform me, which insolent boy dared to take advantage of my granddaughter. His name is Su Chun. He is enigmatic and possesses considerable strength, though he is excessively self-absorbed. Upon recalling that night, Qian Rinxue's face flushed. Xiao Shui, bring that scoundrel to me. Grandfather, I do not know where he has gone, but he promised he would never abandon me. Qian Douluo, Xiao Shui, are you certain that scoundrel can be trusted? Uncertain. Grandfather, are you all right? Qian Daoliu's initial smile vanished in an instant upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words. He became so enraged that he spat blood. Cough, cough. Xiao Shui, how could you so carelessly trust a stranger? I understand your loyalty, but you must not. Alas, let us first ascertain your physical condition with the angel god to see if you can still accept the legacy. What if I cannot? Qian Rinxue asked curiously. If not, the angel clan faces annihilation, and that woman triumphs. Qian Douluo led Qian Rinxue to an angelic statue, kneeling before it in reverence. O great angel god, your messenger seeks your guidance. The statue seemed to respond to Qian Daoliu's plea, its formerly lifeless eyes suddenly ablaze with golden light. What is it? O great angel god, my Xiao Shui has lost her purity. I wonder if she can still inherit your legacy? A soul not pure cannot inherit my legacy. Angel god. Xiao Shui was merely confused for a moment. I believe she is still worthy of your legacy. Is that so? The angel god's gaze turned to Qian Rinxue, who, unable to discern anything, scrutinized further. Crack. The celestial being was abruptly engulfed in darkness, her gaze captured by a pair of enormous eyes. A profound sense of oppression enveloped her, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. She yearned to flee, yet discovered herself utterly powerless. Raising her eyes to behold the visage behind those eyes, despair washed over her. Yes, it was him. The very one. The last time the god of Azura dispatched someone to capture a silver dragon king. It was this individual who effortlessly crushed the 3 first-level gods as if they were mere insects beneath his foot. The immense eyes bore into her, commanding, leave. In an instant, the essence of the celestial being was forcibly extracted, returning to the statue that represented her. With a crack, the statue began to fracture, its head exploding in a violent display. Qian Douluo and Qian Rinxue, witnesses to this unfolding spectacle, stood in stunned silence. "Grandfather, why has the angel statue shattered?" "I don't know," replied the bewildered elder. "I am not a deity." In the divine realm, a woman clad in white suddenly coughed up a stream of golden blood, still reeling from the harrowing image that had just unfolded. "Who on earth is this person?" With a single utterance, "I have been gravely wounded." The sea god approached the injured celestial being, his expression one of confusion. "Angel, what has happened to you?" The celestial being glared at the innocent-faced sea god with irritation. "Do you lack vision?" Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, Qian Douluo could only anxiously await the angel's response. "Grandfather, even if I cannot obtain the angelic legacy, I believe I can grow stronger on my own. Little Snow, with your talent, you can indeed become more powerful. However, you must understand that throughout history, the opportunity to ascend to divinity has been elusive. Mortals will eventually perish, while gods endure. I only wish for your well-being. Should you become a deity, I can rest easy in trusting the angelic lineage to you. Do you comprehend? But grandfather, I am uncertain if I can still attain the legacy. Let us await the news from the celestial being." The two gazed intently at the fractured angel statue. Congratulations to the Tyrannosaurus warrior team for their victory. Congratulations to the Tyrannosaurus warrior team for yet another triumph. Truly invincible, the Tyrannosaurus warrior team has once again emerged victorious. My goodness. The Tyrannosaurus warrior team has achieved a staggering 20 consecutive wins. Congratulations. Could you stop with the congratulations? It's deafening. At first, Suchin found it quite beneficial to listen, but after a while, it became rather irksome. All right. The host immediately fell silent. Suqing stifled a yawn, idly picking at her fingernails. "I wonder if what we are doing holds any significance," she mused. "Haha, have you just realized? What does it matter if we win 100 times? The true absurdity lies in the fact that we cannot even lose if we wish to. How about I take you to my world for a glimpse? Is that even permissible?" "Of course it is. I declare it so." Respond, host. "Not permissible, ×2. "What? ×2? Why is it not allowed, ×2? Su Qing, with a face full of confusion, inquired of the system. She believed that given her abilities, there should be no obstacles to bringing someone into her world. After all, while others could enter, the soul could not. What did that mean? His physical form was not native to this realm. It was, in fact, an artificial creation. Yet, how did this relate to her bringing him along? Naturally, it was pertinent. His physical constitution might meet the requirements, but his soul was not permitted to exist in her world. What did that imply? Because Su Qin's soul originated from the primordial true realm. That realm is untouched by any laws, capable of creating everything, even erasing you at will. Such power? But why did Su Qin come to this world? I find this realm to be far inferior, akin to a mere stone in my own world. The reason remains unclear. It is possible that he perished in the original world, or his soul was extracted. However, I cannot ascertain how he breached the dimensional barrier to arrive in this realm. As the non-existent and existent worlds cannot coexist, and life forms from either cannot survive together. So what does it mean when you speak of non-existent worlds in contrast to existent ones? Your world, along with countless others, constitutes non-existent realms. While Suchin hails from an existent world, we are all creations of theirs. How can one journey to his world? Did you not assert that the dimensional barrier is insurmountable? It can be breached. Yet the odds are akin to finding a needle in a vast ocean, merely a 1 in a billion chance, and it would require the release of energy capable of obliterating countless universes to even attain that minuscule probability. Su Chun appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the enigmatic nature of the system. "System? What do you mean?" he inquired. "It means nothing. You simply cannot venture into her world," came the response. "I sense that you are concealing something from me. How could that be? I am quite sincere. I have divulged everything to you. Just remember that I am doing this to save you. Please, enlighten me with the reason. What do you wish for me to reveal?" "Enough. Do not inquire about matters that should remain unasked." Su Chun observed the system hastily departing, a lingering suspicion gnawing at him that there was something it was reluctant to disclose. Su Qing did not pay attention to Su Chun. She continued to listen to the system as it spoke of matters that piqued her curiosity. Did I not mention that there are numerous types of systems? Yet, I am unable to uncover any information regarding Su Chen's system. I can sense that he has likely been exploited. Exploited? Su Qing's serious expression appeared as she glanced at the dazed Su Chen. She believed that Su Chen possessed such formidable strength that, had she not appeared, he would have remained an unrivaled entity in this world. She found it utterly perplexing to comprehend the means by which this was achieved. Indeed, there are certain powerful beings whose possessions may hold great significance even after their demise. From what you just implied, it seems that Su Chen is, in essence, a deceased individual who, through some fortunate twist of fate, has arrived in this realm and subsequently been resurrected. This notion is plausible, yet remains uncertain. It is conceivable that during Su Chen's fainting spell, he might have succumbed to a grave illness, allowing that powerful being to extract his soul while he was incapacitated, subsequently altering his memories and reconstructing his body. Reconstruction? Precisely. Utilizing other flesh and employing various methods to merge the soul. Yet, why has this fellow never mentioned any of this? Perhaps because he himself is unaware. If you doubt this, you may inquire of him whether he wishes to return home. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Qing found some merit in them. She turned to Su Chen and inquired, "Su Chen, do you wish to return home?" Su Chen looked at Su Qing with a puzzled expression, scratching his head. "Is it possible? I don't think you can assist me. Initially, I had a way to return home, but I found it too challenging, so I decided to give up." I understand. The system? It seems Su Chen has indeed forgotten. This is natural, yet it has little to do with you. I believe it would be prudent for you to keep your distance from him. Why? Don't you still have a mission? Yes. To eliminate the strongest in this world and complete the task. What's the matter? What if, hypothetically, you were tasked with eliminating Su Chen? What would you do? Su Chen is not a part of this world. I feel he has no connection to it, flesh and blood to the world. I don't understand. Never mind. If it can't be done, then so be it. As you wish. Whoosh. On the night of the bright moon over the 20 bridges, Tang Sen hurled countless hidden weapons at Zhao Wuji, who activated his defenses. The projectile struck him, creating a flurry of sparks. Due to the alteration of his first soul skill, Tang Sen found himself struggling unlike in the original tale. A perfect opportunity. Go, Dragon Whisker Needle. Utilizing the purple extreme magic eye, Tang Sen quickly identified Zhao Wuji's weakness. He leaped and waved his hand at the soul guide on his waist, conjuring several golden silk needles that he aimed directly at Zhao Wuji's vulnerability. Zhao Wuji, feeling the pain, became enraged and activated his sixth soul skill. A black soul ring illuminated beneath his feet. Fifth soul skill, gravitational compression. A black sphere appeared above Zhao Wuji, drawing everything nearby into its grasp and compressing it into dust. Tang San, with his low soul power, was also drawn in. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly produced a hammer while everyone was distracted. Upon seeing the hammer, Zhao Wuji scoffed, thinking, what use could such a small hammer possibly have? With a casual gesture, he deemed it unnecessary to employ a soul skill. He never anticipated that such a diminutive hammer could breach his defenses. Second soul skill, Mighty Diamond Palm. Zhao Wuji struck towards Tang San's abdomen, and though Tang San attempted to evade, it was too late. Zhao Wuji knocked him unconscious with a single blow. Chapter 20, The Black Tiger's Heart Extraction. Tang San, are you all right? Brother, how are you holding up? Is everything fine? Concerned, everyone gathered around, with Xiaowu anxiously cradling the unconscious Tang San in her arms. A boy with white hair, sporting glasses and a scruffy beard, approached. Zhao Wuji, seeing the white-haired boy, slurred, "Oscar, bring me a sausage." Oscar, observing the battered figure on the ground, picked his nose and replied, "Who are you, old man? Stop wasting time. Hurry up. I am Zhao Wuji." It turns out to be Teacher Zhao. What has brought you to this state? Just a moment, Teacher Zhao, please wait. First soul skill, Super Invincible Sausage. A sausage suddenly appeared in Oscar's hand as he lewdly raised an eyebrow. Without hesitation, Zhao Wujing snatched the sausage and began to eat. The wounds on Zhao Wujing's face gradually healed, and he shakily stood up. Oscar hurried to assist him, and Tang Sen also regained consciousness, his face bruised and battered. This was because when he initially unleashed his first soul skill, the soul skill had shattered into fragments before even reaching Zhao Wujing. Tang San was filled with doubt. Had not the teacher mentioned that, according to his theory, as a plant-type soul master, the influence of a 10-year soul ring was negligible? Teacher Zhao, have we passed? Zhao Wujing, still holding a grudge, waved his hand dismissively. Alone in the room, Zhao Wujing chuckled to himself, thinking that since they were little monsters, they surely deserved special treatment. He wondered if these little monsters could endure. Suddenly, a deafening voice echoed in Zhao Wujing's ears as the doors and windows were flung open by an unseen force. Unwilling to back down, Zhao Wujing rushed outside into the forest. Come out. I know you are here. He swiftly turned around to see a mysterious figure cloaked in a cape perched atop a tree. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, Who are you? The man spoke in a deep voice, stating that it had been a long time since he had encountered the unmoved king in this small place and expressed his desire for a spar. The man leaped down and approached Zhao Wujing, his soul rings glowing in succession. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Zhao Wujing scoffed, but the man's soul rings continued to illuminate. Black. Black, 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 red. A cold sweat broke out on Zhao Wujing's brow as he trembled and stammered. Title Douluo. The man revealed his martial soul, wielding a silver hammer. Fear gripped Zhao Wujing's heart, yet he summoned his courage to bow and inquire, May I ask which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence? Please. Do not jest with me. You bullied those children during the day. Was that not enjoyable? I find that the sensation of bullying seems rather pleasant. So let me also have a turn at bullying you. Of course, you may interpret this as me taking advantage of the weak. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujing was left in a state of confusion and fear, questioning who this person truly was. As the man approached with his hammer, a sudden noise from behind caused him to speak. Since you have come, you might as well reveal yourself. 1 or 2 makes no difference. A man resembling an owl jumped down. Upon seeing his arrival, Zhao Wujing's eyes filled with hope. Boss, you have come. And this esteemed elder? The man, resembling an owl, was none other than the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, Master Flander. With a deep sigh, Flander summoned his martial spirit, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Enveloped in a radiant aura of yellow, purple, and black, he clasped his hands in reverence towards the man, declaring, It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness Hao Yan. Spare me the formalities. I have come seeking trouble. Your all-martial spirit, at level 78, is indeed worthy of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle's main combatant. This Shrek Academy is yours, is it not? Indeed, Your Highness. May I inquire what grievance Zhao Wujing has caused you? Might you grant me a modicum of consideration? Enough with the pleasantries. Stand aside, or I shall strike you as well. Flander glanced at Zhao Wujing, who, left with no alternative, could only sigh in resignation. Zhao Wujing, I offer you a chance. I shall not use my martial spirit. If you can withstand my attack for the duration of a single incense stick, you shall be spared. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujing cursed inwardly. After all, it was not him who would suffer the blows. Your Highness, I genuinely do not comprehend how I have offended you. Could you please clarify? I wish to understand my fate. Humph. Do I need to elaborate? When the young are attacked, the old naturally rise to seek justice. It is only right. Let us commence. In an instant, the figure of Hao Tian vanished, reappearing directly before Zhao Wujing. The latter, confronted with the unfamiliar visage, felt a surge of fear. Zhao Wujing was sent flying by a single punch, his cries echoing through the forest as he crashed into several large trees before finally coming to a halt. Seeing the two vanish from sight, Flander quickly activated his martial spirit to take flight in search of them, soon locating their positions again. The confrontation persisted for the duration of an incense stick before it ceased. Hao Tian addressed Zhao Wujing, who lay on the ground. Do you understand now? Cough, cough. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. Indeed. The familiar appearance of Hao Tian was revealed to be none other than Tang Hao, the father of Tang San. However, you must remain vigilant regarding the Spirit Hall, as they have recently been searching for Shrek Academy. A mysterious figure has emerged within the Spirit Hall. One who is not inferior to myself. Exercise caution. What? Someone not weaker than Your Highness Hao Yan? Could it be a high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall? Not quite. I have encountered the high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall, and it is not he. Nonetheless, you must be wary. Tang Hao, still feeling the ache coursing through his body, would have preferred to remain hidden, were it not for the need to maintain his son's dignity. We understand, Your Highness. Well then, I entrust little San to your care. With that, Tang Hao vanished from sight. Zhao Wujing scratched his head in confusion. Master Flander, who exactly is this esteemed elder? I can't shake the feeling that he bears some connection to Tang San. Flander shot Zhao Wujing a glowering look. What do you think? A man bold enough to strike the Pope cannot be an ordinary individual. Oh, I see now. Do not run away. Allow me to join you swiftly. I implore you. Why must you insist on playing together? Can't you entertain yourself for once? Su Chan felt a twinge of regret. Initially, when he observed Su Qing lost in thought and seemingly bored, he felt a pang of sympathy. He implored the system for 2 permanent wireless mobile devices. And to his surprise, the system complied, claiming they were a gift from Brother Yi. Without further ado, he presented one to Su Qing and proceeded to download the wildly popular game, Honor of Kings. At first, Su Qing struggled to grasp the game mechanics. But Su Chen patiently guided her in playing Chengyao Jane. To his astonishment, she became engrossed in the game, favoring the character Yao due to her preference for a more leisurely approach. Can you stop following me? I'm playing by Li, and your Yao has no relevance here. He exclaimed. You're actually scolding me? Oh, how surprising. Is this really the same Black Mountain old demon who constantly shouts for battle? You dare to call me a demon when I'm clearly Yao Yao. Su Qing intentionally made the sound of the clip. Su Chan gazed at Su Qing with an expression of bewilderment, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. You truly are a celestial being, he exclaimed. Naturally. I am celestial, but why the addition of being? Oh, it simply sounds delightful to me. Is that so? Indeed. Therefore, could you perhaps accompany the jungler or the mage? And what is the meaning of you, with a Yao, taking down enemies? You already have 10 kills, while I, as a marksman, only have 10 assists. Can we still enjoy this game? I would rather not. Stop. I feel a sudden rush in my mind, reminiscent of past events. You would do well not to speak to me in that clipped tone. What do you mean by clipped? You know, that sound. Which sound? Let me think. Ah, I remember. Quickly, tell me. Well, I just turned 18 this year. Upon hearing the jarring sound of a male voice, Su Qing immediately felt a shiver run down her spine, a wave of nausea threatening to overcome her. She was appalled to encounter such a repugnant individual. That sound was utterly intolerable. How outrageous. Indeed, such a person deserves a lifetime of bearing sons without any dignity. How can you utter such crude words? And how else would you have me express it? Such ignorance should be met with a transformation into a voice of masculinity. Ah, you speak with such conviction. Indeed? What did you just say about my voice? The sound of a male voice, perhaps? What of it? Let me clarify. It is you who has deemed yourself repugnant. This is not my doing. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly broke into a radiant smile. She then extended her palm. Invoking her second soul skill, the palm descended with force. Clap. Victory. Su Chen, with his striking handsomeness, captivated countless young girls while simultaneously bewildering many others. All right, I'm done. I shall retire for the night. So early to sleep? What is the alternative? You can entertain yourself. I need to rest. Oh, sleep then. With that, Su Chan retreated to his room, leaving Su Qing alone on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, spending a silent night. Grandfather? Why hasn't the angel god responded yet? It's been 5 whole hours. Could it be that the angel god is also unreliable? Silence. Little Shui, the angel god is the pride of our angel clan. How could you utter such words? But grandfather, you have worshipped the angel god for so long. Why has there been no reply? Well, I'm not certain. Perhaps the angel god is preoccupied. In the divine realm, the angel god reclined leisurely, sipping coffee with crossed legs, relishing the moment. She was well aware of Qian Daoliu's summons but chose to ignore it. After all, while the legacy was significant, one must also be alive to pass it on. And the soul power within Qian Renxue could vanish at any moment. Meanwhile, the sea god was apologizing for his recent offense against the angel god, gently massaging her shoulders. Quite pleasant indeed. Hee, angel god, did you just mention that a human more terrifying than the Shura god has appeared on the continent? Yes, I prefer to avoid complications. I have no desire to intervene. Shouldn't we inform the Shura god? Why would I? Are we even close? Shall I be the one to say it? If you wish to act like a dog, then do so. As for me, I will not. Oh, and I forgot to mention, the last envoy sent by the Shura god was eliminated by that man. What? It was him. The sea god realized the gravity of the situation, pausing his actions. This matter had caused quite a stir in the divine realm. He could not remain ignorant. Farewell. The sea god clasped his fists and departed, heading straight towards the Shura god. Observing his movements, the angel god shook her head, a true hypocrite. Welcome, everyone, to the Grand Soul Arena in Swoto City. Let us now invite our competitors to the stage. The MO Spider Sisters, though not as formidable as the human-faced demon spider, were nonetheless impressive, especially with their martial spirits that could manipulate deadly toxins. I believe the audience eagerly anticipates this duo's performance. Enough with the chatter, let us now welcome our ace competitors. The brother-sister duo, known as the Gourd Brother and the Tyrannosaurus Warrior, changed their name to emphasize their disdain for unnecessary banter. And the new title carries a sense of power. Can you stop the flattery? Just get on with it. The audience, rather than the host, directed their frustration at Su Chen, who pointed and scolded the host. The host clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Let the competition commence. Sister, unleash your martial spirit. All right, Sister. Martial Soul, Blood Demon Spider, Level 39 Control System Soul Respect. I seek your guidance. Martial Soul, Blood Demon Spider, Level 37 Control System Soul Respect. I seek your guidance. Su Chun prepared to resolve the situation swiftly when suddenly, a delicate hand rested upon his shoulder. He turned to find Su Qing, a look of bewilderment on his face. What is it? He inquired. This time, allow me to take the lead. It has been a while since I've had the chance to warm up. You? He replied. Well, all right then, but don't overdo it. Understood, she responded. Su Qing donned a flowing white gown, her delicate fingers pointing at her adversaries. Surrender, for I am the Dark King. And the cosmic powers are on the verge of eruption. Su Qin, dear sister, what on earth are you up to? From where did you procure those lines? I have not watched this particular anime, thus I am utterly perplexed. Could we not expedite this process? Why is it that you do not comprehend? The black box you bestowed upon me last night contained a video. I found that girl to be exceptionally impressive. I suddenly developed an affinity for this sensation. It resonates with my youthful spirit. Oh, come on. Can we not conclude this swiftly? I am beginning to feel quite awkward. No. I shall dispel the malevolence in your name. All matters can be resolved. I cannot bear this any longer. It is utterly absurd. Had I known better than to give you my phone, I would have refrained. What a nuisance. Very well, I shall take matters into my own hands. It is not permissible. Their sins do not warrant such a fate. Su Qin, when others provoke me, I retreat 3 steps. If they persist, I will eradicate them entirely. The 2 opponents scratched their heads, utterly perplexed. What is she talking about? They wondered. It was unclear, yet one should not be careless. After all, their adversaries had achieved an impressive winning streak of over 50 matches, even defeating Hu Qiu. Hu Qiu, a formidable opponent at level 39, was rumored to be on the verge of reaching level 40. Notably, his martial spirit was an offensive type, rendering him invincible among his peers. How could he possibly lose to these 2 at level 30? Let's just proceed with caution, one of them suggested. Yes, I understand, the other replied. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Su Qin had already positioned herself right before them, eavesdropping on their whispered conversation. Su Qin smacked his lips, muttering something incomprehensible. No matter how cautious one might be, it was of little consequence. Defeat was inevitable. The 2 girls, drenched in perspiration, looked up to see Su Qin's innocent and carefree smile. Su Qin cleared his throat and glanced at the host. That host? If I were to strike him now, would that be against the rules? The host, wearing a grim expression, was somewhat accustomed to such antics. After all, he was well aware of Su Qin's character. At times, he could be utterly shameless, and thus, such behavior was almost expected. Upon receiving a response, Su Qin leapt with exuberance, exclaiming, Behold, my black tiger steals the heart. Witness my 1 young finger. Hey. Observe my 18 dragon-subduing palms. Roar. Hey. No. In an instant, the 2 girls collapsed, fainting away. Su Qin, with a gleaming smile revealing a bright tooth, turned around and gave Su Qing a thumbs up. Su Qing wore a perplexed expression as she quickly unlocked her phone, searching for that particular martial arts technique recently employed by Su Qin. Chapter 21. The Chuanyu Tyrannosaurus. Congratulations to the Tyrannosaurus warriors for yet another triumphant victory. The crowd erupted in cheers, yet Su Chun felt as though his ears had become calloused from the incessant noise. What shall we do next? He pondered. Nothing much. I believe our remarkable achievements will attract attention. Surely, others are aware of our existence. And it is highly likely that the Spirit Hall will be the first to reach out to us. Are you so certain of that? Of course. As the owner of my company and the world's wealthiest individual, I possess a modicum of intelligence. Yet, what if the Spirit Hall remains oblivious to us? And why must we necessarily join the Spirit Hall? Indeed. The Spirit Hall is quite a distance away. It is improbable that I would join another faction merely to confront them. True, attacking one's own partner is not something I would entertain, even if it were not my own. Suddenly, Su Qing gazed curiously at Su Qing and remarked, I have often wondered, after all this time. Have you ever had someone you cherished? Cherished? That notion is non-existent for me. My sole focus lies in becoming stronger. Matters of affection and familial ties have long been cast aside. Moreover, do you truly believe anyone would be worthy of me? Indeed, it seems unlikely. Who would choose someone with such a large backside, not to mention your fierce demeanor? It's one thing to be intimidating, but you also have a tendency to resort to violence. And as if that were not enough, you exhibit a penchant for laziness, coupled with a rather eccentric mindset. Upon hearing these words, Su Qing did not react with anger. Instead, A jade-green sword materialized in her hand. What? Am I mistaken? Was your earlier demeanor considered normal? Have you not struck me enough? How often have you indulged in laziness? Humph. And what of it? What can you do about it? You are mine now. And until you complete your task, you shall remain my possession for eternity. Your possession? Huh. I am skeptical. You may claim my body, but you shall never possess my heart or soul. Perhaps you have indulged in too many videos, she retorted. Well, how else could I respond? I cannot compete with you in combat. Ah, a teachable spirit. Indeed, a teachable spirit on my part as well. As the two engaged in their verbal sparring, they were entirely oblivious to the audience that surrounded them, all eyes fixed upon their exchange. The host, initially reluctant to intervene, found it impossible to ignore the commotion, particularly as others were preparing for their own duels. Ahem, the members of the Tyrannosaurus warrior team, may I kindly request that you both retreat backstage? It is time for others to engage in the duel. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen could no longer contain himself. Ever since he and Su Qing had achieved consecutive victories, numerous soul masters had flocked to witness their prowess. Although they had only arrived the day prior, their relentless triumphs, each marked by swift eliminations of their opponents, had undoubtedly captured the attention of other factions. The Soto City Soul Arena was now teeming with spectators, far surpassing its usual capacity. Yet, to think that they would attempt to expel him, the spokesperson, was utterly preposterous. Hey, to the one blowing the trumpet. If you possess any courage, come down here and see if I don't strike you down with a single blow. If you dare, come down. Since childhood, Su Qing has never been driven away like this, except by one person, and that is Su Chun. Why are you getting angry? What others said is indeed reasonable. We have occupied someone else's space. What is the point of being upset? If it comes to that, I might as well just buy this place outright. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen felt a slight urge to laugh. Do you possess wealth? Allow me to inform you, you shall not be permitted to utilize my funds. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Qing understood their meaning. She cast a sidelong glance at him and directly tossed a ring into his hand, saying, If you drop your blood upon it, you shall naturally perceive everything within the ring. Su Chun was filled with skepticism as he bit into his own skin just enough to break the surface. Yet before any blood could emerge, he feigned extreme pain, exclaiming, Oh no, my defensive prowess is too formidable. I simply cannot be penetrated. How infuriating. In an instant, a flash of sword light severed the artery in his wrist, sending forth a spray of golden blood. Ah, golden blood. But does that even matter? He cried out. What are you doing? Why are you attacking me with a sword? This is merely an act of goodwill. Did you not boast of your exceptional defenses? I find them rather mediocre, came the retort. That is irrelevant. Hurry and staunch the bleeding. It's over for me. I'm going to die. You truly are inept. Just this little bit of blood? Worry not. You are quite safe. However, I must admit, your blood piques my interest. It appears to be of the supreme variety. You're not entirely unremarkable, a natural-born supreme, indeed. While I may lack extensive knowledge of such realms, I grasp the basics. So, what now? Nothing much. Now, take a look at the storage ring I've bestowed upon you. Therein lies an unexpected surprise. Su Chen stared at the ring in disbelief, realizing that he could actually see inside it. Goodness, how could you possess such wealth? Are you truly a wealthy lady? Wealthy lady? Such material possessions hold no allure for me. Then where did it come from? The gold soul coins within are, for heaven's sake, calculated as though they were Mount Everest. There must be at least 100 million of them. Haven't you already come to know me? I too possess a system. Well, I suddenly feel that my system is utterly useless. Shall we exchange? That is impossible. My system was, in fact, mysteriously created when I traversed the realm of chaos that day. I have no idea how it became bound to me, but I can sense that it has become an integral part of my being. Su Chen gazed at Su Qing with a profound skepticism, lost in contemplation. Might it be possible that his system was intrinsically linked to him? Your system could be considered a form of destiny, he mused. It seems to me that what you perceive as a system might not be a system at all. I am not entirely certain. I possess only a modicum of understanding about the other worlds. You could inquire further when you have the chance. You are capable of discerning my innermost thoughts. He exclaimed. That is only natural. I am fully aware of the matters that occupy your mind, Su Qing replied. Goodness, does that mean I am devoid of secrets? To some extent. Yes. However, I have stumbled upon some intriguing revelations. I am curious, how did you arrive in this world? You previously mentioned that you were inadvertently brought here by the system, yet I sense there is more to it. Isn't that so? Yet, the system conveyed it in that manner. Perhaps it simply chose not to disclose the entirety of the truth. Since your arrival here was accidental, why does your physique not reflect that of your original world? The supreme body, the embodiment of fate's chosen, destined to be invincible in the future. All right. I do not quite comprehend this. Is there not already a child of destiny in this world? Is your task not to eliminate him? Surely that is a simple matter. Something you could accomplish with ease, is it not? Is it? But if the child of destiny were you, would you permit me to kill you? Then go ahead and slay me. I am not a resident of this world, so you may do as you wish, even to the point of dismemberment. Suchin waved his hand dismissively. System 6. Huh? Why is the system manifesting? Could it be that what Suqing mentioned is indeed true? Rest assured. It is certainly not true. I am your destiny, your karma. Once the tasks in this world are completed, that will mark the day of our separation. Is that so? Indeed. Suqing, utilizing her ability to connect with his mind, sought to discern the thoughts within Suqin's consciousness. However, she soon realized that she could only perceive his solitary voice. She pondered silently, wondering about the true nature of this entity known as the system, which eluded even her keen perception. Meanwhile, the two combatants, witnessing Suqin and Suqing's apparent disregard, felt their irritation swell. Hey, Tyrannosaurus warrior duo. This is a public battle area. Is it not excessive for you to monopolize it in such a manner? Indeed. Get down from there. Just because you've achieved a few consecutive victories does not render you invincible. Especially you, girl. Come here. I've had my eye on you for quite some time. Don't make me come over there, or else. Suqing, already in a state of bewilderment, was suddenly interrupted by a worthless scoundrel who had the audacity to utter such crude words to her. How could she possibly endure this? You might as well perish. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. The man's skull burst open, the crimson and ivory of his insides starkly visible as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Suqin raised his thumb at the man, declaring, "You're more formidable than I am, my friend. May your journey ahead be smooth. I hope our next encounter involves a cat rather than a fierce tigress." Suqin, what are you doing? How dare you insult me by likening me to a tigress? How could you compare me to such a monstrous creature? Look at you, look at you. Are you not being fierce again? Isn't that a characteristic of a tigress? Who says a tigress can only be angry? A tigress can also possess gentleness, you know? Gentle? You call that gentle? Do you even understand what gentleness means? My wife, Guyuna, embodies true gentleness. What you exhibit is nothing but ferocity, more akin to a raging dragon from Chuanyu. Chuanyu raging dragon? What does that even mean? It means nothing. Alas, it seems that accompanying someone devoid of intellect is indeed exhausting. Oh, I shall confront you. Come at me. For I am the supreme being of the heavens. Who is afraid of whom? Ha! Born as the supreme being, I prefer to call myself celestial. What business is it of yours? Go ahead, bite me. Come on, if you dare, extend your hand and see if I will bite. Suqin directly extended a foot, placing it before Suqing. Suqing's expression darkened abruptly, and she swiftly drew out a leather whip. Crack! Hiss! Who? Are you out of your mind? I never imagined you to be such a woman, reveling in bondage and even wielding a whip. Suqin sat on the ground, blowing air onto his sauce. He glanced at the red mark on his foot and exclaimed, "Next time you dare to put your stinky feet in my face, I want to just use a whip. I might resort to a knife. The dragon-slaying saber, perhaps? Oh, so you know about the dragon-slaying saber? I actually possess one. Care to give it a try? You truly have it? The one that claims to strike for 999? What are you talking about? Mine is the saber of soul destruction. Is it really that formidable? Of course." Thus, amidst the trembling of countless onlookers, the two of them sat atop the dual soul platform, munching on sunflower seeds and chatting throughout the day. "Are you all right, brother?" "Xiao Wu, I'm fine. You know this is a test from Teacher Zhao. I feel we didn't perform satisfactorily today. Is that so? Don't worry. Brother, I will definitely become stronger so I can assist you. Indeed, Xiao Wu, we shall grow stronger together. Then, brother, shall we seek out Teacher Zhao tomorrow for another test? I believe we will fare better." Xiao Wu clenched his fist, brimming with determination. Ahem. Xiao Wu. It's actually not right to trouble Teacher Zhao like this. We can gradually grow stronger on our own. Yes, you are right, brother. You two should cease with the flirtations. This is a boys' dormitory, after all. Xiao Wu, when are you leaving? Do you want to leave this single dog to suffer? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face turned crimson. Humph. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm ignoring you now. Brother, get some rest. I'll take my leave. All right. Xiao Wu, you too. After Xiaowu departed, Daimubai and Oscar exchanged glances with Tang San. Well, Tang San, how has it progressed? Have you won her over? Yes. Indeed. Tang San understood the implication and immediately turned red, protesting, "Stop talking nonsense. Xiao Wu is merely my sister. Related by blood? No. Then adopted?" Hearing Oscar's analysis, Daimubai stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully. That could be the case. Otherwise, why wouldn't he Xiao Wu share your surname? Could you refrain from spreading such wild rumors? My relationship with Xiao Wu is entirely innocent. It's not as you think. Is that so? Then what has to deal with your red backside? Although I've only known you for a short time, I am aware that you seldom blush. Daimubai, have you known each other from the start? Yes. We had a brief encounter at the Rose Hotel. Ah, the Rose Hotel? Well, Tang San, you claim to be pure, yet you took Xiao Wu to such a place. How can you still call yourself pure? Cough, cough, that was an accident. By the way, I wasn't the one living there. It was the girl whom Daimubai nearly beat to a pulp. Daimubai, thank you for listening to me. Ah, by the way, the moon tonight is quite round. Isn't it? The moon tonight? Oscar, perplexed, looked up at the sky when he opened the door. Boss Dai, it's clearly overcast. By the way, what did Tang San just say? I didn't catch that. Something about being beaten? Nearly dead? Just Seeing Daimubai's anxious expression, eager for face saving, Tang San raised an eyebrow. I let you deliberately provoke me. Now you can experience how I felt earlier. Tang San, we still have a gathering tomorrow. So let's get some rest, shall we? Indeed, Mubai, you make a valid point. The two of them collapsed onto the bed, closing their eyes in silence. Oscar, Boss Dai? When did you start going to bed so early? ISNT nightlife just beginning? Oscar, what's wrong? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll reveal the incident with the comparison to the large sausage. Boss Dai, you're being too harsh on your brother. 3. Boss Dai actually 2. That 1. Wow, Boss Dai is right. Early to bed and early to rise is good for health. I'm still young. I need to stay fit. Daimubai smiled slightly, closing his eyes and saying nothing further. Chapter 22. The mysterious copper coffin, Your Holiness. My subordinates have yet to locate the Shrek Academy. Useless. All of you are utterly useless. Bibi Dong sat upon the Pope's throne, her brow furrowed. Ever since she humiliated that person, Yi Feiyu, from Shrek, the repulsive image haunted her, robbing her of peace. She swore she would make Shrek Academy pay dearly. You may leave. I hope this is the last I hear of it. Elder Jew, I truly do not understand what purpose you serve here. If you cannot find that individual, how can you not even locate an entire academy? Your Holiness, please spare me. My subordinates have truly been searching tirelessly, but for some reason, there has never been any mention of a Shrek Academy on the continent. Are you implying that the person is lying? Your Holiness is wise. I believe that individual must be afraid of the Wuhuan Temple's retribution, hence speaking carelessly. Is that so? Indeed, it must be just that. Enough, Elder Jew, you may go. Bibi Dong waved her hand, rubbing her temples. She had been feeling quite agitated lately, particularly because Qian Rinxue had returned. Bibi Dong was also puzzled. Based on her understanding of Qian Rinxue's tenacious character, she could not fathom why she would suddenly give up. Su Feiyu, do not let me find you. Ah, Qiao. Who is thinking of me? Su Chen was engaged in a game of cards with Su Qing when he suddenly sneezed inexplicably. Is it because of a woman called the Pope who has cursed you? Quite impressive, little Chen. Your charm seems to transcend age, captivating both young and old alike. Who would have thought even the esteemed Pope remembers you? What are you talking about? What Pope? Have I ever met her? TSK, TSK, TSK. Judging by that Pope's expression, it seems you two have known each other for quite some time. Really? A female Pope? Goodness. It strikes me now. Hurry and tell me, my watermelon is ready. That day, I had initially planned for the Spirit Hall to clash with Shrek, deliberately pretending to be a member of Shrek and playfully tapping Bibi Dong's backside. However, I now feel such actions are unnecessary, as Qian Rinxue is a member of the Spirit Hall, and I am undoubtedly on their side. Is that all? If you find my actions unsatisfactory, I take the blame. When you struck her, how long ago was that? It wasn't too long ago. Let me calculate. It seems to have been around 7 or 8 years. Though 7 or 8 years is indeed not a long time. She is your future mother-in-law. Are you certain you won't offer any explanation? What? Do I need to explain anything to her? Qian Rinxue is mine. She won't escape. Why should I explain anything to Bibi Dong? That woman is merely infatuated and unworthy of being my mother-in-law. What do you mean? Bibi Dong was once a naive girl who suddenly met a good-for-nothing named Master Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang, with his dubious abilities, deceived Bibi Dong, leading to their mutual affection. That doesn't seem unreasonable. Isn't it wonderful for two people to be in love? Of course, it is wonderful. However, Bibi Dong's master, the former pope, forbade her from pursuing Yu Xiaojiang, deeming him unworthy. He confined Bibi Dong in a secret chamber and forcibly claimed her, leading to the circumstances surrounding Qian Rinchue's birth. Hiss, so that Master Yu Xiaojiang. Wait, I believe I've heard this name before. Indeed, you have encountered him. Remember when I took you to meet Tang San at the academy? That man in black robes with a scruffy beard and crew cut was Yu Xiaojiang. Ah? It was him? Well, he doesn't look particularly appealing. Does Bibi Dong have such peculiar tastes? Hiki, you have yet to witness the terrifying nature of infatuation. And what about you? Are you one of those? I could never be. Su Qin shook his head in negation. He could never be like Bibi Dong. His feelings for Gu Yuna were merely physical, while emotionally, he felt almost nothing. Gu Yuna, it seems she is your companion. Do you not harbor feelings for her? Indeed, I do, but they are not so intense. Throughout my life, I have yet to truly experience what emotions are. I have only been able to learn from what my father has taught me. They only allowed me to study, games, television, and outings were strictly forbidden. Sometimes, when I wished to play, I had to do so in secrecy. My goodness, how stringent. But what does this have to do with Gu Yuna? Of course, it has no relation. I merely wish to express that I do not understand the true sentiment of liking someone. However, I am aware that if one engages with a girl, one must take responsibility. I never would have guessed you harbored such thoughts, considering how jovial you appear. My joviality is simply a way to cherish the present moment. I certainly intend to return. The only concern I have is for Gu Yuna. I cannot abandon my wife and run away alone, hence my hesitation. And what of Qian Rinchue? Qian Rinchue? I am truly at a loss regarding her. Logically, I should take her with me, but whether she would agree is a different matter. Her temper is quite fierce. So, are you contemplating giving up? Not quite. I must consider my options. Currently, I cannot devise a way to bring Gu Yuna and the others back with me. Technically, I could choose not to return. But I cannot neglect my parents. I am their only child. Indeed, you must return to carry on the family lineage, lest your generation come to an end. By the way, do you possess a means to facilitate my return? I do have a method to ensure your return, including that of your companion. Su Qin gazed at Su Qing with an expression of disbelief. He immediately, with fervor, grasped her hand and urged, "Hurry. Tell me how I can return. I will reveal to you the way back, but first, I must take you to a certain place." What place? Su Qing did not respond to Su Qin. With one hand grasping him, she stepped into the shattered space before her, walking towards the edge of the realm. Su Qing and Su Qin arrived at this place. Where Su Qin was surrounded by black bubbles, his expression one of bewilderment. What is this place? The Sea of Realms. You may consider it a passage to your world. Where is the passage? Why can't I see it? Because it needs to be broken. I am not yet capable of breaking it. Once I complete this world task, I should attain the level of the Great Path, and then I should be able to break through. Am I unable to break it? Isn't that a redundant question? I cannot. Do you think you can? You are right. Let us go back. Shrek. Little rabbit. Come here. Xiao Wu glared at the red-haired, chubby boy across from her. Stop fighting. Hong Jun is actually a good person. We just weren't meant for each other, so we broke up. I just need to clarify it with him. Mind your own business. Step aside. Tang San. Fatty. Dai Mubai approached upon hearing the commotion. What are you doing? Humph. Why don't you ask him? Xiao Wu replied defiantly. This chubby boy is bullying girls in broad daylight. Tang San noticed Xiao Wu's shoe had come off during the earlier scuffle. He retrieved another pair from his soul guide. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Dai Mubai quickly explained, Xiao Wu, I believe you are misunderstanding. Just as Xiao Wu was about to respond, she noticed Tang San holding the shoes out to her and felt a bit embarrassed. I can manage on my own. Seeing the misunderstanding dissipate, Dai Mubai turned his attention to the girl, Suehua, who was breaking up with Ma Hongjun. Suehua, what about you? Suehua, looking aggrieved, covered her face and ran away crying. Tang San, puzzled, asked Dai Mubai, what on earth is going on? Dai Mubai glanced at Ma Hongjun. Would you like to explain? Or shall I? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Ma Hongjun opted for Dai Mubai to elaborate. Go ahead. Dai Mubai stepped in front of Tang San, placing a hand on his shoulder as they walked away. Xiao Wu huffed at Ma Hongjun before following suit, and Ma Hongjun, appearing indifferent, trailed behind. Once at the academy, Dai Mubai began to explain Ma Hongjun's situation. There are 3 students in the academy, including myself. Tang San seemingly grasped the implication. Oh, you mean? Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun, who merely scratched his ear and nodded slightly. Yes, Fatty, he is the third one. He was the last to arrive at the academy before you two came. Although I didn't witness the earlier incident, I could guess what transpired. But this shouldn't solely be blamed on Fatty. His martial soul, the grass Kuan, is to blame. Ma Hongjun immediately protested. Nonsense. Your martial soul is the grass Kuan. Mine is clearly the phoenix. Even though my elder's martial spirit is merely a Kuan, mine is a phoenix. Have you not heard that even in a humble grass nest, a golden phoenix may emerge? Dai Mubai could only smile. Ha ha ha. A phoenix? Very well, let it be a phoenix, Tang-san. The chubby boy's martial spirit is rather peculiar. The dean mentioned that it is a mutated martial spirit. A mutated martial spirit? What spirits have combined to create such a mutation? I do not know, nor does the chubby boy himself. In his village, all martial spirits are non-aggressive poultry, yet somehow, has manifested a mutation, endowing him with innate fiery abilities. The flames of the chubby boy are extraordinarily strange. They possess not only an exceedingly high temperature, but also remarkable adhesion, making them difficult to extinguish. The dean remarked that after the mutation, the chubby boy's martial spirit could indeed become a phoenix. However, there exists a significant flaw in his martial spirit. What flaw? The chubby boy's martial spirit often goes berserk, and each time it does, it wreaks havoc on its surroundings, potentially incinerating everything in proximity if not carefully managed. Xiao Wu, puzzled, queried, what does this have to do with the girls? You know nothing. Ma Hongjun retorted brusquely. This unfortunate chubby boy has been rejected multiple times. And now that this girl has finally accepted him, his mindset inevitably experiences fluctuations, which might manifest in certain aspects. Thus, the girl finds him unbearable. Xiao Wu, confused, asked, what does that mean? What is that? Everyone stared at Xiao Wu in bewilderment. Tangsen quickly cleared his throat. Ahem. Xiao Wu, it's nothing. Let us go eat. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Xiao Wu rubbed her stomach and nodded. Upon hearing Tang San's mention of hunger, Dai Mubai took the lead. Come. I shall take you all to dine. As they prepared to head to the dining hall, they suddenly spotted Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at the two, his hands reaching out in a rather lewd manner. Dai Mubai, observing Ma Hongjuan's inappropriate demeanor, admonished, behave yourself and suppress that lewd fire. Ma Hongjun, perplexed, replied, why? Are you planning to act? I say, Dai, even if you are the leader. You ought to leave some broth for your brothers, he added. Dai Mubai chose to ignore the chubby boy's remarks and approached Zhu Zhuqing directly. Noticing that Zhu Zhuqing was indifferent to him, he intentionally shifted the topic. That Xiao Ao is still sleeping in. Allow me to introduce this chubby boy. He is another student from our academy named Ma Hongjun, with a martial spirit of a grass phoenix. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged words that were lost to the moment, but Xiao Wu soon looked up and exclaimed, oh, isn't that Uncle Sausage? Oscar. With a radiant expression, strode toward the large group. Little Five waved his hand in greeting, exclaiming, hello, Uncle Sausage. Upon hearing this, Oscar's previously bright demeanor transformed into one of utter bemusement. Well, let us proceed to the cafeteria together, he replied. All right, came the consensus. As everyone followed Dai Mubai's lead toward the dining hall, amidst the vastness of the cosmic realm, Su Qin seems to have discovered something peculiar. Su Qing. Take a look over there. What on earth is that object? Su Qing's gaze followed the direction indicated by Su Qin. Why would such a place harbor such things? Su Qing, filled with curiosity, pulled Su Qin closer to that enigmatic object. What an enormous skeleton. Surely, fossils are not this colossal. Su Qin took a sharp breath. Feeling that in comparison to this skeletal structure, he was nothing more than an ant. Su Qing discerned what it was. It was a dragon bone. Why would such a place harbor a dragon bone? Is it truly a dragon bone? Is it so peculiar for a dragon to manifest in such a locale? Su Qin gazed at Su Qing with an innocent demeanor. Su Qing had no desire to pay any attention to Su Qin. She merely wished to approach and observe. To see for herself. Su Qing soared directly above the dragon bones, only to discern their true form, 9 magnificent dragon skeletons alongside a bronze coffin. Who could possess such extraordinary power and qualifications? Hey, don't approach too closely. What if there is danger? TSK, this child is so heedless of caution. Driven by her insatiable curiosity, Su Qing approached the copper coffin, disregarding Su Qin's dismissive words. Suddenly, a tremendous force enveloped her, exerting immense pressure upon her. Su Qing wished to depart swiftly, only to discover that her power had inexplicably vanished. What a bizarre ability! It cannot possibly belong to my world. I have already attained the status of the heavenly Tao in my realm. This phenomenon is exceedingly strange, capable of rendering my strength non-existent. Seeing that Su Qing was in an unusual predicament, Su Chen initially had no intention of intervening. After all, it was preferable to face challenges alone rather than in pairs. However, upon reflection, he realized he would eventually need to return. He had forgotten to inquire with his system about this matter. Without further hesitation, he approached Su Qing, urging her to turn away. Su Qing initially intended to halt Su Chen, yet found herself gazing at him in utter bewilderment. What is this overwhelming pressure? Oh, how come you appear unscathed? Su Chen felt a wave of pressure that brought forth a sheen of sweat upon his brow, while Su Qing remained utterly expressionless. What brings you here? Of course, to rescue you, came the reply. And have you succeeded? Well, I am currently devising a plan. However, why has this coffin shrunk? Could it be that we have disturbed something, and it has emerged? Impossible. There is no living entity within this bronze coffin. It is entirely devoid of vitality. Enveloped in a shroud of chaotic death. Then what accounts for its diminishment? I am uncertain. The pressure we are experiencing seems to emanate from this peculiar bronze coffin. Shall we attempt to push it open? But what if a zombie emerges from within? What then? Zombies? What on earth are you talking about? Su Qing gazed in bewilderment at Su Chen's innocent expression, pondering the meaning behind his recent words. Alas, a zombie is merely a deceased individual. Well, I cannot articulate it further. Off you go, then. Chapter 23. The Abyssal Demon Whale, King Ah. The two exerted every ounce of their strength to pry open the bronze coffin. Crack. It opened. It has opened. As Su Chen and another person peered through a narrow crack, curiosity painted their expressions. Suddenly, a surge of bluish-gray light erupted from the bronze coffin, striking them with a forceful wave. Oh, I shall obliterate you. A voice echoed. Father said that a heartless existence brings pain. Shall I offer my heart to Father? Their meeting marked an eternal farewell. Young master. Run. Su Chen. Why? Why have you betrayed me? Why? I would rather perish than allow you to harm them in the slightest. Ah. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Xiao Wu. Ah. Xiao San. Tang San. The ground trembled with thunderous roars as the bronze coffin sealed shut, casting both individuals away with an overwhelming force. In an instant, Su Chen was overwhelmed by a throbbing headache, while Su Qing appeared somewhat better, her expression grave. What were these sounds? Could they be events yet to unfold? I am at a loss. Whether it pertains to the future or the past, my mind is on the brink of explosion. Seeing the redness in Su Chen's eyes and the swirling black aura surrounding him, Su Qing immediately harnessed her spiritual energy to heal him. After her efforts, Su Chen's condition improved significantly, and she let out a sigh of relief. Why am I unscathed while you suffer this fate? Could it be that this copper coffin originates from your world? That cannot be. My realm has coffins, but such a coffin is inconceivable. It is truly absurd. Su Qing looked at Su Chen with a face full of skepticism. The voice she had just heard might not be the same as what Su Chen had perceived. What did you just hear? She inquired. Oh, you heard it too? I thought I was the only one. Nonsense. Hurry up and speak. I heard a jumble of incoherent phrases, something about how I would never allow anyone to inflict harm upon me. But what does that even mean? Su Qing shook her head. What I heard differs from what you heard. I only heard one phrase. Kill me. Kill me. Is that all? Yes, that is all. Su Chen wore a look of profound skepticism as he gazed at the bronze coffin. Could it truly belong to my world? Who possesses such extraordinary prowess to cast a coffin into the cosmos? Uncertain, he pondered whether this artifact was a relic of reincarnation, perhaps offering a means to return home with the aid of this enigmatic bronze coffin. Goodness, you cannot possibly expect me to sleep in a coffin, can you? Su Chen immediately took a few steps back, sensing the formidable danger emanating from Su Qing. Why are you standing so far away from me? Am I truly that terrifying? Do you not wish to use me as your subject for experimentation, to cast me into a coffin? Ah, you misunderstand. I cannot even open this copper coffin. How could I possibly throw you in? So, you imply that if you could open it, you would indeed throw me in? That's one way to interpret it. Shall I attempt it? Don't. Let us just go back. Su Qing and Su Chen teleported into the room. After their departure, the copper coffin creaked open, revealing a bizarre figure with crimson hair, obscured features, and a palm that levitated several hundred droplets of golden blood. A subtle ripple coursed through his hand, and in an instant, the blood vanished into thin air. We shall meet again, the Wasteland Emperor. With that, he vanished, leaving an eerie stillness in his wake. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, everyone was joyfully preparing to head to the dining hall, when they were abruptly summoned by Flander, gathering them all in the plaza. Your beard? Tang San gazed at Oscar with a perplexed expression. Oscar raised an eyebrow and adjusted his hairstyle, thinking to himself that with a few new beauties arriving, he ought to present himself more attractively to capture their attention. Zhu Zhuqing cast a sidelong glance, while Xiao Wu stifled a giggle, her shoulders shaking. Ning Rongrong shook her head in disbelief. Xiao San, isn't that the shrewd merchant uncle? What shrewd merchant uncle? Oscar retorted. This is our esteemed dean, the founder of Shrek. The four-eyed cat eagle Flander, a formidable soul sage of level 78, even more formidable than teacher Zhao. He possesses the rare ability of a flying beast martial soul, which is quite uncommon among soul masters. The phrase only accepts monsters, not ordinary people originated from him. Upon hearing Oscar's introduction, Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief, silently pondering. Thank goodness he's only a level 78 Uncle Sausage. Does our school not have any Douluo level soul masters? Oscar, unable to endure being called Uncle Sausage, immediately introduced himself. Please, call me Sausage Specialist, Oscar. You just mentioned Douluo like it's something you can find on every corner. There are fewer than 100 of them in the continent, all supported by the empires and their vassal kingdoms. Combined, the two major empires have only about 10. They're not so easily encountered. Xiao Wu nodded, feeling reassured. That's good. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with concern. Xiao Wu, what is wrong? Nothing, Xiao San. Do you think that merchant uncle remembers us? It's only been 2 days. He shouldn't have forgotten us. But since he is the dean, he likely won't hold our previous transgressions against us. Back in their room, the two were engrossed in their phones. Hey, Su Chen. I heard that there is a 5-person competition at the Seoul Arena. What will we do since there are only 2 of us? Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Su Chen paused his actions, a look of confusion etched upon his face as he gazed at her. What is it? Is there something on my face? No. It's just that how did you come by this news? Everyone is already aware. You must know too, right? Well, of course I know. How could I possibly be unaware? System, is there something amiss? Why didn't you inform me there were 5 participants? What? You didn't know that? While you were in the great Seoul Arena of Soto City, didn't you notice the 5-person matches? I mean, come on. What on earth were you thinking? Isn't this just stating the obvious? I know now, don't I? So what now? All right, I'm at a loss for words. Goodbye. Oh. Summon some soul masters, or find a few to come over. If they refuse, give them a good thrashing to persuade them. Upon hearing Su Chen's solution, Su Qing raised her thumb in approval. I truly appreciate individuals like you, who place immense importance on the competition. This idea is splendid, isn't it? I knew it would be. So, where shall we search? Where shall we seek? I recall that on that day, we encountered an island called Poseidon Island amidst the ocean. Surely, if we found something here on the continent, it would be of a lesser caliber. Would it not be wiser to venture to Poseidon Island? Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately rose to her feet, saluting Su Chen with determination. Understood. I shall remain ever ready. Upon witnessing this, Su Chen appeared utterly perplexed. He pointed at Su Qing and inquired, where on earth did you learn that? I certainly did not teach you such a thing. Su Qing took out her mobile phone, directing the screen towards Su Chen's face. Su Chen then realized that you were watching World War II, specifically the German battles. No wonder. I find this particularly fascinating. I have never encountered such intriguing matters before. Haha. Next time, should you find yourself in a similar situation, you have come to the wrong place. This place is of no use. Su Chen tossed his phone into the void and brushed off non-existent dust from his attire. All right. It was time to create a commotion. Understand? Silence. Your comprehension is futile. Even I do not grasp that realm. What do you think you understand? Let me tell you. There is no way for you to comprehend it fully, so have you come to any understanding? Clapping her hands, Su Qing seemed reluctant to let go of the moment. Do you understand now? Su Chen's face was swollen, and with a pitiful nod, he understood the path ahead. I do not comprehend. I understand now. We shall proceed towards the sea. Oh, had you mentioned it earlier? Su Qing directly pulled Su Chen, teleporting them to the depths of the ocean. Su Chen gazed at Su Qing, utterly speechless. What on earth are you doing? Did you not claim to be in the ocean? Is this not indeed the ocean? I certainly did not specify this particular ocean. He retorted. Dear siblings, I appreciate your endurance. As the two continued their bickering, a colossal eye suddenly opened, its immense pupil surveying the commotion. Upon noticing the 2 minuscule humans, akin to ants, squabbling beside him and disturbing his rest, a surge of irritation welled within him. How outrageous! He bellowed. Humans, you truly exceed the bounds of decency. I can sense the tremendous power emanating from the two of you. If I were to absorb it, I would undoubtedly ascend to unparalleled heights. Su Qing and Su Chen turned their heads in bewilderment to gaze upon the colossal figure before them. Su Qing pondered thoughtfully as she touched her chin, gazing at the colossal creature before her. This fish was larger than the one found near the island. She wondered if it would taste good. Wait, is that a whale? Whales are protected species, are you not aware? Is that so? Of course, in my world. Every creature is deemed more valuable than a human being. Whether it be snakes or the esteemed king of Gigi, all are held in higher regard. Yet, the issue at hand is that this is not your world, is it? Ah, right, the after effects. Nevertheless, this fish appears unappetizing at first glance. Just look at it. One of its eyes is injured. It must have been caught by fishermen who recognized it and subsequently released it. Are you implying that this fish is unpalatable? Naturally. As a business owner, I possess a discerning palate regarding which fish are delectable and which are not. So what shall we do? Let it go. It seems rather pitiful with one eye blinded. We ought to embody compassion and refrain from taking advantage of the less fortunate. Su Chen gazed earnestly at Su Qing, expounding on profound principles. Indeed, it appears quite pitiable. Su Qing produced a large bag of golden soul coins and presented it to the formidable creature before her. In an instant, the colossal being could no longer contain itself, exclaiming, "Ah, I am the deep-sea demon whale king. You insignificant ants dare to look down upon me? Perish. The deep-sea demon whale king, I wonder, how formidable is it?" With a curious expression, Su Qing inquired of Su Chen. "I don't know. He came charging at us. Ah, I wish to absorb you all. Bang. Ark. Master. Sister. Sir. I was wrong. I implore you, spare me." A massive, muscular man knelt, clutching his ears, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly bowed his head in remorse. "Did you not just declare your intent to absorb us? How can a man absorb men? You ought to target women instead." The deep-sea magic whale king pleaded. No, master. I swear. I do not absorb either men or women. I only wish to consume small fish and shrimp. Please, I beg you, grant me mercy. My cultivation has been arduous thus far, and I promise never to bully either men or women again. Smack. Master, why did you strike me? The deep-sea magic whale king stared at Su Chen in confusion. What do you mean by not absorbing women? From now on, no men are allowed, only women. Is that understood? What does understood even mean? He pondered, bewildered. Master, could you offer me a hint? Smack. You're as dense as a pig. To understand simply means to comprehend. Do you grasp that? Understood. Understood. I comprehend. I now realize that to understand means to comprehend. I shall absolutely adhere to your instructions and only absorb women. The deep-sea magic whale king turned back, bewildered, to look at Su Qing, who had just struck him. Su Qing wore a benevolent smile as she gazed at the deep-sea demon whale king. My lord, have I erred in any way? I have complied with the instructions, solely absorbing the female essence. Do you know what I am? Please enlighten me, my lord. I am female, she asserted. The deep-sea demon whale king exclaimed, Ah, you have gone too far. I shall fight you to the end. With a resounding slap, he continued, Ah, it does not hurt. Not in the slightest. I am the sovereign of the ocean. How could I possibly be bested by two mere ants? Su Chen, this creature dares to call us ants. Su Chen shrugged, indicating a reluctance to speak. Heh, no one has ever called me an ant. You are the first to do so. Ants, insects, whatever you may call them. Today I, Su Qing, shall see who the true ant is. Heaven and earth, behold. In an instant, Su Qing's body surged, expanding 3,000-fold, breaking through the heavens. Su Chen, much like the deep-sea demon whale king, gazed in utter astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. What on earth are you up to now? Goodness, this is truly colossal. Aren't these the very abilities of Erlangshin and Sun Yukon? Can you actually wield such powers? With a look of disdain, Su Chen turned to the deep-sea demon whale king. At this point, I feel indifferent to whether I absorb males or females. My preference leans towards little fish and shrimp, which I adore the most. Oh, why should I care? Were you not dismissive of her petite stature? And what of now? You are merely a cell. A cell? What does that mean? A cell, cough cough. This opens up a vast array of discussions. Firstly, it is the fundamental unit of structure and function in biological entities, exhibiting a myriad of shapes. Half an hour later, Su Chen cleared his throat, ensuring his message was understood. The deep-sea demon whale king contemplated for a moment, then raised his head, locking his resolute gaze upon Su Chen. Su Chen expressed his relief upon witnessing the expression of the abyssal leviathan, unable to comprehend the essence of existence. Alas, it seems futile, much like Su Qing. One cannot hope for salvation. What does Jie mean, my lord? Oh, I was merely contemplating whether to indulge in braised fish or spicy fish cubes for dinner. With an abundance of options, given your substantial physique, it should suffice. Su Qin wore a serious expression as he patted the astonished king of the abyssal whales. Spare me. Spare me. My lord, please do not refer to me as my lord. It sounds akin to the infamous Wu Dalong. What should I call you then? Brother. Very well, brother. As long as you do not devour me, I shall certainly heed your words. I am willing to follow you through fire and water without hesitation. I do not seek to be born on the same day, month, and year as you, but rather to die on the same day, month, and year. Stop. Have you lost your mind? Have you watched too much of Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Who on earth would wish to perish alongside a fish? Yes, yes, brother. You are right. I shall not die. I shall not die. Indeed, a teachable fish indeed. So, brother, are you willing to spare me? Su Chun let out a sigh and patted the shoulder of the deep-sea demon whale king. My dear younger brother, feel free to speak your mind. In truth, matters at home are overseen by our elder sister. Elder sister? Is she the one who has grown larger? Indeed. Remember, I am the elder brother. And she is our elder sister. Do you understand? From now on, address her as elder sister. Su Chun gazed at the deep-sea demon whale king with an encouraging expression. The deep-sea demon whale king, taken aback by the unexpected support, promptly nodded in agreement. Su Chun whispered into Su Qing's ear, Hey, don't be so loud. Your feet stink terribly. Are those the feet of a fairy? How dare you suggest that the feet of this fairy are foul? Chapter 24. Poseidon. You scoundrel. How could you say my feet smell? You have no idea how many people wish to catch a whiff of my feet. You are truly oblivious to the blessings you possess. Do you think they're fragrant? Su Chun turned to see the deep-sea magic whale king trembling in fear. Fragrant? Of course they are. I can feel my cultivation level has risen a notch. The deep-sea magic whale king nodded excitedly, leaving Su Chun utterly speechless. What on earth? Are you like a fish from a San's family, thinking this is pleasant? A San? Who is that? Brother, I have never heard of such a person. Oh, it's good you haven't heard of him, because my third brother possesses extraordinary powers. He can ride a motorcycle without it toppling over even with 20 people on it. Ah, a motorcycle? Is that a soul bone? Ah, yes. Yes. Don't speak. Come with me to see God Island. We intend to procure something from there. Upon hearing this, the deep-sea magic whale king immediately protested. You can have him find others to fight. But to take on a battle he cannot win himself is tantamount to seeking death. Whether it is here or there, death is death. I'd rather perish here. Brother, I truly find myself at a loss. That Sea God Island is guarded by a peerless Douluo of level 99. I genuinely cannot handle it. Oh, you little brother are quite something. Selling out your elder brother right from the start. Enjoying the good times together, yet shirking from difficulties, aren't we? Brother, please do not put me in a difficult position. I really cannot match them. Are you not sending me to my demise? Isn't that also selling out your own brother? Brother? When did you two become brothers? Su Qing gazed at the two with an expression of curiosity, pondering, what kind of brotherhood is this? I have never encountered a brother so terrified of death. The crux of the matter lies in his incessant rambling. I implore you, spare him. He speaks of braving fire and water without hesitation, yet look at him now. Were those not mere empty words? Braving fire and water? Shall I not throw you into the boiling broth instead? Add a touch of chili and some hot pot base, and I assure you, you'll truly embrace the challenge. However, is this not akin to putting a strong fish in a difficult position? This is merely the beginning, and you expect me to march towards my demise? Who would willingly undertake such a task? The deep-sea demon whale king pouted in grievance. Su Chun merely chuckled. Su Qing, what is the matter? Knife. Today, we shall indulge in sashimi. I stumbled upon a delectable dish on my phone, where the flesh of the fish is meticulously sliced off, then enhanced with my secret seasoning, ensuring a delightful and exquisite taste. But you just mentioned that this fish isn't tasty? That was a mistake on my part. In truth, this fish is naturally succulent. Melting in the mouth, utterly flawless, and it even enhances one's beauty on camera. Truly. The deep-sea demon whale king immediately retreated, observing the two devils approaching him with smiles. Wait. The two halted, looking perplexed. Brother, you are indeed correct. In times of fortune and adversity, we share the burden together. Today, I, the old fish, will wager my very life for this fish to accompany you. Yo, what is this? Are you frightened? Fear is not an option. Brother, I harbor a deep-seated vendetta against the sea god. It was he who inflicted this injury upon my eye. You need not worry. I shall fend off all human sea soul masters outside. Today, I am all in. Su Chen squinted his eyes, remaining silent as he tossed the knife to Su Qing. Confused, she gazed at the deep-sea demon whale king, her eyes sparkling with disbelief, and swallowed hard. What is the matter, Su Chen? Are you unable to take action? It's all right, come here. You can prepare the ingredients while I assure you that I will carve it piece by piece. Sister, how can you possibly consume your own subordinate? How could I bear to do such a thing? The deep-sea demon whale king knelt before Su Qing, weeping profusely. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, but her expression quickly darkened. You dare to call me big sister? Am I that old? Then miss. A miss is not old. Indeed, that's right, Su Qing said, nodding in satisfaction. She sighed, expressing her regret at the absence of sashimi to savor. Su Chen, blushing and with a stout neck, laughed beside her. Su Qing, puzzled, gave Su Chen a gentle pat and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Miss, no, Su Qing. I truly believe you are quite suited to be called miss. With your exquisite features and figure, you are truly a rare beauty, unparalleled in this world. Rest assured, if I were back home, it would cost 100,000 for just one encounter. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Chen was already laughing so hard that she could barely catch her breath. Ha ha ha, my dear lady, if only she knew that in my hometown, young ladies are sold and serve men in that manner. Huh? Su Qing's puzzled expression gradually transformed, her face resembling that of an African descent. With a trembling voice, she gently patted Su Chen's shoulder. Ahem, what's wrong? Are we in a hurry to leave? Hee hee. Of course, I shall assist you on your journey. Su Qing directly performed a one-punch man move, striking Su Chen in the abdomen, causing him to retch. Su Chen spat out a mouthful of water, only to vanish in an instant. The seabed trembled violently, the deep-sea demon whale king turned pale. He had just sensed the peril of Su Qing's punch. Never before had he experienced such an intense warning of impending death. Su Qing turned her gaze towards the deep-sea demon whale king. She remained silent, moving in the direction where Su Chen had just been sent flying. The deep-sea demon whale king breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Qing depart, feeling utterly terrified. It seemed that relocating was in order. If you dare to move, I shall unleash a sun upon this sea. Let us see which is greater, the ocean or the sun. But what should I call you? Just call me Sister Su. And you, follow closely. Should I catch sight of you fleeing, rest assured, I will ensure that the deep-sea demon whale lineage faces dire consequences. Yes, you are absolutely right, Sister Su. I shall follow immediately. The deep-sea demon whale king, moving with unprecedented swiftness, soon found himself halted. Sister Su, where are you now? I seem to have lost track. Useless. A beast remains a beast. Stay where you are and remember, should you attempt to flee, you ought to be aware of the repercussions. Sister Su, do not worry. I promise I will not run. As Su Chen concluded her transmission, her gaze fell upon Su Chen, who was kneeling on the ground, retching. Unbeknownst to her, a pang of compassion stirred within her heart. She crouched down to assist Su Chen, exclaiming, "How could you accuse me of being such a vile person? Do you not realize your mistake?" Su Chen's complexion turned pale, and his lips trembled. He gazed at Su Qing, and just as he prepared to speak, a sudden wave of nausea overwhelmed him, causing him to vomit directly onto Su Qing's face. Su Qing's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as she touched the smudge on her face and brought it to her nose for a whiff. Instantly, her complexion turned pale as she retched. Su Chen, what on earth have you consumed? It reeks. Cough, cough, cough. I didn't mean to. My apologies, I've recovered now. Are you all right? It's unbearable. I could kill you. Look at you. You're getting all worked up again. I must remind you, excessive agitation can lead to premature aging for a lady. Spare me your smooth talk. Who are you? State your name. A purple sea spirit master from the sea god island drew a dagger from his waist, aiming it at Su Qing. Wait, who are you? Your timing is impeccable, arriving just when things are about to go awry. Su Chen gazed at the purple sea sorcerer with a look of utter disbelief. How audacious. Do you know who I am? The sea sorcerer unsheathed his blade, preparing to approach Su Qing. Upon taking a whiff, he immediately recoiled, covering his nose and stepping back in terror, gazing at Su Qing with fear. What is this? What are you doing? It reeks. Have you consumed something foul? You have offended me, Su Qing. Look at this. He dares to claim we are unpleasant. You need not speak. I can hear you clearly. Who are you? Why do you impede our path? Goodness, Su Qing, shouldn't you confront him directly? Su Qing leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered softly. Su Chen detected a scent emanating from Su Qing. With one hand pinching his nose and his cheeks puffed out, he diligently endured until the end of her words. Isn't that redundant? We are here to seize something. So we must maintain a semblance of politeness. Su Chen stared in disbelief, releasing his grip and helplessly gazing at Su Qing. You come to pilfer yet speak so courteously. You truly are a remarkable person, aren't you? Hee, I think so too. I am indeed a benefactor to the world. Could you perhaps step back a little? Why? Because I find myself somewhat short of breath. Your odor is rather overwhelming. Su Qing, that old hack. Do not presume that your flamboyant attire can entice me. I must inform you. The scent that emanates from your being has already betrayed you. The purple sea soul master, with an air of arrogance, lifted his head and pinched his nose, exclaiming, Goodness! My brother, you are even more ferocious than the last. You are akin to the infamous Black Mountain Witch. I sincerely hope that in your next life, you do not return as a human. Su Chen gazed at the Purple Sea Spirit Master with a look of sympathy. What could it mean? The Purple Sea Spirit Master was still contemplating the words that Su Chen had just spoken. Su Qing's eyes glinted with murderous intent as she teleported in front of the Purple Sea Soul Master, delivering a powerful punch directly towards him. The Purple Sea Soul Master, taken aback, attempted to defend himself immediately, yet the speed was on an entirely different level. With a resounding thud, Su Qing delivered a powerful punch, driving the head of the Purple Sea Soul Master into the ground, resulting in an explosion akin to that of a ripe watermelon. Su Qing did not relent. She unsheathed her longsword and struck the corpse repeatedly, reducing it to mere dust. A gust of wind swept through, gradually transforming it back into nature. Su Chen gazed at Su Qing in astonishment. You have not only killed him, but you have also desecrated his remains. Surely, this can be considered a form of exorcism. Spare me the Western doctrines. I have an aversion to those two bald figures who proclaim that this person deserved his fate. Is this what you referred to as politeness? My understanding of courtesy has been utterly transformed by your actions. Enough of this chatter. This place is inhabited by demons and monsters. We shall eradicate these fiends to uphold the righteous path. Su Chen, let us charge forth. Seize what catches your eye, and for that which does not, let it be consumed by flames. Su Chen halted his steps, gazing at Su Qing with a perplexed expression. In the primordial world, are there really bandits? Of course not, came the reply. Where did you learn such a thing? Naturally, I acquired this knowledge from television dramas. Su Chen, who goes there? Several guards rushed out immediately. I'm your father. Die. Su Qing swung her sword, cleaving through dozens of individuals, severing them in two with a single stroke. At this moment, Su Chen bore the expression of Jojo, gazing at Su Qing with a visage filled with skepticism towards life. Su Qing gazed at Su Chen, who was following her, and exclaimed, Is this something you've learned from a television drama? Goodness, this is rather excessive, isn't it? As a mere inhabitant of Earth, I have never encountered such a television series. Does it truly feature such songs? It appears you are out of touch with the times. You are growing old. Su Chen, how impolite of you. You, who have lived for a millennium, dare to call me a mere 20-year-old? Old? It appears you are still quite youthful. Never mind. I shall overlook your transgression. After all, I am still your little sister. Alas, I find myself in awe of you. Su Chen indeed harbored some regrets. He should not have introduced Su Lingchen to the world of mobile phones. Her increasingly peculiar behavior was becoming quite absurd. Imagine a primordial sage frolicking in the heavens, dancing to a whimsical tune. Su Chen shook his head, unwilling to entertain such a fanciful image, for it was almost too enchanting to bear. Was he merely one of the few pillars? The one we seek should be found within that realm. Let us venture forth to the first. Su Qing tugged at Su Chen as they soared towards the highest pillar of the Sea God Island. Who dares to intrude upon the Sea God Island? A feminine voice resounded. The two of them lowered their heads to observe, only to find a shark. TSK. This fish is rather diminutive, isn't it? It hardly seems appetizing. Sister, is this truly about the taste? Could you perhaps act a bit more reasonably? Oh, then what do you propose? I shall speak as I wish. Su Chen cleared his throat and politely addressed the sharks below. May I inquire, esteemed Kuan sister, where might we find the most formidable soul master in your vicinity? Rest assured, if you share this information with us, we shall not inflict any harm upon you. The sharks in the water bristled with indignation. Do you take us, the Great White Shark Clan, for fools? We are the guardian soul beasts of the Sea God Island. I advise you to depart swiftly, lest you provoke our wrath. Land soul masters. Su Chen let out a sigh, lamenting the presence of yet another foolish fish. The last encounter with that creature, what was it called? The dark whale, evil tiger, was also a mere shark coin. Why is it that this world seems devoid of protected species? The crucial point is that this soul demon great white shark is, in fact, less intelligent than his own orca. Bang! Su Qing struck with her palm, exclaiming, "The great white shark of the demon soul clan." Su Qing, she continued, "It's not that I wish to criticize you, but just take a look at yourself. How can you behave in such a manner? Are you channeling the spirit of the Virgin Mary? No, that is not my intention. Just consider all these ingredients that you have carelessly squandered. It is truly excessive. The shark's fin is quite delectable." Su Qing wore a puzzled expression. Do sharks have arms? Indeed, sharks possess limbs. All creatures in nature have them. And what of insects? Insects? They are not merely creatures of nature, they are pests of the natural world. Are you not aware of this? Oh, I see. Encounter an insect, and one must eradicate it. Hold on, not all insects are malevolent. Take the silkworm, for example. Oh. The flavor. Heat the oil until it's shimmering. Fry it to a golden crisp. It's utterly delightful, our favorite. Gulp. You must prepare it for me next time, or I shall no longer acknowledge you as my brother. Humph. As if I would have any desire to do so. What did you say? Nothing. Look. The mermaid is coming. She's soaring above us, gliding through the air. A mermaid. Ah, such a name sounds delectable. Su Qing immediately turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the mermaid. However, upon closer inspection of her features, her desire evaporated. This was no mermaid at all. This was clearly just a human. Su Qing must be blind. Oh, forgive me, it's just that her attire resembles that of a fish, and I glanced too hastily, failing to notice. Hey, you with the white hair. What is your name? Speak it. I, Su Chun, do not slay nameless individuals. Poseidon halted midair, her serious gaze fixed upon Su Qing and Su Chun, as an immense pressure enveloped them, even more terrifying than that of the sea god himself. Oh, so it is Poseidon. Poseidon? What Poseidon? I'm referring to Poseidon, Land Soul Master. Are you perhaps being too unreasonable? What do you mean by what? Smack. Ah, Su Qing. Are you out of your mind? Why did you hit me? Have you lost your senses? She clearly stated Poseidon. Oh, I understand now. Poseidon, Poseidon, Poseidon. I even know about Boston S. Dragon. Look at you, getting all flustered. I'm not flustered. How could I possibly be flustered? All right, all right. Let us not make a fuss. After Su Chen's outburst, he fixed his gaze squarely on Poseidon and exclaimed, Hey, yes, you, the one who wields power. You are called Poseidon, correct? May I inquire why you have come to my sea god island to commit such heinous acts against the innocent? I am at a loss as to where our island has offended you. On land, they have indeed wronged us. Oh, what do you mean by that? Look here. I entered with Su Qing in a spirit of courtesy, yet your people chose to meet us with arms drawn. Are we to be slaughtered without recourse? Is there no law? Is there no justice? Is there no order? Poseidon gritted her teeth, inhaling deeply to steady her nerves. So, you imply that we are to apologize to you? Pa, who needs your apologies? We have come to seize what is ours. You are exceedingly presumptuous. My sea god island is not a place to be trifled with by mere landbound soul masters. Look at you, look at you. Outnumbered yet so arrogant. I had thought you to be noble, but it turns out you were merely a band of insignificant ruffians. Such audacity. Su Chun had not anticipated such boldness from you today, to utter such words. Cough, 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 learned from a television drama. Su Qing, Poseidon intends to directly unleash the ninth soul skill, allowing the sea god himself to resolve the matter. For she had witnessed the image of the deep-sea demon whale king beneath the ocean and realized that she was no match. Su Qin, do you see that luminous object above? Could it be the light bulb you mentioned? I am uncertain. Why not go and take a look? Su Qing instantly teleported towards the radiant spot, and Poseidon felt a sense of foreboding wash over her. Without hesitation, she unleashed her ninth soul skill. The summon of the sea god. In an instant, the heavens parted, revealing a colossal blue phantasm. Great sea god. Poseidon's eyes sparkled with adoration as she knelt in the air. Just as the sea god was about to speak, a voice interrupted, Get lost. You look like a bluesmith. Su Qin instantly teleported before Poseidon, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying, leaving the surroundings in utter silence. Poseidon stood there, dumbfounded, unable to utter a single sound. Su Qing instantaneously appeared, wielding a golden trident in her hand. Su Qin beheld the trident, a mischievous smile creeping across his face as an amusing thought suddenly struck him. Chapter 25. Return to the Starry Forest. Lord of the Sea. Poseidon stammered, his voice trembling. TSK, TSK, TSK. I expected something extraordinary. When he first appeared, I thought he was formidable, yet this is all there is. Just as inept as that master, merely adorned with a touch of special effects. Suchin inquired, how exactly does this contraption work? Su-chan gazed at the trident in his hand, casting a glance at Poseidon. Poseidon took a few steps back, fear etched on his face. What do you intend to do? I warn you, your indiscriminate slaughter of innocents will not be forgiven by the Lord of the Sea. Are you not the fool? That blue sprite you just mentioned is the Lord of the Sea, is it not? TSK, TSK. How amusing it is to see the dashing Poseidon reduced to this state by your kind. Enough of this, you shall accompany me. Impossible. Humph. Impossible, you say? Su-chin. Come, bind her at once. Yes. Su-chin took out a rope and casually tossed it towards Poseidon. The rope seemed to comprehend Su-chin's intent and swiftly bound Poseidon in a tight embrace. Su-chin clapped her hands, her demeanor exuding confidence as she awaited Su-chin's praise. Su-chan was utterly speechless. He glanced at Su-chin and remarked, "Why are you bound this way?" She retorted, "Oh, don't all men prefer this kind of binding?" As he perused his phone, he noticed numerous men extolling the virtues of a certain teachered song. Curiosity piqued. He conducted a search and discovered that, despite her questionable character, she was immensely popular among men. The film she starred in prominently featured such bindings. Su-chin, so? Have you also watched that thing? What thing? Are you referring to that little movie? I find it utterly uninteresting. Ahem, hand me your phone. It's confiscated. If you're going to play games, then just play games. Why do you indulge in such nonsense every day? At your young age. You should not be exposed to these things. What will become of you when you grow up? No way. Humph. Oh, so you're being rebellious now? The two of them bickered and exchanged retorts, completely oblivious to the heated presence of Poseidon above them. This was beyond her control. The situation was far too embarrassing. Fine. Fine. You are forbidden from watching that anymore. It's harmful to your health. I will watch it. I even watched Goblin. All right. I haven't watched it. But you actually have. By the way, where did you acquire such resources? Is it possible to post about it in the video comments? Hey, it can't be posted. But it can be sent privately. High Priestess, we have come to rescue you. 7 figures emerged from the 7 pillars, soaring towards Poseidon. Poseidon, bewildered, exclaimed, "What are you all doing here? The Lord of the Sea is not even a match for him. What use are you?" Su-chin squinted his eyes as he observed 7 more figures approaching, resembling the monsters from Journey to the West. Among them, he spotted a girl akin to a mermaid, gracefully holding a flute in her hand. Su-chin gazed at the trident in his hand, murmuring to himself, in ancient times, there was the legendary Lun who pierced the earth. In modernity, we have Ma Chao who vanquished the minions, and today it is I, Su-chin, who shall pierce the mermaid. Su-chan gripped a trident in one hand and hurled it towards the approaching mermaid with reckless abandon, unleashing an attack that cleaved through the fabric of space, aimed directly at the 7 assailants. "This is bad. Everyone, take cover," shouted a man with 2 horns atop his head, his heart racing with trepidation. Yet, as a guardian of the 7 pillars, how could he stand idly by and watch as others were assaulted? The collective strength of the 7 converged into a formidable shield. "I implore you, spare them. They are innocent. I will accompany you. Do with me as you will." Tears of frustration streamed down Poseidon's cheeks. "What? Have you failed to grasp the situation? The laws of this world dictate a brutal hierarchy where the strong devour the weak. You are the villains here. Do you truly believe I would allow you to escape?" Upon hearing Poseidon's plea, Su-chin chuckled softly. "Are we not the villains?" Su-chin, standing nearby, glanced at Su-chan with a hint of disbelief. "Are we truly the bad guys? Do we oppress the common folk?" "Certainly not. We only eliminate evildoers. Besides, did you not just proclaim our mission to vanquish demons and monsters? Look at them. How many resemble humans? They are neither fish nor fowl, with Poseidon being the sole exception." Suddenly, an outburst erupted. "Sea Witch, you scoundrel, I shall slay you." The moment the title was uttered, the protective shield shattered, and the trident pierced through her form like a beam of light. She let out a blood-curdling scream, disintegrating into ash. The remaining guardians glared at Su-chin and his companion, their teeth gritted and eyes aflame with fury. "Let us advance. He is without his trident now. We still have a chance. No, do not engage. You are no match for them. Flee at once, for they seek only me." Poseidon shouted with all his might. Su-chin entrusted the remaining individuals to Su-chin, for they were all the same. He soared before Poseidon, who gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with rage as he gazed at Su-chin. "I swear, What transpired today shall be repaid 100-fold. I will have you torn to shreds. Ha ha ha. Come, come, come. Strike me with a planet if you dare. I shall remain unscathed, but you? The Lord of the Sea shall not let you escape. Today, you shall come to regret the deeds you have committed. Su Chun wore a sly grin as he gazed at Poseidon, stroking his chin. Look, he taunted. I have just slain your subordinate. What can your god do for you now? Ah. Su Qing clapped her hands and waved them dismissively. It was over, truly. Despite her warnings against fighting, they insisted on brawling, and now they had all succumbed to defeat. Ah. You all. I shall seek vengeance upon you. Posey struggled fiercely, only to realize with astonishment that she lacked the strength to break free. Her gaze fell upon the ropes binding her. Ah, clever indeed. The binding ropes of the immortal. Even those of golden immortal status could not hope to escape. Engaging in thievery and trafficking, you truly deserve this. Su Qin, is this not the very one from the monkey? Surely, a monkey cannot lack even the strength of a golden immortal, can it? A stone monkey born of heaven and earth? Quite similar, I suppose. I'm not entirely certain about that. However, I do possess one over here, though it has yet to emerge. Nevertheless, this creature is undoubtedly not of trivial nature. As for me, I have already handed it over to my friend Inwa and her companions to experiment with. I can hardly be bothered with this matter. Well, take a look. I have slain all of you. What can your gods do for you now? Haha. I firmly believe that you wicked beings will face retribution. Yes, indeed, I am convinced. Su Qing, pack it up and take it away. So, do we still require this trident? What purpose does it serve? What era are we in? That we still adhere to primitive ways? Oh, in that case, I shall discard it. Go ahead and throw it away, yet I find this object somewhat familiar. Su Qin gazed at the trident in Su Qing's hand, feeling a faint sense of familiarity. He recalled having glimpsed it in a video by chance. Yet he had paid little heed to it. System? What is the matter? Could this trident possibly be related to Tang San? Indeed, it is undeniably connected. In what way? This is the divine artifact he requires to attain godhood. Without it, he cannot ascend. Should I return it to its rightful owner? No need. Do as you wish. But doesn't that affect the plot? It certainly does. However, the true enemy has yet to appear. Why do I get the impression you were deceiving me from the start? Alas, I did mislead you initially. But my intention was merely to ensure you took proper care of yourself and refrained from reckless behavior. So what is the situation now? Are you implying that I was never meant to return home? You may return, but what? You are, in truth, already a deceased soul, drawn into this inferior realm by me. Cough, cough. System, you're just as truly amusing. Please refrain from such comments in the future. How could a virtuous person such as I possibly meet with demise? What do good deeds have to do with life and death? Ha ha, you are correct. So, does this mean I can never return to my previous life? Naturally, you can return, but your lifespan will be severely limited, as your body on that side is already. Already what? Ah, it is nothing. Just try not to use the powers of the desolate emperor. I am not yet restored and cannot combat those individuals. Those individuals? Who are they? Su Qin furrowed his brows, grappling with the perplexing words of the system. Initially, he yearned to return. Yet the system insisted he complete a task. Now, it conveyed a message that merely required him to behave obediently, leading him to abandon the pursuit of the task. It now seemed to suggest that the task was inconsequential, merely prohibiting him from utilizing the formidable martial spirit of the Mad Emperor. Could it be that the true adversary was exceedingly powerful? Su Chun, what troubles you? Are you truly going to discard my trident? No need to discard it. It must be returned to its rightful owner. Also, release Poseidon. What? Are you out of your mind? After such a difficult capture, you wish to let it go? It matters not. Let it be freed. But we are still short of personnel. How can we participate in the soul arena otherwise? Just find a few random souls. After all, it's merely a matter of lying back and winning. Su Qing directly retrieved the rope and casually tossed Poseidon into the sea. With a flourish, she cast the trident, returning it to its rightful owner. The deep-sea demon whale king observed all that transpired on Sea God Island, initially believing that Su Chun and Su Qing were doomed. To his astonishment, these two proved exceptionally formidable, even surpassing the sea god. His heart raced in shock. Yet he breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing that at least he had acknowledged someone as his elder brother. Su Qin, where shall we seek our next ally? I have no desire to engage in meaningless skirmishes. It lacks purpose. We cannot resort to killing. Let us venture to the starry forest. Where do you intend to go now, to enlist your wife as assistance? She is but one person. Trust me, we must go. Should we bring this fish along? Su Qing pointed towards the deep-sea demon whale king within the vast ocean. Su Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. Let us take him along. It would be safer than allowing him to become someone else's soul ring. We do not require this trinket, but he could serve as our enforcer. He can handle trivial matters for us. Indeed, that makes sense. Su Qing addressed the depths of the sea, calling out, Little brother, come forth. And henceforth you shall accompany us. The deep-sea demon whale king, taken aback, soared into the sky, his countenance adorned with a playful grin as he incessantly nodded, exclaiming, Indeed, Sister Su speaks the truth. Well, I ought to bestow upon you a great fortune. However, you would be incapable of bearing such a blessing. So let us forego that notion. Ha ha ha, no need for that. Simply following you is already the greatest gift for me. I do not wish to covet anything from the Su family. Are you suggesting you desire less? No, 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 I seek nothing at all. I desire nothing. Very well. That is understood. You must realize that if I were to grant you anything, it would indeed be to your detriment. Su Chen listened on the side. His expression filled with perplexity. Initially, he believed that Su Qing was reluctant to give, but observing her demeanor, it seemed that her hesitance stemmed not from unwillingness, but from an inability to do so. Why would giving him something be detrimental? Nonsense. What could I possibly offer him? He is a product of this world. Even the most inferior elixir from my realm would be beyond his capacity to endure. I possess none of the medicinal pills that enhance cultivation. All I have are meant for ascension. How could I possibly provide him with anything? Weapons? Could he even wield them? He struggles to lift even the trident. Is that how it is? Nonsense. Why don't you give him something? Me? Or should I teach him the art of concealed weapons? But would that truly be of any benefit to him? Do you even possess that skill? Isn't that the treasure that Tang San has always protected? Indeed. But since acquiring it, I have scarcely employed it, as I feel it to be of little use. It is true that giving this fish would also be futile. Yet you could Could do what? We could vigorously promote this concealed weapons technique, ensuring that every commoner becomes aware of it. Su Chen stared wide-eyed at Su Qing, nodding in agreement. It makes sense. When the time comes, we won't even need to intervene. Tang San will be the first male protagonist in the history of anime to be defeated by sheer frustration. Your tactic of exploiting vulnerabilities is indeed remarkable. Oh. To eliminate him, a mere finger would suffice. However, my system informs me that once he matures, there are still certain matters he has yet to solidify. I am indifferent. I believe that when he ascends to divinity, he will at least be able to endure some blows, unlike now, when he cannot withstand even a hint of pressure. You truly are a kind-hearted individual. That is only natural. As Su Chen and Su Qing leisurely soared through the air, they were followed by a perplexed deep-sea demon whale king amidst the starry forest. Big sister, he may never return. Indeed, humanity is inherently untrustworthy. Dition exhaled, exuding an air of majesty. No, I have faith in him. Su Chen is not that kind of person. Big sister, do not cling to false hopes. Look at that fellow. He hasn't shown up in so many years. What are you waiting for? I trust him. Sigh. Big sister. It is not my intention to criticize, but why persist? I do not know. There is an inexplicable feeling within me, a thought I cannot quite comprehend. Yet I find myself thinking of him constantly. Dition cast her a sidelong glance, recognizing yet another love-struck individual. Dition, you may leave. I shall continue to await his return. Dition, uncertain of what to say, could only sigh and depart, for he had never experienced romance himself, and was thus oblivious to such dilemmas. Chapter 26. What was lost? Olala, olala, ola, olahe. The great river flows eastward, and the stars in the sky align with the northern dipper. The two sang merrily in the air, while the deep-sea demon whale king, hands clasped over its ears, bore a bewildered expression. Brother, Sister Su, we are family. Huh? What do you mean? Is our singing displeasing? Pleasant, indeed. It is most delightful. I have never heard such an enchanting sound in my life. After one listen, I yearn for another. Tears of emotion streamed down the deep-sea demon whale king's face. Indeed, my singing is not lacking. Su Chen, you dare to call me a banshee? You have no appreciation for true talent. Look at little Shin. Even he knows how to appreciate it. After Su Qing finished speaking, she continued to close her eyes and sing with deep emotion. Su Chen stood in a state of bewilderment, incredulously turning his gaze towards the deep-sea demon whale king, then glancing at Su Qing. This was hardly melodious. It was life-threatening. Did he think he was a bard? Who would dare to criticize the deep-sea demon whale king? With that expression of his, what could others possibly do? Su Chen felt utterly speechless. How could my song be so perilous? Su Qing pouted at him. No, no, no. Can you please refrain from constantly reading others' thoughts? It's quite bothersome. I have no privacy left. Humph. I dislike you. Is that sufficient? I am not disliked. I am unlike you. Hey, Su Chun, are you seeking a fight? Forget it. You can fight alone. What? You dare to look down on me? Come, come, come. It has been ages since I last fought. Uft. Ages, you say? The last time you fought was at 30 minutes and 21 seconds today. And yet you claim it has been a long time? Let me tell you, I do not wish to engage in conflict with a girl. Those who do are simply despicable. Wow, Su Chin, not bad at all. You actually comprehend such principles. I suppose my time spent beating you is not in vain. Though it should not be so. Weren't you the one who could not best me? Humph. A true gentleman does not contend with a lady. Have you ever heard that? I have not. Who proclaims such nonsense? Humph. It is naturally said by the charming and dashing, the one whose allure brings tears to countless women. Su Chun, I implore you, cease with such shamelessness. I have never encountered someone so devoid of dignity. Indeed, even the deep-sea demon whale king cannot bear it any longer. Do you have a say in this matter? No. My apologies, esteemed brother. Right. Remember, here you are the least significant. TSK, 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 always bullying others. Little fishy. Do you still have any shame? Goodness. What do you mean by bullying? What was that murderous expression you just had? Did I? Who witnessed it? Little fishy. Did you see anything? No, no, no. I saw nothing at all. Did anything of the sort even happen, Sister Su? Su Chin wore an expression of astonishment. What about the two of you? What of us? Nothing much. I only just learned how Erguzi came to be. Look, it just happened like this. Who are you calling Erguzi? Su Chin, I have noticed your audacity has grown. It seems I have been too lenient with you lately. Hand over your phone. Humph. I refuse. Why should I give it to you? You have already gifted it to me. When did I ever say that? Proof? Evidence? Weren't you the one who stated I could use it? That was to lend, not to gift. Do you understand? Then I shan't give it to you either. Away with you. By the way, how much longer until we reach the starry forest? I am utterly exhausted. Indeed, it is quite tiring. A fairy, exhausted from flight? If the netizens catch wind of this, they might find it hilarious. Fairies are female too, you know. How annoying. We've arrived. So soon. Su Chun, in silent exasperation, pointed towards the shattered space ahead. Who decreed that one must fly across? Surely, one could simply traverse through it. Truly, such foolishness. Su Chin entered the space with a sense of triumph. Su Qing curled her lips and followed them inside. The deep-sea demon whale king trembled. Big brother, Sister Su. Can this thing go in? Will it die? However, the two had already entered, oblivious to the deep-sea demon whale king's concerns. Su Qing floated in the void, casually crossing her legs, as she retrieved some spiritual fruits from the space and began to indulge in them. What is this? Allow me to have one. Not a chance. How stingy. I can't shake the feeling that something is missing. Woo. What could it be that is lacking? It seems we are short one fish. Woo. Wait. He didn't follow us. Indeed. Why didn't you inform me? I just did now. All right then, let us head back. This fish is truly clumsy. At this moment, the deep-sea demon whale king, torn between fleeing and remaining still, could only wait anxiously in place. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as the space fractured. Su Chin emerged with a dark expression. Without uttering a word, he grasped the deep-sea demon whale king and tossed him into the spatial realm before following suit. The starry forest, arriving at the destination in an instant, the deep-sea demon whale king looked bewildered, glancing around to find himself in an unfamiliar place. Big brother? May I inquire where we are? Why the endless questions? This is my wife's territory. Let us go. The two, along with the fish, wandered through the forest, encountering a perilous creature, the human-faced demon spider, which was swiftly dispatched by the deep-sea demon whale king. Su Qing stretched languidly, letting out a soft sigh. Having someone to assist is truly delightful. It allows me to be rather lazy. The little fish is well done. Indeed, indeed, they replied. Sister Su is absolutely right. It is my honor. Su Chun led the way, brushing aside the grass that obstructed his view. Before him stood a familiar figure, Guyuna, perched upon the very stone where they had first encountered one another. Guyuna. Upon hearing her name, the dazed expression on her face vanished, replaced by one of poignant grievance. With reddened eyes, she gazed up at him. Su Chun. Yes, it is I. I have come. At last, you have arrived. Dition claimed you would never return, yet I always held on to the belief that you would. Sighing, she continued, Alas, Words only bring tears. I wish to take you all to the realm of humans. What do you think? Ah, Su-chun, are you not aware of the complex relationship between human soul masters and spirit beasts? I am aware. I am bringing those who can transform into humans, not those who cannot. All these years, you remain as beautiful as ever. I have failed you, yet I cannot forsake you for a lifetime. Very well. I shall accompany you. However, Tion and the others are not particularly amiable towards human soul masters. I fear they may not consent. Sha, not amiable? Little Yu initially displayed hostility towards us, yet did she not eventually warm up? Su Qing continued to consume the spiritual fruit, remarking, if you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. Can it be any different? This particular fish has consistently bullied the soul beasts within the ocean, yet the Stardow forest is distinct. Others bear long-standing grudges. What relevance does that hold for me? Never mind, I shall not converse further with you, you foolish child. Su Qin expressed a desire to disregard Su Qing. Gu Yuna, gazing at Su Qing, wore a puzzled expression. Su Qin, who is this? She inquired. Oh, she is a Tyrannosaurus I stumbled upon on the road. She looked so pitiable that I felt compelled to bring her along. As if I were heeding the call of the Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary? Who is that? Oh, just a figure of no consequence. Well, today the three of us shall spend the night together, and tomorrow I will inform Tion and the others. Why don't you sleep with me tonight? It has been quite a while since we last shared a bed. Of course, that is absolutely fine, little Nana. Su Qin's voice had taken on a peculiar tone. While Su Qing and the deep-sea demon whale king stood in astonishment, gazing at the unfolding scene, Su Qing now feels a shiver running down her spine. How utterly nauseating. Do not utter a word to her. Silence. If you continue to prattle on, do you believe I will confiscate your phone? Su Qing cast a sidelong glance and then nodded. Su Qin let out a sigh of relief and then released his grip. Su Qing flashed a mischievous smile and instantaneously appeared beside Gu Yuna, wrapping her arms around his. You must be sister-in-law Gu Yuna, right? Who are you? I am Su Qin's younger sister. My name is Su Qing, Hiki. Oh, I see. Hello, Su Qing. Wow, sister-in-law, you are so gentle, truly a blessing for my brother. That big oaf. Is that so? I actually think Su Chun is a wonderful person. Sister-in-law, you have no idea. Let me tell you. My brother has been secretly keeping a mistress behind your back. Su Chun wished to intervene but hesitated to pull Su Qing forcefully, fearing he might inadvertently harm Gu Yuna. He feigned indifference by whistling, yet the words he overheard from Su Qing made it impossible for him to maintain his facade. Indeed, the person referred to as Little Three is a friend of mine. He is currently pursuing his studies. How could Little Three be your friend? Shouldn't it be of a different nature? Ahem, dear sister, you seem to have misunderstood. Are you acquainted with Tang San? Yes, I know him. What is the connection? Knowing him is sufficient. Tang San's nickname is Little Three. If you don't believe me, you can simply search for it on your phone. Su Qing, filled with skepticism, unlocked her phone and searched, only to discover that indeed, it was called the mistress. However, the mistress I referred to is your lover. I have witnessed the two of you in bed together. And it was rather passionate. No, you must be mistaken. I was merely playing Ludo with him. Then what about the sounds I heard? That was simply because the game of Ludo was too exhilarating. Then why did you say you had to take responsibility for that woman? That was merely a jest. We were just engaging in a playful wager. Is that so? Indeed. Truly. As Su Qin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, he exhaled in relief, experiencing the tumult of emotions. Suddenly, he sensed that something was amiss. No. What transpires within my family has nothing to do with you. Your interference is excessive. Go away. It is your own responsibility to answer. Furthermore, I asked you to respond. How can you place the blame on me? Amidst their bickering, Gu Yuna felt somewhat overwhelmed. It was her first encounter with such a situation, leaving her uncertain about how to proceed. Su Qin, could you please refrain from arguing? She is your sister. Should you not show her a bit of leniency? Su Qin, how astonishing. It appears that the portrayals in dramas hold true. Women indeed form a united front. Just look at this. Your wife is asking you to yield to me. Did you hear that? Yes, I heard it. Now, go on, move aside. It's nearly dark. The forthcoming scenes are not suitable for children. You can frolic with the king of the deep sea. What scenes are those? I wish to see, hurry up. Tell me what they are. Haven't you already watched the renowned actress? Why are you still interested in this? Do you wish to join? You are welcome at any time. After all, it was all serendipitous. They say blood is thicker than water, but is that truly the case? It resembles a mere solution. Su Qing immediately understood the situation. She took a few steps back, scratching her head, and said, "Oh, I see. Haha. No, no. Oh, I just remembered. I have a little matter to attend to. Jatian is helping Li by arrange a 5-man squat for me, so I must go now. Goodbye." After she left, Su Chun gazed affectionately at Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna met Su Chen's gaze, her beautiful eyes fluttering slightly. "I naturally know what your sister was about to say." "What? You know? How could that be?" "It was merely a misunderstanding. Rest assured, I only consider you my spouse." "Su Chun, I actually wouldn't mind if you found others. But I hope you won't deceive me." "Well, where can one find such a wonderful woman who can accept this kind of situation?" Su Chen stared in disbelief at Gu Yuna. "I know you've deceived me. Perhaps you didn't want to hurt my feelings." "Thank you, Su Chen, for being so kind to me." Gu Yuna embraced Su Chen tightly, fearing he might leave her. Su Chen's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions as he gazed at Gu Yuna. In truth, he harbored no profound feelings for her. Rather, he was overwhelmed by a sense of guilt. Under ordinary circumstances, one would be elated to have such a beautiful partner, yet Su Chen was an anomaly. From childhood, he had been subjected to the relentless expectations of his parents, who incessantly urged him to focus solely on his studies. Upon graduating, even the simple desire to indulge in playing on his phone was met with disapproval. Instead, he was relegated to shadowing his father in the corporate realm. This relentless pressure led him to succumb to depression. He longed to be like the average person, to revel in joy, play video games, enjoy a drink, or savor barbecues on the streets, living freely. However, his parents' constraints extinguished his solitary source of happiness. Strangely, upon arriving in this new world, he felt a significant lightness in his heart. "Rest assured, I shall no longer deceive you," he declared. "I believe you," she replied. "Tonight, you shall sleep outside alone as a punishment." Laughter ensued, and with that, Yuna retreated to her room. Though her injuries had yet to fully heal, her initial disinterest in self-care had transformed. With Su Chen's arrival, she now found solace in nurturing her recovery. As night fell, peace enveloped the atmosphere. Su Chen sat alone upon a stone, gazing at the stars in the sky. Su Qing approached and sat beside him. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" "No. I was merely contemplating whether my parents' words held any truth." "I believe your parents are correct. As the eldest son, you must embrace the responsibilities that come with your position, rather than indulging in selfishness." "But I have lost my joy. Is that truly fair?" "In countless worlds and innumerable lives across the cosmos, fairness is a mere illusion. The strong prey upon the weak. Perhaps there are those who suffer even more than you. Yet, how do they persevere while you falter?" "Because I feel as if I am on the verge of losing something precious. My soul aches." "Ah, perhaps this is the bond between mother and child. It's possible that something has happened to your parents." Chapter 27. "Sure, Batian, I'm sorry, Xiao Chun. Your father and mother can no longer care for you." A Rolls-Royce was crushed beneath a heavy truck. Beneath the vehicle, in the back seat, lay a man who had already departed from this world, and a woman whose breath was faint. She gazed at the photographs on her phone, tears streaming down her face. "It is your father and mother who have wronged you, allowing you to exist in this unhappy world. They only wished to spare you from future suffering. Yet now, you lie in the hospital, clinging to life. And we never even had the chance to meet. Xiao Chen, I am so sorry." Her voice faded away. Suyi was acutely aware of her brother's precarious condition. Without hesitation, she boarded a flight back to her homeland from the United States. However, the aircraft encountered severe turbulence, causing it to sway uncontrollably. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. This is merely ordinary turbulence. Kindly fasten your seatbelts and ensure your safety." Suyi trembled with fear aboard the aircraft, her heart heavy with the dread of misfortune. So young, she clung to life, unwilling to succumb to fate. For she had a family and a younger brother waiting for her. She yearned to return to him. She fervently wished for her safety. "I must see my brother again," she thought. "Everything will be all right." Yes, this was merely turbulence, a commonplace occurrence in air travel. Yet, in an instant, the plane lurched violently. The flight attendant fell. Luggage tumbled to the ground, and the cries of despair echoed throughout the cabin. Suyu gazed outside with terror in her eyes, her expression shattering in an instant. Filled with despair as her complexion turned pale, she witnessed the explosion of the aircraft's engine, causing all the lights to extinguish, the systems to fail, and the navigation to vanish as the sky itself seemed to disintegrate. Suyu cried out in despair, "No, please. I do not wish to perish." Boom, boom, boom. In the starry forest. "Ah, no. Sister." Suchin suddenly awoke, his breath rapid and uneven. He glanced around, questioning, What is the matter? Su Chen, with tears in his eyes, embraced Su Qing tightly. He began to weep, lamenting, "Woe is me. I dreamt that all my family had vanished, all gone. In an instant." Su Qing trembled, yet she still comprehended Su Chen's predicament. She gently patted his back, reassuring him that it was merely a nightmare, urging him not to dwell on it. Indeed, it must have been nothing more than a fleeting dream. Su Chen wiped away her tears and closed her eyes once more, drifting back into slumber. Su Qing let out a sigh, pondering whether this was truly a nightmare. "I find myself at a loss for how to comfort you. Perhaps the best course is to keep the truth from you." In reality, lying on the hospital bed, the bald-headed Su Chen resembled a vegetative state, devoid of any awareness. "Xiao Chen, it's Uncle Li. I held you in my arms when you were a child. Please, awaken, will you? Your parents, they are in trouble." Li Yi, who had been Su Chen's father's driver for over 30 years, regarded Su Chen's father as a brother. When he first heard of the incident, disbelief clouded his mind, only to be shattered when the police spoke. He rushed to the scene, but was met with the grim reality of 3 lifeless bodies, 2 of which were unrecognizable. "Xiao Chen, Uncle Li has no family left. With your father gone, you are my only remaining kin. I implore you to awaken. You were such a wonderful person. Why has it come to this?" Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door. Li quickly wiped away his tears. "Come in." 3 police officers entered, holding a half-burned photograph. "Hello, are you a relative of Suyu? We went to her residence and found no one. Based on our investigation, we extend our condolences." The officers handed the photograph to Li Yi, whose hands trembled as he examined it. This is. It appears that Flight A7361 from America disintegrated in midair at 5 o'clock this morning. We recovered personal belongings of the missing individuals from the sea. Upon comparison, we identified this person as Suyu, who has a brother that remains comatose. Is his name Su Chen? Haha. Why not search further? Why cease the search? Xiao Chun has only this one relative left. Why give up like this? Is it due to lack of funds? I can provide. I can help. Please, expedite the search. Li Yi's voice tore through the air, his disbelief unyielding. The officers bowed their heads. "We are sorry. We have done our utmost. Over 100,000 personnel have been deployed to search the sea, but we have yet to locate the black box." Coughing violently, Li could no longer contain his anguish, expelling blood and collapsing unconscious. "Xiao San, is this truly of any use?" Little Wu gazed at the stones on the ground with a perplexed expression. "Well, we must trust the teacher," she said. "However, I have never heard that carrying stones could enhance our soul power. The teacher mentioned that this exercise was designed to foster teamwork." "All right then," she conceded. "Move by. Let us carry more stones. Ning Rongrong and Oscar are support soul masters and possess weaker physical attributes." "Very well," he replied. The 7 of them began to carry the stones. Initially, it was manageable, but after some time, they struggled to persevere. "I can't go on. I feel utterly exhausted. Let's take a break," Ma Hongjun declared, collapsing onto the ground in surrender. Tang Xin surveyed the group and urged, "Everyone, hold on a little longer. We are almost at the summit." Zhao Wujin, leading the way, encouraged, "Put in more effort. Whoever reaches the top first will be exempt from training today." Upon hearing this, the group was invigorated and climbed with renewed determination. At last, they reached the peak. Tang San instructed everyone to set down the stones and began to regulate his breathing. Little Wu, curious, inquired, "Brother San, what is the purpose of carrying stones up the mountain?" With a smile, Tang San explained, "This is a method to cultivate both willpower and physical strength. Moreover, carrying heavy loads affects the flow of your soul power, which aids in better control." The group suddenly understood. At that moment, Zhao Wujin approached, nodding in satisfaction. "Well done. You have all passed the test. Today's training concludes here. Class dismissed." Upon hearing this, everyone cheered. Although the training had been arduous, they had gained immensely from the experience. "You all worked hard today. I have prepared a sumptuous dinner for you," the master said, beaming with contentment, confident in the validity of his theories. Hooray! The entire Shrek team rushed to the dining hall to indulge in a feast. The night swiftly passed. As dawn broke, Su Chen awoke, his eyes clouded with confusion. "No, big sister, I disagree. We do not wish to engage with land soul masters." "Indeed, I share your mistrust of land soul masters. We cannot wager our lives for someone we do not know," Guillenot remarked, observing the group with uncertainty. Upon hearing the sound, Su Chen approached, and all the spirit beasts turned their gaze towards him. Tian did not greet Su Chen with a pleasant demeanor. "You have arrived. Indeed, your kind is insatiably greedy. The leader constantly thinks of you day and night, while you, on the other hand, frolic carefreely among humans. Tian continued, "And who is this? He is but a hypocrite, the one who intends to lead us to the realm of humans. My trust in him is non-existent." Su Chen was not angered. He found a place to sit down. "I acknowledge that I have let you down, but it was ultimately an accident. During this period, I have come to realize much. Humans are often inferior to soul beasts. I do not wish to disappoint her again. This time, I want to take her away and truly accompany her." "Then why must we go to the human realm? You can still be with her here." "Because I have obligations that I must fulfill. I have, in fact, formed a bond with a human girl. I cannot neglect my responsibilities to others." Bai Ji, gazing at Su Chen, was encountering him for the first time. Initially, she had received news and prepared to meet the human that Tian spoke of. However, after witnessing him, she found him to be rather unimpressive. Standing on the side of virtue, she detested those who straddle two worlds. Her true form was that of an emerald swan, possessing a cultivation of 590,000 years. She was among the most benevolent of the 10 fierce beasts and the guardian of the Douluo forest. "I believe you should leave this place. We do not welcome humans like you." "Who says we are unwelcome? If I say you are welcomed, then you must be welcomed." Su Qing entered with an air of indifference, taking a seat beside Su Chen. Tian looked at her in confusion. "Who are you?" "I am her sister," she replied. "I acknowledge that it was my brother's fault for not returning to visit Sister Guyuna all these years. However, he has never wronged her. On one occasion, due to my circumstances, my brother was left with no choice. He did not wish to involve her further, which led to their relationship. He had no option but to take responsibility. Do you truly believe that someone who has shared a night with another should simply abandon them afterward? Is that the kind of person you admire? But what does this have to do with us? According to the laws of the forest, we spirit beasts are sworn enemies of soul masters, and thus we shall not consent to leave. Moreover, the Douluo forest requires our guardianship. Are you implying that if someone were to take your place as guardians, you could depart? That is certainly something to contemplate. But it is not a decision to be made hastily." Su Chen communicated with the system. "System, what is the matter? Can you provide me with something that can protect the forest?" Within Su Chen, a small golden figure was meditating, recuperating, and restoring its strength. It touched its head and sighed. "I truly hesitate to part with you, but with your capabilities, it should not pose a problem." A round stone with eyes and a mouth floated down from above. "Sure, how? Do you no longer want me?" "It's not that I do not want you. I am currently aiding Su Chen, and I need to gradually restore my strength through his soul. I was gravely injured in that last battle." "All right, fret not. I am sure Tian. Go ahead." A beam of light emerged from Su Chen's mind, captivating everyone's attention. "Ah, you've caused me great pain. Why didn't you catch me?" "A stone? No way. A talking stone." Su Chen gazed at the stone on the ground in astonishment. He picked it up and held it in his hand. "You were given to me by the system?" "Humph. I am not merely a gift from the system. I have a name, Tian. Rest assured, from now on, follow me and there will be plenty to eat." "What nonsense! Tian? Aren't you just a talking stone? Why would the system be so stingy as to give me a stone? What? You dare to look down upon me? I want to go back." "Sure, how? I want to return. This fellow has such poor taste." Su Chen sighed and said, "You are Tian, are you not? Can you guard this place for me?" Tian, with his stone-like eyes glinting, replied, "Of course, no problem. However, I must confess that I am quite hungry." Beside him, Su Qing, with a touch of exasperation, produced a small 5-colored divine stone and tossed it into Tian's mouth. Instantly, Tian was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Delicious! Oh, this is exquisite, truly delightful." Su Chen harbored a modicum of skepticism towards the system. Is this contraption truly reliable? I can't shake the feeling that a mere meal could lead to my downfall. Yet, he mused, it must be dependable, after all. It had never betrayed him during their time together. If it were to betray you, it would reflect poorly on your own character. But wait, what resources do I possess to sustain it? Do you not have a sister? Why not have her take care of it? She possesses an abundance of treasures. So a mere divine stone would pose no challenge. Is that so? Very well then, I'll see if Su Qing is willing. If you have no desire for it, I can offer you something else. I still possess a tower. Never mind, I shall keep this item. In contrast, Guyuna and her companions did not share the same relaxed vigilance as Su Chen. They sensed the ominous threat that the divine stone presented. After Su Chen finished speaking with the system, he glanced around and noticed that all the soul beasts were keeping their distance from him. A look of confusion crossed his face. "Why are you all so far away from me?" he inquired. "Ha. No, big brother. We have agreed to accompany you to the human side. Oh, so you've agreed just like that? Yes, I believe you are not a bad person. From the presence emanating from Sherbatian, Emperor Tian sensed an aura that evoked the feeling of death. It was a sensation he had never experienced before, making this moment truly unprecedented for him. Your name is Suchin, right? I am Baiji. What is your martial soul? This is our first meeting. And if I am to accompany you, I ought to know something about you, don't you think? My martial soul? Suchun initially intended to release his full potential. Yet he only unleashed Haiba Dong's martial soul, withholding the other. The system had advised him from the outset to avoid excessive exposure, as the true adversaries had yet to reveal themselves. I sensed a formidable power emanating from your martial soul. However, I noticed that you appear to lack a soul ring. How do you manage to protect yourself? Upon hearing the question, Suchin glanced around and immediately spotted Su Qing, who was lost in thought while playing with her phone. He swiftly pulled her over and said, "Look, this is my sister who protects me. I must tell you, she is quite formidable." Is that so? How intriguing. However, is there a specific reason you have summoned us to the human realm? Not particularly, we are merely attending the soul arena. Have you noticed that fish over there? I believe it is called the deep-sea demon whale king. It is also participating. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the deep-sea demon whale king, a renowned sovereign of the ocean. The deep-sea demon whale king. What an unexpected presence. I sensed an unfamiliar yet potent aura of a soul beast right from the start. Who would have thought that a soul beast on the verge of reaching 1,000,000 years would also be here? Chapter 28. Gathering in the hall, words can be tears. Perhaps it is better not to dwell on them. The deep-sea demon whale king wiped away its tears, looking utterly aggrieved. Ah, indeed. Very well, Suchin. Shall we depart today? Yes, let us go today. It is still early, and we have ample time. All right. But our soul beast aura will be detectable to any soul master who has reached the rank of title Douluo among your kind. How do you plan to mask our presence? Is that so? I thought only I could perceive it, Suchin replied, bewildered, glancing at Su Qing. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Suchin, then waved her hand. All the soul beasts within the cave were cloaked in flowing white garments, a treasure capable of concealing their presence. Do you have any questions? She inquired. Ha ha ha. If such an item exists, we certainly have no objections. However, what exactly do you require us to do? Is it truly the soul battles you mentioned? Baiji asked, her face filled with confusion. Suchin immediately offered an explanation. In truth, it is not merely a matter of combat spirit. The primary reason is that I wish to take Yuna to that place for a while. I have already wronged her, and I do not wish to let her down again. Since you are going to take the leader out for fun, why should I still accompany you? Is the strength of the deep-sea demon whale king not sufficient? I plan to take you all fishing. What does that mean? Do not inquire further, just follow along. Well, let us tidy up our belongings before heading to the human realm. We may need a few things. What are we tidying up? We can simply purchase whatever we need. My sister is quite wealthy. Suchin gently patted Su Qing's shoulder. Su Qing glared at Suchin, indicating that she had already responded. Well, of course, that's perfectly acceptable. All right, Xiangjun, you are tasked with guardianship here. Remember, the Emperor's auspicious beast must be protected at all times. Understood, Xiangjun replied. Baiji felt that Xiangjun might not be capable of handling such responsibilities alone. She then glanced at Tian. Brother, you should stay as well. I fear that Xiangjun may struggle to manage everything on his own with so much at stake. What? Am I to remain as well? But who will guard the big sister? Tian exclaimed. Baiji looked at Tian with exasperation, gesturing towards herself and Suchin. Suchin is not sufficient. Must I not be capable as well? Yet you are merely a healing spirit beast. How can you protect anything? Perhaps you should stay while I accompany them instead. Stop dawdling. This is merely a temporary arrangement over there. Besides, we still have Sherbatian here, right? Sherbatian. Am I correct? Sherbatian? Sherbatian? Suchin looked perplexed as he lowered his gaze to the slumbering Sherbatian on the ground. He stared in silence at Sherbatian, who was peacefully asleep. Do you truly believe this peculiar stone is reliable? Gyuna inquired with curiosity. Certainly, it is dependable. Do not be deceived by his current slumber. The moment an enemy approaches, he will instantly sense their presence and activate his attack mode, eliminating all adversaries in a mere instant, including deities. Is he truly that formidable? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Suchin let out a sigh of relief, pondering to himself that he had successfully navigated the situation. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of time. Suddenly, with a crack, the space shattered. You may enter without worry. Traversing this passage will lead you directly to the realm of humanity. At that moment, the deep-sea demon whale king adjusted his collar and strode confidently before the eyes of all the soul beasts. Seeing no immediate danger, they gradually followed him inside. Within the chamber, a spatial passage materialized. Su Chun, Su Qing, and the various soul beasts emerged, their eyes filled with curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. Su Chun, have we arrived? Yes, we have. What do you think? Was it swift? Indeed, it was astonishingly fast. I have never experienced such speed before. Su Chun patted Su Qing, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Can't you see I'm in the midst of a rank match? Take them with you and purchase some items. I shall assist you in the game. Rest assured, victory is guaranteed." Really? She inquired. Of course, it is indeed true. After all, these are matters from my realm. How could I possibly lose? Very well, here you go. I must admit, my performance in this match has been somewhat lackluster. I've given away a few kills. Are you certain we can secure a win? Isn't it merely a few kills? What significance does that hold? Worry not. Victory is assured. Su Qin, with unwavering assurance, dispelled Su Qing's doubts, prompting her to lead everyone on a shopping excursion. Su Qin shook his head in disbelief. He glanced at Su Qing's phone, and the result left him utterly astounded. What on earth? 0-17-1. The opposing team has invaded our very home, and you are playing Li Bai with a magic build. He sighed, resigning himself to the inevitable. It's hopeless. On to the next match. Defeat. TSK, encountering a Smafe account. How unfortunate. Very well. Let us proceed to the next game. Defeat again. Yet another Smuff. I refuse to believe that a platinum rank could be this challenging. 3 hours later. Defeat. Su Chen's fingers trembled with agitation, his face flushed and neck thickened with frustration. He contemplated smashing his phone, yet reason prevailed, holding him back. After tirelessly striving to achieve platinum, Su Qing's relentless gaming had led her to regress to gold. What a disaster. Would she truly seek retribution against me? As Su Qing contemplated Su Qing's volcanic temperament, he felt a sudden shiver run through him. I'm back. Ha ha ha. Su Qing, how have you been? Did you manage to help me reach diamond rank? Yes. However, I initially made it, but encountered some troublesome teammates and fell back down. That's all right. As long as I ascend to the stars, how many have you managed to collect? I've ascended several. How many exactly? Why are you trembling so? Is it due to overwhelming excitement? And no, it's just that. Su Qing, you once promised to be gentle with me and not to hit me, right? Just look at how beautiful and understanding you are. Surely, you would never bully your brother without cause, would you? When did I ever say such things? Su Qing stared at Su Chun, bewildered. Just tell me if you consider yourself beautiful, and if you're truly understanding. Humph. Of course, this fairy is understanding. You can't backtrack on that, can you? Of course not. Well then, I didn't perform well today, so I've deducted 10 stars from you. Wow, 10 stars? Wait. What did you just say? Ahem, I said, negative 10 stars. Ha ha ha, Su Qin, you truly love to joke. Tell me the truth. You must be planning to surprise me. Here, take a look for yourself. Su Qin, trembling uncontrollably, extended a hand to Su Qing. With a radiant smile, Su Qing accepted the phone, only to be momentarily taken aback upon glancing at the screen. She could scarcely believe her eyes. Rubbing them in disbelief, she beheld the familiar golden hue displayed before her, causing her entire being to tremble. My goodness! She exclaimed. Su Qin was poised to tiptoe away, trying his utmost to stifle his breath. However, upon hearing Su Qing call out to him, he was rendered momentarily speechless. Oh no, this is disastrous. Su Qin, oh, do you have any idea how long it took me to reach platinum status? And you dare to reduce me to mere gold. You are finished, mark my words. I shall invoke the family rules upon you today. Is it really necessary to get so worked up over a game? You're resorting to family rules now? Rest assured. Tomorrow I shall ensure your ascent. You think I can be reassured? Just know that I will respond with equal force today. After all, we are no longer young. And one must keep their word. Su Qing gently squeezed her hand, smiling as she approached Su Qin, the sound of her knuckles cracking reverberating through the air. Wait a moment. Oh, do you have any last words? I shall grant you this opportunity. Yes. I do have a last word. Could you please refrain from hitting me? Su Qing, humph. This farewell message is of no use. Have you finished speaking? I will wait a moment longer. Let me tell you, a farewell message can only be uttered once, but in light of our relationship, I shall grant you one more chance. Ah, thank you. No need for thanks. Have you said all you needed to? Now brace yourself. Ah, Wait, I haven't finished my farewell yet. Hold on. Don't slap my face. Ah, Suchin, what happened to your face? Gyuna, with a puzzled expression, gently touched Suchin's swollen cheek. Hiss, it's nothing. I just tripped and fell. I'm fine. I see. Well then. By the way, have you finished the shopping? Yes, we have. Your sister Suchin took us. All right. As for the arrangements for your rooms, I will take care of it. You will share a room with me. To avoid disturbing Bai Ji and the others, I spoke with Suchin and planned to purchase another room next door, which will be more convenient. Understood. I shall follow your lead. Very well. Call them over. It is time to make further arrangements. Suchin was immediately taken aback. He swiftly took Gyuna by the hand and seated her down. Ha, how could I trouble my wife with such matters? This series of actions left Gyuna utterly bewildered. Just a moment ago, had she not asked him to summon Bai Ji? It seemed that Bai Ji was currently indulging in a bath. Ah, the human realm is quite delightful, brimming with fascinating wonders. Bai Ji, lost in the relaxation of her bath, remained oblivious to the presence encroaching upon her quarters. Her room was situated on the second floor. Knock, knock, knock. Is no one there? Brother, if you knock again, I can feel that Bai Ji is indeed inside. Yes, I can sense it too. But it would be rather impolite for us to intrude without cause. Oh, come now, brother, it's fine. They're all spirit beasts. They one-T mind. Is that so? But I am human. Brother, never mind, let me handle it. The Sea Demon Whale King stepped forward, took a deep breath, and forcefully kicked the door open. Brother, please. Suchin widened his eyes, quickly regaining his former proud demeanor. Not bad. It's indeed commendable to break down doors and assert oneself. Brother, I learned all of this from you. Suchin entered and took a glance. Discovering that BG was on the second floor, curiosity led him inside, with the deep-sea magic whale king following closely behind. Upon seeing BG in a room, the deep-sea magic whale king approached with an expression of selfless determination, exclaiming, Brother, I have arrived. Suchin was undoubtedly aware of what Bai Ji was up to. He glanced at the deep-sea magic whale king, and given its imposing demeanor, he found it difficult to object. Instead, he took a step back and gestured politely, saying, You may proceed. I shall await your return on the first floor. With a chuckle, he added, Rest assured, I have complete faith in you. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed that you were destined for greatness. Suchin preferred to avoid complications and swiftly descended the stairs, seeking refuge on a nearby sofa. Surely, there was no animosity among soul beasts. Meanwhile, the deep-sea magic whale king took a deep breath, acknowledging this as a test from his elder brother, a challenge he was determined to conquer. After all, it was merely a door. Witness this. Bang. Crack. The door shattered into fragments. Bijia, who was bathing, gazed in bewilderment at the entrance, locking eyes with the incoming deep-sea magic whale king. Noticing Bijia's flawless, snow-white skin, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. My elder brother, what the hell? Clap. On the first floor, 3 individuals occupied the sofa. The deep-sea magic whale king sporting a bruised visage, his expression a vivid portrayal of indignation. No. Suchin, were you unaware that I was bathing? You let him in? And in such a brutish manner. I thought there would be no qualms among soul beasts. Who told you that? I genuinely did not know. Hence my curiosity. Look, the deep-sea magic whale king initially seemed unbothered. I assumed soul beasts lacked distinctions of gender. All right, since you are oblivious to such matters, I shall not press further. What is it you wish to discuss? Nothing significant, merely planning for tomorrow's soul battle. I will have Suchin brief you on what to be mindful of. It's simply a 5-person soul battle. It must be a team effort, and participants must meet the requisite level without exceeding it. You are already aware? Indeed, I gathered some information outside. However, I am curious, if you can win so effortlessly, why summon us? It seems unnecessary. Just in case. What if we encounter someone who has cheating? Cheating? What is that? Nothing of consequence. Regardless, we must exert ourselves fully. We cannot afford to slack off. Is that truly necessary? I feel that any one of us could secure first place easily. I see no reason for such vigilance. Do not harbor such thoughts. Typically, it is those who seem inconsequential that later become your troubles. Therefore, those destined for greatness do not sweat the small stuff. We simply act. Indeed, Bijia, let us just act. Silence, deep-sea magic whale king. How do you speak? What is wrong with me? You've already struck me. Besides, I have a wife now. I wouldn't be interested in you anyway. How could a fish possibly be attracted to a goose? Vijaya smiled and extended a hand. All right, we are all comrades. No, we are all beasts. Enough of this. I cannot be bothered to explain further. My sister Suching mentioned she would gather us in the hall to arrange matters. Although we have enough participants, are the others informed? We must coordinate. I have no objections. However, while I can participate, that fish cannot. Filthy goose. What did you just say? Do you comprehend the nature of my existence? I am not a mere terrestrial spirit beast that one could easily contend with. My goodness, how lofty and grand. I was nearly made into sashimi. Yet I am deemed an entity unworthy of confrontation. How did you come to know of this matter? My dear brother, is it truly you? How could it possibly be me? Do I bear the semblance of such a person? Are you mistaken? Could it perhaps be Sister Sue? No doubt about it. It is undoubtedly her. Just look at my face. It bears the mark of her strikes. What, do you intend to challenge her one-on-one? No. I believe Sister Sue has her reasons for acting in such a manner. Now, enough of this trivial chatter. Let us set forth. Is everyone gathered? Upon observing the gathering in the living room, Su Qing rose to her feet. What I am about to convey is that we must partake in a 5-person competition. However, we need to represent a faction in this contest. The Soto City Seoul Arena is merely the starting point. Subsequently, we shall engage in a battle of wits with various academy teams. Are you implying that although we have triumphed in this particular contest at the Soto City Seoul Arena, we must still join an academy or a faction to represent them in future competitions? Indeed, this is rather cumbersome, isn't it? Why not head directly to the Spirit Hall? I am indifferent, yet they will inevitably be exposed. The Spirit Hall is filled with titled Douluos. Do you expect them to refrain from bathing or changing clothes? I see. So, where will the final venue of our competition be? I am uncertain. This is my first visit as well. Why do you ask me? What about you? Are you intending to consult these soul beasts? Perhaps we could simply establish our own academy? With our strength, is that not feasible? Upon hearing these words, Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Su Chun. You would teach others? Are you suggesting that I should instruct them? Teach those little brats to attain immortality? Do you deem that feasible? Indeed, I know nothing at all. How could I possibly teach? Perhaps. Su Chun turned his gaze towards the deep-sea demon whale king, who was indulging in a watermelon. Their eyes met, and the whale exclaimed, Brother, you cannot possibly expect me to instruct you human spirit masters in your cultivation, for I am utterly unfamiliar with it. However, I could certainly teach spirit beasts. Su Chun interjected, I never asked you. Have you lost your mind? Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Everyone became alert, watching the door closely. Su Chun and Su Qing exchanged puzzled glances. Do you know that girl? Su Qing inquired. I do not. She appears to possess approximately level 80 spirit power. But what could she possibly want from us? Never mind, let us open the door and see what she desires. As Su Chun prepared to rise and open the door, the deep-sea Leviathan King immediately halted his movement. Su Chun gazed at the deep-sea demon whale king with a perplexed expression, questioning its intentions. What is your purpose? Have you feasted to your heart's content? My dear brother, one must always exercise caution. What if there lurks a nefarious individual with ulterior motives? In an instant, the deep-sea demon whale king unleashed its formidable power, channeling all its strength into a single fist. Su Chun, go away, just roll aside. Do you not understand the importance of cherishing beauty? Someone merely knocked on the door, yet you reacted so harshly. What is this nonsense? With a swift motion, Su Chun hurled the deep-sea demon whale king aside. He stepped forward and opened the door. The moment the door swung open, Su Chun inhaled sharply, exclaiming, Goodness! Lu Ruyan, the Empress of Smoke. The girl before him exuded a gentle allure, her captivating gaze enchanting all who beheld her. Tall and graceful, she donned a crimson cheongsam, complemented by striking red high heels that intensified her commanding presence. How do you know my name? I am here for an interview. Su Chun couldn't help but marvel. Lu Ruyan. I actually guessed it right. But wait, is there truly someone named Lu Ruyan in this world? Startled by Su Chin's loud outburst, Lu Ruyan covered her ears, gazing at him in bewilderment. Did I perhaps come to the wrong place? My apologies for the intrusion, she stammered, eager to flee as she sensed that none of the individuals in the room seemed normal. Suddenly, a hand grasped her and pulled her inside, the door closing without hesitation. Lu Ruyan stared in terror at the assembled crowd, retreating defensively with her arms crossed. What do you all intend to do? I warn you. I would rather perish than suffer indignity. Su Chun remained silent, rummaging through his pockets. How peculiar. Why can't I find it? I distinctly remember placing it here. I shall declare. One may kill, but never humiliate. Found it. Who would have thought that today would mark my demise? Lu Ruyan. What nonsense are you spouting? Come, assist me with an autograph. I have long admired you, and to encounter the real deal today is simply delightful. Everyone gazed at Su Chen in utter disbelief. Ah, weren't you supposed to end my life? What do you mean by that? You must be mistaken. We are the good people here. How could we arbitrarily take a life? Enough, enough. Hurry and sign for me. Is it sufficient to write here? Indeed, quickly now. Very well. Lu Ruyan carefully inscribed her name and handed it to Su Chen, who eagerly took it and glanced down, perplexed. What is this writing? Lu Ruyan, my name. Are you not? I am Lu Ruyan, I truly am. No, it cannot be, my idol. How could you not even write your own name? Now, tell me who you really are. Lu Ruyan was on the verge of tears. How could she prove herself? It seems, verification of identity is in order. Rest assured, I shall take care of it. Get away from me. Su Chen could no longer bear to witness the situation. As others came for interviews, what on earth was Su Chen thinking? Su Chen gazed at Su Chen with a perplexed expression. What are you doing? Am I not acting appropriately? Lu Ruyan, do you comprehend the significance of that figure? She is an idol to countless compatriots. I cannot allow her to insult my family's idol. Su Chen, are you out of your mind? I refuse to believe that the illustrious Ruyan would stoop to work for someone else. Slap. With a swift strike, Su Chen rendered Su Chen disoriented, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Yuna cautiously approached to pull Su Chen away. Truly, if one does not offer assistance, that not to create further chaos. What nonsense about the Emperor of Smoke. I might as well claim to be a precious treasure. Can I leave? I no longer wish to attend the interview. Absolutely not. After such great difficulty in securing a candidate, how could we allow you to depart so easily? Well then, you have successfully passed the interview. Ah, just like that? Is it not a bit too simple? Indeed. Henceforth, you are now the head of our academy. What? Wasn't it stated that I would be interviewed by the teachers? Why has it suddenly changed to being the head? This is all too hasty. Enough with the chatter. You are responsible for teaching and managing all affairs of the academy, while we shall serve as your instructors. Ah, is this not rather too casual? I have only just attained the rank of Douluo. All right, here is your initial funding. You are to establish your own academy and find a way to recruit some students and teachers. Su Chen casually tossed a ring into Lu Ruyan's hand, leaving her momentarily stunned. A soul guide? Lu Ruyan examined the contents within the ring, scarcely believing her eyes. It was filled with soul bones and an abundance of golden soul coins. Such precious treasures. Could they truly be entrusted to me? Enough, enough, she reassured herself. After all, these items hold little value. You may leave now. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations, Lu Ruyan encouraged herself as she exited the room. All right, everyone. The truly intriguing events will commence tomorrow. Indeed, I hold a certain fascination for your human battles as well. Count me in for tomorrow, Bai Ji chimed in. I, the Sea Demon Whale King, shall join too. Then I shall participate as well. I wish to accompany Su Chen. Gu Yuna raised her hand in agreement. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately ceased his pretense of confusion. No, you still have an injury. You cannot participate. Yet, he added. But I wish to stay by your side. I do not want to be apart from you. Su Chen's heart trembled, and a glimmer of tears welled in his eyes. He had never experienced such care before. Su Chen grasped Gu Yuna's hand, pledging to hold it through the years, to grow old together, and to never part as they meet again in the twilight of their lives. Everyone exclaimed, Hey, Su Chen, have you two perhaps come to the wrong place? If I do not intervene, are you really going to consider starting a family right here in public? Su Chen looked at the two with a speechless expression and said, Ah, ha, what a surprise, what a surprise. Let us continue. There is me, my wife, you, Bai Ji, and the deep sea demon whale king. That makes 5 of us, which should be sufficient. Is 5 truly enough? Shall I summon others? Bai Ji asked, her face filled with confusion. It seems it may not be enough. Do you have others in mind? I do know of 2 individuals. They are currently in the extreme north. One of them has reached an impressive cultivation of 700,000 years, while the other is nearly at 400,000 years. We commonly refer to the former as the Snow Empress, her name being Tian Xuannu, and the latter as the Ice Emperor, whose essence is that of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Ah, they could indeed join us. Have they taken on human form? Not yet. In that case, send this husky to them. I shall provide them with 2 transformation pills. Once consumed, they should be able to assume human shapes. I have a name. I am Chi Wan. I am not merely a husky. Understood, husky. Now, hurry along. Deliver this pill to the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor. Explain the situation to them, and give them these 2 garments to conceal their aura. Bai Ji glanced at Qi Huang and nodded helplessly. Qi Huang sighed, looking at the pills and clothes in his hands. Today's meeting concludes here. Everyone, your special training has come to an end. I have enrolled you in the soul fighting arena. For soul masters seeking to grow stronger, the soul fighting arena is an essential place to experience. It is rife with dangers and the machinations of various soul masters. For you, enhancing your strength here will provide the utmost assistance. The soul fighting arena? Teacher, are we departing today? Indeed, that is the plan. Xiao-san, I have great expectations for you. Rest assured, teacher, I shall not disappoint your expectations. The group from Shrek made their way towards the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena. Along the journey, laughter and chatter filled the air when suddenly, a flamboyant man descended from the sky, clutching a yellow chrysanthemum. Halt! Who goes there? The master quickly shielded his students behind him, recognizing the visitor as he breathed a sigh of relief. Jiuhua Guan, what brings you here? Jiuhua Guan surveyed the Shrek group and spoke softly. The Pope has issued a decree. All Shrek members are to be taken without exception. Elder Yu, I did not expect to see you among them. This truly surprises me. The master was taken aback. He was certain he had not offended Bibi Dong in any manner. Could it be that the matter of stolen information had been uncovered? Yet, surely that would not warrant his demise. The master quickly signaled to himself to remain calm. He produced the elder's token and tossed it into Jiuhua Guan's hands. Do you recognize this? It is the elder's Pope's decree. To encounter the Pope's decree is akin to meeting the Pope himself. Jiuhua Guan, we are both elders of the Spirit Hall. Why must we resort to such extreme measures? Jiuhua glanced at himself with a smirk, extracting a papal decree from his chest. I possess one as well, adorned with even more intricate designs and a superior rank. Surprised, are you? The master immediately recoiled, trembling as he gazed at Jiuhua. You are abusing your power. Do you truly believe you are deserving of such words? You, a mere third-level soul master, what right do you have to utter them? In an instant, Jiuhua teleported before the master, delivering a swift slap that left him disoriented. Ah, Jiuhua, how dare you publicly assault an elder? Publicly? Did anyone witness this? The only ones who have seen are you disrespectful individuals towards the Pope. When have we ever disrespected the Pope? At the very least, you must provide a reason. Very well, allow me to clarify your demise. Jiuhua recounted the incident involving Su Feiyu, leaving the master bewildered. When had he encountered such an extraordinary figure? Even his idol would not engage in such actions. Cough, cough. Wait a moment. I believe you are mistaken. We do not know this person. Surely he must be using us, Shrek, as a scapegoat. Indeed. You dare to shelter this individual? Your crimes multiply. Enough. It is time to send you on your way. Fifth soul skill, gathering of cold blossoms. No. Despair washed over all of Shrek. They harbored an intense hatred for Su Feiyu. Sky-shattering strike. What? Ah. Fortunately, Tang Hao made a timely entrance, saving everyone by striking Jiuhua away with a powerful blow. Dad, you're here. Tang Hao's expression turned grave as he gazed in the direction of the flung Jiuhua. Why would the Spirit Hall target Shrek? Could it be that mysterious individual? But didn't he claim to belong to the Spirit Hall? Well, Xiao-san, you must grow stronger on your own. You have witnessed that this world is one where the weak are devoured by the strong. When others wish to kill you, you may not even get a chance to resist. Yes, I understand. Your Majesty, Tang Hao, I did not expect you to be here. Upon hearing the master's voice, Tang Hao's expression shifted to one of concern. I happened to be passing by. Why would the Spirit Hall come for you? I am uncertain. But it seems to be related to someone named Su Feiyu. What? Su Feiyu. It's him. What is the matter? Your Majesty, do you know this person? Could he truly be one of us from Shrek? This situation appears to be quite troublesome. You must find a place to hide. Do not let the Spirit Hall discover you. I will investigate this matter. Understood. At this moment, Tang San stepped forward, unwilling to retreat. Dad, I do not wish to evade. Rather, I yearn to grow stronger. If one merely lives in avoidance, how can one truly become powerful? The teacher has mentioned that participating in the soul battles is the key to a soul master's ascendance. I believe it is imperative to confront these challenges head-on. Tang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the master, astonished that he had never heard of the necessity of soul battles for enhancing strength. Isn't this fundamentally tied to one's innate talent? The master awkwardly averted his gaze from Tang Hao, saying, Ah, little San, you must remember, you can only rely on yourself. Do you understand? You cannot depend on your teacher. Father, I find your words somewhat perplexing, Tang Hao replied. It is nothing. Now, take care of yourself. With a glance at Little Wu, Tang Hao instantly teleported away. Chapter 30. The actors in the blink of an eye, the 5-person competition commenced. From this point onward, anything is possible. As for me, I am not implicated in this affair. If it were not for the boss's arrangement, I would not willingly assist you, Biji lamented. Su Chen, I am perplexed. Possessing unparalleled strength, why do you not dominate everything? Your stance leaves me utterly speechless. Su Qing silently gazed at Su Chen. At this moment, all she desired was to play games, indulge in some delicacies, allow the child of destiny in this world to flourish, and then effortlessly resolve matters on her own. Su Chen, burdened by a sense of helplessness, gazed at the ceiling, reflecting on the intricacies of life. Do you understand the reason behind this? Why, you may ask. It is simply because I find myself ensnared in monotony. Moreover, my other half is affiliated with the Spirit Hall. It is inconceivable for me to oppose her. She has confided in me her aspirations, which entail the Spirit Hall's domination over the entire continent, rather than maintaining the current fragmented existence where we operate in separate realms. Su Qing absent-mindedly scratched her ear, pondering what relevance it held to me. Should you aspire to become the sovereign of this world, I would be indifferent to assisting you. However, the question remains, who exactly is Qian Renxue? It is evident to me that she is exceptionally arrogant and haughty, even more so than Gu Yuna. Do you think I desire this predicament? It is merely a consequence of your actions. Initially, I was simply bored, perhaps engaging in a trivial endeavor. Until your interference escalated the situation. Is it not customary for men to indulge in fleeting romances? Do you not revel in the hedonistic pleasures of life? Once the thrill has dissipated, it is customary to discard the affair. So in essence, I was merely aiding you. Where did you acquire such platitudes? Su Chen gazed at Su Qing in bewilderment. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Su Chen, raising her phone screen towards him. This is precisely what I mean. Initially, I failed to comprehend the ways of men, merely assuming that your kind were prone to fleeting affections, indulging in the company of multiple women without consequence. However, what I find utterly intolerable is when men abandon women after instilling them with the burden of pregnancy or the instances of drunken violence. That is what I cannot abide. Listening to her, Su Chen's expression contorted in disbelief. So, are you suggesting we should condemn all men indiscriminately? Women have their flaws too, don't you think? Do you truly believe every woman is as pure as Gu Yuna? Indeed, I acknowledge that some women are not virtuous. Yet, they are but a minority. Whereas your kind seems to be overwhelmingly problematic. This must be what they refer to as the legendary T0 level, she continued. I had never encountered such behavior in reality until now, and to think I would experience it in this fantastical realm, especially from a primordial being. Damn it, Su Chen, what are you implying? Could you not engage in rational discourse? Engage in reason with a woman? That would be sheer madness. You should focus on your game instead. If you refuse to assist me, I shall resolve this matter on my own. I have faith in my own abilities. When will you return my rank? What? We were just discussing men and women, and now we're on the topic of ranks? Rest assured, I will certainly help you achieve the rank of king. You must trust me. Trust you, men? I would sooner believe in the existence of ghosts than take your word for it. Ahem, this world is indeed filled with spirits. Initially, I was a skeptic, but I have since come to accept their existence. Su Chen was spouting nonsense with utmost seriousness. Enough. There is no need for you two to quarrel. Since the meeting has concluded, according to the regulations, we shall register together tomorrow. Biji rubbed her temples, remaining silent as she anticipated that these two might end up in a brawl. Look at her. Look at her. See how gentle she is? And here you are. A human being, showing less grace than a goose. What is this constant domestic violence? What does that even mean? I swear, I will bite you. Look. You're at it again, biting. Do you have rabies? Off you go, off you go. If you're unwell, seek treatment. I am not a veterinarian. Su Qing's cheeks flushed and her neck thickened. She puffed out her cheeks and instantly appeared before Su Chen, raising her head to deliver a forceful blow. Bang! The room trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. This was both a first and a final warning. Next time, she would not use her head, but rather a blade. Su Chen felt a surge of dizziness, shaking his head in an attempt to regain his composure. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Su Qing's expression, which resembled that of someone ready to slay a pig, rendering him speechless. He decided it best to refrain from further comment. After all, a true gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Gu Yuna couldn't help but stifle a laugh, finding the large bump on Su Chen's forehead rather disproportionate. "Su Chen, are you all right?" she inquired. "I'm fine. Your husband is a man, after all," he retorted. "Oh, really? A man, you say? Are you quite certain you're not just a trainee who has been practicing for 2.5 years?" Beside them, Su Qing mockingly remarked, "How dare you utter another word? You audacious child! How dare you insult my beloved dove? I have spoken. If you possess the courage, let us settle this one-on-one." Humph! Unable to contain their disbelief, Biki, Thi, and the others stood to the side, covering their faces in exasperation, feeling that Su Chun and his companion were truly an oddity. "Su Chen, I am weary. Let us take our leave and rest." Guyuna gently grasped Su Chen's hand. Su Chen was rendered flustered by the gentle voice. He tenderly tousled Guyuna's hair and said, "All right, my dear, I shall accompany you to sleep." Su Chen turned her head, adopting a defiant expression. "Let me tell you, Su Qing, today I have chosen to spare you. But next time, I shall surely seek to settle the score." Humph! Who is afraid of whom? Su Chun led Guyuna back to their room to rest. Su Qing continued to ascend her rank, while everyone else gradually prepared themselves. In the early hours, they donned their attire and enjoyed a light breakfast before heading to the Grand Seoul Arena in Soto City. "Remember, do not be afraid, just go for it. Those novices are not a match for you," one of them remarked. "Such needless chatter. I am merely exercising caution. Do you not understand?" came another retort. "Unfortunately, your vessel is unsinkable," was the response. Upon arriving at the Seoul Fighting Conference Room, the master gazed solemnly at the materials in his hands. "This is our first battle as Shrek. We must display the might of Shrek Academy." "Master, are you certain?" a voice interjected. "As I understand it, we are up against the Tyrannosaurus battle team, who have never been defeated." Ma Hongjun felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders. The master shot him a glare. "According to my research, the Tyrannosaurus battle team has no background. They seem to have appeared out of thin air. This team was established by a pair of siblings named Su Chen and Su Qing, with unknown martial souls and a soul power level of 30. Although I recognize this is a formidable challenge, you must remember that Shrek Academy exists to cultivate monsters." "Teacher, I understand. Let us devise a strategy. I believe that united, we can overcome anything." "Ridiculous. Do you comprehend what it means to have 60 consecutive victories? It is not merely unity that will determine the outcome." Daimubai interjected without regard for the master. Tangsen frowned at him. "Daimubai, you must not speak to the teacher in such a manner. He is your teacher, not mine. Moreover, this is inherently an unfair soul battle. You are all aware of the Tyrannosaurus battle team's capabilities. They have achieved consecutive victories without even activating their martial souls. I ask you, can you accomplish that? I will attempt to challenge that. How else can one grow stronger?" Tangsen sighed. "Reality must be faced. You know that, right? You may think of yourself as a genius, but remember, each soul master's talent varies." "Enough," the master admonished. "Before the battle has even commenced, you are already at odds with one another. How will you fight side by side in the future?" Tangsen clenched his fists. He was well aware of the difficulty of this battle, yet he never shied away from challenges. Meanwhile, Su Chen and his companions were in the conference room, having the attendant relay information about their opponents. Su Chen toyed with the golden soul coin in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. He had not anticipated encountering Tangsen so soon. The curtain was about to rise on the ensuing spectacle. "Su Chen, why have we stumbled upon Tangsen and his group just as we were preparing for the 5-man competition? Are they here to provoke us?" Su Chen rolled his eyes, indifferent to the matter at hand, ready to eliminate anyone who dared to cross his path. "By the way, Su Qing, do take it easy later. Make sure not to kill that fellow. After all, he is the protagonist, and if he were to perish, our fun would be over." Su Qing smiled softly. Assuring herself of her own discretion, she turned to the others, stating that they must address all matters with the utmost seriousness. Remember, allow them to glimpse hope, only to then confront despair. As both sides took to the arena, it was evident that everyone anticipated this fierce confrontation. "Enough of the preamble," she declared. "The ensuing battle will pit the Tyrannosaurus team against the Shrek 7 monsters." With the referee's command, Tangsen and the others promptly summoned their martial souls, bracing for the contest. In stark contrast, Su Chen appeared remarkably at ease, not even releasing his martial soul. Witnessing this, the Shrek members discerned the inevitable outcome and dared not underestimate their opponent. At that moment, Su Qing made her move, her speed akin to lightning as she instantly teleported behind Ning Rongrong. Upon seeing this, Tangsen immediately shouted a warning to Ning Rongrong. Overwhelmed by Su Qing's imposing aura, Ning Rongrong was paralyzed with fear, her body trembling and drenched in sweat. Su Qin gently tapped Ning Rongrong's shoulder with her delicate finger. Ah, what an impressive hidden weapon. How utterly despicable you are. Su Qin was immediately sent flying by Ning Rongrong, landing on the ground and clutching her chest. Ning Rongrong appeared utterly bewildered, as did everyone from Shrek, all gazing at her in astonishment. Su Chun gaped in astonishment, a shiver coursing through his entire being as he experienced an unprecedented sense of embarrassment. Su Qin collapsed onto the ground, raising an eyebrow at Su Qin, as if to say, "What do you think? Isn't my performance stellar?" Bai Ji looked at Su Qin with skepticism. "Didn't you say that he was supposed to break through the girl with the tower, and then the girl would retaliate and send Su Qin flying? Something feels off to me. Of course, I am utterly mortified. My intention was to instill hope in them only to then plunge them into despair. I never anticipated I would end up feeling desolate myself. What an embarrassment. Brother, why not let me handle this directly? I feel I could easily crush these little human brats like the deep-sea demon whale king," he said angrily. "It could have been resolved effortlessly. I don't understand why we must perform. Absolutely not. We must respect this profession. Yet, this is exceedingly frustrating. Stop the nonsense. Who is the elder brother here? You or me? Fine, I understand. Ning Rongrong, are you all right?" Ning Rongrong remained dazed, still trying to grasp the situation. "I'm fine. Am I really that formidable? Just now, I could sense a wave of death approaching." A voice interrupted everyone from Shrek. "My apologies. My sister can be quite mischievous. I hope you all can forgive her. However, the competition must continue, and we shall not go easy on you." Su Qin cleared his throat and declared. Tang San's gaze was resolute. "We will not retreat either. Let us allow our strength to speak for itself." Before his words had fully settled, Tang San charged forward. He understood that they needed to conclude this swiftly, otherwise, the situation would grow increasingly unfavorable for them. However, Su Qin merely sidestepped his attack with ease, then extended a fist toward Tang San's abdomen. Tang San immediately activated the purple extreme demon eye, stepping on Su Qin's fist to create distance. Su Qin wore a solemn expression. Although he was aware of the presence of water in the composition, he felt compelled to perform earnestly. "Humph. Remarkable indeed. You are the first to evoke my seriousness. It appears that you have not exerted your full strength. There are no worthless martial souls, only inept soul masters. Your words are truly flawed. If there are no worthless martial souls, then what of your teacher? And if there are no inept soul masters, what of your instructor? It seems he is, indeed, a failure himself. This is akin to self-deprecation. Ahaha. You are courting death." Tang San, filled with righteous fury, directed the dragon whisker needle straight at Su Qin. Su Chun exchanged a knowing glance with the deep-sea demon whale king, who immediately understood and positioned itself protectively in front of Su Chun. Alas, the deep-sea demon whale king fell to the ground, clutching its chest like Su Qin, its trembling finger accusatorily pointing at Tang San, a despicable scoundrel. Tang San was taken aback. Could his dragon beard needle be so formidable? The 9 treasures turned into exquisite glass, renowned throughout the realm. Ning Rongrong began to chant the soul incantation of her 7-treasure glazed tile school. The other members of Shrek also activated their skills, launching an assault towards Su Chun. Su Chin's lips curled into a subtle smile as he softly remarked, "Have you finally decided to take this seriously? However, this is still insufficient." As he spoke, his figure flickered, deftly evading the onslaught from the crowd. Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated Su Qin's speed to be so remarkable. Gritting his teeth internally, he invoked his second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai unleashed a beam of light towards Su Chun. Su Chun, with his hands clasped protectively over his chest, exclaimed, "Damn! Is this truly the legendary wave? Indeed, it is formidable." Ah! Su Chun collapsed to the ground. Gu Yuna and Bai Ji gazed at Su Qin and Su Qing, feeling a profound sense of bewilderment. "Big sister, shall we continue this charade? I feel as though I am on the brink of madness following this lunatic," one of them remarked. "To be honest, I did not anticipate Su Chun to be this kind of person. I find myself somewhat repulsed." "Big sister, do not think you alone. I too share the sentiment. Only 2 opponents remained. Let us conclude this swiftly." Daimubai glanced at Gu Yuna and Bai Ji opposite him and immediately offered a reminder. Tang San, observing the fallen Su Chun, fell into contemplation. He sensed that victory might come too easily. After all, their opponents had been formidable thus far. Yet why did they appear so feeble? "Tang San, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry and finish this." Oh, Tang San also cast aside his thoughts. Victory was the paramount concern. Daimubai unleashed his speed, his fist poised to strike Guyuna's chest. Suchin immediately opened his eyes. Damn. His wife was taken advantage of, and she pretended to be dead? This plot is all wrong. Chapter 31. The Rift Between Flander and Yu Xiaojiang. Suddenly, Suchin felt a surge of energy, his palm striking the ground with tremendous force as he charged towards Daimubai, exclaiming, "You seek death." Upon noticing Suchin's impending assault, Daimubai shouted in alarm, quickly raising his hand to defend himself. Bang! Ah! Mubai! Boss Daimubai! In an instant, Daimubai was propelled by an overwhelming force, crashing heavily off the stage. A wave of heat surged through his chest, and with a gasp, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Bang! Yu Xiaojiang looked on in shock, bewildered by the scene before him. How infuriating! What are they doing? Are they attempting to kill each other? Su Qing, along with all the members of the Tyrannosaurus battle team, gazed at Su Chun with a look of utter bewilderment. Su Chun disregarded their gazes and swiftly approached Guyuna, examining her well-being. How are you, my dear? Are you all right? Guyuna helplessly covered her head. Su Chun, why are you exposing yourself? That person poses no threat to me. Nevertheless, it's unacceptable for someone else to touch my wife. I now feel as if the clouds in the sky are all green. The two shared a tender gaze, completely oblivious to the onlookers surrounding them. Some were gritting their teeth, others wore expressions of disbelief, a few looked on with envy, while some appeared utterly bewildered, and there were even those who applauded. Su Qing stood up abruptly, her face flushed with indignation. She stormed over to Su Chen and, without hesitation, delivered a swift kick that sent him tumbling out of the arena. How dare you? She exclaimed. Others have put in so much effort into this performance, yet you, without even commencing, have already revealed our plan. It was your idea, and yet you are the very first to be exposed. You are less reliable than that fish. Su Chen was sent flying off the arena, and he stared at Su Qing in bewilderment. What are you doing? Please. My wife shouldn't be touched by another man. How could I possibly remain indifferent? The issue lies with that golden-haired fellow. Can he truly lay a finger on her? Meanwhile, the remaining 4 members of the Tyrannosaurus squad rose to their feet, gathering together. Boss, what should we do? Our leader is utterly unreliable. Wasn't it said that hope should be given first before despair? Yet, they haven't even despaired. Su Qing sighed, resigning to the situation. Never mind. I still have a higher rank to reach, so let us make this swift. I can handle this alone. It doesn't matter who goes up. Guyu, by G. And the Sea Demon Whale King retreated, conceding their positions to Su Qing. Tang San gritted his teeth as he watched Su Qing, feeling profoundly insulted. He yearned to triumph over Su Chun with honor, rather than allowing his opponent to take the lead so easily. Go to hell, he exclaimed. First soul skill. Blue-silver bamboo blade. Countless blades fashioned from blue-silver grass lunged towards Su Qing. First soul skill. Netherworld stab. Zhu Zhuqing vanished, unleashing a surge of speed, her fingers transforming into claws. The 7 treasures turned out. Ah, why bother? Has the skill run its course? Now it's my turn. Celestial technique. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Su Qing leapt into the air, where a cascade of golden swords appeared behind her, launching directly at Tang San. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, defend yourselves." Alas, it was too late. Countless blades pierced through the 4 members of the Shrek team. Ah, Tang San fell to the ground, pounding the earth with his fists in frustration. Curse it. Su Qing clapped her hands, exclaiming how impressive the leader was. I humbly bow to your greatness, said the deep-sea demon whale king, flattering her. Indeed, that is only natural, replied the little fish. However, we cannot kill them. Su Qing suggested we keep them for some amusement. Is that so? What a pity. It would be great if I could absorb them. Although these little ones possess low soul power, even ants can be consumed, remarked the leader. But what exactly are we here for? BG asked, looking perplexed at Guyuna. Guyuna waved her hand dismissively, saying, I do not know. I am merely here to accompany my husband. You must be here to enjoy the show, right? Su Qing immediately rushed over, gazing at the fallen members of the Shrek Quartet. You didn't kill them, did you? If you did, what would we play with in the future? Rest assured, I have already spared them. I see. Then let us go. Wait, hold on. What is it? Su Qing looked at Su Qing with a puzzled expression, glancing at the 4 individuals lying on the arena behind her. Are you intent on annihilating them completely? How could that be? Look at me. It would be excessive to take advantage of the weak. Should we perhaps call an ambulance for them? Su Qing, disinterested in the antics of the eccentric Su Qing, took hold of Guyu Na and departed. Hey, why are you running? Answer me. Do you want me to call out or not? Call you a fairy board? A fairy board? I am a fairy. Why is there a board involved? What does that mean? Su Qing inquired with a perplexed expression. It simply means you are exceptionally beautiful. From head to toe, you embody beauty. Ah, I see. Su Qing nodded thoughtfully. The deep-sea demon whale king could no longer contain himself. Sister Su, the big brother is referring to you, apart from your beauty. You possess nothing else. Is that not commendable? This fairy is naturally endowed with beauty. Is that not a virtue? Ah, indeed it is admirable. But the big brother criticizes you for lacking intellect. Is that also acceptable? Upon hearing the words of the deep-sea demon whale king, Su Qing reflected on what Su Chun had just said. She immediately regained her composure and glanced in Su Chin's direction, only to find that not a single shadow remained. Su Chin, I shall not rest until I see your downfall. Su Qing instantly teleported away, and the deep-sea demon whale king, in a state of helplessness, similarly vanished. The arena fell into silence. Yu Xiaojiang hurried onto the stage to assess the situation. He turned to Flander and inquired, Flander, what has transpired? Flander, using his soul power to examine the condition of the combatants, shook his head in dismay. Their bones have sustained severe damage, particularly Mu Bai, whose hands are fractured. And he has also suffered grave internal injuries. It will take a considerable time for him to recover. What? How could this happen? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes were vacant, and his legs weakened, causing him to sink to the ground. Alas, I warned you before, advising you not to rush them. Their abilities were still inadequate. Yet you refused to heed my counsel. Now, they will be unable to utilize their soul power for a significant period, having endured such serious injuries. Silence. Impossible. According to my theory, the Tyrannosaurus battle team could not possibly be this formidable. They must have cheated. Yu Xiaojiang shouted frantically, his eyes wild with rage. Slap. Flander struck him across the face, his gaze filled with incredulity. I never imagined you would turn out to be such a person. Xiaojiang, I regret having misjudged you. I must be right. They undoubtedly cheated. Flander, believe me one more time. Impossible. You may take Tang San and Xiao Wu. They are your students. What did you say back then? I entrusted my students to you, and all you have done is make them carry stones. What else have you accomplished? Xiaojing, I do not doubt you personally. It is a sentiment anyone would feel upon witnessing this. Do not presume that your knowledge is beyond question. Impossible. All of it is mine. My theories cannot be flawed. Flander, I warn you, speak carelessly again, and I shall not treat you kindly. Flander smirked, his voice dripping with disdain. Do you still think you are the esteemed elder you of the past? You are now merely a rat in the eyes of the public. You are unworthy of being a teacher. From the very beginning, Mu Bai had cautioned you, yet your arrogance alongside Tang San led to this outcome. Why should what others assert be wrong while your claims are right? I warn you, Yu Xiaojiang, if you do not leave Shrek immediately, do not expect me to uphold our brotherhood. The two parted ways, the rift between them widening. Flander could not tolerate arrogance, especially when it jeopardized his students' safety. All in the name of proving a worthless theory. Had it not been for the ties with the dragon, he would have resorted to violence. Flander, stop right there. Yu Xiaojiang called out, but Flander ignored him and departed. Trembling, Yu Xiaojiang clenched his fists, his face a mask of resentment. Finally, they arrived at their quarters, utterly exhausted. Everyone gathered to sip tea and engage in conversation. Gu Yu and Bai Ji sat beside Su Qing, watching as she played on her phone. Su Qin sat cross-legged, lost in contemplation. The matters concerning Tang San and his group were trivial, akin to mere ants. The only source of my concern is the coffin we encountered with Su Qing in the cosmos. Its existence perplexes me. The system has asserted that I am invincible, save for Su Qing. Yet that encounter truly instilled within me a sense of oppression. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The king of the deep-sea magic whale entered. Big brother, it appears that Yu Xiaojiang has had a falling out with Flinder. Perhaps, as you suggested, Shrek may no longer exist. Su Qin was taken aback. This was something he had not anticipated. Elder brother, shall I go over and absorb them? Su Chun cast a sidelong glance at the sea demon whale king. You seem to be indulging yourself in your incessant consumption. Perhaps you should refrain a little. The military expenses of this nation do not fall upon your shoulders. What does that mean, big brother? It is precisely as you do not comprehend. Remember, you must be an obedient fish. Understood, big brother. Su Chun, what shall we do next? Su Qing inquired, while engrossed in her game. Let us first assess the situation, or we can wait until the academy completes its affairs. You all stay here while I seek out Qian Renxue. What do you need to find her for? Isn't sister-in-law right here? Su Qing asked, puzzled. I have matters to discuss with her, to gauge the trajectory of future developments. As for Tang San, it is of no consequence. Let him evolve as he pleases. Even if he commands an army, he shall not breach my defenses. Understood. But what is this attire you are wearing? Su Chen glanced at the phone that Su Qing had handed over. He examined it, stroking his chin in contemplation for a moment before speaking. Isn't this the attire from the Warring States period? What is this? Do you fancy it? Su Qing nodded, admiring the garment that exuded an air of elegance and grace. I have a fondness for such attire, she remarked. Is it not peculiar for a celestial being like you to fancy the clothing of mortals? The ancient robe you currently wear is quite exquisite, Su Chen observed, scanning Su Qing from head to toe. Must we, as women, not embrace our love for fashion? Hurry, craft me a piece. I yearn to wear it. Ah. But I lack the skills for such a task. I am but a mere man. How can you expect me to create clothing? That is of no concern to me. You shall find a way. Su Chen glanced at Su Qing, who appeared indifferent, and said, All right, just contact those clothing stores to place an order. Why trouble me with this? Just show them the pictures on your phone. I understand. But do you want to have a set made for yourself? Su Chen doubted his hearing. Wait, what did you say? I didn't quite catch that. I asked if you would like that set. Here are some outfits for boys. Let me show you. Su Qing swiped her finger across the screen of her phone and presented it to Su Chen's face. Su Chen scrutinized the garment before him, bending slightly to observe the solemn Su Qing. Brother, this is the dragon robe, worn by the first emperor. You expect a mere mortal like me to don such an attire? Are you suggesting I should declare myself an emperor? He paused thoughtfully, yet. It is true that dragon robes are typically worn by mortal sovereigns. However, it matters little here, for there is no emperor present. One side apart. You can manage this place in my stead. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I am speaking to you earnestly, and you want me to work for you? I assure you, that is out of the question. Su Chen has no desire to assume the throne. Who among modern individuals would seek such a role when they are already comfortably filled? The notion of becoming an emperor in a world steeped in Western culture strikes me as utterly absurd. I shall disregard your words. I am taking my leave now. Su Qing took Yuna away. Su Chen, with a sly grin upon his face, gazed at Gu Yuna's graceful silhouette, contemplating her figure. Indeed, it would be a pity for such a physique to be clad in anything other than the exquisite attire of the Warring States period. However, I recall that the garments of that era seemed not to accommodate such elegance. Su Chen stood alone in the living room, wearing a radiant smile. He thought to himself that he must prepare some attire for Qian Ruxue as well. As a Han person, it was only fitting that his wife don traditional garments instead of short skirts. Such attire would be a disgrace to culture. Contemplating this, Su Chen felt an instant surge of clarity and left the room. Qian Ruxue, meanwhile, was lost in thought, unable to focus on her training. Her heart unable to find peace. Xiaoshui, calm your heart. How can you expect to grow stronger in this state? Yes, I understand, grandfather, she replied. But I do not wish to see that insufferable boy. If I do, I might just kill him. Humph. As she listened to her grandfather's irritated remarks, she swallowed hard, hoping that Su Chen would keep his distance. Suddenly, a young man appeared in Qian Ruxue's room, and upon hearing the commotion, Qian Douluo and Qian Ruxue turned to look. Their eyes met, and for a fleeting moment, the atmosphere became awkward. Su Chen glanced at the man before him, stroking his chin in contemplation. Hey, who are you, sir? How dare you intrude upon my wife's room? The man seemed somewhat familiar. Qian Douluo, upon hearing Su Chen's words, quickly grasped the situation. This was the very swine that had taken advantage of his granddaughter. Humph. So, it is you, you wretched lad, who has dishonored my granddaughter. What brings you here? Are you perhaps intent on silencing me? Oh, I must say, I did not see this coming, sir. Wait, granddaughter. Su Chen glanced at Qian Douluo, who stood behind Qian Rinxue. Uncertain, he pointed with his finger, to which Qian Rinxue silently nodded her head in acknowledgement. This is indeed a meeting with the parents. Su Chen felt a tightening in his breath. Humph. You cannot forget that you have already met, especially regarding that incident with Bibi Dong, which I distinctly remember. Let me make it clear that you should not assume I am unaware. Although I cannot discern your true strength, I am still cognizant of various matters, both significant and trivial. There is no way I would entrust little Xue to someone like you, whom I find utterly untrustworthy. Qian Douluo, in a fit of anger, pointed at Su Chen, unleashing a torrent of words, with saliva flying directly onto Su Chen's face. Su Chen's forehead was adorned with prominent veins. Hey, old dang bai. Don't push your luck. I'm here to rob you today. Your granddaughter is quite beautiful and would make a fitting wife for my stronghold. Be smart and quickly get lost. What? What did you call me? Qian Daolu exclaimed, incredulous. Old Deng Bai, what's the matter? Have you lived too long and lost your hearing? Aw, this is infuriating. Kid, I thought I might let you off the hook for Xiaoshua's sake, but today, you will not leave this offering hall. TCH, who do you look down upon? If it weren't for the fact that you're Qian Rinshue's grandfather, you would have been peacefully lying on the ground, eternally resting. Qian Rinshue was at a loss, trying to mediate. Xiaoshue, remember, you are my granddaughter Qian Daolu. If you choose to be with this brat, then from now on, do not call me Grandpa. Grandpa. Can you two please stop arguing? Qian Rinshue, do you think so little of me, Suchin? I assure you, following me means a life of luxury. I am far wealthier than your grandfather. Just look at him. Though he appears young, I can see his fate is grim. Ah, how dare you insult me? First soul skill. Angelic confinement. Suchin looked at the motionless Qian Daolu with disdain. He approached and contemptuously patted Qian Daolu on the shoulder. Qian Daolu wore a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend why he was frozen in place. Old man, he exclaimed, let me tell you, times are changing. Why must you soul masters shout out your skills? You can unleash them without uttering a word. Sighing, he lamented, alas, some children are beyond teaching. With an air of maturity, Suchin shook his head. Come on. Qian Rinshue, follow your brother. I shall take you to the bow of the ship. However, Qian Rinshue hesitated, unable to fathom that Su Chun possessed such formidable strength. Chapter 32. The three maidens reveling in dance, but wait, let me have a kiss first. Suchin lifted Qian Rinshue with a gentle embrace, planting a soft kiss upon her lips. Qian Rinshue gazed at him in utter astonishment, exclaiming, You. My grandfather is right beside us. Fear not. Your grandfather is aging and will rely on you for his twilight years. He shall not hold it against you, he reassured her. Is that truly the case? She inquired. Of course, he replied. Just look at your grandfather. His hair is as white as snow. How could he possibly begrudge you? Qian Rinshue glanced at Qian Daolu, observing the patches of silver in his hair. Suchin, you make a valid point. However, I cannot accompany you. If I leave, the spirit would be bestowed upon that woman. Slap. Ah, why did you strike me? Qian Rinshue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she regarded Suchin. What woman? That is my mother-in-law. We are all family. Why engage in rivalry? He continued, I assure you, if you follow me, you will realize that the spirit hall is not of paramount importance. Moreover, I have matters regarding your father to discuss. MMM. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu immediately began to struggle, cursing inwardly, damn. Why does this fellow's ability take such an eternity? Suchin regarded Qian Daolu with a look of skepticism. He then turned his gaze to the inquisitive Qian Rinshue, quickly grasping the situation at hand. Clearing his throat, he responded, Oh, it's nothing. I simply had a momentary lapse of memory. As for you, Qian Rinshue, shall we proceed? Very well, but might I request your indulgence in releasing my grandfather? Oh, that is a simple matter. Suchin waved his hand, lifting the restraints on Qian Daolu. Once liberated from his bindings, Qian Daolu inhaled deeply, shaking off his humiliation. Regaining his composure, he glared fiercely at Suchin and declared, You wish to take my granddaughter? You must first contend with me, the old man. Suchin cast a fleeting glance at the resolute Qian Daolu, exclaiming, Kill the arm. With that, he swiftly teleported away, cradling Qian Rinshue in his arms, leaving behind a bewildered Qian Daolu, who pointed at the empty air, exclaiming, How astonishingly fast. Wait, where has that rascal gone? Ah, that little scoundrel. I, Qian Daolu, shall not rest until we settle our grievances. Upon returning to Suchin's abode, Qian Rinshue remained in a daze, surveying her surroundings, and remarked, Suchin, you are remarkably swift. Suchin was taken aback by a remark from Qian Rinshue, causing him to wince. Cough. Qian Rinshue, you must remember. One should never speak of matters so soon. Don't you agree? Why not? She inquired. Just reflect upon that night. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinshue blushed deeply, her neck turning crimson as warmth enveloped her. So what have you summoned me here for today? Surely you do not intend to engage in such activities. Considering you are married, do not think so poorly of me. I merely found myself suddenly yearning for you, he replied. I knew you would take advantage of me. The atmosphere surrounding the two was thick with the sweet scent of budding romance. Suddenly, a peculiar sound erupted from outside. Bong. Bang. Kaka. Both were momentarily startled. And Qian Rinshue, with a puzzled expression, looked toward the door. Suchin, what is that noise outside? Suchin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. After exchanging a few words with Qian Rinshue, he gritted his teeth and departed from his room. Chen stood at the entrance of the house before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Chen's abode. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open and exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? What is going on? You were engrossed in your game, and suddenly you've taken to dancing? Have you rebelled?" Chen stormed in, his expression one of sheer disbelief. He beheld 3 girls adorned with sunglasses, energetically dancing upon the bed, twisting and turning with abandon. Goodness! Upon noticing that his beloved wife was among the girls, Chen felt a pang of anxiety. This would not do. His gentle spouse must not be led astray by Chen. Without hesitation, he approached and seized Gu Yuna, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing? Let go of my sister-in-law. She is merely my wife. Why should she heed your commands? You are just a sister I picked up along the way. And by the way, where did you acquire those sunglasses? They actually look quite dashing. No, seriously. Tell me where you got them. And you dare take my graceful and cultured wife to a dance party? You must have lost your mind. This is none of your concern. She is my sister-in-law, and I am the sister you took in. Blood is thicker than water. Remember what you said. Are you looking for a fight?" In an instant, Chen's temper flared. He rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. He shouted defiantly, "Humph! A true gentleman does not engage in conflict with a woman, especially not with his sister. Very well, I shall allow you this once. Furthermore, we require some tranquility here. And what on earth is this goose doing at a dance party?" Chen, in a state of exasperation, pointed an accusing finger at the dazed Bijie. Bijie's face flushed with embarrassment as she found a seat. "It's not even your sister," she retorted. "Your sister says that girls should do whatever they wish. Why must we heed the opinions of you foul men? Indeed," she continued, "I find this quite reasonable. Am I not allowed to dance? According to Chen's sister, this is a girl's time for freedom." Chen wore a perplexed expression as he glanced at the smug Chen. Had he known, he would never have lent her his phone. Look at you, a girl who, despite not earning, runs amok everywhere. Today it's dancing at the club, tomorrow will it be blowing up planets? What a lawless existence. TCH, I possess wealth, so what? You are still spending my money. So what if I thrive on my abilities? If you're not satisfied, feel free to indulge as well. The 3 girls looked at Chen with disdain. "Oh, how shameless. Wait, my dear. Why do you say such things about me? This is terrible. It has barely been a while. Yet they say that foolishness is infectious. At first, I didn't believe it. But now I do. Who are you calling foolish? Sisters, let us go? If you come, don't blame me for being ruthless." Half an hour later, Chen found himself bound in an intricate manner by Chen, secured to a cross fashioned from sacred wood. His face bore a rather comical expression of despair. Gu Yuna observed the scene and deemed the situation somewhat excessive. Chen, don't you think we might be going a bit too far? Sister-in-law. Allow me to explain, Chen replied. Men must be taught a lesson, otherwise they are prone to wandering and straying. Just look at him. He has brought another woman home today. Who knows? He might return with a horde of them tomorrow. Surely, you don't wish for your husband to indulge in such frivolities, do you? Upon hearing Chen mention that Chen had returned with yet another female companion, Gu Yuna's demeanor swiftly turned icy. You are right, Chen. Men indeed require discipline. Ha ha ha, sister-in-law, you are splendid. Come. I have just learned a delightful new game. What game? Why, it is the thrilling and exhilarating flying chess. Is it fun? Absolutely. Come, let me show you how to play. The 3 women then retreated to Chen's room, eagerly engaged in their merriment. Meanwhile, Qian Ruanshui emerged. Having overheard the commotion, her expression one of utter bemusement. Chen cast a glare at the retreating figures of the 3 women, then softened his gaze as he looked down at Qian Ruanshui. Oh, swear might you. Humph. Scoundrel. Qian Ruanshui departed, heading off to find Chen and the others. Chen was taken aback. What had he done this time? It seemed he had done nothing at all. Cough, cough. Teacher, teacher. Tang Xin called out feebly to Yu Xiaojiang. Upon hearing the voice, Yu Xiaojiang rushed over. Little San, are you all right? Teacher, I'm fine. But where are Mu Bai and the others? Why is only little Wu here? Humph. Flender was disdainful of the 2 of us and expelled us from Shrek. But do not worry, the teacher has other plans. Yes, I trust you, teacher. Teacher, this battle has been immensely beneficial for me. It has revealed to me what it means to be like an ant. I wish to grow stronger so that I can protect you all. Ah, what a good disciple. I never expected to have such a promising student like you, Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher, where shall we go next? Tang Xin inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaojiang replied. We shall seek refuge with others. I believe their perspectives will not mirror Flender's. Yes, wherever you go, I shall follow. Su Chen and his companions were strolling through the streets when the raucous laughter of a group of children caught his attention. A look of disdain suddenly crossed Su Chen's face as he beheld a group of children tormenting a litter of kittens. One mother cat was desperately shielding her young with her body, while the children relentlessly trampled upon her. This familiar scene evoked memories of his past on Blue Star. What was happening? Sitting in the car, he peered through the window and observed a group of children engaged in some unknown mischief. The driver glanced over and remarked, "Boss, those children are bullying the little animals. Is this how children are nowadays?" Su Chen pondered, nodding thoughtfully. Alas, it is unclear. Perhaps their parents have indulged them too much. Indeed, replied the driver. Xiao Su, do you think we should intervene? He pulled the car over, his expression one of surprise. Having only recently begun working for Su Chen, he perceived him as a typical wealthy young man, preoccupied with indulgence. Xiao Su shook his head. Boss, you have a meeting to attend shortly. Ah, I see. Very well. Let us proceed, Su Chen replied, wishing to avoid the distressing scene. He waved his hand, signaling Xiao Su to drive on. As they departed, Xiao Su cast a glance at the children, each resembling little demons as they continued to torment the kittens. He understood that such occurrences were far too common and felt it was beyond his capacity to manage. Besides, it was none of his concern. Su Chen. Huh? What is it? Su Chen responded, slightly startled. Did you just recall something? Yuna inquired. It was then that Su Chen realized everyone was watching him. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that since he could not manage everything at once, he would tackle each issue one by one until he succeeded. With this determination in mind, he strode towards the group of children, amidst the curious gazes of those around him. Su Chen crouched down and gently patted one of the children. The child turned their head, displaying a look of impatience, and asked, "What is it?" Su Chen observed the expression of the young child and gestured to suppress his feelings. "Dear child, may I inquire why you are tormenting the little kitten?" The child, displaying a complete lack of respect, retorted, "What business is it of yours? If I wish to bully, I shall." Unfazed, Su Chen pressed on. "But why do you choose to inflict harm? Are you unaware that it is wrong to mistreat small creatures?" The child dismissively replied, "Mister, this is our affair. I take pleasure in the anguished cries of these kittens. They sound far more delightful than any human voice." Su Chen gazed in disbelief, observing the child before him, who appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old. Little did he expect such a cunning ambition lurking within. "Be a good child and heed your uncle's words, or else your parents will surely spank you," he admonished. The other children, however, found this quite amusing. "Ha ha ha, uncle, you crack me up. My parents would never hit me. They told me I could bully anyone I wanted. I remember once commanding my followers to break a little girl's leg. TSK, that sound was truly delightful. Ah, are you aware of what your parents do?" Su Chen's words began to reveal his impatience. He was indifferent to the public setting, fully aware that in this world, the laws of his previous life held no sway. Here, it was all about strength. Su Qing approached, noticing that Su Chen's mood was askew. "What is the matter? Weren't you quite happy at first? Why the sudden anger? Why so petty? Never mind, I shall treat you to something delicious, so please do not remain upset." Su Qing attempted to pull Su Chen along, only to realize she was utterly unable to do so. A look of confusion crossed her face as she surveyed the scene before her. In an instant, she grasped the reason behind it. Alas, in this vast world, are such acts of tyranny not abundant? To involve ourselves in every matter may only breed disdain among the common folk. Such is fate. A burden too heavy for us to bear. Su waved his hand, freeing Su Qing's grip from his shoulder. His expression was icy as he regarded the child before him. "So, your father is quite a formidable figure, is he?" One of the children stepped forward with pride. "My father is the Bishop of Tiando. He tells me that these commoners are subject to my whims. I could do as I please, even kill them without consequence. Do you truly believe that is justified?" Su inquired. "Indeed, I find it quite delightful," the child replied. Su Chen beheld a group of 7 or 8 children before him, their smiles, in his eyes, resembling those of demons. It seems you are beyond salvation," he mused. "Uncle, what nonsense are you speaking?" Su Chen approached the child with a cheerful smile. He pressed forward and taunted, "Are you not afraid of death, being the child of the Heavenly Do Church?" Upon hearing this, the child swallowed hard. But recalling the formidable nature of his parents, he immediately lifted his chin with confidence and declared, "Humph, no one dares to kill me. My mom and dad love me dearly." Su Chen exerted force with his arm, pressing down decisively, and in an instant, the child before him transformed into mud. The other 7 children, having never witnessed such a scene, were so terrified that they immediately sought to flee. Despair. Su Chun waved his hand, invoking the seventh thunder technique, directing it towards the fleeing child. In less than a second, a pile of minced flesh appeared on the ground, accompanied by a cloud of ash. Qianrenxue, unable to comprehend the scene before her, covered her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at Su Chun. As the young master of the spirit hall, she felt it was her duty to intervene and stop Su Chun. However, she also believed that these children had truly gone too far. Su Chun approached the feeble mother cat, observing beneath her the presence of 7 kittens. Among them, 2 had tragically perished, leaving 5 still clinging to life. The mother cat lifted her gaze to meet Su Chin's for a fleeting moment before letting out a final cry and collapsing, her breath extinguished. Chapter 33. Buck-toothed brother, why do these children harbor such merciless thoughts? Gu Yuna inquired with a frown as she stepped forward. She felt no pity for the young ones, believing that they too deserved to be condemned. Perhaps it is due to inadequate guidance from their teacher. Qianrenxue timidly suggested from the side. Let us move on. The matter has been settled. My dear, could you kindly gather these kittens? We shall find a restaurant where we can dine while discussing further, Su Chin remarked, stretching leisurely. Gu Yuna waved her hand, causing the kittens to levitate and follow closely behind them. Some soldiers from the spirit hall approached, only to be halted by Qianrenxue. They eventually located a restaurant and took their seats, all eyes fixed on the kittens eagerly drinking water. Su Qing, with a stoic expression, spoke. Su Chin, you do not intend to take care of these little creatures, do you? Su Chin took a sip of his drink and glanced at Su Qing. These little kittens. Their parents entrusted them to me. To be honest, if I were a pauper, I would not take them in. However, since I am financially comfortable, what does it matter? Let them be in my care. Gu Yuna raised her hand and said, well, this is quite troublesome. It's nothing to worry about, he replied. Su Chin gazed at Qianrenxue and spoke. Xiao Xue, I perceive the thoughts swirling in your mind. Do you believe my recent punishment was excessive? Indeed. I concur that those children were rather despicable. However, the onus should lie with their parents or teachers. Their transgressions do not warrant such dire consequences. With a chuckle, he added, you know, sometimes it is truly unfair to place blame solely on the teachers or parents. At this moment, Su Qing, who was nearby, exclaimed with excitement. Here it comes, the motivational wisdom. Su Chin shot a glare at Su Qing, who merely waved her hand dismissively. Su Chin took a sip of his drink and said, Xiao Xue, do you believe that character is more important than academics, or vice versa? Upon hearing Su Chin's words, Qianrenxue pondered for a moment before responding. Of course, academics hold greater significance. Without the guidance of teachers, how can one cultivate a commendable character? Su Chin shook his head with a wry smile. They often proclaim that every profession yields its heroes, yet simultaneously declare that all pursuits are inferior except for the pursuit of knowledge. They assert that the early bird catches the worm, while also warning that the one who stands out will be shot down. They proclaim the importance of studying for the nation's rise, yet lament that examinations rarely reflect true understanding. They insist that grades are trivial and character is paramount, yet when faced with poor results, they question the value of integrity. What of you? Have you found clarity in such contradictions, or have you been compelled to make a choice out of necessity? Qianrenxue regarded Su Chin, her heart a tumult of emotions. To her, it seemed that commoners would forever remain in obscurity, let alone animals. The only potential for change lay in the unification of a nation. Do you believe those children will grow into malicious beings? Not necessarily. Some are inherently malevolent. Yet we often fail to perceive the complexities behind them. Conversely, some are born with goodness, yet their circumstances may be drenched in blood. As for the children just mentioned, they belong to the category of inherent malice, beyond the reach of discipline. In a world that has existed for so long, does not strength reign supreme in this era? Perhaps my previous actions will invite scorn or even attempts on my life, yet I am willing to embrace the role of the benevolent. This serves as a reminder. Having entered this world, I must strive to better it, rather than turning a blind eye to the oppression of the populace in plain sight. As those from the spirit hall do, I am no saint. In my eyes, my convictions are just, and I will eliminate whomever I deem necessary without the need for justification. Strength speaks for itself. Su Qing gazed intently at Qianrenxue, who let out a sigh and nodded. I understand. Regardless of the circumstances, since we share a marital bond, I shall stand by your side. I, Qianrenxue, am not one to cower in fear. Rest assured, you will not perish. After all, I am here to protect you. Even if the gods descend, I shall confront them without hesitation. Such bravado. You aspire to become a deity, Yet it's uncertain whether you will achieve that, Qian Rinxue retorted, rolling her eyes. Little Shui, do you realize that sometimes attaining divinity may not be a blessing? The gods you envision may be just one step above humanity, but they wield countless lives in their hands. Listen to me. Perhaps it is better to forego the path of godhood. Impossible. If I do not ascend to godhood, what will become of the Wuhuan temple? Should we rely on that woman? I refuse to live my life under her disdain. I shall prove that I, Qian Rinxue, can attain divinity through my own efforts. Gu Yuna's expression shifted upon hearing these words, yet she chose to remain silent. Su Chun gazed at Qian Rinxue in silence. Xiaoxue, come, let us discuss something today. Tell me, whose body did you emerge from? Are you suggesting that you materialized from a rock? And whose blood courses through your veins? Though she may have wronged you, it is due to her inability to accept the situation. You must consider her feelings instead of blindly seeking to validate your own existence. Why is it that other mothers nurture their children as if they are their very lives, yet you believe yourself to be an exception, rather than reflecting on the reasons? You stubbornly cling to your own righteousness. I am aware of your mother's circumstances, yet I cannot divulge them to you for fear that you may not be able to bear the truth. If we were to speak of her, let alone her, a typical woman would have long since ended her own life. Yet she persevered and chose to bring you into this world. Qian Rinxue regarded Su Chen with skepticism. Initially, she had intended to inquire about her mother's situation, but upon observing Su Chen's demeanor, she understood that the revelation would not be forthcoming. Let me ponder this for a moment. I believe I comprehend. Just then, a waiter approached. Are you going to order or not? You've occupied this table for so long that other customers have nowhere to sit. Su Chen wore a perplexed expression as he glanced at Su Qing, who was engrossed in playing Honor of Kings. He gently tapped her, asking, haven't you clicked yet? Su Qing shrugged and shook her head. Usually it is you who makes the choices, isn't it? Su Chen appeared utterly bewildered. He glanced at the wine in his hand and pondered. How did this wine come to be? Did I order this? The waiter inquired what he desired, and upon being asked for a drink, he simply replied, just bring what you usually drink. So, what now? Aren't you going to order dishes? Isn't that your responsibility? He continued, as for this wine, I never explicitly ordered it. Did I? Right? Su Qing blinked her eyes. Su Chen gritted his teeth, glancing at Su Qing. He patted his chest, signaling that he could endure it. He mumbled to himself, acknowledging that he couldn't win this confrontation. Apologetically, he remarked that he had perhaps overstepped the bounds of conversation and requested that the waiter bring forth the restaurant's signature dishes. The waiter smirked slightly, casting a skeptical glance at Su Chen. Are you certain? I hope you can afford it, he quipped. It wasn't that the waiter looked down on Su Chen, rather. He had initially intended to select a more expensive bottle of wine, but the manager had advised him to start with a more economical option. As Su Chen and his companions lingered over a single bottle of wine for an extended period, the waiter began to suspect that this group was intentionally attempting to dine and dash on the cost of the wine. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen was taken aback. My temper. With a decisive slap, he slammed a large bag of gold soul coins onto the table. The waiter, upon inspecting it, was momentarily blinded by the dazzling brilliance, his eyes sparkling with gold. That is sufficient, esteemed guest. Please hold on for a moment. I shall arrange everything for you immediately. Very well, go ahead. Su Chen waved his hand with a sense of triumph, arching his brow at Gu Yuna beside him. My dear, behold, this is the essence of strength. It doesn't seem all that impressive, does it? Gu Yuna replied, somewhat perplexed. Ahem, you see, this is where you lack understanding. As the saying goes, money can make the world go round, he retorted. That is my wealth, Su Qing remarked, engrossed in her game. Su Chen shot a defiant glare at Su Qing, questioning her intentions. What do you mean? Where's my money? It was 1 billion. I could have spent it all myself. Su Qing cast a glance and remarked. Did you not instruct Lu Ruyen to establish a school? She approached me alone, claiming a lack of funds, so I provided her with an additional 200 million. Your share is still insufficient. Goodness, such an exorbitant amount of money. Why do I feel as though I have been swindled? This shouldn't be the case, should it? I have no idea. Enough already. Do not disturb me while I strive to ascend in rank. Why are you still playing? It seems you spend your entire day engaged in this game. Have you reached the rank of king yet? Not yet. These insufferable teammates dared to berate my skills. As a Lu Ban, I sacrificed myself 10 times merely to protect this bridge, and yet it is this very bridge that insults my abilities. How utterly preposterous. Su Chen. Su Chen rose to his feet and glanced at Su Qing's record, 0-15-1. Su Chen. System. Do you have any means to enhance Su Qing's prowess in this game? It seems impossible. Who knows how she managed to reach platinum? When others, like Lao Yi, play, they ascend effortlessly. Who is Lao Yi? That is not your concern. In any case, I am at a loss. Doesn't Su Qing have her own system? Do you think she plays so diligently each day without consulting it? Su Chan stroked his chin, pondering the words of the system, recognizing their validity. My esteemed host, how about I lend you a hand? He suggested. No, how dare they insult me, claiming I rely on others to ascend in rank. If I assist you and enhance your prowess, wouldn't you also rise on your own? He countered. That is not feasible. Just look at this Lan Ling Wang. He would scorn me if I resorted to cheating, claiming I am beneath him. So, what do you propose? I have no particular plan. I intend to ascend through my own efforts, earning their respect. But you have been at it for so long. And you are still only platinum. Su Qin exclaimed, exasperated. That is because I allowed them to surpass me. Enough of this. It's time to engage in battle. This time, I shall achieve a pinnacle. 1 minute later. Damn it. They are targeting me. Why are they fixated on a mere Lu Ban? What is all this commotion? Su Qin's voice rang out impatiently from outside. Ahem, nothing much. Just that Aunt Flo has come, Su Qin awkwardly replied. Upon hearing this, Su Qin promptly retreated, indicating that he was not one to provoke. Su Qin pondered for a moment, her lips twitching as she gazed at Su Qing. You are several trillion years old, and yet you still experience menstruation? What menstruation? Su Qing looked up, utterly bewildered at Su Qin's remark. Don't pretend you don't understand. I must tell you. Oh dear, I still find myself a virgin. Su Qin swiftly approached and covered Su Qing's mouth. Suddenly, he felt a chilling presence behind him. Turning around, he gasped in shock. Su Qin, it's hard to believe that you would even. How could this be? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Let me assure you, I am a paragon of virtue. Huh? A paragon of virtue? Is that what you call taking advantage of others in their moment of vulnerability? It was clearly you who initiated it. Little sister, do you agree with me? Yes, yes indeed. I will never reveal the incident of you taking advantage of others. Rest assured, I will keep your secret, hee. Su Qin's face was a picture of shock as he trembled and pointed at Su Qing, who was sticking out her tongue playfully. Goodness gracious, what a surprise. Su Chen immediately turned his head to gaze at Gu Yuna and Qian Rinshui. He solemnly vowed, I assure you, I am not that kind of person. If I were, may Su Qing never find a spouse and be forever ensnared by a web of spiders. The smile on Su Qing's face gradually faded as she cast a disapproving gaze at Su Qin's retreating figure. Ah, you Su Qin. Who would have thought that you would stoop to human trafficking? Not only that, but you would even sell your own sister. Are you even human? To top it off, you curse your sister to remain unmarried for life, bearing the marks of a spider's web. Su Qing shouted, Sisters, assemble. In an instant, Qian Rinshui, Gu Yuna, and Bai Ji teleported to Su Qing's side. Su Qin was taken aback, his head throbbing. Qian Rinshui, what are you doing over there? Humph. Su Qing's words were indeed accurate. All men are just a bunch of swine. Damn it. Su Qing, Su Qin, shall never share the same sky with you. A duel? Su Qing arched an eyebrow and replied, A duel? Not at all, just eating and sleeping. With a sense of righteous indignation, Su Qin took a seat. The onlookers around them momentarily shook their heads, sighing, I thought we were in for some excitement. Indeed, I didn't expect this. This guy is anything but manly. He is actually being bossed around by a woman. Su Chen was driven to the brink by the incessant chattering around him, his temples throbbing with irritation. Enough. Speak another word, and you'll learn that posturing comes at a price. In an instant, the atmosphere turned frigid. A short fellow, barely 5 feet tall and sporting buck teeth, stepped forward from a nearby table, defiantly raising his chin towards Su Chen. What is the matter? Care for a one-on-one? With a resounding clap, he challenged. With a swift strike, Su Chen delivered a resounding blow, leading to the valiant demise of the buck-toothed brother. In that fleeting moment, everyone else remained oblivious, continuing to partake in their meal. Su Chen cast a disdainful glance at the fallen buck-toothed individual, exclaiming, Pa, lacking true skill yet striving to show off. I am under my wife's guidance, and that is bliss. You, on the other hand, attempt to impress the ladies without recognizing the nature of our relationship. You possess neither charm nor strength, relying solely on those prominent teeth. Su Chen's maneuver left the other 4 women utterly astonished. Su Chen, with an air of nonchalance, casually flicked his bangs. How impressive. The 4 women raised their thumbs in admiration. By the way, where has that fish gone? Su Chen inquired with a puzzled expression. Oh. He mentioned that he wanted to explore the human world. claiming that this place was rather dull. Yesterday, he asked a passerby about the Starry Empire, stating it was entertaining. So he decided to venture there. I see. Let him be, as long as he doesn't commit wanton slaughter of the innocent. At this moment, the sea demon whale king gazed at the multitude of corpses before him, deep in contemplation. I merely asked for directions, and yet you resorted to robbery, demanding proof of my affiliation with the spirit hall. Do I truly need to provide such evidence? Allow me to inform you that my leader is Suchin, and yet you dare to feign ignorance and disrespect him. It would suffice to disregard such insolence, but to insult me as Sujia, insinuating that I am for sale, is utterly intolerable. Ah, how peculiar. Why does my nose feel slightly itchy? After all, I am a fish. Chapter 34. The Dark and Light Messengers Xiao San. Are you all right? Teacher, I'm fine. Have we arrived yet? We will be there shortly, just 50 more miles. What? Tang San, panting heavily, could no longer endure and fainted. Their brother, Xiao San. Xiao San. Yu Xiaojiang, in a state of distress, shook Tang San vigorously. Yu Xiaojiang, what have you done to my son? A thunderous voice echoed in Yu Xiaojiang's ears. How? Under the Haotian crown. Yu Xiaojiang lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings, finding no one. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his back and swiftly turned to meet Tang Hao's gaze. He swallowed hard. Hee, master, what has happened to Xiao San? Tang Hao glared menacingly at Yu Xiaojiang. He crouched down to examine Tang San's condition, furrowing his brow. In a flash, he appeared before Yu Xiaojiang, seizing him by the throat and lifting him up. Hao Tian, please, spare me, I am Xiao San's teacher. Tang Hao cast a disdainful glance at Yu Xiaojiang and with a wave of his hand, tossed him to the ground. Master, if you do not provide a reasonable explanation, do not blame Tang for lacking compassion. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang retorted angrily, your son is not my doing. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at that fellow named Su Chen. Why are you seeking me? Yet Xiao San is gravely injured, with such severe damage to his meridians. Why did you not seek a healing spirit master for his treatment? Yu Xiaojiang, feeling guilty, stammered, we were robbed by that group. What? I shall slay them. A spark ignited in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes as he nodded emphatically. Indeed, under the Haotian crown, these individuals are truly despicable. I had stated at the time that we would concede. We were outmatched in skill. Yet, the members of the Tyrant Dragon team resorted to ruthless extermination. Tang Hao gazed at Yu Xiaojiang with a look of skepticism. I believe half of what you say. If I discover that you are deceiving me, you know the consequences that await. Rest assured, Your Highness Haotian, Yu Xiaojiang replied. You are well aware of my character. Although my soul skill may not be as formidable, my integrity is known throughout the continent. Here, take these gold soul coins and lead Xiao San away. Seek out a healer for him, should you dare to flee. Fear not, Your Highness Haotian. Tang Hao cast a cold glance at Yu Xiaojiang before vanishing in an instant. Yu Xiaojiang, with a wry smile, watched Tang Hao depart, shaking his head as he looked at Tang San on the ground. Alas, Xiao San, you have truly caused me much trouble. He then turned to Xiao Wu, who was standing nearby in a daze, and admonished, Xiao Wu, why are you just standing there? Hurry and come help. Startled, Xiao Wu glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, furrowing her brow before hurriedly rushing over to assist. Good grief. You actually chose to defile my bed. Su Chen widened his eyes as he watched the little kitten make a mess on the bed. My dear, why aren't you keeping an eye on them? Su Chen gazed at Gu Yuna in exasperation. Gu Yuna, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, I have never taken care of a kitten before. This is my first time. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? He replied, annoyed. Humph. It was all for our future consideration. If we ever have a baby, we will have experience in caring for them. Su Chen's lips twitched in disbelief. Who told you that taking care of a baby is akin to caring for a cat? Su Qing mentioned that looking after a child is quite simple. Just like with a cat. She even showed me a video, claiming that the baby simply needs to be placed in a crib. Oh my goodness. I cannot endure this any longer. I am on the verge of a breakdown. How can you be contemplating the future when the child has not even arrived yet? You spend all your time sleeping alongside that insufferable Su Qing. How could we possibly have a child? Furthermore, cats are not comparable to humans. Do you not understand? Would you feed a catfish bones? Would you dare to offer such a thing to our child? Gu Yuna timidly glanced at Su Chen and remarked, is it not so? Su Chen, I understand. My dear, you may accompany Su Qing in her playtime. I shall take care of the cat. In the future, I will also tend to the child. Shouldn't the care of children be solely the responsibility of women? I acknowledge that it is traditionally considered a woman's duty. Yet I fear for our newborn, lest they be harmed by a fishbone. In truth, cats do not solely consume fish bones. Su-chin, what more do you wish to convey? Cats do indeed consume fish. Our little one should be able to enjoy fish as well. Ha ha ha. My clever silly roe dear, you truly are something. My dear wife. I adore you. You are simply wonderful, and my admiration for you knows no bounds. Is that so? Thank you for your compliments, my husband. I love you too. Well then, my dear, go and play with Su-chin. However, please take care of the child. Gu Yuna pointed delicately at the few yawning kittens on the bed. Alas, if it were not for the fear of death, I would truly wish to depart from this world. What should I do? My dear wife. Would you lend me your assistance? That won't he do. Su-chin stated that a man who takes his own life is a coward. I understand. I am no coward. My dear wife, go on and have your fun. I shall tend to the child. Is that acceptable? Gu Yuna playfully glanced at the door, waving back at Bai Ji outside. Certainly, I would be delighted. Very well, my love, I cherish you. With that, Gu Yuna vanished in a puff of smoke. Su-chin shook his head and turned to gaze at the several slumbering kittens. He approached them, exclaiming, "What are you sleeping for? Rise and shine." The 5 little kittens lifted their heads, their eyes wide and curious as they stared at Su-chin. Meow, they protested. Your meows are of no use. I am still awake. He continued. Get up, get up. Allow me a moment to tidy up. Su-chin picked up each kitten one by one and placed them on the ground. He then glanced at the mess of cat droppings on the bed, incredulous that the esteemed chairman of the board could be so humiliated by such filth. Ugh, what have you foolish creatures been consuming? Meow, enough already. Cease your meowing. Su-chin immediately pulled up the blanket and placed it outside the room, then ignited it with the vermilion bird flame. What on earth do you think you're doing? Silence yourself. I can't believe it. Are you using the vermilion bird flame to burn cat litter? Is there any other fire? If you want fire, it's not difficult. You know what the vermilion bird flame represents, right? What does it represent? It signifies the fire of the vermilion bird. Get lost. Oh, really? Why are you stealing the spotlight? This is a novel, not a television drama. Do you understand? As Su-chin grumbled and tidied up, he exclaimed. Don't jump up here. I've just organized everything. Su-chin observed a small kitten crouching, seemingly preparing to pounce. Alarmed, Su-chin raised a hand to intervene, exclaiming, Don't pull. Allow me to teleport over. Poof. Su-chin stared in exasperation at the steaming pile of cat droppings on the floor. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the feline in his hands and demanded, Who sent you as a spy? Meow, protested the cat, immediately falling silent. Su-chin was rendered speechless as he glanced at the cat excrement on the bed. Without hesitation, he incinerated it completely with a flick of fire, then waved his hand, causing a gust of wind to whisk away the remnants. Sighing, he muttered to himself, This cat is even more terrifying than a deity. Time to change the bedding. If it weren't for my promise to your mother to take care of you, I wouldn't bother with any of this. Su-chin set down the cat in his arms and instantly vanished. He arrived at the entrance of a bed shop, stepping inside. Hello, esteemed guest. What kind of bed do you require? The finest bed. You have come to the right place. Allow me to introduce you to our latest offerings. Do not bother with introductions. I shall pay immediately. Just let me take it away. I fear that if I delay, I might find myself in a new residence altogether. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. After Su-chin completed the payment, one hand lifted the bed and instantly vanished. Inside the room, 2 cats crouched down. Su-chin teleported over, his eyes widening as he beheld 2 little kittens. Without hesitation, he gave one a gentle kick, though not with much force. As the kitten tumbled to the ground, Su-chin swiftly channeled his energy, causing the kitten to levitate gracefully in midair before it delicately descended to the ground. Su-chin wiped away non-existent sweat and returned the bed to its original position. With a satisfied nod, he exclaimed, Meow, no meowing meow. If you keep meowing, do you believe I will pluck your kidneys? The little kitten cast a silent glance at Su-chin, shook its head, and settled down to sleep. Su-chin nodded with a look of satisfaction, affirming, Indeed. This is the obedient little one. Su-chin stifled a yawn and glanced at the bed before collapsing onto it like a lifeless body. The mattress was remarkably soft. A minute later, the room was filled with the sound of breathing. Come on, it's my turn now. Let me play with a life. No way. You've already played with 2. What? Qian Rushua. Remember who introduced you to Su-chin? It was I. I am your benefactor. Now, come on, hand over the phone. Humph. Should I thank you for that? I am Su-chin's second wife. This is his phone, and I have every right to manage it. Impossible. He won't give it to you. Oh, I know you're not his biological sister. How could a non-blood relative compete with me? His wife? What? Hiss. What a scheming woman. Su Qing gasped. Ah, yes, indeed, I am the scheming woman. Stop playing with the phone. Hand it over, it's mine. It's my husband's. Gu Yuna glanced at the side where Bijia stood and asked, who should we assist? Bijia observed the fierce battle between the two women and shook her head. Big sister, you could take Su Qin's phone. Doesn't he have another one? Hiki, let them fight over it here while we go have our fun. Gu Yuna's eyes sparkled with excitement. She left Su Qing's room and headed to find Su Qin. Arriving at Su Qin's door, she noticed the 5 kittens sleeping on the floor. With a serious expression, she looked at the fragrant Su Qin sleeping on the bed. Clearly, without his women to care for the children, things would go amiss. How could he let his own child sleep on the floor? Men are indeed unreliable. Gu Yuna picked up the 5 kittens and entered Su Qin's room. With a mischievous smile, she set the kittens on the bed and carefully took the phone. Su Chun remained in bed, lost in a beautiful dream, humming merrily as the music played on and the dance continued. Su Qin, adorned in a dragon robe, gazed at the figure before him, clad in ancient attire, gracefully performing a mesmerizing dance. He burst into hearty laughter, all the while indulging in his drink. Where is the wine? Su Chun wore a displeased expression as he glanced at the maid beside him. He slammed his hand on the table with force, exclaiming, Su Qing, how audacious of you. You dare to deny me my drink. Su Qing immediately fell to her knees in fear, pleading, Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, I beseech you for mercy. Su Chun raised her head proudly and declared, Come forth, take her away, and administer 50 strokes of the rod. Then heal her, and once more deliver another 50 strokes. Back and forth without cease. The deep-sea demon whale king entered, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty. Su Qing shook her head, helplessly being dragged away by the deep-sea demon whale king. She lay on the ground, desperately pleading with Su Qin, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Spare me. Your Majesty. Su Qin waved his hand, seated upon the dragon throne, and chuckled, Why do you stand there in a daze? Continue the music, resume the dance. In an instant, Su Chan experienced the ecstasy of an emperor. He gazed at Gu Yuna, who was gracefully dancing, swallowed hard, and beckoned her to approach. Gu Yuna, with her beautiful eyes, glanced at Su Qin seated upon the dragon throne, and was instantly overcome with shyness, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Your Majesty, he. My queen, please rise and come quickly to my side. Yes, I shall come right away. As Gu Yuna approached Su Qin, she blinked playfully. My dear, a kiss. Please, Your Majesty, there are others present. Fear not. Come, come, let us share a kiss then. I shall oblige Your Majesty. The two embraced and kissed. But suddenly Su Qin noticed something amiss. He swiftly pushed Gu Yuna away. His face contorted in horror as he beheld what was once a beautiful lady now transformed into the visage of a cat's head. Ah, a monster. A monster. In reality, Su Qin opened his eyes wide, awakening from his slumber. He lowered his gaze to see a cat, delicately licking its tongue against his mouth. Su Qin was taken aback. What on earth? How did you get up here? Ugh. Goodness, a cat spirit? Have you taken it upon yourself to climb onto my bed and take advantage of me? Su Qin exclaimed in bewilderment. Meow, what nonsense. Su Qin picked up the kitten and approached us, waving his hand to reveal a large machete, which he pressed against the kitten's neck, albeit using the blunt side. Listen here, little creature, he exclaimed. I'm not clean, and today you shall not be either. I intend to make you aware of the torment of becoming a eunuch. The kitten gazed at Su Chun with a smile, and he exclaimed, What? You still dare to laugh? Upon witnessing the kitten in such a predicament, Su Qin felt utterly helpless. He harbored doubts that the cat had managed to climb in on its own. Could it be that someone had intruded? Typically, the only individuals who visited him were either Gu Yuna or Qian Rinshui, while Su Qing would only come by if there were matters to discuss. Given his heightened sense of vigilance, he pondered why he had not noticed any signs of an intrusion. Su Qin clapped his hands and exclaimed, All right. The unresolved mysteries of Douluo continent have just emerged. He then added, Darn it. I feel like I'm performing a comedic skit. This simply won't do. I cannot let such a trivial matter deter me. Su Qin glanced at the several kittens at his doorstep, who nodded at him and playfully shook their heads, exuding an irresistible charm. Su Chun stroked his chin, gazing at the kitten with a look of skepticism. White, brown, black, and black and white. Su Qin pondered for a moment, contemplating whether he should bestow upon them names. You, the one with the snowy white coat. From this day forth shall be known as Little White. Do you agree to this name? If so, give a call. If not, utter a sound. Little White remained silent. Su Chun swiftly brandished a large machete, pressing it against Xiao Bai's neck, threatening, "If you do not cry out, do you believe I will offer you as a sacrifice to the heavens?" Xiao Bai let out a pitiful sound. While three little kittens gazed at him with expressions of amusement, Su Chun glanced at the brown kitten, stroking his chin in contemplation. A spark of inspiration struck him. "Henceforth, you shall be named Brown Silk. What do you think?" The kitten replied, "You might as well just call me Little Brown." Su Chun glanced at the discontented gaze of the little cat, and, though he understood, thought the name was somewhat excessive. "How about I call you Brown Master instead? What do you think? It has a certain ring to it, doesn't it?" Brown Master. The cat, seemingly satisfied, smiled and looked at the little white cat, proudly ruffling its head. Su Chun then turned his attention to the black cat. "You shall be called Little Black," he declared. "Meow, a single call signifies your agreement. Does it not?" Alas, Little Black is quite obedient, indeed. Little Black, however, seemed to protest. "I certainly refuse." Su Chun glanced once more at the black and white kitten, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. The proud little creature lifted its head, eagerly anticipating the melodious name its master would bestow upon it. "From this day forth, you shall be named." The kitten, brimming with anticipation, exclaimed, "At last, it has arrived." Black and White with Chang. However, the sheer exuberance of the moment overwhelmed the kitten, causing it to faint, foam forming at its mouth. Su Chun immediately approached, addressing the black and white figures with their tongues out. "Are you dissatisfied? That shouldn't be the case. You embody both black and white, the very essence of the duality of existence. Is that not correct?" Chapter 25, The Sacrifice. Su Chun looked bewilderedly at the black and white impermanence. He placed his ear close and listened intently, but he could not hear a heartbeat. Could it be that he had passed away? Su Chun wore a bewildered expression, helplessly glancing at the enigmatic duo of the black and white impermanence. He never anticipated that today would be the day they departed. Sighing, he reassured them, "Do not worry. I shall take good care of your brothers. Shortly, I will ensure you are cremated, meow." The black and white impermanence widened their eyes in fright. "Oh, you have awakened, huh?" He. Su Chun gently caressed the head of the black and white cat and nodded, saying, "Very well, you may continue to rest. When lunchtime arrives, I shall feed you some nourishment." Su Chun set aside the black and white impermanence and walked towards Su Qing's room, intending to inquire about her meal choices. "Ha ha, big sister, you are truly remarkable." Upon hearing laughter and merriment, Su Chun espied Yuna seated outside, engrossed in her mobile device. "My dear, why are you sitting outside playing with your phone?" he inquired. "Ah, Su Chun, what brings you here? Wait, how is it that you are awake?" She responded, her surprise evident. "What do you mean by that? Do you not wish for my awakening?" Su Chun replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. No, that's not it." "Su Chun, do you need something?" she asked. "Nothing of great importance. What shall we have for dinner?" he mused. "Anything is fine with me," she replied. "By the way, how did my phone end up with you?" Su Chun pondered, glancing at the device in Gu Yuna's hands. "It's by Ji. She asked me to steal it." Gu Yuna exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. "Big sister, you certainly sold it off rather swiftly." "Humph. As the big sister, isn't it a piece of cake to sell out my own underling?" she retorted. "Very well. It is indeed my doing. I was the one who prompted big sister to take your phone, Su Chun." Su Chun wore an expression of disbelief. "If you wish to play, simply approach me. Why resort to theft? Indeed, why must we resort to stealing?" Bai Ji's eyes sparkled with realization. "Never mind. You all continue your game. I shall seek out Su Qing." "Very well." Su Chun opened the door, his expression one of utter disbelief. "My goodness. He is undeniably mine. Su Chun is my man. Su Chun is my brother. You are an outsider. You are merely someone he picked up. And I am his sister." The two of them stood with one foot on each other's face, their hands tugging at the phone. Hey, is this really necessary? Have you become obsessed with your phone?" Upon hearing Su Chin's voice, Qian Ruxue immediately released her grip and ran into Su Chin's embrace, her face filled with a look of grievance. "Su Chin, your sister is being too much. She is bullying me." "Nonsense. It is you who is bullying me." Stop. Speak plainly." Tears welled up in Qian Ruxue's eyes, her demeanor pitiful, which tugged at Su Chin's heartstrings. He comforted her, saying, All right, do not cry. Tell your husband. I promise to give you justice." Qian Ruxue recounted the events that had just transpired, and upon hearing this, Su Chin looked at Su Qing with a grave expression. "Isn't this a bit excessive? We are all family, after all." "Humph. Family, you say? A family that can abandon their own sister without a second thought? A family that can strike me 50 times in a dream? For heaven's sake. Su Qing, could you grant me a modicum of privacy? No, let me make this clear. Today, it is either Qian Ruxue or me. You can only choose one. Su Qin, with a helpless gesture, immediately embraced Qian Rinxue and raised an eyebrow, declaring, "Of course, I choose Qian Rinxue." In an instant, Su Qing felt a pang in her heart. She pointed at Su Chun and exclaimed, "You, I am your sister." "Huh, is this what you call a sister? Climbing rooftops daily, choking me at the slightest provocation, and threatening me, having a sister like you is a blessing for me, but I do not deserve it. Is that enough? You just said we could only choose one, and I have made my choice. You may leave now." "What? I will not leave unless you can defeat me." Su Qin was rendered speechless. Qian Rinxue tugged at Su Qin, urging him, "Come on, even my grandfather cannot defeat you. Hurry up and drive her away." Su Qin replied, "Don't make a fuss. Even if you don't mention me, none of you can withstand her prowess. Forget it, just try to coexist peacefully." Su Qin vanished in an instant, leaving Qian Rinxue momentarily stunned. She had not comprehended Su Qin's words at all. "Humph, sister-in-law, it seems my brother has fled. TCH, your brother merely cannot bear to bully you. All right, let you play with your life." Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Su Qing momentarily pondered whether she had perhaps overstepped her bounds. "Well, sister-in-law, you go ahead and play," she offered. No, you are my sister-in-law. It is only right that you take the lead. You first. I insist. I have stated it clearly. You shall go first." The two of them engaged in a playful exchange of understanding, tolerance, and polite deflection. "All right then, I shall go first. Am I to take the lead? You clearly insisted that I should. But I am your sister-in-law." "Pa, what do you mean, sister-in-law? I have yielded to you. Do not be modest. Since you have already conceded, I must take my turn." The two resumed their spirited bickering. In an instant, Su Qin felt invigorated as he stepped onto the bustling street. "I found you." A peculiar voice echoed in his ears. "Who is it?" "No one." The voice continued, "Show me who your enemy is." Was it happening again? Could it be that I am losing my mind? Su Qin wore a bewildered expression when suddenly, with a deafening roar, the heavens trembled and a brilliant light curtain flashed across the sky. Su Qin's expression was grave. "System, what is this? Did you create this? Let me see. This is bad. They've actually come for us. Quick, run. System, I sense that you are concealing much from me. Sigh, enough talk. We must swiftly escape this universe." "What nonsense is this? Escape this universe? Did you not claim that I was invincible? You possess only 30% of your power. I can bestow upon you additional strength. But that would mean you will. So you were deceiving me all along, weren't you? I knew from the beginning that you were lying." Su Qing was engaged in a heated argument with Qian Rinxue in the room when a sudden commotion caused them to pause. Su Qing gazed solemnly at the sky. Sensing a familiar aura, she urgently instructed Qian Rinxue, "Quickly take Gu Yuna and the others away from here. Hurry. What is happening?" Qian Rinxue inquired. "Nothing of concern. It appears that things are becoming increasingly intriguing. You must leave at once. This is not a place for you to be involved. I shall seek out Su Qin." With that, Su Qing vanished in an instant. Su Qin stood there as Su Qing approached him, her expression grave as she gazed at the sky. "Do you feel it? That expanse of heaven seems eerily familiar, does it not? And that aura?" Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Su Qin attentively contemplated the situation. Indeed, it was the enigmatic copper coffin we had discovered within the world barrier. How could such an artifact possibly manifest here? Does this imply that everyone on this continent would? The memory of that day still sends shivers down Su Qin's spine as he recalls the overwhelming aura of death that rendered him powerless. "Su Qin, look. The luminous screen is stirring." He heard someone exclaim. The screen quivered, revealing a sight that filled Su Qin with disbelief. "What is this? What does it mean?" Su Qin questioned, her face a canvas of confusion. "It's a young boy." Su Qin's voice trembled as he spoke, not out of fear of the power itself, but rather the realization that the situation was growing increasingly perilous. A young boy? Suddenly, the boy hurled something toward the Wuhuan Hall, accompanied by a rhythmic ticking sound. "We must stop him." Su Qin soared into the sky, wielding the divine halberd of Zhenggue, which he hurled forth, creating a sonic boom that shattered the surrounding space. Boom! A dazzling light burst forth in the heavens, rendering all inhabitants of the continent unable to open their eyes. With a wave of Su Qing's hand, a formation materialized, enveloping the entire spirit hall in a protective azure barrier to withstand the impending assault. Su Chen, what is happening? She inquired, perplexed. I have no idea. He replied, but do you not find this aura eerily reminiscent of that coffin? Ah, no wonder it feels so familiar. And what was that about the little boy you mentioned? Su Qi asked, her expression one of bewilderment. He is from my world, to put it simply. He is a formidable weapon from my realm. I see. But why is he not present in the phone you gave me? Su Chen stared at Su Qing with wide eyes, questioning why anyone would save such things on their phone. Su Chen, look. Someone is coming out from inside. A person? Su Chen turned his head to glance back and discovered figures emerging from the dense, dark fog. Though they were referred to as humans, they were far from it. These familiar faces were those of acquaintances, yet Su Chen harbored a profound desire for their annihilation. Within the mist, individuals clad in yellow military uniforms appeared. Their expressions twisted into ghastly smiles, their skin resembling decaying flesh, and each wielding modern weaponry. Su Chen let out a sigh, gazing at the dense crowd of Japanese individuals. Why have you appeared? Su Qing inquired, looking at Su Chen. I do not recognize them. These individuals are my ancestral enemies. Leave these devils to me. Oh. If you need assistance, just say the word. I shall not require your help. Matters such as these are tasks our compatriots are more than willing to undertake. A fierce smile emerged on Su Chen's face as he waved his hand, summoning the divine halberd of the nation into his grasp. With unwavering determination, he advanced toward the throngs of enemies before him. Countless adversaries stood in his path, yet Su Chen's gaze fell upon two foes wielding katana. The blade stained with unmistakable traces of blood. System, I wish to unleash my full potential. Are you certain? I am resolute, though I may indulge in chaos. There are matters of national significance that warrant no hesitation. I'm afraid I cannot comply. Why not? Are you not invincible? Because my injuries remain unhealed. I am not yet a formidable opponent. Your injuries? But you are a system. How can you sustain wounds? As I have mentioned, I am merely a drop of essence. My form was scattered by the anomalies, and one of my essence drops inadvertently breached the rules, arriving in the primordial historical world, your world. By chance, I encountered you. But your realm imposes great strain upon me. I was compelled to forcibly enter your body, thereby breaking through a dimensional barrier to reach this inferior world for recuperation. Ha ha. Oh system, are you jesting? I was hoping to return. I speak no jest. Returning is not an option for you at present. You require a special circumstance, such as the 3 lives copper coffin. Are you referring to that coffin? It is futile. I cannot exert any strength even when I approach it. The time has not yet arrived. I possess a method of transcending, but I am currently unable to transmit it to you. Thus, you must exercise caution. If all else fails, allow Su Qing to protect you. She too hails from a higher realm. Su Chen took a deep breath, realizing that the system within his body was a fabrication, possibly the result of a human construct. He would gradually investigate to uncover the truth. Well, just because it was inoperative did not imply he was incapable of taking lives. Su Chen retracted the divine spear of the nation, and a blue mark materialized on his right hand. Xianbing Longxiang. In an instant, the ground erupted, and 10 colossal ice dragons materialized behind Su Chen. The surrounding air froze, and countless shards of ice cascaded from the bodies of the dragons, creating an atmosphere of overwhelming pressure. Su Chen commanded 10 ice dragons, charging towards the countless little devils with a velocity that reached the speed of sound. The surrounding space shattered, causing numerous buildings of the spirit hall to collapse. Tear them to shreds. He bellowed, filled with fury. The little devils, resembling zombies, went into a frenzy, accelerating towards the ice dragons, their bloodied mouths agape, ready to bite. The ice dragons swept through with a powerful tail strike, reducing them to mere pulp. Yet, despite this overwhelming onslaught, a continuous stream of little devils emerged from that very aura, leaving Su Chen perplexed. He had commanded the ice dragons to slay countless foes. At least 1 million had perished, but how could there still be so many left? Su Chen instantaneously transported himself into the void, his hands forming intricate seals. Behind him, a colossal Kuanpeng unfurled its wings. Kuanpeng's divine technique. The Kuanpeng's form expanded, growing larger and larger in Su Chen's gaze. It became evident that the Douluo planet could no longer contain him. With a terrifying abyssal maw, the creature lunged towards the direction of the enemy, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The ground of Douluo fractured, collapsing in an instant. Some civilians plummeted into the abyss, while the tremors persisted for what felt like a minute. Boom! The Douluo star shattered into countless fragments, and in the sky, Su Chen appeared utterly disheveled by the whirlwind of chaos. Su Qing glared at Su Chun with a look of disbelief. Are you out of your mind? How could one possibly release a creature like Kumping? With a snap of her fingers, Su Qing restored everything to its original state. However, the malevolent spirits had vanished without a trace. Have you not reversed time? Su Chen inquired of Su Qing. Why have these little demons not returned? Su Qing furrowed her brow and said, I cannot comprehend the situation. Why are these individuals not subject to the influence of the laws? Su Qing encountered such a situation for the first time. According to reason and principles, mastering even one of the disciplines is already quite impressive. Su Qing gazed at Su Chen, her hand stirred slightly. The grass surrounding Su Chen gradually withered, transforming slowly into ash, yet the expression on Su Chen's face remained unchanged. I discerned the reason. What is the reason? Su Chen inquired with curiosity. You recognize those clad in yellow garments, did you not? Of course I do. What of it? It is quite possible that in your realm, the concept of laws does not exist. Furthermore, a powerful entity has bestowed certain abilities upon those individuals. To put it plainly, they are akin to living corpses, devoid of the capacity for thought. In truth, they are already deceased. I am aware of that. The issue lies in your assertion that the spatial rift from my world cannot be opened, as there are no laws governing it. How then is it possible to breach it? It can indeed be opened, but it necessitates a sacrifice. Su Qing is capable of unleashing her powers. Yet the toll it demands in terms of sacrificed lives is exceedingly high. Even if every inhabitant of Douluo Star were to contribute, it would still amount to a mere fraction of what is required. Thus, she relinquishes her curiosity. If it requires sacrifices, then let us find some nefarious individuals to fulfill that need, she muses. Su Chun, in disbelief, responds, there aren't enough people. How many do we actually need? Let me ponder for a moment. We require the energy equivalent to 10 vast worlds. Can you procure such resources? If so, I shall assist you in opening a passage. Su Chun leave. Bang. Chapter 26. Do Diju. Dai Mubai slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. He attempted to rise from the bed, but the excruciating pain coursing through his body compelled him to recline once more. Mubai, you are awake. Fran hurried over, his face etched with concern as he gazed at Dai Mubai. Yes, Dean, what has transpired? Fran sighed helplessly and recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai frowned. Dean, from the very beginning, I harbored suspicions about you, Xiaojiang. What formidable prowess could a level 29 soul master possess? Had it not been for Tang San's reputation, I would have disregarded his counsel. By the way, Dean, how are the others faring? Alas, they remain in a state of unconsciousness. Mubai, let us abandon the idea of participating in the tournament. You are aware of the prowess of the Tyrant Dragon team. We must possess a sense of self-awareness. Understood. Su Chen gazed at the three women seated on his bed, resembling serene deities as they engaged in a game of Do Diju. What on earth is happening here? This is my bedroom. Don't you have your own rooms? Su Qing replied, there's no need to heed your words. Since I am in a relationship with Qian Rinxue, this home is equally ours. Do you know? With a hint of embarrassment, added, Su Chen was utterly distraught, exclaiming in despair, "Ah, Su Qing, who is this scoundrel you have been listening to? This is my property." What do you mean, half belonging to my wife? With a face contorted in frustration, Su Chen spat vehemently in response. Su Qing squinted slightly, wiped the drool from her face with her hand, took out her phone and pressed a few buttons, then handed it to Su Chen. While she continued to play Do Diju, Su Chen glanced at the words displayed on his phone, his expression one of astonishment. Marriage law. Goodness. Why on earth are you searching for such a thing while playing a game? Su Qing casually remarked while playing Do Diju, I'm just searching out of boredom. My sister-in-law and the others are women, and I am a woman too, so naturally, I lean towards the side of women. Am I supposed to side with you? A cheap pigeon? Su Chen observed Su Qing's demeanor and rubbed his head, expressing his frustration. Was there truly no way to avoid this? Angrily, he stormed out of the room. Su Chen sat alone in the living room, lost in thought. Beatrice, savoring her coffee with a contented expression, suddenly noticed Su Chen's presence and approached him with a puzzled look. Did you not go to your room to sleep? She inquired, upon noticing BJ approaching. Su Chen shook his head and sighed. Do not speak of it. The bedroom is overrun by 3 formidable women. Why do you not join them in their revelry? BJ took a sip of her coffee and responded languidly, I cannot compete with them. Su Chen scratched his head and remarked, Aren't you the canine strategist from the Starry Forest? To which Bai Ji, with a look of exasperation, replied, "Indeed. Even the canine strategist is no match for two inept teammates." She clenched her fists, recalling the previous day's game of landlord. It was one thing to contend for the landlord position, but the real issue was that she hadn't even secured it and was constantly under the scrutiny of Gu Yuna and Qian Rinxue. They were supposed to be on the same side, yet they treated her, a mere farmer, as an adversary. Bai Ji lamented that even the arrival of the canine strategist would be futile in such circumstances. Su Chun cast a pitiful glance at Bai Ji, who met his gaze with her beautiful eyes and rolled them in response. "Don't pity me. You are far more pitiable than I," she retorted. "Your bedroom has been seized. How infuriating. I intended to comfort you, but that thought has completely vanished." Su Chun pondered for a moment. It seemed he had not visited Bibi Dong for quite some time. Surely, the events that transpired yesterday could not have gone unnoticed by the spirit hall. As Su Chun vanished in an instant, Bai Ji, upon witnessing his departure, merely curled her lips in disdain. At that moment, Bibi Dong was in the Pope's hall, perusing a letter in her hand, exclaiming in frustration, "Incompetence. They are all utterly useless." She cast the letter aside with indignation, her gaze sternly fixed on the kneeling elder Jew. "Elder Jew, you must have grasped the gravity of yesterday's events. Such a significant occurrence. And you dare to inform me that no progress has been made in the investigation? Perhaps I should reconsider your value to me." Elder Jew, trembling with fear, prostrated himself, pleading, "Your Holiness, grant me mercy. I truly had no knowledge of the situation. When I arrived yesterday, I found chaos all around, with not a single soul in sight. They were supposedly in a meeting." At that moment, upon the abrupt appearance of Su Chin, Bibi Dong recognized his familiar visage and her anger flared. "So it is you. I thought you had been hiding away all this time." Su Chin was taken aback. He touched his own face and suddenly realized that he had forgotten to change his appearance. Clearing his throat, he exclaimed, "That mother-in-law. I truly did not mean to do it that time." Hearing Su Chin refer to her as mother-in-law, Bibi Dong questioned whether she had misheard. Upon observing Bibi Dong's expression, which was steeped in doubt and contemplation, Su Chun spoke up. "In truth, your daughter has already become my wife." Bibi Dong replied, "So you are the man of that shameless woman." Clenching her fist, she fixed a tearful gaze upon Su Chin. Su Chin felt a sense of helplessness. Speaking of this matter, there was no alternative. If I do not save your daughter, she would inevitably meet her demise. Thus, I remain her savior. Humph. The affairs of that wretched woman have no bearing on me. You may leave. As for the past, I am willing to overlook it." Su Chun wore an expression of astonishment, yet he did not dwell on it for long. He raised an eyebrow and stated, "I can join your spirit hall to assist in unifying the continent. Do you not recall our previous conversation?" "What do you mean by that? Did we not meet before?" The mysterious figure that day was indeed me. "Initially, I intended to remain a mere bystander, allowing you both to compete with each other. However, as events unfolded in increasingly peculiar ways, I found it impossible to remain uninvolved. Thus, I shall first align myself with your spirit hall." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Bibi Dong's mood lightened slightly, yet her expression remained grave as she scrutinized him. "Are you with us, or do you side with that old fool?" "I stand with my wife, who is also devoted to the spirit hall. Is she not? Does she harbor animosity towards you, since you align with that vile woman?" "Why then do you seek me out, Bibi Dong?" "Because you are her mother. Ultimately, the one to blame in this matter is Qian Xuanji. Were it not for the affairs in his secret chamber, we would not find ourselves in this predicament." Su Chen waved his hand and spoke. Bai Dong was taken aback. She never expected that Su Chen would be aware of her circumstances. Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's expression of astonishment, Su Chun chuckled lightly and remarked, "Do not overthink it. I possess foreknowledge of your future. Should you wish to know, I am willing to share." Bibi Dong pondered for a moment. "Should I trust you? I might even suspect you to be a spy from another empire. I lack neither wealth nor followers. Had I desired to unify the continent, I would have done so long ago. However, why would I engage in such a thankless endeavor? I have come to terms with the fact that the inhabitants of this continent have never compared favorably to those from my realm. Whether they suffer or not is of little concern to me. Perhaps I am hypocritical in my views. This is beyond my control. I could ensure that those individuals never have to worry about sustenance or clothing, yet I cannot alter the nature of the greedy. Thus, I have concluded that if I encounter an opportunity to assist, I shall. If not, there is no need for concern. Do the matters you speak of truly pertain to me, Bibi Dong?" Su Chen remained silent, gazing into Bibi Dong's eyes. Bibi Dong, meeting his gaze, felt a wave of embarrassment and was about to turn away. "Look into my eyes," Su Chen urged her. Confused, Bibi Dong continued to look on. In an instant, she was drawn into another realm, where a vision materialized beneath her feet. Bibi Dong's pupils trembled as she beheld the scene before her. Tang San, with a chilling demeanor, confronted the near-death Bibi Dong. "Please speak," he implored. Bibi Dong, her breath labored, looked at Tang San and pleaded, "I beg you, swear. She is no longer the goddess of angels. All the wrongdoings are solely my responsibility, and she bears no blame. The same goes for Nana. I beseech you, spare them. I only wish for their survival." Tang San shook his head, replying, "This is not a decision I can make alone." With urgency, Bibi Dong exclaimed, Tang San, are you not aware that both of them harbor feelings for you?" Kneeling, Xue Qing has said, "Master, everything in the Heaven Do Empire is bestowed by you. You have the authority to decide anything." Tears streaming down her face, Qian Rinxue gazed at Bibi Dong in her arms, demanding, "Tell me how my father died." "It is over. Everything has come to an end," Bibi Dong murmured, closing her eyes and letting her hands fall weakly. Alone, Qian Rinxue cradled Bibi Dong as they soared towards the spirit hall. Upon returning to reality, Bibi Dong's expression was one of disbelief as she looked at Su Chun. "These events, yes, they pertain to your future. Your character has deteriorated, partly due to the influence of the Rakshasa god. However, I can assist you in overcoming this and restoring your normalcy." Bibi Dong shook her head, resolute. "I will not give up, now that I am aware of the future." "Cannot it be altered? Do I not appear quite normal?" That is merely because she dares not reveal herself," Su Chun replied. Su Chun scoffed, for he discerned the aura surrounding Bibi Dong, revealing that a certain petite figure cloaked in purple was trembling in fear. Bibi Dong, though somewhat skeptical of Su Chin's words, replied, "I understand now. Thank you for sharing this with me." Su Chin waved his hand and instantly vanished. To his surprise, Bibi Dong had spoken to him in such a manner. Why would he linger any longer? Lost in contemplation, Bibi Dong regained her focus and glanced at the Chrysanthemum Pass. "Elder Jew, locate an individual named Tang San for me. You know what to do." "Yes, Your Holiness," Elder Jew responded, retreating from the presence. A smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she mused, "The dual gods, how intriguing. You have yet to mature. I still possess a chance to alter the course of fate. Why? Xiaogang, must you be so ruthless? If you show no mercy, do not expect me to honor our past." Su Chin returned to the room and saw Su Qing and several girls still engrossed in a game of Do Diju. "Sai, how long do you intend to play?" Su Qing glanced at the bitter expression on Su Chin's face and remarked, "If you wish to rest, do you not know where to find solace in your sister-in-law's embrace?" "Su Chin, I suddenly find your reasoning to be remarkably sound." Upon finishing his words, Su Chin swiftly made his way to Gu Yuna's room and reclined upon her bed, inhaling the fragrance that lingered on the sheets. As he had been oblivious until now, but he realized that the scent of a girl's body was truly delightful. At that moment, Biji entered the room. Her expression one of disdain as she regarded Su Chin, who was lost in the act of smelling the bedding. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Chin looked up to find Biji casting a disdainful glance in his direction. With a twitch of his lips, he inquired, "What brings you here?" "Oh, nothing much. I merely sought my esteemed elder sister regarding a trivial matter. It seems she is still engrossed in her play. Farewell." With that, the door slammed shut. Su Chin's face flushed crimson as she hastily covered her face with the blanket, overwhelmed by shyness. "Oh no, my imposing and majestic demeanor has been utterly ruined today. Nevertheless, what use is vanity? Sleep it is. Hurry up, I've been waiting with bated breath. The plane, no? I have one card left. I'm all in." Su Qing's forehead throbbed with prominent veins as she glanced at the card numbered 3 in her hand. Su Qing trembled all over as she turned to gaze at the serious Qian Rinxue, exclaiming, "Why did you blow up my hand?" "I got too carried away with the game and forgot you were my teammate," Qian Rinxue replied sheepishly, scratching her head. "Come on. Is it even possible to enjoy this anymore? That's twice now. I apologize sincerely. I will be more attentive next time." Just play your cards." Qian Rinxue nodded, meticulously examining the cards in her hand. Without further ado, she flicked her wrist, slamming a card onto the table. 3. Gu Yuna was momentarily stunned, her face lighting up with surprise. 4. Boom. Su Qing was utterly petrified, gripping a 3 in her hand, her eyes radiating a murderous intent as she gazed at Qian Rinxue. "Alas, it seems I have lost this wager. No matter, there is always the next round." "The next round?" Su Qing gritted her teeth and said, "Sister Qian Rinxue, do you wish to play another round? If you continue like this, I shall transform you into Marco Polo. Do you believe it? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue swallowed hard. Her mind conjuring the image of her in-game character with that rooster hairstyle, trembling in fear. Rest assured, I shall not play another round. Su Qing's talent has finally waned. Yet this time, it is still Gu Yuna who holds the reins. Su Qing noticed Gu Yuna lost in thought, a perplexed expression on her face. Sister-in-law, why aren't you playing? Gu Yuna took a deep breath and revealed her hand. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, J, Q, K, a consecutive sequence. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head fervently. No, no. 3 kings with a 9, absolutely not. No, no. 5 fives with a 3. Upon witnessing this, Qian Rinxue immediately intervened, exclaiming, 3 jacks with a 3. No, no. 3. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, gazing in disbelief at the earnest expression on Qian Rinxue's face. Upon noticing Su Qing's questioning gaze, Qian Rinxue looked up, her expression filled with curiosity. What is the matter? She inquired. Nothing. Su Qing, in her frustration, could only play the single small king. She had to gamble on the possibility that the big king was not with Gu Yuna. Small king. Big king. Bang. I'm done. This is infuriating. Su Qing, in a fit of exasperation, attempted to overturn the table, only to realize there was none, leaving her with an expression of urgency directed at Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue, embarrassed, chuckled softly. I am quite serious this time. I initially thought you had 2 kings on your side. After pondering for a moment, she continued, I possess only 1 sequence and a pair. I can only piece together what I have. The problem is, I still hold several single cards. Then why didn't you play those pairs first, my dear sister-in-law? Su Qing retorted through gritted teeth. Well, in any case, I would have lost eventually. Losing sooner rather than later makes little difference, Qian Rinxue replied. Damn, playing with you. I fear that even if I possessed billions, I would end up bankrupt. I shall not continue. It is time for sleep. Tomorrow, once the clothes are ready, remember to come collect them from me. After Su Qing finished speaking, she instantly teleported away, returning to her cozy bed, seeking a moment of tranquility. Upon witnessing Su Qing's departure, Qian Rinxue cast a mischievous glance at Gu Yuna. Hee, sister, have we won? How much do you reckon we've won? Gu Yuna nodded with a smile, producing a ring for inspection. It seems to be around 20 trillion, dear Qian Rinxue. I shall share 10 trillion with you shortly. All right, Qian Rinxue replied. Though we've lost, seeing Su Qing's murderous gaze brings me a sense of comfort. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What if she discovers it? Gu Yuna inquired. No worries, for I am her sister-in-law, Qian Rinxue declared proudly. So, what garments have you purchased? Upon hearing Gu Yuna's question, Qian Rinxue pondered for a moment. I remember Su Qing showing me some attire. The northern and southern dynasties' clothing was quite exquisite. I asked her to procure that for me. And sister, what did you acquire? Gu Yuna asked. Well, I believe I requested Su Qing to purchase something from the Ming dynasty. I find it quite elegant and visually appealing. All right then. The custom clothing should be ready by tomorrow. Sister, farewell for now. I shall retire to my chamber. Are you not going to seek out Su Qin? Oh. That rogue has likely drifted into dreams already. If he truly wished to see me, he wouldn't have departed so swiftly. True enough. Well then. Let us anticipate those ancient garments tomorrow. I am quite curious about the attire Su Qin has. Chapter 27. The 3 maidens' curiosity this morning felt particularly splendid. Sisters, shall we go retrieve the garments? Su Qing accompanied Gu Yuna and Qian Rinxue to the clothing store. The 3 elegant figures meandered along the street, capturing the undivided attention of passers-by, regardless of age or gender. Young and old alike were transfixed, their eyes unblinking, marveling at the extraordinary beauty of the trio. Are those girls not stunning? Indeed, they are truly enchanting. I have never encountered such exquisite maidens before. Ah, how wonderful it would be if my wife resembled them. Mom, look at those 3 sisters. They are so beautiful. So what if they are beautiful? I don't envy them at all. Come on. Let's go home so you can finish your homework. Gu Yuna trembled as she clung to Su Qing's arm. She had never been so exposed in the human realm before, her eyes reflecting a profound social anxiety. Qian Rinxue, on the other hand, felt somewhat out of place, but was not as perturbed. It was merely her first experience in such an open environment. Typically, her interactions were limited to her grandfather and a few prominent figures, leaving her unaccustomed to the world beyond. Su Qing gazed silently at Yuna. Sister-in-law, you must remember that you are human now. Yes, I understand. But I feel their stares are rather peculiar. So what? There are plenty of people who look at me like that. I find it quite all right, even delightful. Why? Why? Because they think I am beautiful. Since they regard you as beautiful, why should you feel afraid? Ah, I see now. Su Qing nodded in understanding. Her expression one of realization. Qian Rinshui, however, held a different perspective. She pointed to a man drooling beside them and remarked, "Indeed, it is quite joyful. He is drooling after all. How could one not be happy?" Su Qing was momentarily taken aback as she followed the direction pointed out by Qian Rinshui. Instantly, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. With a beaming smile, she gracefully approached the gentleman, her steps light and airy. In modern parlance, many would undoubtedly exclaim that a ghost had arrived. Upon noticing the central figure among the three beautiful women approaching him, the man immediately felt a surge of nervousness. He quickly adjusted his hair and straightened his posture. Su Qing looked at the man with a charming smile and asked, "Do I look beautiful?" Upon hearing her soulful voice, the man swallowed hard and nodded. "Indeed, you are beautiful." She then inquired, "Would you like to have a taste?" Su Qing gracefully extended her delicate hand, gently waving it before the man. His gaze fixated on her fingers, utterly mesmerized. "Well, that's quite something. 500. Wait, what? 500? The man exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face as he held out 5 fingers. "Indeed, do you expect to dine without paying?" No. It's just that this is exorbitantly priced. Even if you sold me, it wouldn't be worth this amount." He chuckled nervously. "How about a discount?" "All right then, handsome, why don't you propose a price?" The man, grinning foolishly, lifted a single finger. "How about 1 golden soul coin?" Su Qing merely smiled. She exhaled softly into her palm, and under the perplexed gaze of the man, she clapped her hands. Su Qing wore a nonchalant expression, effortlessly swatting the man aside. She placed her hand on her forehead and gazed skyward. Similarly, Qian Rinshui and Gu Yuna mirrored her actions, the three of them resembling a synchronized performance as they lifted their eyes to the heavens. It appeared that Su Qing, that scoundrel, had spoken falsely. There were indeed stars visible during the day. Indeed, Su Qing had told me that stars only appear at night, claiming they are merely stones. Are stars not stones? Gu Yuna looked at Qian Rinshui in confusion, to which Qian Rinshui replied, "Yes, they are stones." "What did you mean by that earlier?" Gu Yuna inquired. Qian Rinshui recounted, because Su Qing said that Sun Wukong sprang forth from a stone, asserting that the sky is filled with countless monkeys. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna was utterly bewildered. Although it sounded somewhat logical, she was unfamiliar with Sun Wukong. She only knew he was a monkey. However, the notion that the stars were monkeys was entirely new to her. Since her days as a dragon, she had never heard of countless monkeys in the sky observing everything on the continent. Gu Yuna's mind was clouded with confusion as she struggled to comprehend this peculiar reasoning. Stars as monkeys? At this moment, Su Qing remarked, "Indeed. The stone monkey did emerge from a stone, known as the 7-colored stone. This stone was cast aside by the esteemed Yuhua, who, in her endeavor to mend the heavens, found it to be merely a leftover fragment. To her astonishment, out sprang a monkey." Gu Yuna and Qian Rinshui nodded in agreement, akin to elementary school students. However, Qian Rinshui questioned, "Yet, why does this sound somewhat implausible to me? With so many stars in the sky, can we truly consider them all as mere remnants?" Su Qing cast a glance at Qian Rinshui and remarked, "Who claims that the stars in the sky are merely colorful stones? I am referring to my world. Does your realm still yearn for monkeys? Even the monkeys disdain this place, and there are no peaches to be had." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinshui immediately retorted, "What of a mere peach? My spirit hall possesses an abundance. They are free to indulge." "Those are spirit peaches. Are you certain your spirit hall possesses them?" "Spirit peaches? What on earth are those?" "A peach is simply a peach. How can there be a spirit version?" Qian Rinshui asked, bewildered. "Never mind. It seems I cannot elucidate this to you too. Let Su Qing explain. Let us hasten to retrieve the garments." "Oh, good morning, system." Su Qing stretched lazily. "Greeting the morning. Young people ought not to be so indolent. When faced with adversaries, how will you stand your ground?" He urged, "Come, let us deliberate on this matter. What have you offered me in terms of training? Moreover, let's consider this. Your rewards are hardly formidable. What of Su Qing? I have come to realize that relying on others has its merits. After all, I am not an emperor. While an emperor may have a harem of 3,000 beauties, it also entails rising early each day. I find my current situation quite satisfactory. Do you not wish to return? What purpose would that serve? I suspect that the family inheritance has already been bequeathed to my sister. Returning would merely mean relying on her. Although I grasp certain principles of the business, I cannot compare to her. Initially, I believe that inheriting the family wealth would allow for a carefree existence, free from oversight. Yet, upon reflection, why not entrust it to someone more deserving than myself, such as my sister? Brother Sue, you must not harbor such thoughts. What thoughts do I have? Here I am, already with 2 wives. Am I to abandon them? I cannot bring myself to do such a thing, though I may not be a virtuous person. Forsaking my family is simply beyond me. You do not yet have a son. Be diligent, and surely you shall have one. Look at the emperor. With his 3,000 beauties in the harem, changing partners daily, yet he still has over a dozen sons. I cannot believe that I, with 2 wives, cannot conceive. If you cannot, that is impossible. Absolutely impossible. System, let me tell you, I realized something yesterday. That coffin in the sky was brought here by you, was it not? Or perhaps by Su Qing. It could not have been my doing, for as a modern individual, I possess no such remarkable coffin. Indeed, it was I who brought it here. You see, if you had not allowed me to come, none of this would have transpired. I had no choice in the matter. I shall compensate you for it. Very well, I do not currently ask for your assistance in returning me, but rather to allow me to contend with Su Qing. What? Is that not possible? At present, I am unable to facilitate your confrontation with her, as I have sustained severe injuries. However, I am confident I can ensure that you both meet your demise together. Cough, cough, cough. Actually, it may not necessarily end that way. We have been getting along rather well. I see. I have grown accustomed to your shamelessness. Hey, step aside. Su-chun, we have brought over the clothes. How does one wear them? Upon hearing his wife Qian Rushui call his name, Su-chun sprang up with great enthusiasm, barefoot and filled with excitement as he rushed outside. Where are my clothes? He exclaimed. When Su-chun beheld the attire adorning Qian Rushui, a look of confusion crossed his face. What sort of garment is that? Surely, it cannot be a warring state's robe? Upon hearing this, Qian Rushui glanced at her outfit, retorting, of course not. I have little fondness for such robes, especially since they lack trousers. Isn't it true that you seldom wear trousers? You're usually in skirts, Su-chun replied with a roll of his eyes. Noticing the disappointment etched on Su-chin's face, Qian Rushui responded with a hint of annoyance. That kind of attire, devoid of any undergarments, is simply too bold for me to don. Could you not consider wearing something beneath it? Must it conform to the images on your phone? Oh, the evolution of fashion indeed takes a fascinating turn. The transformation from short to long skirts with flowing ribbons has birthed an ethereal art form. The common attire of women during that era favored the jean skirt, characterized by a wider neckline and a variety of waist styles. The design often elevated the waistline to the chest, paired with a loose, wide-sleeved top, and adorned with a fan-shaped golden hairpin. This portrayal of noble women is frequently depicted in the stone carvings of the Northern Wei and the portrait bricks of the Southern dynasties. Such ensembles elongate the visual proportions of the body, rendering a delicate and graceful appearance. As one moves, the flowing silk skirts sway harmoniously, reflecting the pursuit of elegance by scholars of the Northern and Southern dynasties, symbolizing the soaring grace of phoenixes in flight. Su-chun gazed at the attire adorning Qian Rushui. Although he could not recall its specific name, he nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "What kind of clothing is this? From which dynasty does it originate?" Qian Rushui was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of incredulity as she regarded Su-chun. "Isn't this from your world? How could you not know? In my world, there were hundreds of emperors, a chaotic array of dynasties. I scarcely recognize many of them, only familiar with a handful of the notable ones. This garment does not resemble Tang clothing, nor Ming attire, and it bears no resemblance to the Qin or Han dynasties. It certainly doesn't align with the Song dynasty either. To which era does it belong? From the Northern and Southern dynasties," she exclaimed with a laugh. "With so many styles of clothing, why did you choose one from the Northern and Southern dynasties?" Su-chun promptly opened his phone and conducted a search. Upon viewing the attire from the Northern and Southern dynasties, particularly the male garments, he felt a peculiar sensation. It was aesthetically pleasing, yet there was an indescribable quality that deterred him. He certainly would not don such clothing. "By the way, didn't you all order a piece for me as well?" "Ah, yes, Su Qing mentioned wanting to surprise you." "Humph, what sort of surprise is that?" "It's merely clothing, so it hardly matters." Su-chun wore an indifferent expression, yet his eyes shimmered with anticipation. "Your humble servant is here to attend to you," a seductive voice whispered into his ear, causing him to startle. He turned his head in astonishment, only to behold a delicate figure, with a playful wink and a teasing tongue protruding from her lips. She gazed at Su-chun while lifting her skirt to reveal a flawlessly smooth thigh. Su-chun. Su Qing wore a bewildered expression, questioning her own allure. How could he have failed to notice Su Qin's infatuated demeanor? In that fleeting moment, she felt the weight of her inadequacy. Could you not extend a modicum of courtesy? Su Qin regained his senses, a shiver coursing through him. He took a few steps back, eyeing Su Qin with caution. What do you intend to do? He inquired. What do I intend to do? No, it should be you who is questioning me. Does this statement not pique your interest even the slightest? Is it that your sister lacks beauty? Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Su Chun displayed an expression of realization. I see, he replied. Indeed, it's beautiful. Is there anything else? Su Qin. Haha, how dismissive. It's precisely dismissive. Which man would fancy a violent woman, especially one who is unreasonable? Hey, can we still have a pleasant conversation? Yes, of course we can. Then tell me, princess, how beautiful you are. Ugh. Upon hearing Su Qin's expression of disgust, Su Qin felt the veins on her forehead throb as she glared at him with gritted teeth. Are you truly so repulsive? She exclaimed. Ahem. I do not wish to offend, but I must speak candidly. I genuinely lack any interest in you. Perhaps it is simply because you have been by my side for so long that I have grown accustomed to your presence. Su Qin beheld the exquisite warring state's robe adorning Su Qin and remarked, It is truly, truly beautiful. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to rise, feeling rather peculiar instead. Humph. This time, I am pleased, and I forgive you. Thank you for your forgiveness. By the way, where is Guyuna? Su Qin looked around in confusion, failing to spot the figure of Guyuna. Su Qin observed Guyuna, whose cheeks were flushed, entering with a light step. She shyly lowered her head. Su Qin's eyes brightened at the sight of the attire worn by Guyuna. It was unmistakably from the Ming dynasty. Indeed, he found himself quite enamored with the exquisite long dress that flowed gracefully, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. The embroidery on the fabric was nothing short of exquisite, with each stitch narrating tales from the Ming era. The vibrant colors of the garment were akin to poetry and art, captivating all who beheld it. The hairstyle of women from the Ming dynasty was also strikingly unique, featuring lofty buns adorned with intricate hairpieces, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Su Chun felt a sense of propriety and decorum emanating from it, and he found himself quite fond of this aesthetic. Is it beautiful? Guyuna asked in a soft voice. Indeed, it is beautiful, but among the three of us, who do you think is the most attractive? Upon hearing this question, Su Qin's mood suddenly soured. He glanced at one person who was staring at him intently, another who wore an expression of curiosity, and yet another who was casting furtive glances in his direction. His face bore a perplexed yet amused expression. They were all quite striking in their own right. With a grand gesture, Su Chun unexpectedly posed a question that perplexed my mind. For him, it was no trivial matter. At that moment, a single remark from Su Qin disrupted Su Qin's train of thought. No, you can only choose one, exclaimed Su Qin, frustrated. Su Chun felt an overwhelming urge to upend the table, his expression radiating displeasure as he glared at Su Qin. Su Chun, observing the curiosity of the three women, clenched his fist in a display of valiant sacrifice. Of course, it was the chapter titled The 40-Meter Great Blade. But good heavens, which fool uttered such words? Leaving a straightforward man like me at a loss for how to respond? Su Qin was caught off guard, and it was not possible for him to simply agree. How else could he respond? Brother Su Qin, why have you fallen silent? I have been eagerly waiting. Su Qin found herself inexplicably in possession of over a dozen knives and forks. With a gentle exertion of strength, she effortlessly bent them into shapes. Su Qin swallowed hard. He felt that if he answered incorrectly, this planet might very well shatter. Douluo star seemed to express weariness, as if it were weary of being bullied. Ahem, look here. Each of you possesses your own unique qualities, do you not? The three women responded in unison. Take a look. Qianren Xue is endowed with unparalleled beauty, while Guyu Na exudes elegance and grace. And you, my dear, are breathtakingly stunning. Therefore, I implore you, do not compel me to answer such foolish questions. Su Chun raised a middle finger and instantly vanished, leaving the three women in a state of disarray amidst the wind. Upon hearing Su Chun proclaim her as a beauty beyond compare, Su Qin felt a sudden wave of shyness wash over her. It appears that Gij truly cherishes me, as he has described me in such flattering terms. Gu Yuna, witnessing Su Qin's reaction, felt a shudder run through her and took small, hurried steps towards Qianren Xue. Noticing Su Qin's demeanor, Qianren Xue's expression contorted in disbelief. What mischief are you up to now, Su Qin? Dear sister Qianren Xue, what do you mean by that? I am merely elated by Gij's words. Look, he has declared me to be a beauty beyond compare. while you two simply possess elegance and innate charm. Gu Yuna, perplexed by the exchange, glanced at the fuming Qian Rinshui. What does that imply? Qian Rinshui retorted with irritation. What else could it mean? It suggests that we are less beautiful than her. Ah, I see, Gu Yuna responded, her expression one of realization. Qian Rinshui, observing Gu Yuna's innocent demeanor, was taken aback. Aren't you upset? Why should I be angry? She is Su Chen's sister, and it is only natural for him to find her beautiful. We are merely Su Chen's wives. Su Qing will eventually marry off, and at that time, it will be us who hold sway over this household. Qian Rinshui gasped, taken aback by this perspective. Indeed, that makes sense. Su Qing was visibly displeased, her hands resting firmly on her hips. What is the big deal? If you wish for me to marry, then you ought to have beaten me first. That would be more appropriate. Qian Rinshui, observing Su Qing's tempestuous demeanor, leaned closer to Gu Yuna and whispered. No wonder Su Chen remarked that she is ensnared in a web of her own making. It appears she is quite the tempestuous spirit. Indeed. How could such a girl ever be favored? Gu Yuna glanced at Su Qing, who was eavesdropping nearby. Her expression one of confusion as she turned to Qian Rinshui and asked, Why are you speaking so quietly? Qian Rinshui was momentarily taken aback. Upon noticing Su Qing's inquisitive gaze, she abruptly fell silent. In a fit of anger, Su Qing instantly teleported in front of Qian Rinshui and unleashed a fraction of her power with a headbutt. Bang! Qian Rinshui staggered, her vision swirling with stars. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yuehua hurriedly supported Qian Rinshui, exclaiming, How can a sister-in-law speak to her sister-in-law in such a manner? By age, you both ought to refer to me as your venerable ancestor. Upon finishing her words, Su Qing departed without delay. As she stepped outside, she spotted Su Chen and Bai Ji seated on stools, gazing at the entrance. Su Chen held a watermelon, and the two were indulging in its delightful taste. Was it delicious? The sight of the watermelon made Su Qing instinctively swallow, not because she had never tasted it before, but rather due to an involuntary reaction upon seeing it. Su Chen took a bite, gazing at Su Qing with a puzzled expression. How did you manage to come out so quickly? Su Qing, huh? What does that mean? You came out so quickly. How am I supposed to enjoy the gossip? Hurry up, hurry up. Su Qing is a bit confused. What does it mean? If you are not arguing, how can I enjoy the show? Hurry up. The watermelon is ready. Su Chen waved his hand impatiently, exclaiming, You. What do you mean by that? Do not presume that just because you are my sister, you can act with impunity. Su Chen slapped his thigh with enthusiasm, handing the watermelon in his hand to the onlooker, Bai Ji. He then rose to his feet. Locking eyes with Su Qing, unwilling to concede, stepped forward a few paces. The two individuals' eyes crackled with intensity. Bai, perceiving the tempestuous energy in their gazes, felt a surge of excitement. She swiftly picked up a watermelon and began to eat, narrowing her eyes in delight. 5 minutes later, Su Chen tilted his neck to one side. Could you please refrain from getting so close? We are almost about to kiss. Su Qing was taken aback. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she turned away. Su Chen believed that Su Qing was upset. He felt that his recent behavior had indeed been somewhat excessive. Are you all right? As Su Chen prepared to approach and offer consolation, the scene before him was so enchanting that he could scarcely fathom it. Wow! Su Chen swiftly vanished, leaving Bai Ji in a state of bewilderment. As she approached, her eyes widened in astonishment. Su Qing chuckled mischievously, suddenly producing a formidable 40-meter-long cleaver from an unknown source. Su Chen, I shall not rest until you and I are at odds with one another. The celestial maiden's blade is already thirsting for action. After Su Qing finished speaking, she vanished, determined to avenge her humiliation. Bai Ji stood frozen in the square, astonished by the enormous blade. From within the clouds above, Su Chen's head gradually emerged. He stealthily surveyed his surroundings and let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, he thought, they're wielding knives at every turn. A small dagger would suffice, but this time, it's a monstrous 40-meter broadsword. It's utterly terrifying. Su Chen, what on earth are you saying? Su Chen felt a tightening in his breath as he turned to face her with a smile. It's nothing really. I was just saying how beautiful my sister Su Qing is. He continued, I've heard that you enjoy juicy gossip, brother. No, he replied. I'm not fond of that. What I truly relish are sweet peaches. Su Chen immediately shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, What on earth? Do you think I, Su Qing, can be deceived so easily like my sister-in-law? Prepare to face my wrath. 3 parts to restore my vitality. Drink. Su Qing raised the enormous sword, measuring 40 meters, and swung it towards Su Chen, whose eyes widened in astonishment. Su Chen cried out in despair, "Do not approach." Suddenly, the sky shattered, and an overwhelming force surged forth, causing the land to tremble. All eyes turned skyward, beholding a terrifying spectacle. Chen Xian, while wielding his sword, was momentarily captivated by the scene above. When he perceived the approaching shockwave, he was rendered speechless. Third soul skill. Sword wings, fly. He swiftly activated the 7-kill sword and soared into the air, glancing back in trepidation. As he witnessed the shockwave accelerating towards him, he yearned to unleash all his soul power to hasten his escape. Could it be the esteemed figure from the spirit hall has made their move? But the force of a level 99 is truly formidable. Chen Xian's face contorted in despair as he was struck by the shockwave, hurtling to the ground. He felt as if every bone in his body had shattered. In the massive crater he created upon impact, he shouted in fury, "Spirit Hall, I shall not share the heavens with you." Oh, meanwhile, Douluo was quietly engrossed in his calligraphy. Splendid, my brushwork has improved, he mused, preparing to add a final stroke. Suddenly, a tremor caused his hand to slip, and he inadvertently made an errant mark. Stunned, he regained his composure and immediately darted out of the hall. "Who dares? Is it you, you little rascal? Return my granddaughter at once." Douluo bellowed. Upon witnessing the scene in the sky, he swallowed hard, realizing it was not that wretched boy. Humph. He then soared back to the spirit hall. Various factions observed the celestial display with expressions of astonishment. With a resounding crash, Su Chen was struck down by Su Qing's punch, creating a colossal pit 2 kilometers deep. Su Chen spat out the dirt from his mouth. His expression one of fierce indignation as he glared at Su Qing in the sky. "What on earth are you doing? Why does it feel so soft?" Su Chen, perplexed, lowered his head to take a glance and was taken aback. Beneath his feet lay an old man in a green helmet, rolling his eyes. Upon witnessing such a scene, Su Chen's indignation intensified. "Look at this. What are you fighting about? An elderly comrade of such advanced age has been reduced to this state by your actions." Su Chen, with a face full of fury, pointed angrily at the old man beneath his feet. Su Qing scoffed lightly, "It's not me who struck him. Isn't it you who trampled on him? I shall do as I please. Who dares to provoke me? Today, I shall act with righteous indignation against my own kin." Su Chen clenched his fist, his face etched with resentment as he pointed to Su Qing in the sky. "I tell you." "Well, what then? 30 years in the east of the river. And then 30 years in the west, right? How dare you steal my lines?" "What do you mean steal? A multitude of people on your side have uttered this phrase. Is it not common knowledge? A man may be killed but not humiliated." Su Chen immediately teleported before Su Qing and, without uttering a word, knelt down. Su Qing's lips twitched, her excitement ignited, only to find herself confronted with this outcome. Su Chen raised his head and said with a sense of pride, "What do you know? This is called sincerity." Sighing, he added, "Your demeanor leaves me at a loss on how to tease you. Then perhaps you should refrain from teasing." Came the reply, "Hurry and mend the hole in the sky. While it may appear beautiful, it certainly does not bode well for the people of this world." Su Qing's first glance indicates an unrealistic longing. "Do you think I am like Sister Hua, who is constantly preoccupied with patching holes? She possesses a multitude of stones. But I certainly do not have such abundance." Su Chen, feeling agitated, rose to his feet and proclaimed, "It was not my doing. It was you who inexplicably brandished a knife at me. In the end, not only did you fail to strike me down, but the heavens themselves were shattered in the process. And yet, you hold me accountable? Should I then express my gratitude for your misguided attempt on my life?" Su Qing pouted her lips innocently, exclaiming, "I didn't do it on purpose. Even if I were to be killed, I could still be saved." Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Su Chen took a few steps back, clutching his chest in disbelief. "Is this even human speech?" he exclaimed. "No, it isn't. To begin with, I am not human. Your argument is so compelling that I find myself utterly speechless." As Su Chen gazed upon the old man on the ground, his eyes rolled back and foam escaping his lips, an overwhelming sense of guilt enveloped him in that fleeting moment. Su Qing noticed Su Chen gazing at the elderly man on the ground, pondering whether he would truly succumb so soon. After all, he was at least a titled Douluo in this realm, was he not? Surely, one could not be so oblivious to that fact. Su Qing gazed at Su Chen with a look of curiosity. Su Chen sighed and shook his head. "Of course, I can see that. I can't help but feel that this old man is rather unfortunate. If he had been struck in the city, I could understand that. However, being hit in such a remote place as the forest is truly perplexing to me." Su Chen looked up at Su Qing, wearing an expression of helplessness. Su Qing pondered thoughtfully, stroking her chin. Compensation for losses? Suchin shook his head upon hearing this. It was evident that it was a case of extortion. Unfortunately, there was no one to oversee the situation here, unlike back in my area where the police would intervene. Furthermore, there were no surveillance cameras. Is he truly the one causing trouble? Suchin nodded earnestly. Who established the notion that a titled Douluo cannot engage in such antics? Indeed, you make a valid point. Observing his somewhat labored breathing, perhaps. Suchin and Su Qing exchanged a glance, sharing a mischievous chuckle. A minute later, Suchin feigned sorrow, wiping away the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. Seeing this scene, Su Qing felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. She gently patted Suchin's shoulder. Suchin, with a heavy heart, nodded slightly and knelt down to plant the 3 cigarette butts in the ground. Su Qing was about to bow, but was stopped by Suchin. She stared at him in surprise. Suchin shook her head. Haven't you committed enough guilty deeds? You've thoroughly shattered my emotions, damn it. Su Qing looked helplessly at the grave before her, where a wooden tombstone had been erected, inscribed with the words, "The grave of the unfortunate old man." Suchin gazed with a bitter expression, though it was all a facade. You see, instead of remaining at home as one ought to, you chose to witness the celestial duel. Now you have become so engrossed that you seem to have descended into the very earth itself. Therefore, this predicament is not solely the fault of my sister and me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your unfortunate self, dear comrade. Suchin turned around and grasped Su Qing, preparing to leave. Wait a moment. What is it? Su Chun inquired, his face a canvas of confusion. Su Qing pointed at the flowers on the ground, desiring to savor their flavor. Su Chun furrowed her brows and directly pulled a string from the ground, handing it to the bewildered Su Qing. What is wrong with you? This is rather unscrupulous. I assent it? What nonsense are you spouting? I call this frugality, not wastefulness. Besides, that old man has already passed. A mere formality suffices. Are you expecting to prepare a lock for him and blow it up into the heavens? No. I suddenly feel that you are exceedingly unscrupulous, far too outrageous. Not only are you refusing to compensate a single cent, but you are also robbing someone of their only 3 cigarettes. Upon hearing this, Suchin immediately felt indignant. Does this old man smoke? Why do you ask such a question? Just tell me whether he smokes or not. He does not smoke, but he does indulge in substances that are harmful. As his time is limited, in that case, it would be a waste to give him anything. It would be better to bestow it upon me. After all, we would be assisting him in reuniting with his great-grandmother sooner, sparing him the agony of death. However, I still believe that such actions are questionable. Stop. Suchin took a breath and said, just tell me whether you want to smoke or not. There's no need to elaborate. Upon hearing these words, Su Qing glanced at the 2 cigarettes on the ground, her expression contorted with anger. After a brief moment, she hissed, Brother, this is quite enjoyable to smoke. What business does a girl like you have with such things? Suchin looked at Su Qing in astonishment and replied. Su Qing directly expressed her desire to indulge, appearing quite intrigued by the notion. Suchin nodded. In chapter 29, Lu Ruyan, a sudden noise erupted as a hand emerged from the earth. An elderly man with white hair sat up, bewildered, surveying his surroundings. I was clearly en route to the Tiando Empire when something struck me unexpectedly. Who could be so shameless as to launch a surprise attack on me? Could it be from Jiuhua Pass? He thought to himself. I, Douluo, am a titled Douluo on this continent. I trust that the old fellow from Jiuhua Pass would not resort to such underhanded tactics. As Douluo rose to his feet, he noticed a wooden board ahead, upon which some words were clearly inscribed. He scrutinized it closely, pondering its meaning. What does this signify? What language is this? He scratched his head in confusion. Never mind, I must find a way to cure my granddaughter's poison. With that, Douluo cast aside the wooden board and departed. Su Chun and Su Qing soared through the skies, engaged in a conversation about earth-shattering matters. I inquired, Su Chun, what shall we do next? What else is there to do? We shall take it one step at a time, he replied. In that case, if there is nothing pressing, I wish to return home for a visit. As you wish. It matters not if you never return, he said. What did you just say? I coughed. No. Make haste and return swiftly. That is more like it. Within the realm of Suchin, she retrieved a card from the space ring, a joker from a deck of playing cards. Casually, she tossed it into the hands of the bewildered Su Chun. Su Chun meticulously examined the playing card in his hand, based on his observations. This particular card undoubtedly possessed some unique characteristics. Su Qing gazed silently at Su Chin, who was intently focused on the playing cards in his hand. What are you looking at? She inquired. Ah, are you admiring the treasure you gave me? This is merely a talisman. Should anything happen to you, simply utter a word to it, and I shall come to your side without delay. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback as he waved the playing cards in his hand. So, why the Joker? He inquired. I find it appealing. Is that not permissible? Of course it is. Absolutely, it is more than acceptable. He huffed. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then gazed at Su Qing and inquired, Are you leaving now? Indeed. Farewell for now, my dear brother. Should you require anything? Do not hesitate to seek me out, she replied. With that, Su Qing shattered the fabric of space and vanished within. The departure of Su Qing left Su Chen in a state of disorientation. He gazed at the silent sky, feeling utterly alone. With a grimace, he exclaimed, At least take me back. I am unaware of the way. Damn it, heartless woman. Su Chen, growing weary of flight, shattered the space and entered within. At this moment, the master and disciple gazed at the shimmering academy before them, swallowing hard. Master, why have I never heard of this Su Academy? Upon hearing his student's inquiry, Yu Xiaojiang, with an air of superiority, replied, It must be a newly established institution. Come, let us enter. With my talents, they are sure to welcome us, including your own gifts. A girl clad in a fitted dress scrutinized the documents in her hands, her expression grave. Strange. I have established the academy as instructed, and now there are students and teachers, yet I have not received any notifications. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A respectful elder bowed slightly. Director Liu. Two individuals claimed to be here for interviews. Ah, very well. Show me to them, Lu Ruoyan said, setting down the paperwork. She rose gracefully in her high heels and stepped outside. At the entrance of the academy, the master and disciple awaited news. When Lu Ruoyan emerged and caught sight of the duo, dressed in a manner reminiscent of beggars, her previously cheerful demeanor vanished in an instant. Are you two here for interviews? Yu Xiaojiang turned around and was taken aback by Lu Ruoyan's beauty, astonished that such a lovely girl existed on the continent. What are you staring at? An academy teacher noticed Yu Xiaojiang's lecherous gaze and became incensed. Snapping back to reality, Yu Xiaojiang bristled at the teacher's outburst. Who says I was staring? I was merely observing the director, curious about her capabilities. Tang San, hearing his teacher's shameless response, looked up at him, bewildered. Lu Ruoyan initially intended to extend a polite handshake, but upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang's lewd demeanor, she withdrew her hand. First, please answer, what position are you applying for? And the young boy beside you appears quite young. I presume he wishes to join the academy? Yu Xiaojiang proudly puffed out his chest, stating, naturally, this is my student. He possesses a spirit power of level 10 at birth and currently boasts a level 20 spirit power. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan regarded Tang San with admiration, nodding slightly. Indeed, a talent. However, what about you? Yu Xiaojiang, brimming with pride, declared, As for me, I am one of the top 10 competitive spirit masters on the continent. Have you heard of it? Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow, casting a questioning glance at the teacher beside her. What is that? The teacher also frowned, contemplating, and after a moment shook his head, indicating he had not heard of it. Ahem, this esteemed teacher, may I inquire your name? Yu Xiaojiang responded to Lu Ruoyan's inquiry about his name, stating, My name is of little consequence. Everyone simply refers to me as master. And what is your level of spirit power? Lu Ruoyan inquired uncertainly, sensing that the individual before her, referred to as a master, might merely be a charlatan seeking to exploit others. Alas, the notion of soul power is of little significance. Have you not heard that there are no worthless martial souls? Only inept soul masters? Thus, what level are you? Tang Sen stepped forward, feeling a sense of embarrassment. My teacher is at level 29. Yet his theoretical knowledge of soul masters is unparalleled across the continent. Upon hearing his studentess words, Yu Xiaojiang remained unperturbed and directed his gaze towards Lu Ruoyan. Awaiting the moment her sparkling eyes would meet his, Lu Ruoyan narrowed her eyes and entered the academy, muttering to herself, What a theoretical master. He is merely a lecher. What can a level 29 do? Our academy's instructors are all at level 70. Noticing Lu Ruoyan's disregard, Yu Xiaojiang felt a surge of humiliation, his teeth clenched and body trembling. You, how disrespectful you are. As a dean, your character is appalling. In my view, you are no better than the rest. The academy's teachers were taken aback by Yu Xiaojiang's boldness towards the dean, secretly giving him a thumbs up, expressing their admiration. Upon seeing the teacher's gestures of approval, Yu Xiaojiang felt a wave of exhilaration and looked at Lu Ruoyan with pride. Lu Ruoyan, hearing Yu Xiaojiang's remarks about her, clenched her fist. As a titled Douluo, she had never endured such indignity. Were it not for her employer's admonition against bullying the common folk and the necessity of respecting all individuals, she would have dealt with him long ago. Taking a deep breath, she glared at Yu Xiaojiang. Are you not here to cause trouble? Speak. Were you sent by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Academy? Humph. I have stated that I am here to apply for a teaching position. Lu Ruyan's forehead twitched with anger, her eyes gleaming with menace. Have you ever seen an academy that would hire a level 29 soul master as a teacher? Our Susu Academy requires a minimum of level 70 soul power for instructors. Do you truly believe you are qualified? Return to being an ordinary person. Someone of your caliber is beneath my notice. I wouldn't even waste my hands on you. Lu Ruyan, with her delicate fingers, coldly regarded Yu Xiaojiang. Aware of his shortcomings, Yu Xiaojiang prepared to leave with Tang San. Tang San furrowed his brow as he observed Lu Ruyan. Astonished that such a prominent academy dean could be so oppressive towards the common people. Humph. My teacher looks down upon such a place, he remarked. Turning to follow Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Ruyan, overhearing Tang San's words, scoffed disdainfully. I have changed my mind. You too, crawl out of here. Otherwise, do not blame Lu Ruyan for indiscriminate slaughter. Lu Ruyan glanced around and suddenly sensed a peculiar aura. Her expression turned to one of astonishment as she directed her gaze towards the wall, where a little girl clad in a pink dress was peering in. Utterly unexpected, a 10,000-year soul beast. What a pity, for Lu Ruyan no longer had any need for it. She recalled her encounter with Su Qing, who had presented her with a card, saying, "This is a gift from your second boss." Lu Ruyan, filled with confusion, looked at the more than 10 cards in her hand. Upon examining them closely, she noticed they indicated values of 10,000 years and even 1,000,000 years. After meticulously counting, she discovered there were 15 cards. What is this? Lu Ruyan inquired with a perplexed expression, as Su Qing leisurely savored a slice of watermelon. She languidly remarked, "This is a soul ring card, inscribed with characters that signify the soul ring. Since Su Qing has deemed it necessary for you, you should equip it. This trinket holds no value for us, nor for anyone else. It is solely yours. Should you find it insufficient, you may request more from Su Qing, as that fellow possesses an abundance." Lu Ruyan stared blankly at the soul ring card in her hand, her fingers quivering slightly, disbelief etched across her face. Are you implying that these cards are all soul rings? Upon observing Lu Ruyan's naive demeanor, Su Qing wore an expression of utter disbelief. What is the matter? Is this not entirely ordinary? As one of us, you ought to be exceptional. Those dark and purple hues are of no consequence to us. Now, just crush it, and you can use it directly. Rest assured, Su Qing has assured that it is painless, harmless, and hygienic. Su Qing gently patted Lu Ruyan's shoulder before departing, leaving Lu Ruyan in a daze, gazing at her hands. One hand clutched a ring containing 200 million soul coins, while the other held a soul ring card. Returning to reality, Lu Ruyan took a deep breath. Her soul power had reached level 98, a significant boost from her initial level of 95 after absorbing the soul ring card. Her current soul rings were red, gold, and gray. Lu Ruyan was confident that she could contend with anyone at level 99. The boss had told her that if she found herself outmatched, she could simply speak to the ring, prompting her to proclaim that the Eastern Wind Express would arrive in an instant, though she did not fully grasp the words. They sounded impressively potent. Regaining her composure, Lu Ruyan began to move slowly towards the wall. Xiao Wu, overwhelmed by fear, felt the urge to flee but suddenly found herself immobilized. She had not anticipated that the academy's headmaster was a titled Douluo. Tang San discerned Lu Ruyan's intentions and shouted urgently for Xiao Wu to run. He immediately unleashed the dragon whisker needle towards Lu Ruyan, followed by the purple extreme demon eye, executing a flying kick in her direction. Lu Ruyan's enchanting gaze tracked the approaching needle, and with a swift stomp, 9 soul rings materialized around her. Upon witnessing this, Yu Xiaojiang's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Tang San, stunned by the colors of the soul rings, attempted to retreat, but realized it was too late. Little one, did you underestimate me? Even if I face punishment today, you shall all perish. With her 5th soul skill, Ice Break Slash, Lu Ruyan swung her blade towards Tang San, who was merely 100 meters away. In an instant, a crescent-shaped blade of energy erupted, cleaving through all structures within a kilometer. For the first time, Tang San felt despair, and though he was reluctant, he heard a crack. A figure emerged from the shattered space, appearing as if out for a casual stroll, scratching his head and glancing left and right, oblivious to his surroundings. Second boss. Be careful. Lu Ruyan was taken aback, wishing to rush to his aid, but it was already too late. Tang San closed his eyes, bracing for death, only to hear a commotion and open his eyes in confusion. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared before him, an image that lingered in his mind. With a twisted expression, he bellowed, "Su-chin." In an instant, Su-chin was startled. The figure behind him evoked a sensation akin to that of a beggar. Su-chin did not ponder for long. He swiftly grasped the foot that Tang San had kicked towards him and casually tossed it aside. Tang San performed a backflip, arms outstretched, landing gracefully and standing tall with an air of pride. Su-chin, with a look of astonishment, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Ah, what a splendid posture. One could easily win a gold medal in gymnastics." However, it seemed that a young lady had called out to me just moments ago. Su-chan wore a look of bewilderment. Upon noticing the impending attack behind him, Tang San smirked insidiously. He swiftly leaped back to the terrified Yu Xiaojing, grasped him firmly, and then headed towards the wall, where he located Xiao Wu, hastily making their escape. Su-chan scratched his head foolishly. "Be careful, boss." Lu Ruyin reminded him once more, kneeling on the ground with a look of utter despair. They hadn't even officially started work yet, and the boss was already in trouble. How could one not feel despondent? Where could one find such a comfortable job that also allowed for personal growth? It was all over. Su-chin, with a perplexed expression, turned his head and smiled, but that smile quickly faded. What on earth? A tremendous explosion ensued, causing the surrounding structures to vanish without a trace. The academy's entrance was reduced to mere rubble. Lu Ruyin felt a second wave of despair wash over her as she glanced at the entrance. This cost a fortune, although it was not her own money. If the big boss found out, her situation would be dire. Why was the explosion so powerful? After absorbing the soul ring and enhancing her strength, she had merely taken on the role of a contractor, focusing on the academy's construction and neglecting her own abilities. As the explosion dissipated, the consequences of her oversight became painfully evident. The cigarette in Su-chin's hand was tragically extinguished. He glared furiously at his surroundings, exclaiming, "Who on earth is responsible for this? Is there no sense of public decorum? The story hasn't even reached its climax yet. Why unleash chaos everywhere?" Lu Ruyin swiftly wiped away the tears on her face, rose to her feet, and approached Su-chin, bowing respectfully. "Boss." Su-chin was taken aback, meticulously scrutinizing Lu Ruyin. "The boss? How intriguing. By the way, who are you, beautiful? I feel as though I've encountered you before." Su-chin beheld Lu Ruyin's figure, and he inwardly nodded in approval. Her alluring curves and mature visage were precisely to his liking, making her an ideal candidate for the role of his secretary on Blue Star. Lu Ruyin, hesitant to respond, wore an expression akin to one facing imminent peril as she raised her gaze and said, "Boss, I am Lu Ruyin." "Ah, Lu Ruyin," he recalled. "Was it you who set the moon in the sky just now?" Su-chan pointed to himself, and Lu Ruyin blushed with embarrassment, nodding slightly. Su-chan gazed with a look of utter disbelief, pondering his existence. "It seems I have not wronged you in any way, even when I merely lost my way. I was assailed by your employee." Suddenly, Su-chan recalled the unfortunate old man clad in green whom he had encountered during his altercation with Su-chin earlier that day. Could it be? Was retribution arriving so swiftly? "What?" Lu Ruyin inquired, her expression one of curiosity. "Ahem, it's nothing," he replied. "I merely came to check if you have been diligently working." "And what else?" Chapter 30. The Blue-Silver Emperor just wanted to see how your academy has been faring. Lu Ruyin glanced awkwardly at the now-vanished door, uncertain of how to proceed. Su-chin glanced at Lu Ruyin, who remained silent. He approached her and casually draped his arm over her shoulder, saying, "But rest assured, I am not in a hurry. The salary will be dispersed as usual, after all. It is not my money." Lu Ruyin was taken aback by Su-chin's sudden gesture, her body trembling as she nodded, drenched in sweat. Yes, you were right. Second boss. What nonsense is this? Damn. Which fool dares to refer to me as second boss? It can't possibly be Su-chin, can it? Lu Ruyin cautiously nodded. Su-chin was momentarily taken aback, as if struck by a sudden blow. Cough. From now on, refer to me as handsome, understood? Do not call me second boss. Or you may also use pigeon. Handsome? What was that? Oh, right. No, that's not it. It's pigeon. What? Pigeon? Stop with the confusion, will you? For heaven's sake, can you speak Mandarin a bit more clearly? Upon witnessing the boss's displeasure, Lu Ruyin immediately bowed her head and apologized. From Su-chin's vantage point, he beheld the tumultuous waves crashing fiercely. He swallowed hard, remaining silent. Lu Ruyin, with a puzzled expression, glanced up to find Su-chin gazing at her with a lecherous look. In that instant, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Boss? Second boss? Noticing Su-chin's continued silence, She let out a sigh. Handsome. Oh dear. What's the matter? Little sister? Have you had your fill? Not nearly enough. How could one ever tire of such a scene? Lu Rian remarked. Su Chen glanced at the scene for a few moments, nodding in satisfaction. There was no way to avoid the discomfort of not blinking. Boss, this is our academy, Lu Ruyin said awkwardly, pointing towards the Su Su Academy, which lacked a grand entrance. Su Chen turned his head and looked around, a puzzled expression on his face. Is there no door to the academy? There is. Why did I not notice it? It was there 45 minutes ago, but now it is gone. Why 45 minutes? Because I took it apart. Su Chen doubted that he had misheard. He cleared his ears and tapped his fingers. Could you please repeat that? Lu Ruyin spoke cautiously, aware that she had inadvertently caused the situation. Observing the lack of anger in Su Chen's expression, she too felt a wave of relief wash over her. Su Chen felt a pang of anxiety, his heart racing as he trembled, pointing at the blank space. Upon noticing, Lu Rian swiftly approached to offer solace, reassuring him. It's all right, boss. It's not the end of the world. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen felt a sudden sense of relief. He eagerly anticipated Lu Ruyan's subsequent remarks, thinking to himself that there was no rush, and he could take his time to listen. Ultimately, he mused, he could even work for her without compensation. However, he soon realized, wait, work for me without pay? Indeed, what did you think, boss? I assumed you would regard me as your secretary. Ahem, never mind, it's no trouble at all. Let's proceed with this arrangement of working for free. As Su Chen finished speaking, he shattered the air and departed immediately. Lu Ruyan, witnessing his exit, hurriedly called out, wait, what is it? Su Chen turned, his expression filled with confusion as he gazed at Lu Ruyan. With a flushed complexion, she replied, I have run out of money. Didn't I give you 200 million? How could it deplete so swiftly? Indeed, but the big boss assured me that money is no object. She encouraged me to spend freely. If I find myself short, I can either request more from her or from you. So, where has your money gone? Upon hearing Su Chen's inquiry, Lu Ruyan sheepishly confessed, I hired workers and also recruited teachers, among other expenses. Upon hearing this, Su Chen sensed something amiss. Surely, 1 billion should suffice. How could 2 billion possibly fall short? Was it not merely the lament of the big boss, Lu Ruyan, who was up to her usual tricks? After all, paying workers a fair wage is entirely reasonable. Yet, a staggering 1 million Jinhun coins per worker? Are you certain anyone would engage in such a ludicrous expenditure? Indeed, the big boss, upon witnessing a sick little boy in the slums, felt a wave of sympathy and sought to alter the dire circumstances. Thus, she decided to offer exorbitant wages to those individuals. Initially, I suggested that merely 1 Jinhun coin would suffice, but the big boss insisted that money was no object, and with a flourish of her hand, she departed with an air of audacity. How could she leave so brazenly? No wonder she claimed her funds were depleted that day. It all makes sense now. In an instant, Su Chen was seething with rage, clutching the King of Hearts in his hand. He tightened his fist, but ultimately relented, for he knew he was outmatched. Su Chen took out a card and casually tossed it to Lu Ruyan before stepping into the space and disappearing. There are 1 billion inside. Spend it as you please. Isn't that a bit excessive? Not at all. It's not my money. That woman's wealth is inexhaustible. Su Chen is still searching for a way out, letting out a helpless sigh in the void. If all else fails, should he resort to forceful measures? No, that wouldn't do. It would only earn him disdain. After all, he is merely the boss. How could he have overlooked such details last time? Alas, this accursed infatuation with young girls. After Su Chen departed, Lu Ruyan's chest heaved as she took a deep breath. She gazed at the vast expanse of Su Su Academy, devoid of any grand entrance, and sighed, lamenting her fate of having to continue her role as a foreman. How infuriating it was to let that little rascal escape. If only she had caught him, she would have shown him the true meaning of cruelty. Tang San, pulling along the exasperated Yu Xiaojiang, hurried ahead. Yu Xiaojiang, struggling to catch his breath, patted Tang San's hand, urging him to slow down. Slow down. Little San. I can't breathe. Tang San glanced back and, seeing that no one was in pursuit, awkwardly released Yu Xiaojiang and let go of Xiaowu's hand. Burdened by humiliation, he sought a place to sit down. Yet, the thought of Su Chen being attacked by a tidal Douluo brought a sinister grin to his face. Teacher, that Su Chen is surely doomed. Why do you say that? Yu Xiaojiang asked, momentarily taken aback. Did you not see? That esteemed tidal Douluo's attack was perfectly aimed at Su Chen. There is no way he could evade it. Just consider, even if he is formidable, He cannot possibly survive under the assault of a tidal Douluo. Hearing Tang San's logical reasoning, Yu Xiaojing blushed and nodded. Earlier, he had been so frightened that he lost his composure and failed to notice. So that's it. Ha ha ha. This is retribution. Indeed. So, teacher, what shall we do next? Yu Xiaojing sighed at Tang San's inquiry. Do we really have to seek her out? Who? Never mind, let's rest for a moment. How much do we have left? Teacher. We only have a single gold soul coin remaining. Very well, let us first collect our subsidies before setting off. All right, teacher. System? Why does this grass look different from what I saw outside? Suchen crouched down, a look of confusion on his face, and with his finger, he gently touched the blue-silver grass before him. This was the blue-silver emperor, the mother of Tang San. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression darkened. Come now. Tell me, no matter how impressive Tang Hao may be, it is simply impossible for him to father a child with a blade of grass. Su Chen unexpectedly found himself in a cave, where his curiosity led him to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, he stepped onto something soft. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that the grass before him differed from the typical blue-silver grass. You are urged to read more, yet you choose to tend to cattle. I have told you that in this world, soul beasts can attain human form. Why cannot grass do the same? Is it possible for this grass to attain human form? Is it not devoid of life? At first, Su Chen perceived that the blue-silver grass was merely a sustenance for the soft-boned rabbit. To his astonishment, it could actually manifest intelligence. Do not speak to me. I need to recuperate, he exclaimed. You, a mere system, what injuries do you have to mend? If I do not recover, how can I provide you with more resources? Very well, he conceded. Su Chen, feeling a surge of impatience, waved his hand dismissively. He realized that ever since his arrival in this world, he had become increasingly foolish, though he could not quite ascertain the reason. Perhaps it was linked to his surroundings. As Su Chen pondered, the blue-silver emperor beneath his feet gradually withered, having suffered severe damage from the force of his step. Now, it resembled nothing more than a frail sapling. Upon seeing her, Su Chen swiftly steadied her to prevent her from toppling over. Goodness, Tang San's mother. Surely you can withstand a mere kick. You have endured childbirth, yet cannot bear a single blow? Su Chen understood that this was Tang San's mother. He was unsure why a sense of compassion arose within him. He suddenly felt a desire to see what this grass transformed into as a human. System. Oh. What are you doing? Is it possible to save this grass? Didn't Su Chen provide you with ample spiritual essence? Why not let her give it a try? My dear, I cannot bear to part with it. Can she truly withstand such a thing? What if it proves to be excessive? That would be disastrous. Su Chen recalled that Su Qing had warned him. Her possessions in this realm were profoundly potent. Even the most rudimentary elixirs should not be administered to the inhabitants of this world indiscriminately, as it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Otherwise, she would have already healed Gu Yuna, but Su Qing had mentioned that she could not guarantee the precision of her application, should she exert too much force. The outcome could be dire. What to do then? If all else fails, should one consume it? Is this herb palatable? How would I know? I have never tasted it. Yet, I am inclined to try, for I have been told that one must not squander resources. Alas, perhaps treating a dead horse as if it were alive is the only course of action. Why do I sense that you are merely curious about what Tang San's mother looks like? Ahem, how could that be possible? I pride myself on my integrity and unwavering principles. I would never exhibit the remnants of Wei Wu's legacy. Humph. Do not assume I cannot discern your intentions. After all, we are both men, and I can comprehend. What do you understand? Never mind. Farewell then. This herb is on the verge of perishing. Su Chen promptly retrieved a vial of spiritual liquid from within the ring. He swallowed hard, glancing at the serpentine blue-silver emperor sprawled on the ground. Then, he looked back at the vial in his hand. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable urge to consume it. Perhaps he should dare to test the poison? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen took a sip. Su Chen awaited the emergence of results. Alas, there was little to be found. Su Chen felt a sense of relief as he directly dripped a drop of spiritual liquid onto the blue-silver emperor. Instantly, the blue-silver emperor, empowered by the essence, surged in size, transforming into a towering tree measuring 7 meters in height. Su Chen began to doubt the elixir in his hand, as it appeared rather unimpressive. It had not transformed him into a human. Who are you? A gentle female voice echoed throughout the cavern. Su Chen was taken aback, promptly preparing all his treasured techniques. Since he could unleash unlimited skills, he was ready for action. This particular move was named Phobia Firepower. Alas, that was the voice of the blue-silver emperor. At that moment, Suchin realized it was the blue-silver emperor behind him. Were you the one speaking just now? He inquired. Pardon me, but who are you? Who am I? Why should I divulge that to you? Have you ever encountered my mistress? The tone of that voice sounded somewhat anxious. Suchin smiled wryly. Of course I have encountered her. Your mistress left me utterly battered, and now she is likely out there begging. What? Who on earth are you? Could you be from the spirit hall? The blue-silver emperor trembled slightly. She was eager to rush to her son, yet reality held her back. The spirit hall? How could that be? Although I initially intended to join the spirit hall, I am free to act as I please. They have no authority over my choices. Then why do you torment my mistress? We bear no grudge against you. Why would you do this? Because I find it amusing. I enjoy tormenting your son. Suchin dismissively waved his hand and said, You humph. Once a Hao finds out, he certainly won't let you off easily. You are referring to Tang Hao, aren't you? I met him once. Although I am unaware of your appearance, your taste is rather peculiar. I can't fathom how you could find someone like that appealing. TSK, TSK, TSK. This has nothing to do with you. Enough, enough. I saved you. How do you intend to repay me? Offering yourself would suffice. But I am not so ruthless as to treat you like a mere blade of grass in the same manner as Tang Hao. How dare you humiliate me? Is this what you call humiliation? Please, you are merely a blade of grass. Wait until you transform into a person before we speak again. I am quite curious to see how you appear. Since you've come this far, I too wish to experience the sensation of establishing a harem. After a moment of contemplation, Suchin initially considered putting on an act of virtuous propriety. However, realizing that his return home was uncertain, or perhaps even impossible, he abandoned the pretense altogether. With 2 wives already by his side, what was the harm in seeking a few more? After all, having traversed through realms, wasn't it only natural to embrace a harem? Experiencing the sentiments of other transmigrators was a mere curiosity. Upon hearing Suchin's scornful remarks, the blue-silver emperor erupted with fury, her ethereal form manifesting as she brandished a cerulean spear, aiming it menacingly at Suchin's throat. Suchin sighed. Yet he found the transformation of the grass into a human quite enchanting. He could hardly muster the energy to evade the onslaught of the blue-silver emperor. After all, he was unperturbed by a colossal 40-meter blade. What was there to fear from a mere thrust? Oyin, gripping the blue-silver overlord's spear, wore an expression of grave seriousness. As the spear met Suchin's neck, it shattered instantly, leaving Oyin in a state of shock. She realized that she was no match for the individual before her and contemplated a hasty retreat to her original form. In that moment, the first strike of the vermilion bird's assault, confinement. In an instant, Oyin's body was ensnared by a powerful force, filling her heart with an overwhelming sense of despair. Suchin chuckled softly and approached Oyin, declaring, I am not a good person. My idol is Boss Zhao. However, I am curious to see if I can touch your body. Suchin gazed at the motionless Oyin, stroking his chin as he observed her intently. With one hand extending forward, he initially intended to touch her midsection, but ultimately decided against it. Instead, he gently caressed Oyin's face. Suchin was utterly astonished. Goodness! I can't believe this. What on earth are you doing? Your presence is utterly inconsequential. At this moment, I shall not touch you, not in that manner, since you resemble a mere specter. I shall wait until you return to normal before any contact. That would be far more intriguing. Oyin shuddered slightly. How? When will you arrive? Chapter 31. An unexpected encounter with Azura. Are you waiting for Tang Hao? Do not worry. He will not arrive anytime soon. Upon hearing Suchin's words, Oyin felt her last glimmer of hope shatter. No, I refuse to abandon hope. Are you capable of movement? You make me feel like the villain here. What if I lose hope? Even if Tang Hao comes, what difference does it make? I am worth less than a mere fingernail. Suchin was unaware of when he had acquired a deceased soft-boned rabbit in his hands. As he sat there roasting it, he inquired, What exactly do you want? Although Oyin was immobile, her tone exuded palpable anger. It's nothing much. I merely wish to carry you home. After all, what does it matter if there is one more woman? Even if I were to die, I would never return with you. Very well, perish then. As long as you can move even a little, I shall allow you to choose your own demise. Suchin remarked that even if one wished for death, it would remain elusive. Even if one were to revert to a mere blade of grass, he could still revive them. Oyin expressed her despair and frustration, lamenting that all she desired was to recuperate in peace. Why must she encounter such an audacious individual? What must she endure to finally be left in peace? Upon hearing the voice of Oyin, tinged with sorrow, Suchin chuckled softly and remarked, When you come of age, I shall set you free. What does that mean? It implies that I shall release you after 100,000 years. Yin, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming darkness envelop her tender heart. She initially believed the spirit hall to be malevolent, yet today she encountered something even more sinister. What do you mean? I am merely 80,000 years old. You speak of waiting 100,000 years. So you are merely 80,000 years old. Thank you for enlightening me. Su Chun smacked his forehead and promptly approached a Yin's true form. Amid a Yin's bewilderment, he carefully extracted a vial of spiritual liquid and let a drop fall. Instantly, the entire cave was illuminated by a radiant, divine light, and a warm, familiar aura emanated from the blue silver emperor, enveloping the surroundings and gradually dispersing. From within emerged a girl clad in a blue form-fitting evening gown, slowly opening her enchanting eyes. Besides Su Chun, a Yin's ethereal form was drawn in, merging with her corporeal body. Yin shuddered, regaining her senses, only to realize she was unable to flee. In an instant, terror enveloped her. Su Chun wiped his nose and approached Yin. He glanced left and right, and then up and down, and said, "Not bad at all. Look, I am your savior. My demands are modest. I only ask for your devotion in return." Upon hearing this, Yin immediately declined, exclaiming, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Chun, I feel as though I've heard these words before. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall not concern myself with the possibilities. You cannot refuse." As for Yin, what more can she say? She can only resign herself to despair. She yearns to make a sacrifice, yet her body remains immobile save for her lips. And her soul is ensnared. Su Chun, before the astonished gaze of Yin, inexplicably produced a burlap sack from somewhere. This should suffice. Su Chun unceremoniously stuffed Yin into a burlap sack and hoisted it upon his shoulder. He then encased the sack in a protective layer to prevent Yin from suffering due to the spatial passage. "Could you not be so callous?" Yin exclaimed from within the sack, exasperated. "This is a kidnapping. Do you expect compassion from me? Have you ever encountered a brigand who exhibited such tenderness? I possess nothing of value that you could possibly covet. Would it not be more prudent to simply release me?" Yin implored. "Allow me to share a secret." "What is it?" Yin asked, bewildered. "I am a thief of desires. I require naught else," came the reply. "I shall never let you go." Yin screamed. "I strongly advise you to release me at once, or else a howl will come for you and surely rend you to pieces. By all means, summon him." Su Chun retorted dismissively. Having said this, Su Chun prepared to enter the spatial passage but paused, struck by a whimsical thought. He set Yin down and promptly sought out a common blue-silver grass, planting it in a Yin's stead. Su Chun recalled Tang how tenderly whispering sweet nothings to a humble blue-silver grass, engaging in heartfelt conversations about life, eliciting a hearty laugh. Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, which immediately caused Yin to become anxious upon hearing his laughter. She was uncertain of what mischief Su Chun had engaged in, but she was certain it was something mischievous. "What are you laughing about?" "No, wait. Who invited you to speak here?" Su Chun directly slapped Yin's rear end, exclaiming, You shameless one. I am still here, so do not make a fuss." Yin was left speechless. Su Chun disregarded Yin and directly carried her into the spatial passage. Just then, the entrance of the cave unexpectedly opened, and Tang Hao stepped in. His gaze softened as he observed a blue-silver grass near Yin. "Yin, I miss you. I must tell you. Our son has achieved great things." Throughout this encounter, Tang Hao remained oblivious to the fact that Yin had changed her attire. Her former gold and silver ensemble now replaced by a resplendent blue. In Su Chen's abode, Guiyuna and Qian Rinshui found themselves lost in thought. "Where has Su Chen gone?" Qian Rinshui inquired, a look of perplexity adorning her face. "I am uncertain. Could he have possibly lost his way?" Guiyuna exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinshui's lips twitched in disbelief. "How could that be? He is so capable. There is no way he could get lost in such a small area." Guiyuna nodded in agreement, and the two exchanged knowing smiles before resuming their viewing of a film on Su Chen's phone. Su Chen gazed with a furrowed brow at the imposing figure before him. "Who are you to dare intrude upon my domain?" Su Chen wore an expression of bewilderment as he surveyed his surroundings. Where was he? The man opposite him clenched his teeth upon hearing this, appearing quite vexed. "It seemed you were a terrestrial soul master, unable to see through my presence. So, who are you?" Su Chen gazed solemnly at the figure before him, feeling a sense of foreboding. The man stood tall and imposing, with 6 arms behind him, fiery red hair, and skin of a deep purple hue. "I am the Azura." "So, you are a deity?" "Indeed, a human soul master." I had not anticipated you were familiar with my name. In that case, you may prepare to meet your demise." Upon hearing the mention of a deity, Suchin thought not of whether it was a benevolent or malevolent god, but rather resolved to act decisively, seeking vengeance for his beloved wife. How audacious! Divine prowess! Realm of Azura. Upon witnessing this, Su Chun remained utterly unperturbed. With a firm stomp, the very ground of the divine realm fractured, causing the surrounding structures to tremble as though an earthquake had struck, manifesting the celestial laws. Su Chen's figure transformed into a towering presence, enveloped in a resplendent golden form that grew immensely. His golden pupils surveyed the divine realm as if gazing upon mere ants. With a sweeping motion of his sword, he cleaved through all before him. The Azura god stood in astonishment, his hands trembling, overwhelmed by such formidable power. "Who on earth are you?" he exclaimed. Su Chun remained silent, wielding his sword and striking fiercely towards the entirety of the divine realm. The god of Azura sought to intervene, immediately brandishing the Azura demon sword to counter the blow. In an instant, the divine realm was cleaved in twain, a singular blade of energy shattering the void, as all surrounding matter was drawn into its abyss. Su Chun replied coldly, glancing at the barely alive Azura. With a dismissive breath, he remarked, "I thought you would put up a fierce resistance. Is this all you've got?" The Azura, initially poised to fight back, was suddenly overwhelmed by an ominous aura of death, prompting him to abandon such thoughts and flee. He summoned every ounce of strength to escape, yet his divine weapon, the Azura sword, lay shattered, requiring meticulous effort to piece it back together. "Ha! Azura, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament," a sharp female voice echoed, drawing the attention of those who had fallen, pretended to be dead, or wore expressions of confusion and curiosity. All eyes turned to a figure clad in a violet dress, emanating an aura of malevolence, who was currently on the ground, laughing and pounding her fist against the earth. Suchin gazed intently at the amusing woman before him, inquiring, "Who are you?" The woman paused in surprise, pointing to herself. Suchin nodded solemnly and politely, indicating for her to continue. "I am the Rakshasa deity. Do you intend to kill me? Come forth." Su Chun stroked his chin as he gazed at the foolish woman before him. He scrutinized her from head to toe, shook his head, and muttered, "Not suitable to carry away. She is far too unattractive." Upon hearing Su Chin's unflattering remark, the Rakshasa goddess, as a woman, could not tolerate such words. Enraged, she retorted, "What do you mean? If you wish to kill me, then do it. If I furrow my brow even once, then I am no true hero. Su Chin, you are remarkable. Even the bravest have spoken their truths. Had you not uttered these words, I might have mistaken you for a time traveler." Su Chun gave a thumbs up to the Rakshasa god, signifying his approval. The Rakshasa god lifted his head and puffed out his chest, exuding an air of recklessness. Upon seeing this, Su Chun was suddenly at a loss for reasons unknown. Unable to proceed, sighing, he remarked, "You may leave. You do not wish to kill me? I shall not stoop to the level of a fool." Su Chun waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to engage. "What do you mean? Am I not worthy enough for you to kill me? If you wish to do so, then do it swiftly." "No, you must be joking. I said I won't kill you, so be gone at once. Now tell me, why do you refrain from taking my life?" "Because you are not a good person, and neither am I. Enough of this. Do not disturb me." "Ha ha, indeed. I am hardly a virtuous soul. I appreciate your mercy in sparing my life. In gratitude, once I grow stronger, I shall ensure your demise is a lingering torment." Su Chun, with a stoic expression, instantaneously appeared before the Rakshasa deity. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. Habitually lifting his gaze, he remarked, "Ah, this star shines the brightest thus far. Ugh, ugh." O Yin, hoisted upon his shoulder, struggled incessantly, twisting and turning. Smack. "Ugh, if you make another sound, I shall strike again, and we shall see if your posterior, being but grass, will turn red." Instantly, Yin ceased his commotion. Suchin turned his head to glance at the fallen Azura, only to discover that not a single hair remained. TSK. The skills may shower the sky with dazzling effects, yet their damage fails to even graze a single strand of mine. Upon finishing his words, Suchin shattered the fabric of space and departed, harboring no intention of pursuing the god of Azura. He was acutely aware that the god of Azura would inevitably gather the fragments to reforge the Azura sword. Su Chun resolved to wait until the god of Azura wielded the sword once more before resuming his efforts to dismantle it. Such was his nature, perpetually bored. He traversed the dimensions 200 times before finally discovering her. Ah, my beloved. With a face full of excitement, Su Chun carried the woman with rolled eyes, Ain, on his shoulder as he stepped inside. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue yawned and emerged from the room. Upon noticing the woman perched on Su Chen's shoulder, he was instantly jolted awake. Where is your sister? He inquired. Oh, she had something to attend to and went home for a while. I see. But who is the lady on your shoulder? This question ignited a sense of urgency within Su Chun. Clearing his throat, he declared, Ah, this is the harem I desire. Su Chen did not succumb to the sense of crisis. On the contrary, she became increasingly assertive. Oh, I am your wife. How dare you bring another girl home without my consent as your second wife? Qian Rinxue placed her hands on her hips, exuding irritation. Why should I seek your approval? As a man, is it not customary for me to have multiple wives? So, you truly intend to take 3 wives? Who said anything about wives? These are concubines. She does not possess the qualification to be my wife. TSK. I did not realize, Su Chun. Realize what? Lo and behold. You are even more fickle than a heartless rogue. How could you allow such a beautiful girl to suffer indignities? I do not approve. Su Chun was taken aback. He approached Qian Rinxue directly and playfully slapped her on the backside, exclaiming in exasperation, Which side are you truly on? Naturally, I stand with Sister Guyuna. She retorted. Look, Guyuna undoubtedly concurs with my perspective, hence you lack the authority to agree. Your vote holds no weight. But I am your second wife. She insisted. Enough. Had I known, I would never have allowed you to associate with that scoundrel Su Qing. Just look at what you've become. Su Chen felt a throbbing pain in his head. Guyuna rubbed her eyes and stepped out, smacking her lips. Upon seeing Ain, her pupils widened in surprise. But she quickly composed herself. Su Chen, what on earth is happening? Oh, it's nothing, Guyuna. This is the sister I found for you. After Su Chen finished speaking, he playfully patted Ain on the hip, asking, Are you certain she isn't the wife you seek? Guyuna rolled her eyes at Su Chen and replied, Just say whether you are willing or not. Of course I am willing. By the time Su Qing arrives, we will have just enough for a game of landlord. There will be 4 of us. Bai Ji is far too unreliable. Suddenly, Su Chen recalled, By the way, what about that dog? Why hasn't it brought back Xuan Nu and the others yet? He remembered that he had initially dispatched 3 hellhounds to search for Xuan Nu, with the Ice Emperor coming to assist. I don't know. Perhaps they got distracted along the way and delayed their return. Currently, there are no teams challenging us at the soul-fighting arena. What can we do? Guyuna shrugged her shoulders, indicating how lonely invincibility can be. All right, Ain. You must remember to be particularly clean today. I will come to find you in the evening. Upon hearing this, Ain understood the implication and shook her head in acknowledgement. Su Chen observed Ain shaking her head incessantly. He gently supported her head with his hand and remarked, Look, I assent that a nod. How annoying. I know you're shy, but it's all right. After tonight, you shall be my concubine. Do you know why I sought you out? It is merely to provoke Tang Hao. The 3 women stared in astonishment at the audacious Su Chen, gasping in disbelief. How can you be so shameless? Qian Rinxue gazed at Su Chen in shock. Let me share a secret. Su Chen suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, prompting the 3 women to lean in with curiosity to listen. Su Chen glanced at Ain, who had come over to listen. What brings you here? Ain suddenly felt a rush of heat to her face and, with a huff, turned her head away. Hurry up and speak. Su Chen. Su Chen immediately turned to Qian Rinxue and Guyuna, saying, Indeed, the 32nd chapter, rocket launch. It is simply a matter of having thick skin. Why bother with so many concerns? Now that I possess strength, what need is there for excessive contemplation? Unlike the 3 of you, or rather, 2, I currently stand as the 3rd in this World S rankings. The first is that coffin, and the second is Su Qing. A coffin? What coffin? Su Chen pondered deeply, reflecting on the words spoken by the system, which he seemed to have forgotten. However, one phrase lingered in his mind. Do not provoke the coffin. He remarked. Why are you, as a girl, discussing coffins? Qian Rinxue, is your curiosity about coffins related to preparations for your grandfather? Get lost. Why do you only mention Sister Guyuna and not me? Because you are easier to bully. You. Isn't there someone right next to you who's tied up? Why don't you pick on her? Because I have already tormented her sufficiently. I've been bullying her all day. Qian Rinxue expressed her frustration. Feeling that the world was full of deceptions, she clenched her fist and stormed off in anger. Guyuna could only helplessly watch the 2 arguing, recognizing that, after all, they were family. Indeed, family should not speak as if they were strangers. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and remarked, Fine, I will go find Qian Rinxue. You focus on your tasks, but keep your voice down. I fear that Bai Ji might learn of this and report you, he added. Understood, understood. Princess Su Chen cradled the indignant Ayin in her arms as she entered her chamber. Black and white impermanence. Did I not expressly forbid you from entering my room? Are you unaware of the foul stench of the cat droppings you left behind? Last time, you were the first to flee, abandoning me without remorse. Even selling out your own siblings. Su Chen casually tossed out the representation of the black and white impermanence. Su Chen liberated Ayin from her confinement. And Ayin flared up like an agitated feline. I warned you, I shall not allow you to succeed. What do you intend to do? Wait. The following day, Su Chen leaned against the bedside, indulging in a cigarette with great contentment. Beside him, Ayin gazed vacantly, as if devoid of light. She found herself incapable of even uttering a refusal, allowing the unfamiliar man before her to tarnish her innocence. The entire night passed in this manner. Even a mere blade of grass would have withered under such circumstances. What's wrong? Still angry? Su Chen observed Yin's dazed expression, his brow furrowing in confusion. It appeared she remained upset. No worries. Let us continue. Upon hearing this, Ayin immediately snapped to attention, clutching the blanket tightly and retreating in terror. You. It's been a whole night already. Isn't that enough? Are you a beast? It's merely one night. I could endure for another 24 hours if need be. Look at you, still angry. There is nothing to be done. Su Chen, innocent as ever, prepared to take action. Stop. I'm no longer angry. Really? Indeed. Then what should I call you? A Su? After a moment of contemplation, Ayin spoke again. Alas, it seems we must continue. Wait, was I wrong? 24 hours later. Ayin wore a look of despair, utterly devoid of motivation. She resigned herself to whatever Su Chen chose to do. She truly did not wish to move any longer. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Qian Rinxua burst in, wielding the angel's sword, her eyes adorned with dark circles, charging in with indignation. Su Chen, are you out of your mind? One night was bearable, but you refused to relent even during the day. I can understand not sleeping with Sister Guyuna at night. But sleeping during the day, have we truly gone too far? And yet, you're still up to your antics. If you continue like this, you might as well go outside. Su Chen also felt that he had gone too far. He apologized to Qian Rinxua and patted the bare-shouldered Ayin. How about we go to a hotel outside? Ayin looked at Su Chen in astonishment, swallowing hard. Can I refuse? Of course. Then I refuse. So, do you know what to call me now? Hey. Without uttering a word, Su Chen swiftly enveloped Ayin in the blanket, and in an instant, they vanished into a hotel without a reservation. After a night had passed, Ayin, on her knees, lamented, Dear husband, I am truly sorry. I have erred grievously. If you wish, you may end my life. With a tone of mockery, Su Chen replied, Oh, if only you had said this sooner. Just look at you. All you had to do was call me husband instead of a Su. Ayin, bewildered, raised her head and asked, So, all this turmoil was sparked by a mere title? Indeed. Su Chen confirmed. Su Chen could no longer endure. It was not a matter of surrender, but rather his body had reached its limit. Upon hearing his words, Ayin's expression darkened in an instant. Gritting her teeth, she clenched her fist, mustering her courage, and fixed a piercing gaze upon Su Chen. Su Chen felt a prickling sensation as he realized he was being scrutinized. Are you trying to play tricks? He chuckled. My dear, don't you enjoy a little fun? Come, let's indulge. No, let's not, he quickly retorted. Can we postpone until tomorrow? No way. Ayin sprang forward, and Su Chen instinctively raised his hand to strike, only to immediately retract it. Alas, after what had transpired, he had to take responsibility. Another day passed. The room was suffused with an enigmatic aroma, and the two lay languidly gazing at the ceiling. Suddenly, Su Chen pondered a pressing issue. He gently propped up the fragrant Ayin, who, upon awakening, yawned and inquired, Are we continuing? Well then, I'll take the lead. Wait. Before that, I need to ask you something. What is it? Ayin replied, seemingly indifferent to her fate. Be it death or torment, she felt resigned. You were Tang San's mother, and now you belong to me. How will I face Tang San in the future? Upon hearing Tang San's name, Ayin's fatigue vanished, and she stared at Su Chen in disbelief. Indeed, if Xiao San were to find out, how would I confront him? How would I face a Hao? So, Su Chen continued, I sense our relationship has become quite awkward. Since you are with me by generational ties, Tang San is like my adopted son. Ayin was taken aback by this revelation. She pointed an accusing finger at Su Chen and exclaimed, You look no older than my son. How could you expect him to accept this? Oh, I had initially intended to look after this adopted son, but if you disapprove, I suppose I shall continue to target him instead. Target him? Ain questioned, perplexed by the nature of what had transpired between Su Chun and her son. Yet her concern prompted her to ask. With an innocent smile adorning her face, Su Chun gradually disclosed every detail to Ain. 10 minutes later, Ain transformed from a state of bewilderment to one of fury, her body trembling with indignation as she glared at Su Chun. How dare you bully my son? What do you mean by bullying him? Just look at the implications of him absorbing a 10-year spirit ring. That's irrelevant. All you needed to clarify was whether I laid a hand on him. I merely confronted you, Xiaojiang. What does that have to do with your son? Besides, he could have chosen not to intervene. A 29th level spirit master, it was your son's own naivety that led him to such a choice. He would have been better off learning from Tang Hao. But that's not true. My son has impeccable character. He acted out of necessity to save his mentor. If it weren't for you coercing him with his teacher's life, have you been listening to me at all? Yu Xiaojiang's only kindness to your son was a tattered blanket. Are you seriously suggesting that such a trivial favor warrants a lifelong debt? Upon realizing that her son was in such dire straits that he lacked even a blanket, Ain clenched her fists. Tang Hao, you're quite something, aren't you? Your son is in this predicament, and this is how you claim to take good care of our San-er. Hey, are you all right? Su Chen noticed that Yin's complexion was far from agreeable. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ain swiftly turned her head, her expression brimming with indignation as she glared at him. Go on. What is this? Didn't you claim to be fond of my physique? Continue if you dare. No. It's best to stop. If this continues, I might end up getting my account banned. Su Chen admitted to being a lecher. Yet he would not go so far as to sacrifice his own kidney. Regardless of whether Su Chen accepted it or not, Ain lunged at him. Since she could not overpower him, and knowing he enjoyed the game, she decided to play it to the end, as the situation was beyond redemption. The following day, Su Chen's legs trembled unsteadily as he leaned on his stick for support, one hand clutching his waist. He glanced back at the smug expression on Yin's face and couldn't help but offer a bitter smile. Observing Su Chen's predicament, Qian Rinxue felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction within her, teasingly remarking, "Oh dear, what has happened here? TSK, are you all right, little pup?" Su Chen disregarded Qian Rinxue's sarcastic remarks entirely. With a face full of grievance, he turned to Gu Yuna, who stood beside Qian Rinxue, extending his arms in a gesture of seeking comfort. Gu Yuna, however, ignored him, letting out a cold snort before departing. Suddenly, a familiar sound of space shattering resonated in the ears of everyone present. A girl clad in a phoenix robe emerged, nonchalantly brushing off her hands as she announced, "I have arrived. Did you all miss me?" Su Qing was overwhelmed with excitement. She had just concluded her matters in her own dominion and rushed over immediately. However, upon witnessing the calmness of the scene, she suddenly sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. "Why is no one speaking?" she inquired, yet her words were met with silence. In that moment, she felt an unexpected wave of indifference wash over her, stirring a deep urge to weep. Cough, 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 welcome. A feeble voice reached Su Qing's ears. She glanced behind her, momentarily taken aback, and promptly dashed over, placing her hands on Su Chen's shoulders, shaking him gently. "Su Chen, what has happened to you? How did you end up like this? Has someone bullied you? Why didn't you tell me?" Could you please stop shaking me? I can't articulate myself clearly," he replied. "All right, I won't shake you anymore," she said. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief, yet refrained from providing an explanation. He extended his hand towards Su Qing and inquired, "Do you possess any remedies for kidney rejuvenation?" Su Qing glanced at Ain, who was beside Su Chen, and immediately understood why Su Chen had ended up in such a state. TSK, how intriguing. Upon hearing Su Qing's derision, Su Chen's face flushed with anger as he threw the stick in his hand to the ground. "Can we not enjoy ourselves anymore? Each of you, except for Gu Yuna, is insufferable. Just look at Qian Rinxue and you, Su Qing. Yesterday, you proclaimed we were family. Yet this family has disbanded with astonishing swiftness. Who considers you family? I certainly do not." Ain continued to unleash verbal assaults from the sidelines. Upon seeing Yin's face, Su Chen immediately retreated behind Gu Yuna, his expression filled with terror as he regarded Yin's fearless countenance. Observing Su Chen's reaction, Gu Yuna's heart ached for him. "Are you all right, Su Chen?" Upon hearing the comforting words from his wife, Su Chen nodded appreciatively. "Of course, I am perfectly fine." "Well, if you are indeed all right, There is no need for you to return. Continue enjoying your time at the hotel, and let me know when you require my assistance. Su Chun doubted his own hearing as he glanced at Su Qing, who was watching the scene with an amused expression. You wretched scoundrel, Su Qing, my pure and innocent by Yue Guang, the untainted Gu Yuna, have been led astray by you. Su Qing, who had been enjoying the spectacle with an innocent smile, could hardly tolerate Su Qin's words directed at her. With indignation, she retorted, How dare you speak? You, who flit around carelessly, indulging in the pleasures before you while neglecting the two sisters who tirelessly support you. What have you done to assist them? Even 4 little kittens are better companions to their owners than you, who do nothing but lounge about aimlessly. Su Qing, increasingly infuriated, disregarded her ladylike demeanor and strode forward with bold determination, waving her hand. Su Qin immediately took a cautious step back, asking, What are you planning to do? Oh no. Stop it right now. Su Qing hurled a stone directly, silencing Su Chun, and with a swift kick, she sent him sprawling to the ground. Su Qing leapt directly above Su Qin, relentlessly executing her swift kicks. Brother, you know well that you have wronged your wife and me. So bear with it just a little longer. She exclaimed. Stop, stop, stop. It hurts, it hurts. Be gentler, be gentler. Don't strike below the belt, huh? Crack. Upon hearing the sound of the eggshell shattering, Su Qing realized that misfortune had befallen her. Without a moment's hesitation, she fled, while on the ground. Su Qin lay with a face full of indignation, weeping, his hands covering his lower body, resembling a distraught child. Su Qing, do not run away. I shall confront you with all my might. Have you been watching too many cartoons? Su Qin executed a sudden leap, radiating an aura of explosive energy. Qian Rinxue and Gu Yuna observed in astonishment. Is this Sun Wukong? Gu Yuna, with a naive expression, exclaimed, Sister, Sun Wukong can unleash such energy? Didn't Su Qing show us an animated series last time? Realization dawned upon her. Oh, I see. But doesn't Sun Wukong wield a lollipop? No, she corrected herself. Sun Wukong wields the golden cudgel, not a lollipop. I understand now. Gu Yuna nodded in comprehension. Su Qin observed his 2 wives engaged in conversation nearby, and he felt the diminishing of his status as a man within the family. You too. Come over here. The summoned Gu Yuna and Qian Rinxue approached with a look of innocent bewilderment. What is the matter? Don't you care about me at all? I feel utterly shattered. It's not as if you're truly shattered. If you keep saying that, then let us just be sisters from now on. Oh no. Su Qin knelt down, clutching his head, only to spring back up and, with a resounding boom, launched a rocket into the sky. Qian Rinxue gasped. Is this what they call a rocket launch? No, dear Qian Rinxue, this is Su Qin's launch. Indeed. Ayin, witnessing Su Qin's peculiar family, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She sensed that none of them were quite normal. Chapter 33. Gurong bound hand and foot tap, tap, tap. So you're all here? Just in time. I have news from the Duhan Arena. It appears someone has called us out for a challenge. Bai Ji announced to everyone in the hall. Su Qin, Gu Yuna, and Su Qing all wore expressions of disbelief. Su Qin pinched Su Qing lightly, who responded with a disdainful glance. He nodded and inquired, which fellow has come to boast this time? Bai Ji glanced at the documents and remarked. A total of 5 battle teams have formally challenged us, including the Tiando Academy team and the 4 Elements team. Qian Rinxue, listening intently, expressed her confusion. When did you all participate in this Seoul arena? We haven't participated for long. We've merely been winning consistently. It became rather dull, so we just registered. Yu Yuna answered innocently, responding to Qian Rinxue's question. Then I suppose I shall refrain from joining. You all are simply extraordinary. Qian Rinxue was aware of her own capabilities. Dealing with 1 or 2 opponents posed no challenge, but facing 4 or 5 of equal rank required considerable effort. Such thankless endeavors were not worth her time. Su Qin surveyed the gathering in the hall, realizing that one presence was conspicuously absent. Where had that fish vanished to? Surely it hadn't fled. Are you referring to the deep-sea magic whale king? He felt a sense of ennui and decided to wander elsewhere, claiming he wished to observe the human realm. Where on earth are those 3 hellhounds? Please, we've been summoned for days now. Starry Forest, dear brother, would you kindly allow us to depart? 3 figures knelt before the stone, gazing at it with despair. The Ice Emperor shot a glare at the hellhounds, scolding them for ignoring his command to leave. Are you out of your mind? Why must you gnaw at this stone? Just look at it. It's formidable. Running away is futile, and striking it is pointless. Hearing the Ice Emperor's remarks, the Snow Maiden felt equally helpless. Perhaps we should simply find a way to escape first, she mused. How could we possibly give up? This scoundrel summoned us to assist him among the humans, and while helping was one thing, it was entirely another to be tricked into this predicament, spending days scavenging stones, yet failing to satiate this peculiar, grotesque rock. Hey, hurry up and find me something to eat. I am the Stone Overlord. Oh, how I miss you, Sure. When will you come to seek me? I am so hungry. The Stone Overlord observed the three beasts kneeling before him and sighed. You may leave, if you cannot even procure food. What use are you to me? That wretched Suchin has abandoned me here, neglecting my plight entirely. Suchin, chill. Who is scolding me? That shouldn't be the case. I am a person of integrity and always willing to help others. How could anyone possibly criticize me? Could it be that I have caught a cold? My goodness, you actually tell me that you have fallen ill. Oh, look who's alive, the system. How tiresome it has become. In the past, I wandered freely, striving to keep up with her, but alas. It seems I have only caught a fleeting glimpse of her in the end. It appears there is a story to tell. Do share it with me. Babbling on and on, endlessly. Suchan was momentarily taken aback, his expression a portrait of confusion. Wait, what you're saying is utterly absurd. You claim to have once been a formidable force, ruling over the ages, only to be inexplicably shattered by a mysterious blow into countless drops of blood. Leading to a grand finale? Nonsense. What grand finale? I am still alive and well. Sherbatian and Xiaotao were brought over by me from a parallel world. Why does it feel like I have been tricked and deceived by you? How could that be? Just admit that they know me. Impressive. But why didn't you bring that so-called deity along? From what you described, they are unparalleled in grace and possess extraordinary power. Why leave them behind? I suspect you wish to take advantage of Lu Shan. Impossible. I am merely intrigued. Well, that is of no consequence. My current strength cannot facilitate bringing Lu Shan over. Her original world has already seen the annihilation of her spirit. What a pity. I still wish to see what she truly looks like. Hey, Suchin, who shall we send for the soul battle? Su Qing approached, inquiring. How about you go? Suchin contemplated sending Su Qing instead, as victory was assured. Why don't you go? I can't be bothered. Neither can I. The two exchanged glances, each unwilling to yield. Suchin, Lu Rian's message has arrived. Qian Ruxue interjected as she approached. Upon noticing Qian Ruxue approaching, Su Qing and Su Chen exchanged mischievous smiles. Ahem, Qian Ruxue, it seems that nothing else matters. During the upcoming competition, you shall represent us. Qian Ruxue looked perplexed, pointing to herself in disbelief. Me? Indeed, you are the most suitable candidate among us. Su Chen affirmed with a nod. But why? I am your wife. Qian Ruxue protested, puffing her cheeks in defiance. You're the least skilled among us. If you don't go, who will? Su Qing added fuel to the fire. Fine, but if it's not me, I simply cannot accept that. Why not send someone from the academy? After all, did you not establish a school? Yes, Su Chen replied, enlightened by Qian Ruxue's reminder. That is irrelevant. What if we lose? Su Qing retorted, rolling her eyes. Exactly. What if we lose? Su Chen echoed, once again struck by a moment of realization. Then what was the purpose of establishing an academy? Su Chen gazed at Su Qing with a look of utter bewilderment. Su Qing widened her eyes as she gazed at Su Chen. You haven't forgotten the purpose behind establishing the academy, have you? Indeed, I just recalled that I founded an academy. So, what is the purpose of this academy? You truly are something. Su Qing sighed, admitting that she had been so preoccupied with amusement that she had forgotten the academy's purpose. It was only after being reminded by Qian Rinxue that she recollected having given Lu Ruyan a ring, which contained enough money for their needs. So you engage in all these activities and then neglect it? Qian Rinxue stared at the two in disbelief. Well, that was my initial intention for the academy. At the very least, we need influence here, don't you agree? But now, I possess influence. Who? Su Qing inquired with curiosity. It's us, Su Chun waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, with our strength, why should we go through the trouble of establishing an academy? Because we are bored, Su Chen declared with a serious expression. Qian Rinxue's eyes twitched as she looked at the two. You spend so much money to establish an academy, and then you just abandon it? Who said we abandoned it? What if there are beautiful young ladies within the academy? Su Chen retorted indignantly. Forget it. I'll check it out when I have the time, Qian Rinxue said. Feeling a headache coming on. Do as you wish. Just let me know if you're short on funds. Su Qing smiled brightly at Qian Rinxue. Brother, I'm here. A familiar voice echoed in the ears of everyone present as the deep-sea demon whale king entered, dragging a bruised man behind him. Brother, I wanted to go out for a stroll. I came across a particularly intriguing place and decided to enter. But then, this man, who looked like a skeleton, dared to stop me and kept throwing bones at me. Infuriated, I slapped him. The deep-sea demon whale king rambled on. In the hall, Qianrenxue, Su Chun, and Su Qing were momentarily stunned. If they don't welcome you, you should leave. Old Xia. Indeed, look at how your brother speaks with reason. Shut up. The deep-sea demon whale king glared at old Xia with wide eyes. Old Xia fell silent. There was no way to fight back. Brother, you have no idea. This guy insulted you, saying that a subordinate reflects the master. He called me an ugly monster. Does that mean you are also an ugly monster? As Su Qin pondered. Stroking his chin, he suddenly found merit in the words of the fish. Upon hearing the sea demon whale king's absurdities, Gu Rong could no longer contain himself. You speak nonsense. It is you who trespassed into my 7-treasure glazed tile school without reason, and now you dare to speak of robbery? You claim that your elder brother robs the rich to aid the poor, and that you too will do the same. I ask you, what manner of elder brother do you have? Is it wrong for the younger brother to inquire? Silence. Just admit whether your 7-treasure school possesses wealth. Gu Rong retorted, his indignation palpable. Is there no room for reason? Absolutely not. Gu Rong, you must be the Bon Douluo, correct? Qianrenxue, having met Gu Rong before, questioned, who are you? Upon hearing that Qianrenxue recognized him, Gu Rong appeared perplexed. Who I am is of little consequence. I never anticipated the renowned Bon Douluo would find himself in such a predicament. A hint of amusement flickered in Qianrenxue's eyes at Gu Rong's disheveled state. All right, all right. Are you from the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Speak quickly. If I furrow my brow, I shall not be a good man. Come forth. Gu Rong raised his head proudly, embodying a gallant spirit. Begone. I still have my own matters to attend to. You consider yourself a hero. Yet real heroes avoid unnecessary losses. You, however, are merely cannon fodder, Su Qin remarked disdainfully at the Bon Douluo. What do you wish me to do? Let us be clear. I shall not betray the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Indeed, what was your intention in bringing him bound here? Su Qin asked, utterly bewildered as he gazed at the sea demon whale king. Well, I simply wanted my elder brother to teach him a lesson. Is that not warranted? He dared to insult you. Be silent. Was it not your mismanagement that led to this? We are clearly not lacking in wealth. Why then must you rob others? And to do so in their own abode, this is not mere robbery. It is outright theft. Did you not say that I could act as I pleased? As long as I did not kill innocents? If others do not strike first, I shall not retaliate. I am quite obedient. They initiated the conflict. The sea demon whale king protested, feeling wronged. Exactly. Little demon, I, Su, support you. We shall show them that we are adept at pillaging, arson, and any form of looting. Let it be known that the Su family is not to be trifled with. Good heavens. Are you all out of your minds? Are you suggesting we declare war on some nation? Ah, this is a line I just learned. Why must you thwart me? Su Qing thundered, her voice resonating like thunder. Su Qin had a habit of blocking one ear, wearing an expression of helplessness. Gu Rong was startled into clarity by the thunderous voice. What exactly do you want from this old man? Gu Rong roared in struggle. What else with that voice? You're just a younger brother. Su Qing said disdainfully to Gu Rong. Forget it. Why don't we let him help us participate in the competition? Su Qin looked at Gu Rong with a broad smile. Gu Rong felt a tightness in his chest, suddenly sensing that winter was fast approaching. Ah, is this old man up to the task? Do not speak so lightly, Su Qing. He is, after all, the renowned Bon Douluo, said Qianrenxue. A formidable title Douluo of level 95. Level 95? That's rather weak, isn't it? Even Lu Rian exceeds that, with others reaching level 98. Su Qing remarked with obvious disdain as she gazed at the petrified Gu Rong. If you all look down upon this old man, then why did you bring me here? Su Qing remarked with a slight smile. It is not that I look down upon you. Rather, we are simply bored. Hey, Su Qing. Don't drag me into your mischief. I am not like you. Su Qin retreated a few steps. Come on, have we not committed our fair share of misdeeds? That's different. I am a civilized person. Does a civilized person sneakily watch videos? Su Qing gazed at Su Qin in disbelief. Come on. Isn't it normal for a man to watch such things? Don't you? Su Qin immediately retorted. I am a single dog. It's perfectly normal for a single dog to watch. The issue is, you already have a wife. No, 2 wives. Wait, 3. You brought one along with you. Tell me, don't you have a problem? What is the point of watching such things when you have a wife? Damn it, shut your mouth. Look at you, getting all flustered. Su Qing teased, gesturing with her thumb towards Su Qin. Ah, this is educational material. You know, I am studying. Studying what? Knowledge, right? Whoa, what a swift vehicle. Don't worry, it won't burst a tire. Come on, get in. Su Qing, will take you on an exhilarating ride. Do you have a car? Who said I don't? Without hesitation, Su Qing produced her magnificent steed, a phoenix pulling along an ancient dwelling. Su Qin was taken aback, his envy palpable. Wishing fervently for the same, who wouldn't revel in showing off? If you possess such a remarkable item, why not unveil it sooner? Because I have no need for it, came the reply. Why not simply gift it to me then? Su Qin chuckled mischievously, but Su Qing shook her head in refusal. Why not? You have no use for it. Because I wish to flaunt it, he retorted. Su Qin, damn, how outrageous. Gu Rong was utterly stunned. Acutely aware that this phoenix could crush him with a mere claw, he dared not utter a word. Qian Rinxue, stricken with fear, immediately sought refuge behind Su Qin. Su Qin glanced at Qian Rinxue, who was trembling behind him. He understood her fear and reassured her, do not be afraid. Should anyone dare to harm you, I shall ignite the flames of vengeance. Comforted by Su Qin's words, Qian Rinxue gazed at his silhouette, noticing how his tall figure radiated a luminous glow. So this is what it feels like to be protected. It is rather splendid. A gentle smile graced Qian Rinxue's lips as she looked upon Su Qin. Chapter 34. The City of Carnage. Su Qin cast a glance at the two individuals, then lightly sprang onto the back of the phoenix, storing away the resting quarters into her ring. All right, come aboard. I'll take you for a ride on the phoenix. What about the matters concerning the Grand Soul Arena? What else can we do? Leave it to Sister Qian Rinxue. We are off to have our fun. Can Qian Rinxue manage it alone? Su Qin inquired uncertainly, glancing back at Qian Rinxue. After all, she is the cherished granddaughter of the Qian family. Do you truly believe she cannot handle a mere soul arena? Indeed. Su Qin mused, if it becomes too overwhelming, with Gu Yu and the others, she should be just fine. Let's go? Come on. Without further contemplation, Su Qin swiftly lifted the now relieved Gu Rong and soared onto the phoenix's back. Gu Rong was utterly bewildered. What are you planning to do? What else could we be up to? We are upstanding citizens, after all, and we have certainly engaged in our fair share of mischief, Su Qin replied with feigned seriousness. If you dare to harm me, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will not let you go unpunished. You must brace yourselves for the wrath of thousands from our sect. Gu Rong protested, struggling against the inevitable. Thousands. Su Qing scoffed. I was expecting millions, or at least hundreds of thousands. To hear it's merely a few thousand, how trivial. If it were millions, I might have felt a twinge of remorse. At the very least, I would have considered a form of absolution. But a few thousand? That's just a drop in the bucket. Su Qin displayed a look of disdain, initially adopting a somewhat serious demeanor. Upon hearing that there were merely a few thousand, he was left speechless. Subsequently, what followed? Gu Rong appeared utterly bewildered, questioning how these two individuals could be so obstinate. When did the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School lose its prestige? Hey, have you heard of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? It boasts two formidable title Douluos, renowned across the continent, even respected by empires, with wealth rivaling nations. What exactly do you desire? Desire? What do you think we are? Haven't you noticed how leisurely we are? Engage in something legitimate instead. Gu Rong suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Aren't you simply after money? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School can provide it. How much do you require? Money? That is laughable. Do we even need such a trifle? Su Qin scoffed disdainfully, while Su Qing interjected, stating, unless there is a transaction worth 100 million or more, we shall not entertain discussions. Su Qin shot a glare at Su Qing, exclaiming, 100 trillion? Selling Douluo wouldn't even yield such a sum. Have you lost your mind? Is that so? Su Qing replied with an innocent expression, her face adorned with a look of confusion. Upon hearing her words, Gu Rong's previously pale complexion flushed crimson, resembling a monkey's rear. Can you two even continue this conversation? Just look at what you're saying. 100 trillion? You might as well end me. Well then, if we aren't negotiating, let's not negotiate at all, Su Qin. No. Wait, what on earth are you trying to do? I'm not doing anything. Just let him go, Su Qing responded, her demeanor adorably naive. Su Qin and Gu Rong, two utterly deranged individuals, became completely numb. What? What did you say? Su Qin inquired uncertainly. Release him. He is merely squandering our provisions. Killing the subsequent cannon fodder will only bring them to us one by one. Do you not find that troublesome? Indeed. As Su Qin prepared to transform the ancient banyan into a star, a sudden roar echoed from the heavens, reverberating through the air. The familiar sound caused the initial thrill within Gu Rong to evaporate, replaced swiftly by a surge of fear. What does this swordsman intend to do? Gu Rong silently pleaded, urging him not to approach. Like a figure from mythology, Chun Xen descended from the sky, landing gracefully on one knee, causing the ground to fracture for several meters. With his flowing silver hair suspended around him, he cast a cold, unyielding gaze upon the three individuals before him. Su Chen and Su Qing turned to gaze at Jian Daochen Xian. This old man seemed familiar. It felt as though they had encountered him somewhere before. Su Chen inquired of Su Qing, yet she offered no reply. Veins bulged upon her forehead as she instantaneously teleported before Sword Daochen Xin, delivering a devastating punch that shattered the very fabric of space. Sword Daochen Xin was momentarily taken aback, sensing the chilling aura of death. Without hesitation, he invoked his ninth soul skill, Divine and Demon Duality. Bang. Ah, wait for me, my bones. I shall return. Before Sword Daochen Xin could finish his lament, he was propelled into the sky by Su Qing's punch, transforming into a constellation of stars. Su Qing glared furiously at the floor, exclaiming in exasperation, "What the hell? You could have simply landed without destroying my floor. Do you really think I am a saint?" Su Chen timidly replied, "I am. But I am certainly not the Virgin Mary. Just look at these beautiful tiles, shattered by this fellow. Do you not realize how it affects my mood?" Su Qing, venting her frustration, pointed at the damaged floor. Su Chen gazed helplessly in the direction where Jian Daochen Xian had soared and remarked, "You could simply descend as you wish, yet you choose to emulate Superman, putting on such a facade. Unlike Superman, who is impervious to blades and bullets, you, an elderly gentleman in your 40s, should be enjoying your retirement instead of engaging in the pursuits of the youth." Su Chen shook his head, observing the trembling Gu Rong. "What is the matter?" Gu Rong swallowed hard and gazed at Su Chen, responding, "What are you talking about? Even if I have discerning tastes, I would never seek you out." "What do you mean?" The elderly man retorted, "I certainly do not have a sister for you." Gu Rong replied coldly, "Are you from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School?" "I am not. I am from the Spirit Hall," Gu Rong earnestly fabricated. It was obvious that provoking these two venerable ancestors from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would be unwise. "Do you know who she is?" Su Chen pointed at Qian Rinxue. "Who is she?" Gu Rong questioned, having never encountered the girl before. "She is the granddaughter of Qian Douluo." Gu Rong exclaimed, "Damn. A type of plant. Senior Bone Douluo, how did I not know you were from our Spirit Hall?" Qian Rinxue regarded Gu Rong with a playful expression and remarked, "Your Spirit Hall has committed numerous atrocities. Although I may have misspoken, I still uphold my integrity." After Gu Rong spoke, he felt a radiant energy emanating from him. Qian Rinxue frowned and immediately turned to Su Chen, playfully saying, "Brother Su Chen." As Su Chen heard the tantalizing sound, he immediately gazed at Qian Rinxue with an expression of infatuation. "What is it, Shuer?" Brother Su Chen, could I take care of the Bone Douluo?" "Absolutely not." The once pitiful expression on Qian Rinxue's face vanished as she froze in surprise. "Why not? I fear he may harbor ulterior motives towards you. Just look at this old man. He exudes an aura of malice. His appearance resembles that of a skeleton. I have encountered goblins before, and beings like him are undoubtedly villains. Thus, we must return him." Su Chen's earnest analysis left Qian Rinxue utterly bewildered, feeling as though her mind could not grasp the implications. "What do you mean?" She could only utter those words. "It means nothing. I simply do not wish for you to be near other men. But he is an old man. That makes it even more unacceptable. Just consider it, in films. Old men lead blissful lives with their wives. Let me tell you, aside from familiar relatives or subordinates you know well, you must not approach anyone else. Any unfamiliar man is off limits. Are you suggesting I have not thought too deeply about it? You are my wife. I can provide for your expenses. And you may do as you please, with one exception. You must not converse with unfamiliar men. Of course, if it is a stranger such as a beggar, you may show them compassion and offer some assistance. However, if someone asks for your contact information, you must refuse them outright. Is that so? Then I can accept that." Qian Rinxue nodded. "What about this old man? I no longer require him. I initially intended to inquire about intelligence regarding the Tindo Empire, but upon reflection, it seems unnecessary." "Precisely. Hey, I am still alive. Are you speaking of such matters in front of me without any respect?" Su Chen and Qian Rinxue heard Gu Rong's voice, and the two spoke simultaneously. "Do you require respect?" Gu Rong trembled with anger. "Fine, I do not need it. The essence lies in sincerity." Fuming with indignation, Su Qing strode up to Gu Rong, extending her palm. "What do you intend to do?" Gu Rong queried in confusion. "Compensation," she retorted. "That pretentious fellow. Are you certain he has no connection to you?" "Ah, so it's about compensation. Very well, how much?" Gu Rong sighed in relief. As long as the demand was not unreasonable, he could acquiesce. 100 million. What? Gu Rong's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you attempting to rob me? Indeed. Aren't we essentially robbing? Su Qing declared, pointing at the deep-sea demon whale king. Your reasoning is utterly compelling. I find myself at a loss for words. Upon hearing his name mentioned, the deep-sea demon whale king immediately stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap. You dare to refute what Sister Su has said? I did not refute, merely expressed that it is exorbitant. Look, is that not a rebuttal? Leave a hand. What do you think, Sister Su? The deep-sea demon whale king inquired, gazing at Su Qing. As Su Qing donned her sunglasses, she adopted an expression reminiscent of a member of the underworld. However, there was still interest to consider, an interest that amounted to 100 million per minute. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at Su Qing in disbelief. Goodness, with such interest. Even the god of wealth would be compelled to kneel, Su Qing remarked. You are being utterly unreasonable. Gu Rong could no longer contain himself. He felt insulted, both in intellect and dignity. 100 million per minute? This is absurd. He protested, but to no avail. Deep-sea demon whale king. Take him to the 7 treasure-glazed sect to demand payment. If they refuse, then annihilate them. Su Qing waved her hand dismissively, as if it were a trivial matter. The deep-sea demon whale king nodded, slapped Gu Rong, and lifted him away. With you, even this crow brother must submit, enduring 9 meals a day, Su Qing lamented. Who is this crow brother? Su Qing inquired, her curiosity piqued. I don't know either. It is perhaps best that you remain unaware. Su Qing would never divulge the identity of crow brother to Su Qing. Who knows what mischief that might incite? Ah, let us be off, little sister. I shall take you on an exhilarating adventure. With a grand gesture, Su Qing assumed the demeanor of a leader, and the two ascended aboard the Phoenix rocket. Soaring into the heavens, Qianren Xue pouted, yearning to join in the revelry. Why must she be the one to facilitate these two in participating in the soul-fighting competition while they frolicked away? Guiyuna took a Yin's hand and approached. Indeed, while those two enjoyed themselves, we were left to toil. Noticing Qianren Xue's discontent, Yin inquired, Why are you not happy? What is there to be happy about? There is work to be done, and to make matters worse, there is no salary. This is sheer exploitation of employees, you know? If it weren't for the connection through my wife and sister-in-law, I would never have consented to such a thing. What do you mean? Yin asked, utterly perplexed. Let them enjoy themselves. We shall nominate Su Qin and Su Qing to participate instead. After all, it's not arduous, Guiyuna suggested as a mediator. Am I to participate as well? Yin pointed to herself. You are already one of us. Besides, considering your relationship with spirit beasts, the Stardow Forest is managed by me, Dition. Thus, you are technically under my command. Just follow my lead. What? You are 100,000-year spirit beast. Qianren Xue's eyes widened, aware of the significance that such a status entailed. Indeed, what of it? Did Su Qin not inform you? Guiyuna questioned, puzzled. He did. Of course, Qianren Xue quickly nodded, attempting to mask her apprehension. Let me assure you, I understand the implications of your status as a human spirit master. Even if you were to summon a tidal Douluo, I would protect Yin, Guiyuna warned. But she is a spirit beast, a creature of such magnitude. Qianren Xue exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at Guiyuna. Yes, she is a spirit beast, and I am a divine beast. Thus, we are allied. You stand isolated. Qianren Xue felt as though struck by lightning upon realizing she was amidst a gathering of spirit beasts. A scenario she had never envisioned in her lifetime. Coughing, she conceded, very well, but you must not let others learn of this. Qianren Xue spoke in a hushed yet serious tone. Yin nodded anxiously, and Guiyuna shot a sidelong glance at Qianren Xue. What does it matter? No one stands a chance against me. You are that formidable? How does my grandfather compare to you? Qianren Xue gazed at Guiyuna in confusion. Who is your grandfather? My grandfather is a level 99 ultimate Douluo. Could you possibly be stronger than him? Is that so? He might endure a few of my strikes. At present, I possess the strength of a level 1 deity, Guiyuna mused. Qianren Xue clutched her head, feeling as though she could no longer remain in this household, as if she were the weakest among them. Then, who is Su Qing's attendant? Are you referring to the deep-sea demon whale king? Indeed, he is also a soul beast, but he is on the verge of transforming into a dragon, becoming a soul beast of 1,000,000 years. Are Su Qin and Su Qing also divine beings? As for that, I am uncertain. I find them inscrutable. However, I can sense that with a mere flick of their wrist, they could easily annihilate me, Guiyuna remarked with a bright expression. Qianren Xue pondered over Su Qing and Su Qin. She believed that their utmost potential was merely that of tidal Douluo. The crux of the matter is that these two individuals are disinclined to engage in human affairs. They are even less human than soul beasts. Who, for instance, would compel a cat to perform push-ups? Indeed, these two have done so. Furthermore, who would venture into the depths of night to blow up the latrines of others' villages? Once again, it is these two who have undertaken such actions. Considering these incidents, it appears that their actions do not correspond with their formidable strength. Qian Rinxue felt a profound sense of injustice in the world. I understand now. I see it clearly. How amusing. How enlightening. It seems as though snowflakes are falling upon my head, and the backdrop is draped in a veil of despair. What place is this? Su Chen gazed around in utter disbelief. Surrounded by an overwhelming stench of blood, some individuals appeared to be drinking it. Su Chen was at a loss. Welcome to the City of Carnage. Chapter 44. My sword is ruined. Ouch. What are you doing? Su Chen, with a look of irritation, gazed at Su Qing and inquired. Why did you eliminate all of them? Su Qing waved her hand in resignation and said, I perceive them to be rather unsavory characters. However, I have detected a passage over there with my spiritual sense. Su Qing pointed towards the tunnel. Su Chen, filled with curiosity, glanced over, finding nothing particularly special. What's going on? What's happening? Have you spotted a beauty? Upon hearing the commotion, Su Qing rushed over, her face alight with excitement. A beauty? Su Chen looked at Su Qing, bewildered. Yes, indeed. I have a particular fondness for beautiful women. Take a look at the lovely lady on my phone. Su Qing showed him a live streamer on her device, to which he responded with a deadpan expression. That's a man. Impossible. With my discerning eye. How could I fail to recognize a gender? Come, let me show you how to transform into a beauty. Su Chen, feeling impatient, snatched the phone and made a few adjustments before handing it over to Su Qing. Su Qing glanced at her phone, and upon seeing her own reflection on the screen, she appeared utterly petrified. Do you believe it now? Just look at yourself in your phone. Your chin could practically use some injections. Su Qing could only express her astonishment by giving a thumbs up. However, let me tell you, this world is indeed peculiar. A sense of malevolence enveloped her as she spoke with a serious demeanor. Suddenly, Su Chen was taken aback by Su Qing's serious tone, utterly bewildered. Evil aura? Allow me to enlighten you on what constitutes true malevolence. Speak quickly, he urged impatiently. These two assets of yours are the epitome of wickedness. For a man, they are simply irresistible. He playfully pointed at Su Qing's 36D figure, remarking, are they merely two pieces of flesh? What purpose do they serve? You claim men cannot resist. Yet how is it that you remain unfazed? With a nonchalant wave of his hand, Su Chen continued, it's quite perplexing, considering I've grown accustomed to being reprimanded. Su Chen's sarcastic remarks left Su Qing utterly speechless. However, she had little interest in engaging in playful banter with Su Chen. With a curious expression, she pointed towards the tunnel below and suggested, shall we venture down and see what lies beneath? To which Su Chen retorted, you can go if you wish. But who knows what might be lurking in there? Before Su Chen could finish speaking, he was abruptly pulled away by Su Qing. Welcome, everyone, to our Grand Soul Arena. The host's enthusiastic voice resonated in the ears of every spectator, who responded with fervent cheers. I trust that all of you are well aware of today's competitors, right? Indeed. It is our headline champions, the undefeated Tyrant team. A wave of excitement swept through the audience, erupting in chants of 0 to N. 0 to N. Su Chen, I love you. Miss Gu Yuna, please let your exquisite foot strike me with abandon. Whoa. However, as the Tyrant warriors made their entrance, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Su Chen and Su Qing have vanished. Ahem, due to unforeseen circumstances. The captain of the Tyrannosaurus battle team has appointed a temporary vice-captain to assume his position. This vice-captain is none other than Qian Rinxue. With a cold gaze directed at the team before her, Qian Rinxue contemplated how to navigate the impending battle. Currently, her soul power stands at level 48. Had it not been for the attire gifted by Su Qing, she might not have been able to participate in such a soul-fighting arena. Qian Rinxue, level 30 soul Douluo. Please enlighten us. Yuna, bewildered, gazed at Qian Rinxue and murmured, hey, what is going on? Shouldn't you introduce yourself? Taken aback, Qian Rinxue replied, there is no need. Let us resolve this swiftly and finish up early. I'm eager to catch an episode of Bears Out and About. Gu Yuna explained gently, albeit at an accelerated pace. All right, ladies. As the new sister here, I should take the lead, said Ain. Are you up for it? Qian Rinxue regarded Ain with a peculiar expression. Certainly more capable than you, Ain quipped, raising an eyebrow. The host, Witnessing Qian Rinxue introducing herself alone, initially wore a look of confusion. Is it not sunny today? The Tyrannosaurus battle team is actually introducing themselves? Now, let us welcome the Wind God Academy battle team. Their captain is named Feng Xiaodian, a cold, silver-haired man clad in a black hood and a green-black ensemble with wolf-headed shoulder armor appeared. Beautiful ladies, why not surrender? Rest assured, losing to us wouldn't be unjust. Feng Xiaodian remarked playfully, eyeing Gu Yuna, Qian Rinxue, and Ain, feeling envious. Why does that Su Qin fellow have so many beautiful women around him? Moreover, the most enigmatic Su Qing has yet to make an appearance. He had heard tales of Su Qing's ethereal beauty, reputed to be the most attractive in the team. Yet, upon seeing Gu Yuna and the others, he was astounded. Each girl was more stunning than the last. How breathtaking must Su Qing be? Ain, heh. Gu Yuna, mediocre man. Qian Rinxue, fool. Bai Ji, foolishness. A commoner randomly brought in for the competition. He initially felt exhilarated at the prospect of joining the Tyrannosaurus battle team, yet sensed something amiss. This team appeared somewhat unreliable. However, it mattered little as he was merely filling in temporarily, without the need to engage in combat. After contemplation, Gudrian's spirits lifted, and he shot an unceremonious glare at Feng Xiaodian, declaring, I disdain you. Feng Xiaodian felt a staggering blow, clutching his chest as if struck with pain. You all. Very well. When I, Feng Xiaodian, defeat you, I hope you still carry that same arrogance. Feng Xiaodian. 3 blue-silver emperor spears. Without hesitation, Ain hurled a shimmering silver spear directly at Feng Xiaodian and his team. Feng Xiaodian's pupils contracted in response. At once, the soul of the wind, the dual-headed wolf, was summoned to shield against the impending attack. Yet, it was too late. The other 4 rushed in, attempting to defend Feng Xiaodian, but upon contact with the assault, their defenses crumbled as if made of paper, collapsing in an instant. Alas, the 5 members of the Wind God battle team lay defeated on the battlefield, while the remaining 4 were left barely clinging to life, with only one trembling as if an elderly man, pointing a quivering finger at all members of the Tyrant Dragon battle team, exclaiming, You lack martial ethics. Martial ethics? Huh, what value do they hold? Do you want them? We could easily dispense with them. Gu Yuna responded nonchalantly, her composure unshaken. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaodian erupted in a furious roar. Martial ethics have betrayed me. With that, he spat blood and fainted. Qian Rinxue and Ain looked at Gu Yuna in astonishment. How could you utter such shameless words with such nonchalance? Ain questioned. Indeed, we could have won without resorting to underhanded tactics. Why did you choose to ambush? You don't understand. Gu Yuna replied. Su Qin told me that any means necessary can be employed to achieve victory. This was merely the quickest way to secure a win. Yet, we could have triumphed without such methods, couldn't we? Qian Rinxue asked with a playful glint in her eyes. Oh, it seems I might have forgotten. My apologies. This is where I take my leave. The remaining matters are now in your capable hands, dear sister Qian Rinxue. Gu Yuna chuckled, and with a swift motion, made her exit. The audience once again found themselves in a state of numbness, pondering the absurdity of the spectacle before them. Was it truly worth witnessing yet another instant defeat? Each time they paid to witness what they anticipated to be exhilarating. The most thrilling moments were merely during the host's speeches. The remaining glow sticks barely had time to wave before the event concluded. Damn, another lonely experience. One disgruntled spectator grumbled. If you're so capable, why not challenge them to a one-on-one? The person beside him regarded him with disdain. Well, never mind then. Welcome to the city of carnage. Su Qin and his companion arrived in a city reeking of bloodshed. Su Qin incessantly murmured for the demons and monsters to depart, while Su Qing displayed an expression of exhilaration, urging, Let us go, let us explore. How delightful this place is, though it certainly has a foul stench. Just then, a female envoy approached them. Hey, Su Qin, what a beauty. Su Qing exclaimed, playfully nudging Su Qin. Su Qin carefully examined the situation, shaking his head in disbelief. If you like it, go ahead. I refuse to partake in this. With such pale skin, she could star in a ghostly romance. Do you not appreciate fair skin? How lovely and tender it appears. Su Qing chuckled mischievously. Please, all I see is her pallor. Where is the tenderness? Oh, come on. It's a rare opportunity to settle for something. How could you expect me to associate with a specter? The female envoy initially maintained a polite demeanor, but soon her patience wore thin, veins bulging on her forehead. Who in this place disrespected her? Yet these 2 imps dared to call her a ghost. Had they ever encountered such an alluring apparition? Silence. The envoy could no longer contain herself. Her endurance was remarkable, but it had its limits. Who are you to speak such filth? Who do you think you are? You think everyone is like you, pale as a corpse? And those tattoos on your face are so impressive, are they? Why not get a dragon tattoo? Wearing a stocking on your head doesn't make you extraordinary. Don't assume that your darkness can entice someone like me. You're nothing but a farce. Hand you a sword, and you practice your insults instead of honing your craft. Blending vulgarity with your very essence. What do you mean by that? I know I am handsome, unlike your face resembling a dish of bitter melon and scrambled eggs. Are you here to feast on dung? If not, I can have a fairy assist you. Su Qing. Quick. Help. You. And what about you? I still have my identity. My name is Su Chun, a master of the celestial arts, with the strength to move mountains and crush the heavens. You are more adorned than a five-ring circus. Uft. Knockout. Su Qing was utterly astonished as she gazed upon the fallen female envoy, who was spewing blood. You truly are a master of words. Su Qing exclaimed, raising her thumb in admiration. From this moment forth, she would regard Su Chun with newfound respect. Witnessing someone so fiercely berate another to the point of bloodshed was a first for her. All right, enough of that. The ghost is dead. Let us venture inside and see if there are any treasures to be found, Su Chun suggested, swallowing hard. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Su Qing nodded in agreement. The two of them stealthily made their way towards the main hall of the City of Slaughter. Hey, shouldn't we become invisible for this? Su Chun proposed. That's a valid point. How could we engage in mischief without being concealed? Allow me to take care of that. Su Qing cast an invisibility spell upon Su Chun, allowing them to obscure their presence. She also enchanted herself, and the two of them cautiously proceeded forward. The Shura King, immersed in his blood drink, suddenly felt a twitch in his eyelid, sensing that something unusual was about to transpire. Initially indifferent, the Shura King's unease grew stronger, prompting him to summon his Shura demon sword. This sword was merely a test artifact, not yet imbued with its true power, which would only manifest after passing the trial, allowing its strength to permeate the blade. As the Shura King inspected his sword, he uttered a sound of surprise when it vanished in an instant. Staring in disbelief at the empty space where the sword had been, he exclaimed, "Where has my substantial sword gone? Quickly, we must flee. This sword is truly unsightly. Especially that eyeball, it simply cannot be removed." Su Qing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. What do you intend to do with the eyeball? It might very well be a treasure. What if it is the eye of the Avenger, Anima? The eye of Anima, Su Qing exclaimed, her face reflecting astonishment. Is it truly remarkable? Indeed, it is. That eyeball is said to emit light and even reverse the flow of time. Is that all? Is it not impressive? I can do that too. True enough, they both chuckled as they hurried along. However, as they advanced, something felt amiss. Before them lay a singular path, beneath which flowed molten lava. Are you certain this is the route we took? Su Qin asked, his expression darkening as he gazed at Su Qing. Su Qing nodded. But then you told me you know the way? If we poke through here, isn't that the route? She blinked her eyes and continued. That makes sense. But won't our actions be deemed ungrateful? Does this world even have a heaven? Can you see it? Su Qing pointed upwards, exclaiming, hiss. Though I may not understand. It feels remarkably impressive. Let's go. Let's see what this is all about. Su Qin grasped Su Qing's hand, while Su Qing dragged the Azura sword along, creating a rasping sound. As they reached the center, an unexpected tremor coursed through them. One was on high alert, while the other wore a face of eager anticipation. Just as they halted, a multitude of bats materialized above their heads. Goodness! So many bats! Oh yes, bats. What are you exclaiming about? They are bats, dear sister. You are not Batman. Su Chun turned around, placing both hands on Su Qing's shoulders, shaking her in exasperation. What are you afraid of? They are merely bats. Watch this. Celestial technique. 10,000 swords return to the origin. Oh no. The power is overwhelming. This won't do. The ground might collapse. Su Chun immediately intervened, asking, Shall you take over? Su Qing halted, casting a glance and retorting, If I must, then I shall. Su Chun forcefully stomped his foot on the ground. Crack. The two glanced at the surface, and with a resounding thud, they plunged into the molten lava below. Su Qing gazed at Su Chun with an expression of deep melancholy. Su Chun cried out in desperation, I am doomed. Help! Help! What nonsense! You're fine. Su Qing retorted. It seems. Actually, it's rather pleasant. She murmured with a hint of satisfaction. Su Chun wore an expression of sheer delight, which left Su Qing utterly exasperated. What should I do? I accidentally broke my sword. Su Qing glanced at the two halves of the Azura sword in her hand, reassured that her eyes were unharmed. If necessary, she could always return it. Transforming it into a kitchen knife would not be a bad idea. A knife with eyes. How striking that would be. Chapter 45. The despairing Azura King's snowflakes danced in the air, and the north wind howled, enveloping the world in a shroud of desolation. The two masters and their disciple, after enduring countless hardships, finally reached their destination, accompanied by a little girl. At last, we have arrived. I firmly believe that ere long will surely accept us. The master's face radiated excitement, his hands trembling. Tang Xin looked at his teacher with an expression of profound doubt. He had always held his teacher in high regard, obediently following his guidance. Yet, after a day and night of trials, he began to question the character of this master. What kind of master deceives children out of their pocket money? Consequently, they were met with a beating from the child's parent, not due to their lack of resistance, but because that parent happened to be a soul sage. After that, they crawled and staggered their way to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Academy. Teacher, are you certain this place is reliable? Why don't we return to Shrek? Dean Flander will surely forgive you, Tang San implored earnestly. Upon hearing this, the master haughtily snorted, Humph, does Flander not look down upon me? Today, you Xiaojiang, shall demonstrate that knowledge is power. But your knowledge does not stave off hunger. Xiaowu interjected with a pout, twirling her fingers. She would be better off in the forest, where at least she wouldn't have to worry about starvation. The blue-silver grass Tang San provided was far too unpalatable, inferior even to the grass found in the woods. What do you understand? As a soul master, if you cannot overcome such trivial hardships, how can you aspire to grow stronger? The master shot Xiaowu a glare, unapologetically. Indeed. Tell me, have you grown stronger? You've endured nothing but hardship, yet you seem to have weakened. Xiaowu retorted boldly. Being a rabbit, she was no fool. Initially, she had been deceived by Yu Xiaojiang, but Tang Xin's reluctance to let her go and her unwillingness to see him sad kept her from leaving. However, as time passed, she grew increasingly anxious for her own safety. Xiaowu, you must not speak of the teacher in such a manner, Tang San admonished sternly. Upon hearing Tang San's support, the master smiled broadly. Teacher, you must not speak ill of Xiaowu. Tang San turned to Yu Xiaojiang with a serious expression. Xiaowu was left in utter disbelief, her mind spinning from the unexpected turn of events. San, how could you? The master was taken aback, unable to fathom that his student would challenge his authority, all for the sake of a little girl. Humph. With a dismissive scoff, Xiaowu declared, Tang San, if you wish to go, then go without me. I have no intention of accompanying you. This so-called master is utterly unreliable. She turned away from the master and his disciple, not out of reluctance to follow, but because the situation had grown absurd. Her purpose in coming to the human realm was vengeance, and she had approached Tang Sen due to his evident talent, hoping that as he matured, she could then exact her revenge. Yet here were the two of them, one with lifeless eyes, persistently clinging to this hopeless master. Were she not already 10,000 years old? She might have truly been deceived. Left with no other option, Xiaowu decided to forge her own path. First returning to the forest to check on Ming and Ming. Xiaowu, where are you going? Tang Sen exclaimed in alarm as he noticed her departure. Home. Of course. Am I to sleep on the streets with you two? Now we're acquainted with the master. And you know how many acquaintances he has mentioned in recent times, either chased away or beaten. I've come to realize this master is nothing but a fraud. Grow stronger? Bah. What else can he do but suffer beatings and humiliation? Xiaowu shot a disdainful glance at Tang San. Tang San, too, regarded his teacher with skepticism, suddenly finding merit in Xiaowu's words. Throughout their journey, his master had done little but endure beatings and insults, waiting for food to appear, while he and Xiaowu had to solve their hunger issues. Humph, what do you understand? This master is cultivating your will. The master sighed. You must appreciate the hardships I endure for your benefit. Alas, Xiaowu's words did not sway Tang San. He remained steadfast in his beliefs, having once again fallen prey to the master's rhetoric. If time had followed its natural course, Tang San should have already acquired the 8 spider lances. Rather than languishing on the streets, his spirit power had only reached level 30, achieved solely through relentless practice of the Xiantian skill. I'm sorry, Xiaowu, Tang San said, a look of guilt washing over him. There's no need for apologies. Farewell. Until we meet again. No, rather, let it be forever farewell. Tang San clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he observed the silhouette of his master. He sought solace within himself, reminding himself to trust in his teacher. My goodness, what a colossal, shameless serpent. Su Chan was immersed in boiling magma when suddenly, a colossal serpent emerged from beneath, startling him into an exclamation. "I wonder how the meat tastes," Su Qing remarked, licking her lips. Well, you make a valid point," Su Chen replied, initially intending to contradict her, but he found her argument surprisingly compelling. "Allow me," Su Qing declared with unwavering determination, gazing intently at the yellowish serpent. Although she was unaware of its name, the prospect of a meal was enticing. "Ah, the pot is ready." Su Chen retrieved a pressure cooker from within the ring, with an array of neatly arranged seasonings beside it. "Behold," he exclaimed, with a mischievous grin. With a graceful leap, Su Qing manifested a cerulean sword in her hand, a single strike capable of shattering myriad laws. In an instant, the serpent remained motionless. Su Qing casually tossed the sword back into her ring and clapped her hands, signaling completion. Su Qing glanced up at the still serpent, realizing the task was done. He had sliced it into delicate, translucent fillets, perfect for a hot pot feast. The serpent's body burst apart, transforming into glistening, translucent slices of meat. Su Chen swiftly cupped his hand, allowing the floating slices to descend into the pot, while the remainder was stored in his ring. Su Chen and Su Qing leapt down to the ground, crouching to observe the pressure cooker that was being heated over the fire. Due to the lack of electricity, they had no choice but to resort to this method. The two of them, filled with excitement, rubbed their hands together in unison, their faces alight with enthusiasm. "Ah, so it is you two little rascals." Suddenly, a massive red hammer came crashing towards Su Chen and Su Qing. Su Chen felt a sense of unease and instinctively positioned herself to block the way, only to be mercilessly pushed aside by Su Qing. Dazed, Su Chen stared at her, questioning her intentions. "What are you trying to do? This hammer is far too large for you to handle. Let me take care of it." Su Qing, with her hands on her hips, looked up at the enormous hammer with a proud expression. "You may go ahead. I am the elder brother. Allow me to take charge." Su Chen unceremoniously thrust Su Qing into the molten lava. With a sizzling sound, the matter was resolved. "Come on." Su Chen closed his eyes, adopting an expression reminiscent of one awaiting a foot bath. 2 seconds later, the king of Shura gazed at the two quarreling with exasperation. In a fit of rage, he delivered a powerful blow that silenced their argument. The two individuals halted their dispute, their faces frozen in shock as they beheld the scene of chaos before them. "You two little demons, swiftly fetch my Shura sword, and I shall spare your lives," the king of Shura proclaimed with a sense of triumph. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air, causing the king of Shura to shudder. He wondered why he felt an unexpected coldness. Su Chen gazed at Su Qing with a furrowed brow and spoke. "What shall we do? What else can be done? There will be nothing left of the ashes." "Very well. In vengeance for the pot you have given me, I shall unleash my full power." "Are you jesting? It is merely a pot. Is it worth such fuss? I have others here. Why not let it go? Leave. This pot has heroically met its end, and my heart aches. It has accompanied me for so long, and I have developed feelings for it. Not to mention, there is meat within that is on the verge of completion. How can I endure this?" "That makes sense. Indeed. When it comes to culinary delights, your argument holds merit. Unleash all your strength." "Very well." Su Chen let out a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a super saiyan, with golden pupils that gleamed intensely. The path to hell crumbled beneath him, and the cavern trembled as if heralding the apocalypse. His black hair transformed into silken white strands cascading over his shoulders, while runes manifested upon his visage, bestowing an aura of mystique and formidable power. Su Qing observed Su Chen's pretentious demeanor, her expression filled with discontent. Hey, just let it go." The Su Qing system immediately intervened, did it not? "Why, pray tell?" With a displeased expression, Su Qing remarked, "You are already quite powerful. Your task now is to safeguard this expanse of the universe." Su Chen interjected. "Have you not observed that the ground outside has already collapsed? An explosion could occur at any moment." He declared that whether he acted or not, destruction was inevitable, so they might as well embrace it together. "Douluo Star, I have reservations." "Indeed, that is a valid point. Feel free to proceed as you wish." Su Qing stood poised in the void, surrounded by the ethereal cosmos. Her hair transformed into a cascade of white, and behind her emerged a divine ring of the 8 trigrams. Her swords floated beside her as she donned a flowing white gown. Her starry eyes pierced through the fabric of reality, each step leaving a trail of blooming lotuses. "Goodness!" Su Chen exclaimed, his expression one of displeasure. "What is the matter? Am I not too handsome?" Su Qing raised an eyebrow and replied, "Bang." Su Qing stared blankly at the starry sky surrounding her, as well as the celestial bodies bursting nearby. Beside her, Su Chen rolled his eyes and said, "What are you staring at? Your eyes are so wide, have you perished?" Su Qing shot him an annoyed glare. "Ah, yet another grand finale," Su Chen mused as he surveyed the vast, void darkness around them. Su Qing helplessly snapped her fingers, restoring everything. The resurrected Azura King gazed at the two with a look of sheer terror, swallowing hard as sweat cascaded down his face. "Who on earth are you?" Su Qing and her companion finally noticed the presence of an audience. They smiled as they gazed at the King of Azura. You, please do not approach." A visage of despair adorned the face of a figure bound within a burlap sack, suspended in midair. Su Chun, filled with indignation, lashed out with a whip, exclaiming, "This is what you get for carelessly throwing hammers. Are you out of your mind? What if it had harmed a child? All for this mere kitchen knife." The King of Azura sighed, his spirit utterly crushed. He gazed at the Azura sword, now transformed into a kitchen knife, his expression one of profound grievance, as though he had done nothing wrong. "Enough, enough." Su Qing waved her hand in exasperation. "What? Are you feeling sympathetic?" Su Chen inquired, looking at Su Qing. "What sympathy? I merely think this is a waste of time. Let us put him out of his misery." "Is that so? Then you may proceed," Su Chen declared. Discarding the whip and sitting on the ground, adopting the demeanor of a child watching a play. "Oh, will it be slices or something else?" Never mind. That would be too cruel. What if it shatters?" Upon hearing the terrifying remarks from the two, the King of Azura was left in utter dismay. "Ah, you two are taking this too far. If you possess the courage, grant me a swift end." Su Chen furrowed his brows as he observed the struggling Shura King, barking in distress. "Silence. Do you truly lack understanding? Are we not in consultation? Must you be so impatient?" "Precisely. Must you be in such a hurry?" Su Qing chimed in. "Am I to wait for my demise while preparing for it?" The Shura King looked utterly perplexed. "Then what else? Are we not deliberating on how to deal with you? Please, do not be so anxious. Just behave," Su Qing remarked with a bright smile. "Alas, I feel as though we resemble the villains ourselves. I begin to doubt whether we have gone too far." Su Chen sighed, deep in thought. "What do you mean by that? Have you not realized that we have achieved nothing, consistently neglecting our responsibilities? We have completely forgotten our original purpose." Su Chen gestured dismissively. "Ah, indeed. Was I not supposed to resolve the fate of this world as chosen one? What on earth am I doing? Running around aimlessly with you every day?" Su Qing suddenly came to her senses. "Exactly. While we are unafraid and can do as we please in this world, I feel that our daily antics are a sheer waste of time. Wasn't that coffin we encountered the other day your adversary?" Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Qing's expression shifted dramatically as memories of the bronze coffin resurfaced. That coffin eluded my comprehension, seemingly imbued with the power of the river of time. The aura surrounding it was undeniably ominous. Within it undoubtedly lay a formidable being, and I was uncertain whether I could contend with such an entity. I estimated my chances to be around 4 out of 10. If it were Taichu, could she truly match such a being? Indeed, Taichu is supremely exalted, and in his eyes, we are but inconspicuous ants. No principle holds sway over him. The Tao of your world is merely a reflection of the Tao he has fashioned. I recall it differently. You are mistaken. Even Pangu is merely a deity of creation, a sovereign of a singular realm, yet he too reached his limits. I am on the verge of grasping the essence of the great Tao, a sage in my own right. However, the aura of that coffin I encountered exuded a palpable sense of danger. Before I attain the great Tao, I may not be his equal. The realm of that mysterious coffin is surely on par with my own. So, you claim you have come to this world to slay the mightiest. If it were I, would you truly strike me down? Su Chen jested. Indeed, she replied. Ah, can you truly bring yourself to do so? Su Chen feigned a pained heart. To grow stronger, one must be prepared to forsake matters of the heart. My emotional tribulations have yet to pass. I have calculated that my trials will arise at the brink of life and death. What is there to fear? Rest assured, I have no family in this world. Though I do have 2 wives and 1 brought into the fold. Despite our lack of blood relation, you are now my sister. Should the need arise to slay me, do not hesitate. I shall not retaliate. Su Chun patted his chest and assured, this is your promise, so don't blame me for being ruthless when the time comes. Su Qing raised an eyebrow and replied, a real man keeps his word. The two exchanged a knowing smile before taking out their phones to play Honor of Kings. Meanwhile, the Azura King remained unconcerned by their antics. Chapter 46, Spicy Rabbit Head. I would like an order. Su Qing gazed at the dark screen before her, the veins on her forehead protruding, as her earlier smile gradually faded. She glared at Su Chun, who was whistling beside her. Am I the marksman? Or are you the marksman? You are, he replied. Then why did you steal my kill? Because I am the support, he retorted. You're the support. Yet you still steal kills. That Bailey support of yours always swoops in to claim the kill as soon as the enemy is low on health. What does that mean? Do you consider me a mere worker? You could just say whether the enemy has perished, you know. This game is about pushing towers. Kills are not paramount. All right, you make a valid point. See, you're getting flustered again. Cough, cough. Have you all forgotten there is still one person here? The awkward voice of King Azura broke through as two faces turned towards him. Oh right, it seems we forgot about you, Su Qing said. Her voice as clear as a tranquil lake. She immediately stood up, retrieved a kitchen knife, and took out a whetstone, crouching down to sharpen the blade. Well, my apologies. We were just too engrossed in our game. But what on earth are you sharpening your knife for? Su Qin, with a face full of ire, pointed at Su Qing and exclaimed, What is the matter? What on earth has happened? Su Qing lifted her gaze, innocence radiating from her, and replied, Oh, please continue. A man was seated in meditation, eyes closed in deep contemplation. His brow furrowed as he murmured, Linger, Lingo, suddenly awakened. Sure Hao glanced around at the ethereal surroundings and sighed. I have yet to recover. I wonder how Linger fares. Nevertheless, I shall inevitably confront the anomalies. If I do not, the sacrifice of the Lu God's small tower will be in vain. I wonder how Brother Yi is. He should be well, I hope. A complex expression crossed Sure Hao's face as he recalled the last battle in the Sea of Realms, where the anomalies had struck him down, reducing him to a rain of blood and shattered bones. I can only hope that my young friend Su Chun does not attract too much attention. At least I should wait until I have regained 70 to 80% of my strength before taking action. This world is excessively weak, and I must rely on rare herbs and treasures to restore myself, devoid of any spiritual essence. If it were not for... Sure Hao glanced at the pill bottles that had been absorbed around him, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Su Qing should not hold it against Su Qin. Their bond is strong, and I have only consumed a mere fraction. A tower soared into view, speaking in an oddly whimsical tone. Who would have thought? Who would have imagined that you are a deceiver? Little tower, the future me is still me. How can it be deemed deceit? And what of your past self? You have disrupted the cycle of causality. I am currently not strong enough to confront the anomalies, nor can I send you back. That's all right. This small world is rather pleasant, and there are numerous rare treasures for me to absorb, especially these stones. I can sense the power within them, which will aid in my recovery. The tower hovered over the vibrant stones, prompting Sure Hao to immediately refuse and snatch the colorful divine stones, placing them into his storage bag. They are mine, all mine. Little tower, if we are exposed, it would be detrimental to both of us. Indeed. You brought me here under false pretenses. Do you require my assistance? The little tower inquired, puzzled. Certainly not, Sure Hao replied, revealing his underlying boredom. Initially, he had sought out the Lu God but found no trace of her. She had likely ventured to the Sea of Realms, knowing well that she would not accompany him. Only the little tower remained, and all he needed was to recover. Sure Hao had cleverly deceived the little tower into believing they were searching for its true form. Having already discovered the third level, but was unable to defeat the obstacles alone, thus enlisting the little tower's aid. As for Sherbadian, he had come entirely of his own volition. I do not wish for those close to me to depart one by one. Little tower, once I have regained my strength, I shall return you. Are you implying that my past self has already been obliterated? Indeed, it seems I am still too weak. Fear not, your perspective shapes your reality. In this world, where the strong devour the weak, emotions will only hinder your advancement. Perhaps my past self has perished, yet the wheel of causality cannot be evaded. I understand. Perhaps this Su Qin can aid you, can he not? Upon hearing the words of the little tower, Sure Hao recalled Su Qin's unreliable demeanor. He shook his head, contemplating that he certainly did not wish for him to inadvertently cause chaos. Perhaps it would be best to return him to his original world eventually. However, for the time being, it was imperative to protect him. Otherwise, should he meet his demise, Sure Hao would inevitably share the same fate. My blade is sharpened. Are you prepared? With a smile revealing her pearly whites, Su Qing gazed at the Shura King, bound and at the mercy of others. The Shura King wore an expression of utter despair, yet he gritted his teeth and mustered his resolve, exclaiming, Are you ready? Ready. Truly ready? Indeed. Are you absolutely certain you are prepared? I am certain. Are you unequivocally prepared? Damn it. Just strike already. The Shura King could no longer contain himself. The torment was unbearable. Su Qing, what on earth are you doing? Su Chun, with a look of exasperation, exclaimed, "Oh dear. Let us show a modicum of respect for the deceased." Upon finishing her words, Su Qing wielded her blade towards the shuriken, slicing downwards with a resounding crack. The kitchen knife shattered upon impact. Su Qing widened her eyes as she gazed at the kitchen knife in her hand. Goodness, that old man is utterly unreliable. Claiming it to be indestructible, capable of slicing through anything. Where did you procure this knife? Su Qing inquired, his lips twitching. At a roadside stall. That elderly gentleman asserted that it is the sharpest blade in his possession, capable of cutting through iron like mud. How much did it cost? 10 golden soul coins. Very well, it seems you are ill-suited to handle finances. Allow me to take charge. Oh. Su Qing tossed a ring to Su Chun, exclaiming, "You have gone too far." The king of Ashura bellowed, "Silence." Su Qing cast a disdainful glance at the king of Shura, remarking that his unattractiveness rendered his words meaningless. "Look at your appearance. You are less appealing than a ghost. Enough, enough. I concede to your demands." Su Qing drew forth the void battle spear and approached the Ashura king, aiming to strike down with resolute determination. At long last, liberation was within reach. The Ashura king, with a visage of delight, closed his eyes. Suddenly, a crimson beam of light surged forth, and the Ashura king vanished in an instant, teleported away. Su Qing struck the ground with a powerful blow, causing the infernal path to tremble, the rocky walls to shatter, and ultimately to collapse. Su Qing rubbed her hands together, preparing to pick up a piece of meat to savor when suddenly she heard a commotion. She looked up and saw debris falling from the cave ceiling, burying her completely. Outside, a massive pit had formed in the ground. The Ashura king opened his eyes, gazing at the person before him. "Who are you?" "I am the Ashura god. You cannot perish now. Your successor awaits you." "Successor?" "Indeed, his name is Tang San. Everything was proceeding according to plan, but some unforeseen events have occurred." "You are the Ashura god? Yet, what is this place?" The Ashura king cast a disdainful glance at the surrounding chaos. "Sigh, an inexplicable individual appears and wreaks havoc here." "Then why do you not seek him out?" "Because I cannot defeat him," the Ashura god replied, exasperated. "What? How about I transfer my position to Tang San now? Did you not say he is the successor?" Cough, 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 it is not the right time yet. Bang! Su Qing and Su Qing emerged from the pit. Their expressions darkened with frustration. Su Qing clutched a pair of chopsticks, from which dangled a piece of filthy meat. "Damn it! How dare they flee? Yet, I have already caught sight of you." Upon concluding his words, Su Chun conjured a yellow bow, while an arrow spun gracefully in the palm of his left hand. He knocked the arrow, drawing back the bowstring, as the surrounding atmosphere vibrated incessantly, reminiscent of a heart's rhythmic pounding. Su Chun directed his gaze towards the heavens, releasing a powerful surge that pierced the air, the sound of shattering space resonating around him. Su Qing also conjured a bow, the fiery sun bow, knocking 3 arrows. Drawing back to the half-moon, gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "You may scold me, but you shall not deprive this celestial maiden of her meal. After waiting so long for this delectable feast, to have yet to take a single bite before it vanishes, may you perish." Su Qing released his grip, and 3 arrows whirled around in a circular motion, resembling a navigational compass as they pierced through the fabric of space and departed. Su Chun gazed blankly at the crimson-faced Su Qing. Did they harbor some profound enmity? Was it truly necessary? Who could claim otherwise? In a world where the vastness of existence pales in comparison to the necessity of sustenance, are you unaware? Finally, the meat is cooked and ready to be savored. Yet, why exert such force? It is all you're doing. Look, the meat has become sullied. Su Qing pouted her lips, a hint of grievance evident in her expression. So, it is merely for a piece of meat? If necessary, I can always prepare it again. Very well, I leave it to you. It's merely that inner elixir from the snake, which holds little value for me. Perhaps you might find some utility in it? Su Qing tossed a yellow inner elixir to Su Chun. Su Chun examined the object in his hands with meticulous attention, only to realize it held no value for him. Perhaps I should sell it? In a fleeting moment, the two vanished from sight. Xiao Gang, is that you? Ere long, it is I, Xiao Gang. The two gazed at each other with deep affection. Xiao Gang, I finally found you. Where have you been? Alas, ere long, it was Flinder who expelled me from Shrek. The master sighed. Flinder, that is inconceivable. He is not that sort of person, Erlong said, frowning in disbelief. Humph. Otherwise, how would I end up in this predicament? Erlong, allow me to introduce you to my student, Tang San. Xiao San, quickly greet your teacher's wife. Tang San looked at Erlong with skepticism. then shifted his gaze to his teacher. Comparing the two, he noted Erlong's striking beauty contrasted sharply with his teacher's unkempt appearance and incongruity indeed. Nonetheless, Tang San did not dwell on such thoughts, instead bowing and saying, "Greetings, teacher's wife. Ah, good child. You two should come inside. Xiao Gang, there is so much I wish to discuss with you." Erlong, I am truly sorry, the master said, his face contorted with anguish as he forced out a tear. Tang San, observing the scene, was taken aback, admiring his teacher's acting prowess. Just return, and all will be well. However, Erlong remained unconvinced by the master's words. Regardless of the circumstances, she believed that Xiao Gang must have done something to provoke Flinder's ire, leading to their discord. At that moment, Tang San, standing behind them, gazed up at the sky, lost in thoughts of Xiao Wu. You. Su Chen, what are you doing here? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face awash with fear as she looked at Su Chun and Su Qing. Su Chen squinted as he observed Su Qing engrossed in her phone. Enough with the games. How did this rabbit end up here? A rabbit? It's time to eat, Su Qing exclaimed, her face alight with delight as she gazed at Su Chen. Su Chun felt weary, casting a disdainful glance at Su Qing. Are you a fool? What did you just say? He cleared his throat and continued, never mind. I was merely wondering why this rabbit is here. Su Chun pointed at the trembling Xiao Wu beside him. It was quite a coincidence that both Su Chen and Su Qing had just teleported away, only to suddenly materialize right in front of Xiao Wu. As a result, Xiao Wu inadvertently collided with Su Chen's chest. When he looked up and beheld that familiar visage, he was momentarily stunned, doubting his own sight. After rubbing his eyes, he realized he had not been mistaken. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, Su Chen immediately broke into a mischievous grin, emitting a sly, mocking laughter. Startled by Su Chen's words, Xiao Wu felt her spirit falter, contemplating a hasty escape. She had never anticipated that Su Chen could discern her true identity. But where could she possibly run? Su Chen casually restrained Xiao Wu. Oh, isn't this the rabbit we encountered in the Battle of Souls? Su Qing approached with a playful smile and inquired, so, what exactly brings you here? If not, then it's off with you. Xiao Wu, drenched in sweat from fear, swallowed hard and replied, I was planning to flee. Are you going to kill me? Why would I do that? You hardly have any meat on your bones, and besides, what is there to eat on a rabbit? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't yet taken her revenge. However, spicy rabbit heads are the most delicious, Su Qing chimed in. Su Chen gazed at Su Qing with a look of satisfaction, and the two exchanged high fives. However, Xiao Wu's smile gradually faded, and she exclaimed, How dare you consume the rabbit? I shall haunt you for this transgression. Realizing escape was futile, she added in frustration, How absurd. You, a mere rabbit, aspire to be a specter? You might as well be a dog. Su Chen retorted, I shall bite you to death. Xiao Wu struggled, only to find herself utterly immobilized. With a sigh, Su Chen shook his head at the tearful Xiao Wu. Did you not desire my soul ring? I shall never yield it to you wicked soul masters. With that, Xiao Wu closed her eyes, preparing for her sacrificial act. Su Chen snapped his fingers, and the sacrificial flow faltered. Xiao Wu, taken aback, exclaimed in exasperation, Oh, what are you doing? Who would be interested in your hula hoop? It pales in comparison to ours. I currently have a whole stack of red hula hoop cards in my warehouse. Upon finishing his words, Su Chen stepped forward, and a multitude of vivid soul rings materialized, each more resplendent than the last. He adorned himself with one of the rings, securing it around his waist and giving it a twist. Little Five stood there, utterly astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. Are you even human? She exclaimed. I am undeniably human, a very substantial one at that. However, the girl beside me is not human at all. Su Chen silently observed Su Qing beside him. Su Qing wore a radiant smile, yet upon hearing Su Chen's sarcastic remarks declaring her inhumanity, she felt a surge of indignation. What? Do you wish to engage in a brawl? Just admit whether you are human or not. Su Chen, indifferent, replied, Of course, I am not human. Indeed. Did I err in asserting that you are not human? However, why does it feel so peculiar when I listen? Naturally, it feels strange when an inhuman entity hears human words. Is that so? Very well, when shall we dine? I would like an order of spicy rabbit heads, medium heat. Please. Su Qing finished ordering the dishes and returned to her phone, floating in her seat. Chapter 47, The Continent of Duki. Damn it, I'm done playing. Su Chen, exasperated, snatched his phone away. He glanced at Su Qing, who was sharpening the knife, and muttered in disbelief. Is it really necessary to sharpen it for so long? Of course, she replied. If it's not sharp enough, How can we prepare a delicious meal? That makes sense. Su Chen nodded lightly, approaching the Azura king. He glanced at him and inquired with curiosity, I am genuinely intrigued by one question. Was Tangshan brought into this world by your design? A fleeting look of astonishment crossed the Azura king's eyes, and he, feeling a twinge of guilt, responded, how could that be possible? How could I possess such power? Is that so? Su Chen mused, skepticism creeping into his tone. Of course it is true. If I had such strength, why would I not simply flee? Well, he continued, I had initially hoped you might look after my adopted son, though he is not my biological child. Still, I have been involved with his mother, and in essence, he is my godson. However, since you appear to be of no further use, you may meet your demise. With a cold smile, Su Chen clenched his fist, channeling his energy towards the Azura king's head. Wait. The Azura king interjected. Actually, I misspoke. Tangshan is indeed part of my arrangement. Su Chen ceased his accumulation of energy. A look of perplexity etched upon his face as he gazed at the king of Azura. What is the purpose behind all this chaos you have created? He inquired. I merely seek a suitable heir, and Tangshan appears to be quite fitting. What if I were to eliminate him? Then I would simply seek another. However, at present, Tangshan remains the most promising candidate for succession. Su Qing approached, wielding a kitchen knife, and, with an air of impatience, waved her hand dismissively, saying, what is there to discuss with this fellow? I am certainly not going to let Tangshan off the hook. Then why not eliminate him now? Su Chen inquired, glancing at Su Qing. She simply has tea fully matured yet. Once she does, I shall undoubtedly deal with him, Su Qing replied. Very well. But I have a feeling that this fellow may not mature well after all. Su Chen gazed intently with his soul at Tang San, who was in the process of absorbing his third spirit ring. However, to his astonishment, the ring was of a yellow hue. Su Qing furrowed her brows, immediately sensing something amiss. She was utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? She exclaimed. Uncertain, Su Chen shook his head, signifying his confusion. Although he had previously led Tangshan into a predicament, compelling him to absorb the spirit ring for 10 years, he had since neglected the subsequent soul rings. After all, he had a mentor, and his father was also present. Su Qing, equally incredulous, had spent some time in this place and had come to understand certain aspects. Logically, the third soul ring should be purple. Why then was Tangshan absorbing a yellow one? Su Chen immediately utilized his spiritual perception, only to be left astounded by the sight before him. Within the tent, the master was engaged in conversation with ere-long goodness. He has succumbed to darkness. What do you mean by succumb to darkness? Su Qing inquired, her curiosity piqued. Upon sensing the situation, her face flushed red. What on earth? Her own disciple was willingly descending into depravity. How could he be so enraptured by tenderness? Could it possibly be our influence? Su Chen scratched his head and mused. What have we done? We certainly haven't hindered their development, Su Qing retorted defiantly. Su Qing immediately inquired of the system, what is the situation? It is due to your influence. But we have not done anything, have we? You have caused the original timeline of Shrek to fall apart, which has hindered the destined child from receiving proper education. What should we do now? It's a complete disaster. I was just one step away from success. And now you say it can't be done? No. I am determined to help Tangshan grow stronger. Su Qing could only entertain this thought. She immediately turned to Su Chen and proposed, shall we assist Tangshan in becoming stronger? Given the recent circumstances, it seems he might end up as mere cannon fodder. What strategies do you have to enhance his abilities? Should we provide him with elixirs, or perhaps guide him in the ways of cultivation? This location is unsuitable. He must grow stronger on his own. If we could merely transform his soul rings into something more conventional, wouldn't that suffice? Indeed, she acknowledged. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He sensed that this venture held great promise. With Su Qing's extraordinary abilities, she could indeed create worlds, serving as the architect of numerous realms. Crafting a soul ring would be a mere trifle for her. Without hesitation, the two resolved to seek out Tangshan. I wish to accompany you. At that moment, Xiaowu dashed over. Su Qing glanced at the little rabbit, then with a swift motion of one hand, she grasped the air, lifting Xiaowu effortlessly. With the other hand, she waved and opened a wormhole, unceremoniously tossing Xiaowu into it. Su Chen swallowed hard and gazed at Su Qing, inquiring, did you cast her away to Tangshan? Not at all. I sent her to another realm. Whether she survives depends entirely on her. And where precisely did you send her? It seems to be something called Duki, or something of that sort. Never mind. Let us hasten our pace. In an instant, the two vanished, leaving the Azura king bewildered in the wind. They cloaked themselves and approached Tongshan, who was presently absorbing a soul ring. Hey, hurry up. What duration should I assign him? Should it be the standard or the unusual? The two conspired in hushed tones. Of course, he is the child of fate. We must expedite the unusual. Ah, understood. Su Qing nodded her petite head and flicked her fingers, sending a cerulean spark soaring towards Tang Shan. Gradually, the soul rings surrounding Tang Shan began to shift in hue. After 2.5 minutes, they transformed into a vibrant crimson. Su Qing glanced over with a look of disdain. Why have you only given 100,000 years? My dear brother. If you were to give more, he would surely explode, Su Qing replied, speechless. All right, let us depart. Wait for what? Let us go. That rabbit's fate remains uncertain. Su Chan did not afford Su Qing the opportunity to explain, swiftly pulling her away in an instant. Su Qing turned her gaze towards Tang Shan's direction, letting out a sigh. I have yet to assist him in absorbing the turbulent power of the soul ring. Alas, it is quite normal for him to lie down for a while. Surely, he will not explode. Tang Shan was meditating and absorbing when suddenly, he felt 3 powerful soul forces colliding with his body. Blood erupted from countless wounds across his body, and he fainted from the sheer force. In Yunlan sect, a young man was being torn apart by 2 azure tornadoes, his bones cracking under the strain. Teacher, I am doing my utmost. Suddenly, a wormhole opened beside him, and Xiao Wu flew out. Where's this? Poor Xiao Wu could not finish her words before being blown away. Yun Shan observed Xiao Yan's predicament with a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, 2 wormholes opened, and 2 individuals emerged, looking around. Where is everyone? Could it be they have perished? Su Chen wore an expression of disbelief, fully aware of what this rabbit symbolized for Tang Shan. Are you certain this will strengthen Tang Shan? He questioned. With your approach, I fear he may succumb to madness. Surely not, Su Qing replied, her demeanor tinged with embarrassment. Su Chen prepared to use his spiritual sense to locate Xiao Wu when he suddenly sensed something amiss in his surroundings. Why was there such a strong gust of wind? Indeed, the breeze was quite pleasant. Look, that person has even fallen asleep. Su Qing pointed at Xiao Yan before her. Su Chen glanced at Xiao Yan, finding him somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he noticed a swirl of white flames surrounding Xiao Yan, who slowly opened his eyes. Engulfed in a chilling fire that made the very space tremble, he felt reassured and decided to entrust matters to him. Elder Yao looked bewildered at Su Chen and Su Qing before him. Who are you? We hail from afar, in search of someone. However, old man, I never expected you to be a practitioner of dark arts, seizing the bodies of the young, Su Qing interjected, her tone laced with disdain. Elder Yao doubted his hearing but was disinclined to engage in frivolous banter with these two. Are you two not from the Yunlan sect? What is this Yunlan sect? Is it formidable? Su Qing inquired, turning to Su Chun. How should I know? Old man, have you seen a girl with rabbit ears? A girl with rabbit ears? Elder Yao pondered momentarily before shaking his head. Apologies, but I have not seen her. I see. Perhaps we should ask that white-haired fellow? Su Qing suggested, pointing at the disgruntled Yin Shan. Yes, let us inquire, Su Chen agreed. Su Qing flew over obediently and inquired, Hello? May I ask if you have seen a girl with rabbit ears? A girl with rabbit ears? The other party replied, I have not seen her. Are you a formidable figure from the mainland? What nonsense about the mainland? You could simply shake your head in response, Su Qing retorted. So, are you implying that you have come to assist Xiao Yan? Yun Shan regarded Su Qing with a stern expression, having noticed her ability to tread upon the void. He had no desire for conflict. His only aim was to resolve matters concerning Xiao Yan, deeming all else inconsequential. And what of it? By the way, who is Xiao Yan? He continued. It seems you truly wish to oppose the Yunlan sect. With that, Yun Shan conjured a sword from the void and thrust it towards Su Qing. Su Qing squinted her eyes and bent down to evade, extending a delicate jade hand to flick at Yun Shan's forehead. A tremendous force propelled Yun Shan into the ground, creating a large crater. Did I not make it clear that I do not know you? Do you not understand the concept of politeness? Su Qing, with a visage clouded by discontent, fluttered to Su Chen's side and waved her hand, signifying her uncertainty. Su Chen nodded, while the elderly pharmacist gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. He had barely caught a glimpse of Su Qing's swift actions. All he could discern was the vast pit where Yun Shan lay. Teacher, who are these two? They possess remarkable strength, Xiao Yan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Ahem, they are merely friends of mine, the elderly pharmacist replied dismissively. However, they happen to be passing by. Teacher, I never imagined you were acquainted with such formidable beings. They must be Douluo, I presume. Indeed, that is certainly the case. Back in the day, hey. You old man, stop boasting. What do you mean by friends? What on earth is a Douluo? Suqing could no longer contain her exasperation. Thank you both for your assistance this time, the elderly pharmacist said, clasping his fist in gratitude. Suqing said nothing as he soared before the elder, placing a hand upon his forehead. In an instant, a surge of memories flooded into Suqing's mind. With a flick of Suqing's fingers, a radiant light entered Xiaoyan's body, visibly healing all his injuries, although they were not well acquainted. Being fellow townsmen made it a matter of little consequence to lend assistance. The elder medic, taken aback, inquired about Xiaoyan's condition. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's enthusiastic explanation, he immediately comprehended the situation. Ah, I see. Then I shall take my leave. The remainder is in your capable hands, young one. Understood, master, Xiaoyan replied. Returning to his body, as he opened his eyes, joy surged within him, and he promptly spread his wings, embracing Suqing. Aha! Who would have thought I would encounter a fellow townsman? Where are you from? I hail from the Magic City. Oh, is that so? I am from the northern part of the capital. Is there something troubling you? Alas, it is a long story, Xiaoyan replied, sharing his woes with Suqing. Suqing was momentarily taken aback. How unfortunate could one be? Yet, at least he had a childhood friend and some good companions. And you? Me? Suqing recalled the first encounter with Guyuna, unable to suppress a shiver. Ahem, just living a normal life. I see. Those two lovely ladies, are they your wives? Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards Suqing. What nonsense is that? She is my adopted sister. I see. Xiaoyan nodded thoughtfully. Without further ado, he knelt in the void, proclaiming, Brother, from now on, we shall each follow our own paths. Suqing was taken aback, suddenly feeling a chilling presence behind him. He turned to see Suqing, her face lined with displeasure. You are Xiaoyan, aren't you? Let me tell you. Xiaoyan, upon hearing Suqing's explanation, immediately stood up and nodded. He suddenly realized that his beloved Suner was truly the best. In the pit, Yunshan had a bump on his forehead, standing dazed and trembling. Damn it! Could it be that he is a Douluo? Seeing Yunshan rise, Xiaoyan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Yunshan, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, there will be no need for your Yunlan sect to exist any longer. Xiaoyan, aren't you just relying on the two Douluos behind you? If you have the ability, face me one-on-one. Yunshan shouted furiously. Xiaoyan raised his head proudly, unfazed, and replied, I apologize, but I merely invited my friends to assist me. Isn't that the way it should be? With that, Xiaoyan summoned two flames, preparing to merge them. Suqing, filled with curiosity, extended his hand, eager to touch. Xiaoyan immediately recoiled, exclaiming, Brother, this is not something to be touched. Fear not. I find it quite warm, he replied. Thus, one soared through the air while the other pursued closely behind, as onlookers gazed upwards at the unfolding spectacle, their heads bobbing in rhythmic fascination. What harm is there in merely touching? Suqing pressed. You seek to covet my extraordinary flame. Xiaoyan retorted, visibly flustered. What extraordinary flame? My intentions are purely inquisitive. Please, allow me a brief touch. You truly have no intention of stealing it? Rest assured, I do not. Then, may I gaze upon it for just a fleeting second? Xiaoyan asked cautiously. Suqing's forehead throbbed with prominent veins. Without uttering a word, he instantaneously teleported behind Xiaoyan, his hand sweeping forward. Hand it over. Xiaoyan, taken aback, quickly regained his composure and attempted to seize it. No, to take it. You. Suqing gazed at the azure flames in his hand, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He promptly retrieved a piece of meat from his ring to roast. Upon witnessing this, the venerable Yao Lao could no longer contain himself and floated forth. Young friend Suqing, this is a rare fire. How can you use it to grill meat? He exclaimed. Just when I'm feeling peckish. I was hoping to sample it. Would you care for a piece? Yao Lao lamented. Alas, when did the Kuan? Meteoric destruction. Chapter 48. An unexpected encounter with the little medical sage. A beam of azure light shot towards the four individuals. Xiaoyan and Yao Lao snapped back to their senses, each spirit urging the other to evade the impending danger. Damn it, Suqing, swiftly take cover. Suqing would not shy away. He fears not even the explosion of the universe. Why would he be intimidated by this trivial matter? Ha ha ha, it's perfectly roasted. Would you care to have a taste? Xiaoyan, Yao Lao, Suqing was filled with excitement, rubbing her hands together. I want to. Please let me have a taste. Suqing smiled sweetly as he handed it to Suqing, However, with a swift motion, the skewer of roasted meat vanished from his hand. Su Qing's heart raced with agitation, her forehead veins bulging as she gritted her teeth and glared at Yunshan, who wore a slight smirk, as if he had already claimed victory. My dear Yunshan, I advise you to depart. Do not presume that achieving the rank of a Douzong allows you to act with impunity. In an explosive display of power, Su Qing burst forth like a radiant beam of light, appearing before Yunshan in the blink of an eye. With a formidable rising dragon fist, she sent Yunshan soaring through the air, his cries of anguish barely escaping his lips. As he ascended, Su Qing unsheathed a colossal 40-meter-long blade, transforming its essence into a towering phantom that cleaved downward toward Yunshan. Both Yu Lao and Xiaoyan stood in stunned disbelief. Xiaoyan swallowed hard and gestured timidly toward Yao Lao, inquiring, Teacher, is a Douzong expert truly this formidable? You insolent brat. I was once a Douzong as well. Why was I not this powerful? Yao Lao retorted. Upon witnessing the looming phantom, he immediately addressed Su Qin, urging, Young friend Su Qin, you must intervene quickly. If this attack is unleashed, I fear it could obliterate Wutan City. Su Qin tapped her ears, questioning whether one's eyesight had failed. What does that imply? She did not annihilate Wutan City, which is a relief. Yao Lao breathed a sigh of relief, as did Xiaoyan. However, it was not merely Wutan City that she had destroyed. She had devastated the entire Douqi continent, or rather, obliterated this planet. Yao Lao was unfamiliar with the term planet, yet he comprehended the significance of the Douqi continent. Then why haven't you stopped her? Is it truly necessary for the sake of a mere Yunshan? Indeed. Brother Su, you must hasten to thwart your sister. The disciples of Yunlan's sect stood in shock, witnessing Yunshan in a near-death state, their mouths agape, unable to grasp the situation. Observing this, Hai Buodong and his companions swiftly unfurled their wings and fled with great urgency. What on earth was Yunshan thinking to provoke such a terrifying individual? Hai Buodong gritted his teeth as he spoke. Su Qin shook his head and instantly teleported beside Su Qing. Let it be. We should not harm the innocent. Our purpose here is to find Xiaowu. Does this not feel like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito? Su Qing also found this reasoning sound. She ceased her attack as the cloud beneath them, once majestic, had vanished, allowing for a peaceful descent with closed eyes. Su Qing sheathed her dagger and drew forth a crimson sword. In an instant, the air was thick with the scent of slaughter, and the very space quivered. With this sword in hand, I possess the power to slay immortals, sever demons, part the heavens, and cleave through the myriad paths. The path is severed. Su Qing executed a swift strike, and as the blade of energy collided with Yunshan's form, he disintegrated into luminous particles. The sword energy, instead of retracting, surged towards the Yunlan sect. The sect leader, Yin Yun, immediately soared forth to shield her domain. Yunji, quickly, take cover. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyan shouted urgently, Master, I implore you, rest assured, you troublesome brat. The medicinal elder possessed Xiaoyan, granting him the power of a Douzong, allowing him to shatter the fabric of space and arrive before Yun Yun in less than a heartbeat. He forcefully grasped her, urging her to flee. Let go, Xiaoyan. The Yunlan sect is my home. I cannot bear to witness its destruction. If even Yushan cannot withstand it, how can you? Yun Yun, come with me. Yet, she hesitated. Observing the terror etched on the faces of everyone in the Yunlan sect, her resolve solidified. Release me. Even if it means death, I shall stand with the Yunlan sect. My master is gone. I cannot bear to see our sect's demise. At that moment, Su Qin arrived, tugging at Xiaoyan. Let us go. She has chosen her fate, and you are powerless to change it. How could you, a modern individual, save her from this? You might succeed once, but can you do it twice or thrice? Xiaoyan seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope and promptly pleaded, Brother Su Qin, could you possibly? No. Even I would not dare to intercept that strike. Look at it. This sword energy obliterates all matter in its vicinity, including space itself. You have witnessed the fate of Yunshan. Even the king of hell may not be able to retrieve him. Hearing this, Xiaoyan, filled with reluctance, turned to the medicinal elder. Master, alas, Xiaoyan, perhaps this is fate. Even I have never encountered such a bizarre attack. Hey, Su Qin, what are you doing there? Su Qing approached, glancing at the impending strike. Is everything all right? Can you not cancel this attack? Why should I cancel it? Do you understand the anguish of a glutton when food lies before them, yet is destroyed? I have not utterly ravaged this place. That is already showing restraint. Sigh, these people are innocent. Must it come to this? Su Qin observed that some individuals from the Yunlan sect had already knelt before them. Su Qin, do you realize that compassion can lead to your downfall? I am aware. Yet I believe these people do not deserve to perish. Is that so? Then you should intervene. I shall go in search of the rabbit." Upon finishing her words, Su Qing vanished in an instant. Su Chan gazed helplessly at the sword energy, now merely 100 meters away. He observed Yun Yun's resolute demeanor as she faced her fate, while he watched Xiaoyan prepared to assist her, only to be restrained by Yao Lao. Su Chen gritted his teeth, compelled to seek the desolate thoughts within his mind. Desolation. What is the matter? Can you thwart this sword energy? I can. But my current condition is far from optimal. In the realm of space, the desolate emperor felt a sense of helplessness. To be candid, he had little desire to involve himself with those inconsequential individuals. After inquiring about the members of the Yulon sect, he discovered that only a small fraction were innocent, while a considerable number were bullies, preying upon the weak. Do you require my intervention? The small tower inquired as it soared over. The desolate emperor nodded slightly, resuming his meditative state. You owe me a chance to act, the small tower remarked before departing. The desolate emperor found himself in a predicament. His injuries were severe, rendering him unable to act recklessly. Should those ruffians discover his presence, the consequences would be dire. In Su Chen's mind, a tower of mysterious yellow hue materialized, soaring directly before the Yunlan sect. It absorbed the sword energy, the tower vibrating incessantly. This surge of sword energy was imbued with profound laws. Even I would require considerable effort to contend with it. Upon finishing its statement, the little tower unleashed its power, causing the mountains surrounding the Yunlan sect to crumble and the pavilions to collapse. Su Chen flew over, and you must be the tower he mentioned, right? As for this attack, I can only absorb it slowly. It may take some time. Would you like me to assist you? No need. I have sensed the laws within this attack, which may prove beneficial to me. I see. Then please take care. After Su Chen spoke, he approached Xiaoyan. As there was still some time to spare, so lingering here was inconsequential. Brother Su Chen, how are things progressing? Xiaoyan inquired with concern. Everything is fine. Just leave it to the small tower. However, it will require some time. Kindly ensure that these people do not disturb him. If they choose to ignore this warning and bring about their own demise, then it is not my concern. Understood. Thank you, Xiaoyan replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. You need not thank me. It is only natural. Should there be any way I can assist you, do not hesitate to let me know. I would go through fire and water for you. Upon hearing this, Su Chen glanced into the distance, raised an eyebrow, and remarked, Then shall you give me your childhood companion? Ah, that one. Could we perhaps exchange it for another? I am afraid that this request cannot be accommodated, Xiaoyan retorted. How could he possibly agree? Come on, we have come this far together since childhood. We are merely a step away. It is simply impossible to hand it over. Is that so? Very well, but I must express my disdain for those who eavesdrop in a furtive manner. Come forth. Su Chen coldly surveyed his surroundings and declared. With a swift motion of one hand, he summoned a malevolent aura that coiled around his palm, manifesting a small figure within. You there? Do you dare to oppose my soul palace? The elderly pharmacist, taken aback by the figurine in Su Chen's grasp, exclaimed, I did not anticipate it would be you. Guardian Wu, I advise you to behave yourself and promptly have this little imp release me. Ahem. I am afraid I am unable to compel this young friend to let you go, the elderly pharmacist awkwardly responded. Su Chen gazed at the figurine in his hand with a look of confusion. This must be a villain, right? He pondered aloud. I don't think so. With such an appearance, it certainly cannot be a good person, Xiaoyan replied, stroking his chin and shaking his head. Ouch. Teacher, why did you hit me? Xiaoyan exclaimed, rubbing the back of his head in bewilderment. Master Yao, with a pleased expression, stroked his beard and said, Have you forgotten how I taught you? One cannot judge a villain by their appearance. Then tell me, is it a good person or a bad one? A villain, Xiaoyan asserted. Upon hearing that there were evildoers, Su Chen prepared to take action. The guardian, in a state of urgency, promptly interjected to clarify that he was merely passing by and had come to investigate the commotion. Su Chen ceased his actions, a playful expression adorning his face. So, you consider yourself a good person? The guardian, oblivious to the implications, nodded repeatedly. Yes, indeed, I am a good person. Is that so? Su Chen responded, feigning disappointment. The guardian felt a surge of joy within, yet Su Chen, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, remarked, But I am a villain. You. The guardian exclaimed, infuriated. Realizing he had been tricked, he wondered if he could endure this humiliation. Enough, no more banter. It is time to set off, Su Chen declared. And with a firm grip, he shattered the guardian, reducing him to mere ashes. Witnessing this, the elder, filled with a sudden chill, was taken aback. Suchin glanced over at the small tower and noticed it was still absorbing. Little tower, how long do you think it will take? Approximately a day, came the reply. In that case, shall I come by tomorrow? But, upon finishing his words, Suchun prepared to seek out the rabbit. Xiaoyan hastily pursued him, panting heavily as he extended a hand, demanding, return it to me. Return what to you? Suchin replied, utterly bewildered. The blue lotus earth heart fire. Xiaoyan weakly protested. Did you not say you merely wished to take a glance? Suchin glanced over and suddenly remembered. He extended his palm, and a cerulean flame erupted forth, which he promptly tossed to Xiaoyan before soaring away. Xiaoyan observed the blue lotus heart flame with utmost caution. Pouting as he inquired, Master, Brother Suchun, what exactly is his level of strength? Why do I feel as though you are merely jesting with me? Is this the power of a Dozun? Yao Lao also found himself in a rather awkward position, as he too could not discern the true strength of the two. It must be a Doshang, right? Hiss, who would have thought that Brother Suchin would attain such status at such a young age? How enviable. As Suchin searched around, he suddenly spotted a girl with white hair, adorned in a flowing purple gown. In Suchin's mind, any girl of notable beauty was likely to be connected to the male protagonist. He descended swiftly, while at that very moment, the little healer was meditating amidst the mountains. Her eyes closed in tranquility. Surrounding her was a haze of violet poison, which caused any approaching insects to vanish into thin air. Oh, this is far more effective than mosquito repellent, Suchun remarked with a sense of wonder. Startled by the sound behind her, the little healer abruptly opened her eyes, leaping away from Suchun to create distance. Who are you? She demanded. Me? I'm merely passing through, he replied. If you are just passing through, then you should leave. Please, don't be like that. I find you rather appealing, he said. A sense of alarm gripped the little healer as she thought, damn it, this fellow possesses unfathomable strength. What should I do? She felt exasperated. She often encountered lecherous men who would sneak glances at her, and she was plagued by unsettling dreams. Even hiding in the Beast Mountain range for training had not spared her from such encounters. However, unlike previous occasions where those who approached had succumbed to poison, this man before her seemed unaffected. With her heart racing, the little healer nervously inquired, What do you intend to do? I am a bad person, he replied. Then you must not truly be a bad person, she countered. What do you mean? Suchin smiled awkwardly. Where would you find a villain who admits to being one? In that case, I must be a good person, he retorted. See, you have just acknowledged your own goodness. The little healer waved her hand dismissively. In an instant, Suchin's face flushed and his neck became thick with anger. He was clearly agitated. Look at you, so anxious. Regardless of what you say, I merely inquired out of curiosity about the directions. Yet you dared to provoke me. You are finished, mark my words, you are done for. Upon finishing his words, Suchin, disinterested in further idle chatter, swiftly teleported behind the little healer. With a swift sweep of his leg, he unbalanced her, causing her to fall to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Suchun, unabashed, lifted her into a classic princess carry. As the little healer regained her senses, she struggled vigorously, exclaiming, Release me, you wretched scoundrel. Let me go at once. To which he retorted, Release you? I am indeed a rogue. How could I possibly set you free? Upon finishing his words, Suchin embraced the little medicine fairy and soared into the sky. The two figures, teacher and disciple, gazed in astonishment. Xiaoyan was rendered speechless. He could scarcely believe his eyes as he beheld the girl in Suchin's arms. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he queried, Teacher, how can that girl resemble the little medicine fairy so closely? Impudent lad, indeed she is, came the reply. Ah, I must pursue them, Xiaoyan exclaimed with fervor. However, when Yao Lao expressed that it was futile, Xiaoyan, upon hearing this, shouted at the top of his lungs, Suchin, wait for me. Suchin halted his flight, a look of confusion adorning his face as he gazed at the duo behind him. Xiaoyan immediately seized the opportunity, pulling Yao Lao along, and they surged forward with unprecedented speed. In a mere 2.5 seconds, Xiaoyan, breathless and wiping the sweat from his brow, exclaimed, Little doctor, is that truly you? Xiaoyan, I'm sorry, but I do not recognize you, the little doctor replied. It's me, Xiaoyan. Where have you been all this time? Ever since that day at the little cabin, when you left, I've been trying to gather information about you, but to no avail. Upon hearing this, the little doctor hesitated, her violet eyes scrutinizing Xiaoyan. Is this your harem, then? Suchin interjected unexpectedly. Both Xiaoyan and the little doctor turned crimson, avoiding each other's gaze. We're merely friends. Do not speak nonsense, Xiaoyan retorted, though a hint of embarrassment lingered. So, are you certain you harbor no interest in her? Suchen questioned skeptically, observing Xiaoyan intently. Indeed, I regard the little doctor solely as a friend. Then why the blush? I could understand if you claimed to be averse to women, but knowing she is a girl and still showing such concern? Ask your teacher. If an outsider were to witness your interactions, what would they assume your relationship to be? Xiaoyan turned to look at Yao Lao, who smiled knowingly, raising an eyebrow. In my humble opinion, if I were an outsider, I would perceive you two as childhood sweethearts or perhaps even as a married couple, Yao Lao mused, stroking his beard. Teacher, you've always been solitary. I've never heard of you having a wife. How can you possibly comprehend such matters? Back in the days of the monster beast mountain range, I recognized you were no ordinary individual, Xiaoyan replied defiantly. You little rascal. In my prime, I was known as one of the 4 great beauties of the continent, pursued by many. Yet here you are, hardly having ventured beyond Wutan City, with so little experience to speak of. Is that so? So after all this time, you remain a lonely elder? You insolent brat. Yao Lao playfully smacked the back of Xiao Yan's head. Teacher, look, you're getting all flustered again. All right, you rascal. What brings you to Yunlan's sect with such fanfare? Alas, I forgot. Oh no, Yunshan has vanished without a trace. How am I to discover my father's whereabouts? Prompted by Yao Lao's reminder, Xiaoyan was suddenly reminded of an urgent matter. While he was deep in thought, unsure of how to proceed, he noticed Su Chun, who was engrossed in his mobile phone, while the little doctor looked on with curiosity. Xiaoyan's eyes lit up as a plan formed in his mind. Brother Su Chun, quiet. I'm in the middle of a ranked match. Brother Su Chun, cease your gaming. I seek your assistance with a matter. Am I mistaken? Or do you realize what world you are in? The Dochi continent, of course. What of it? Clearly, this is a realm of fantasy. Yet you continuously request my assistance. How can you possibly grow stronger? However, my sole desire is for you to aid me in discovering the whereabouts of my father. Su Chun, irritated by the incessant chatter of Xiaoyan beside him, waved his hand dismissively. He is not your biological father, even if this world were your true father. What of your Earth? Abandoned? What truly matters now is your strength, not whether your father knows about it or not. If you can forsake even familial ties, how can you hope to grow stronger? Xiaoyan immediately retorted, do you even know what I was like on Earth? Su Chun, putting aside his phone, glared at Xiaoyan. How would I know? Let me tell you, I own thousands of luxury cars back on Earth, 10 of which were limited editions, valued at 500 million each. I never had to worry about hunger. My bank account was always flush with funds, allowing me to earn while I slept. But I longed to return home. My only desire now is to bring my wife and others to the modern world. Anything I can cast aside, I will. You haven't even repaid your past life's debts. How can you expect to settle the debts of this life? Xiaoyan shook his head at this. I know I have wronged my parents back there, yet I can never return. Even if I were to become the legendary Dodi, it would be in vain. I can only be good to my current father, regardless of whether he feels like my biological father. All I know is that this body was given to me by them. Ah, that's true. You are a soul transmigrant, while I am a body transmigrant. I want to assist you, but I can offer a hint. Your father is in a place called the Soul Palace. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao frowned deeply. If he is in the Soul Palace, it could spell trouble. Xiaoyan looked anxious as he turned to Yao Lao, panic rising within him. Master, what does this mean? The influence of the Soul Palace on the continent is formidable. Any ordinary force venturing there would be courting death. It is akin to the Yunlan sect. To confront them is to fly into a flame, and even 100 Yunlan sects would be powerless. I have also heard that the palace master of the Soul Palace is currently on the verge of breaking through to Dodi, Yao Lao added gravely. Xiaoyan felt numb at this revelation. Upon hearing the term Dodi, he realized that with his current abilities, rescuing his father was utterly beyond his reach. Su Chun continued to play on his phone, observing the little medicine immortal gazing at her own device. Would you like to play? He inquired. No, I am merely curious. What is this? She responded. It's a phone from another world. If you wish to play, you may do so, he offered. Su Chun has also been quite engrossed in the game. Su Qing, that fellow, sent a message saying that he is currently in an academy, where he has encountered an amusing little girl. He mentioned that he would come to find me after playing for a while. Well, I suppose it's clear that he is rather unreliable. Perhaps I should seek out the rabbit instead. Su Qing here. To my surprise, I encountered a little dragon. And what's more, a young girl. Su Qing wore a mischievous grin, lifting the petite girl before her. Let me go, you wicked old hack. If you don't release me, I swear I'll strike you. The little girl struggled incessantly, yet soon realized Su Qing's strength was overwhelming. Dear child, what is your name? Why should I tell you? You haven't offered me anything to eat. Eat? Su Qing mused, glancing into her storage ring, where she found only exquisite spirit stones and a few magical artifacts. Her eyes gleamed with a spark of mischief as she retrieved the fire and wind wheel. How about this? Would you like it? What is this fun thing? The girl's interest was piqued. This is the fire and wind wheel. It was initially meant for a mischievous little rascal, but now it's yours. Just step on it, and you shall soar into the skies. Of course, I've enhanced its flames with true fire. Wow, it's so beautiful. Hurry, give it to me. And what is your name? Listen well, I am called Ziyin. And from this moment forth, I shall be your leader. What on earth? This little girl is remarkable. Do you even know how old your sister is? Su Qing raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to Ziyin's face, scoffing. So what? I don't care. I simply intend to be the leader. All right, I shall not bicker with you, you little brat. I have matters to attend to. This whirlwind is a gift for you. With a casual flick of her wrist, Su Qing cast the spinning wheel, which transformed into a figurine-sized object, landing delicately in Ziyin's palm. Where are you headed? Ziyin inquired, glancing at the wheel nestled in her hand, her curious gaze lifting to meet Su Qing's eyes. Sister still has many matters to attend to. Perhaps our encounter is merely a serendipitous twist of fate. Our paths do not truly align, Su Qing replied, shaking her head. I see. Well, if you ever find yourself in trouble or if someone dares to bully you, seek me out. I shall ensure they learn a lesson, Ziyin declared, thumping her chest in assurance. Very well, I look forward to your support. Su Qing responded with a light-hearted chuckle before her form dissipated into a cascade of luminous particles. Su Qing gazed speechlessly at the overly excited Xiao Yin and remarked, Hey, shouldn't you be attending to your own matters? Hee, I was just taking a look. It's been ages since I've seen a phone. It feels quite rare. Xiao Yin replied, scratching his head. Sighing, Su Qing turned his gaze towards the medicine elder and said, Aren't you going to say something to him? Come on now. Oh dear, little medical fairy, you can unleash your poison, and you can also heal. Do not be afraid. The medicine elder exclaimed, visibly irritated and anxious. Su Qing's forehead flushed with anger as he snatched the phone away with a swift motion and stowed it away. The three individuals turned their heads in unison, their expressions reflecting displeasure towards him. Su Qing observed their expressions, incredulity etched upon his face as he pointed at himself. Come on, this is my phone, isn't it? Please do not impose your moral judgments upon me. I must tell you, enough is enough. You should attend to your own matters. I still need to search for the rabbit. As Su Qing finished speaking, he immediately fled, leaving the two individuals and their souls in a state of disarray amidst the swirling winds. Su Qing swiftly located Xiao Wu using his spiritual senses. He found Xiao Wu trembling in a corner, glancing around anxiously. I thought you had already perished, he remarked. Su Qing smiled faintly and instantly teleported to the location. Xiao Wu cautiously glanced around and exclaimed, Darn Su Qing, where have you thrown me? I am certainly not stinky. I am quite fragrant. Unlike you, you rabbit, who has a nest of 100,000. Su Qing suddenly materialized behind Xiao Wu, causing her to be seized by an overwhelming terror. Upon glancing back and realizing it was Su Qing, she let out a sigh of relief. Although Su Qing was unreliable and posed a potential threat to her safety, there was no one else she knew in this place, was there? Humph. I detest you. Well, if you dislike me, then be it. I shall escort you back shortly. Su Qing responded indifferently to the agitated rabbit. Oh, are you waiting for me? Su Qing emerged from the passage and beheld the two individuals at the scene. Hurry up and get this rabbit out of here. Su Qing, too, was becoming increasingly impatient. Oh. Su Qing opened a spatial tunnel and a wormhole materialized. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Qing promptly seized Xiao Wu and cast her into the unknown, a decisive action that left Su Qing utterly speechless. Why the haste? She inquired, her expression one of incredulity. What is the matter? Su Qing replied, bewildered. I've only just begun, and I haven't even established my coordinates yet. What do you mean by throwing her in? It implies that you have sent her to another realm. Simply retrieve her. Won't you? Su Qing pondered, initially oblivious to the gravity of the situation. But I can't locate her. The portal is open, yet the mark I left on her has long since faded. Su Qing responded, shaking her head in dismay. Goodness, what shall we do? Will this affect Tongshan? Su Qing's primary concern lay with the development of Tongshan, with little regard for other matters. It shouldn't, right? Su Qing mused, uncertain. He reasoned that Tongshan wouldn't become unhinged over a mere rabbit. Does Tangshan hold a particular fondness for this rabbit? Su Qing inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, the promotional artwork from the anime features both of them prominently. If we adhere to the anime-esque narrative, these two are bound by a bond of unwavering devotion, risking their lives for one another. This complicates matters greatly. I have no idea where I've cast that rabbit. It could very well be torn apart by temporal turbulence without a trace. Let us not dwell on that. We should search for it. If all else fails, you can fashion a replica from clay. Very well, let us commence our search. Su Qing walked into the corridor and noticed Su Chun hesitating in place. What's wrong? She inquired. Nothing. It seems I have forgotten something important. Su Chun pondered carefully, feeling a sense of loss regarding the elusive memory. Yet, he could not quite grasp what it was. Never mind, let us first find that rabbit and then discuss it. Su Chun entered without hesitation, while Yun Yin of the Yulan sect gazed anxiously at the mysterious small tower in the sky. Once the tower absorbed its energy, she sighed in relief, finally resolving the matter. Su Chun, let us return, she said in the ensuing silence. The small tower expressed its gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving the Yunlan sect. Yun Yin clasped her fists in respect. The tower, however, did not respond as it was deep in contemplation. Strange. Why is there not a trace of it? Could it be? The tower exclaimed excitedly, soaring into the sky and cursing. Su Chun. Inside the passage. Su Chun rubbed his nose in confusion. Huh? Who was cursing me? Suddenly, a white-haired man who bore an uncanny resemblance to him appeared, looking at him with a roll of his eyes. Where is the small tower? Su Chun asked. Oh, I remember now. I forgot about the small tower. His eyes brightened, but he soon felt an unsettling sense of foreboding as he turned to look. Who are you? I am Huang, the aloof and speechless figure replied, gazing at Su Chun. So, you are Huang, the system? Yes, but where is the small tower? Huang responded, still rolling his eyes. I left it behind on the Duki continent. It won't be in any danger, will it? There will be no danger, but abandoning the small tower like this? If it finds out, it will surely cause you trouble for such an unprovoked betrayal. I merely forgot. Besides, it is safe there. Let it have some fun until I return to fetch it. Huang said nothing further and vanished, needing to recuperate. Hey, why does that guy look exactly like you? Su Qing asked, puzzled. How would I know? Could he be your twin brother? Su Qing teased with a mischievous grin. Impossible. By heaven's truth, I have but one sister. Indeed, that is reasonable. You truly have only one sister. Do not worry. Your sister will take care of you in the future. Su Qing nodded seriously. Su Chun disregarded the shameless individual, furrowing his brow as he glanced around at the fleeting scenes, still unable to locate her. No, I don't know where she was discarded, Su Qing replied, shaking her head. Sigh, I am utterly speechless. How was I to know you would be in such a hurry if you didn't remind me? Suddenly, Su Chun wore an uncomfortable expression. Upon turning his head, he beheld a particular scene and tugged at Su Qing beside him. What is it? Su Qing snapped, already irked by the recent developments regarding Tangshan. Why not establish a harem? Losing one wouldn't matter. Why settle for just one in this world? Su Chun pointed at the scene, questioning, isn't this the legend of Neza? What's going on? Su Qing inquired. It's nothing. Merely a fleeting curiosity, Su Chun replied. Aren't you in the primordial world? This place is also connected to it. Between you and this world, who holds greater power? Upon hearing this, Su Qing displayed a look of disdain. This was merely an inferior world. My realm is one of higher sophistication. How could they possibly compare? What is the matter? Do you wish to rescue Neza's mother? Ah, it seems the benevolent heart has awakened. Su Qing mocked. I am not a saint, but I can't help but feel that the world is indeed unjust. Is this what you consider unfair? You have yet to witness true injustice. There is more unfairness? Indeed. Picture this. A man who has lost his family, his wife has perished, and after enduring countless hardships to achieve success in his cultivation, what do you suppose happens? What? He becomes merely a pawn in the hands of immortals, rendering all his relentless efforts utterly futile, condemned to eternal solitude. Su Qing gazed at the image of the mother cradling Neza, her form gradually dissipating. Neza's body remained motionless, his bones firmly immobilized. Alas, perhaps it is my maternal instincts. Su Qing sighed. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Qing delicately pointed with her slender fingers, causing a radiant light to enter the tableau. Chapter 50. Goblin, what have you done? Su Qing naturally observed Su Qing's actions. It's just that some people are too benevolent. There's no helping it. If I can assist, I shall. Well, I find it rather strange. Do you saints truly concern yourselves with the mortal realm's life and death? Not really. To be frank, I have witnessed numerous scenes of birth and demise. They do not strike me as peculiar. I see. Well then. Su Chun, somewhat enlightened yet still puzzled, nodded slightly. All right. Let us proceed. Su Qing refrained from unnecessary chatter and took flight towards the Duki continent. Master, where shall we go next? Well, weren't you supposed to meet that young girl? Isn't she waiting for you at the Cannon Academy? I understand, Master, Xiaoyan nodded. Preparing to head in the direction of Cannon Academy. Suddenly, a small tower floated beside him. Who are you? Are you Su Qin's tower? Not at all. I am merely a friend of hers. I see. Has Su Qin not yet departed from the Duki continent? He has left, abandoning me in this realm. Oh. How will you return? Do not worry. The tower will remind him. I am not concerned, merely required to stay in the Duki continent for a while. However, I did sense a trace of the power of laws during Su Qing's assault. Is that so? What are your plans moving forward? Xiaoyan inquired, nodding. I have no specific plans. I am simply a tad curious about this world, so I shall accompany you for the time being. That is acceptable. Where do you intend to go next? We plan to head to Cannon Academy. The small tower utilized its spiritual sense to scan the Duki continent and swiftly located a spot corresponding to Cannon Academy. It's sort of ahead of Xiaoyan, directly opening a spatial passage. If flying takes too long, this will expedite the journey. Xiaoyan exclaimed, I never anticipated you to be a Dozun powerhouse. Dozun? My current strength is merely that of a shield one. The small tower replied before entering the portal. Xiaoyan immediately followed suit. Upon entering the space, Xiaoyan felt an extraordinary force envelop him. I can't take this anymore. Su Qin exclaimed, collapsing and shouting in despair. Perhaps it would be best not to search any further. Su Qing sighed. Su Qin's face flushed with warmth as he relentlessly kicked the fallen green giant. They were currently immersed in the storyline of the Avengers. What else could they do? You conjure a rabbit, but it pales in comparison to Tang Shan. The crux of the matter is that she can no longer cultivate her soul power. She can only practice the laws from your realm. When the moment arrives, how awkward will it be for Tang